Yi Fei traveled through the parallel time and space of the integration of several urban mail frequency and internet texts. He is a super rich and handsome, but he is also the common villain in these books. What can you get rewards for plundering the protagonist's luck and chance? Plunder the protagonist's chance and get god-level medical skills. Plunder the protagonist's luck and get god-level martial arts skills. Everything about the protagonist is mine. Relying on his familiarity with the plot in the book, Yi Fei seized the opportunity step by step and started the counterattack. Chapter 1. I crossed and became a net text villain. Yi Fei felt very unlucky. When he woke up, he crossed and attached a system. Yi Fei Chuan's identity is a super rich second generation, the only heir of the Yi group. His family background, appearance, and talents are all top choices. Not only does the traversal have a system, but it also has the status of the top rich and young, which should have been a great thing. But Yi Fei couldn't be happy. Because he learned through the system and memory that the time and space he traveled through is a parallel time and space constructed by multiple urban mail frequency net articles. Although he has the identity of the top rich second generation, he is no match for the powerful protagonist's halo. He is the common villain in these urban novels, and those protagonists pretend to be the target of slaps. This is very embarrassing. Just as Yi Fei was speechless, a female voice came. Ding, congratulations to the host, formally activate the Chilut predation system. Host, congratulations on being selected by this system and crossing into parallel time and space. This is a world constructed and generated by multiple urban novels. You have become a villain. Yi Fei had already known the existence of the system, and he was not surprised. Yi Fei rolled his eyes. Congratulations, I became the villain's cannon fodder. What's the point of congratulations? Yi Fei's hobby before going through was reading novels, especially urban novels. Of course he knows how miserable the rich second-generation villain in those urban novels is. Generally speaking, the rich second-generation villain is a sad character who sets off the protagonist's aura. Money, beauty, family background, status all were robbed by the protagonist and stepped on her feet. The final result was even more miserable, and the ending was basically the destruction of the family. Don't worry about the host. This system is called the Chiyun Plunder system. The purpose is to help the host deal with the protagonist in the book and rob the protagonist. The female voice of the system came, very humane. Yi Fei's eyes lit up. This sounds interesting. In that case, first tell me about the world I am currently traveling through. Yi Fei said. The world he traverses is a bit complicated. After all, it is a parallel time and space composed of multiple urban web articles. I don't know what urban novels are included in this world. Yi Fei was very curious. The world that the host currently travels through consists of 4 urban novels. They are Genius Doctor, Huadu Soldier, Entertainment Uranus Superstar, The Rebirth of the Immortal Emperor in the City. Yi Fei couldn't help being surprised. Because of these 4 books, he has read them all. These 4 novels can be said to be the 4 most popular urban essays before he traveled, dominating the urban online essays. Because of his passion for reading novels, Yi Fei remembered the contents and details of these 4 books clearly. There is a very coincidence in these 4 books. That is, among the villains in these 4 books, there is a villain young master Yi family, the top rich second generation, exclusively for the protagonist to pretend to be a face. Obviously, this Yi family young master is Yi Fei after crossing now. The cup is full. Friendly reminder, the host is currently experiencing the first novel Genius Doctor. Yi Fei expressed his understanding. The content and plot of the novel Genius Doctor is not complicated. The background of this novel is an aerial city, taking place in Yanjing, the capital of the Emperor Yan and Huang Kingdom. The content of the story is roughly as follows. The protagonist Chen Luo followed an old genius doctor to study medicine in Longhushan since childhood. After completing his medical skills, Chen Luo left his master and came to Yanqing. Of course, he is not only good at medical skills, but also his force is not low. Without talking about it all the way, it attracted a bunch of beautiful girls and opened a big harem. In contrast, the villain character of young Master Yi in the book is very sad. In the book, the son of the Yi family became a foil for the protagonist Chen Luo. Not only was he frequently hit by the protagonist, his beloved sister paper was also robbed, the family business went bankrupt, and the final outcome was even more miserable. It turned out to be the novel Genius Doctor, so it's easy to handle. Yi Fei calmed down, thinking carefully about the details of the whole novel. Yi Fei's memory is good, and he loves to read urban novels. Yi Fei has basically read the 4 urban novels mentioned by the system several times, and some of the characters and details of the content are clearly remembered. In other words, he has a clear picture of the protagonist's abilities, weaknesses, and even the protagonist's adventures, opportunities, and even the supporting characters in the book. This is also the biggest advantage of Yi Fei at present. Friendly reminds the host, as long as the host can cut off the protagonist's luck by plundering the protagonist's chances, sister papers, and abilities in the book, he can get rewards. The female voice of the system came, and the voice of the system was very intelligent. Understood. Yi Fei nodded, which is easy to understand. Since crossing has become the object of the protagonist's crush in the urban web, it is impossible to sit and wait for death, and can only work against the protagonist. Yi Fei recalled the content and details of the entire novel, and then asked System, when is the current story timeline? The story has not yet begun. 10 days later, the protagonist Chen Luo is about to arrive in Yanjing. The system replied, there are still 10 days. Enough. Yi Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Although the opponent has the protagonist's halo, he is not without advantages. At least, Yi Fei is a top-rich second generation. The Yi family is also one of the foremost rich people in Yanjing, one of the 3 famous capitals in Beijing. The Yi Group has a fortune of at least hundreds of billions and is involved in many industries such as real estate, entertainment, film and television, and finance. And Yi Fei is the only heir of the Yi Group. Yi Fei's current wealth value is definitely at the top of the pyramid among the rich second generation in China. In the novel, this young Master Yi family is also a villain who spends a lot of pen and ink to portray the author. Yi Fei was thinking, but suddenly he heard a soft female voice outside the door. Yi Xiao, your car is ready. In the morning, you asked Miss Su to go to the racecourse. The girl outside the door is Yi Fei's personal butler Ji Yuner, a beautiful girl. Miss Su. Through the memory in his mind, Yi Fei immediately knew who this Miss Su was. Chapter 2 Iceberg Beauty Seeking Flowers for Collection. Yi Fei immediately knew who this Miss Su was. Su Qingzhu. The heir to the Su family, the largest pharmaceutical and cosmetics company in Yanhuang State. Su Qingzhu himself also runs a cosmetics company named Hongyan Makeup under the Su family, with billions of assets. Yi and Su are family friends. In terms of strong assets, the Yi family is stronger, and of course the Su family is not bad. At the same time, Su Qingzhu is also one of the 3 main heroines of the book The Genius Doctor. She has a cool personality and an iceberg beauty. In the book, Yi Fei and Su Qingzhu grew up together as childhood sweethearts, and it was because of Su Qingzhu that Yi Fei fought against Chen Luo and was eventually abused. I see. Yi Fei retracted his thoughts and responded to his personal butler. Yi Fei stood in front of the mirror and tidied his clothes. His appearance and height in this time and space are exactly the same as in his previous life. Yi Fei's entire suit is handmade in Italy, with a Patek Philippe star blue watch in his hand, and he looks even more handsome. Yi Fei opened the door and saw a beautiful girl waiting outside. Ji Yuner is Yi Fei's personal butler. After following Yi Fei for more than 10 years, Ji Yuner took the initiative to help Yi Fei organize his clothes, which was very considerate. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei took a Rolls-Royce Phantom and drove quickly to the racecourse. The racecourse is on the outskirts of Yanjing. This is also the meeting place for Yi Fei and Su Qingzhu. Su Qingzhu likes to ride horses. In order to please Su Qingzhu's favor, the Yi family master in the book also deliberately learned horsemanship. Upon arriving at the horse farm, Yi Fei met Su Qingzhu. Yi Fei saw a woman riding a maroon thoroughbred horse, and the surprise flashed in his eyes. Su Qingzhu deserves to be one of the 3 most important heroines in The Genius Doctor. Su Qingzhu has a cold face, bright eyes, and white teeth. Riding on a horse, she has a pair of long legs, her skin is bullying and her body is proud. What a Su Qingzhu Yifei sighed. It's no wonder that in the novel, the young Master Yi will be an enemy of the protagonist Chen Luo for her. Young Master Yi is here. Su Qingzhu also saw Yifei. She nodded at Yifei, as a greeting. She sat on the horseback, showing her graceful curves and fair skin. Yifei noticed a detail. It stands to reason that Yifei and Su Qingzhu grew up together as childhood sweethearts, and the relationship between the two is also a family relationship, and they should be very familiar with each other. But Su Qingzhu was called young Master Yifei, and he seemed very virtuous. In fact, Yifei has been pursuing Su Qingzhu. But Su Qingzhu was always indifferent to Yifei, and refused to stay thousands of miles away. Moreover, Su Qingzhu is not just to Yifei, she is the same to all men, always looking cold. Even in the novel, the actor Chen Luo has repeatedly run into a wall with Su Qingzhu. Yifei is familiar with the plot in the novel and knows the reason for Su Qingzhu's indifference. Su Qingzhu has a secret. Su Qingzhu suffers from a mental illness. She hates all men. This mental illness is commonly known as misogynistic. The reason why Su Qingzhu suffers from the mental illness of misogynism is inseparable from her childhood experience. Su Qingzhu's father was a scumbag. Not only was he addicted to alcohol, but he was violent when he was drunk. Su Qingzhu's mother had a serious childhood shadow. Later, Su Qingzhu's parents both died in an accident, and only Su Qingzhu's grandfather remained in charge of the overall situation in the Su family. But the shadow of this childhood has always been with Su Qingzhu, making her hate all men. So Su Qingzhu didn't have a good face to any man. But Yifei in the original book was so fascinated by Su Qingzhu. He was so obsessed, his face pressed against his cold buttocks, and the bamboo basket was finally wiped out. Therefore, there is no future for licking dogs. Miss Su. Yifei nodded, his expression indifferent. After Yifei and Su Qingzhu greeted briefly, they ordered the people around them to bring a thoroughbred horse and ride on it by themselves. Su Qingzhu was slightly surprised when he saw this. On weekdays, Yifei was extremely courteous to her, and wanted to please her in various ways. But today, Yifei seems to be different. Except for the two greetings at the beginning, Yifei rode his horse the whole time, ignoring her. Today, this young Master Yi has a change. Thoughts flash through Su Qingzhu's mind. On the other side of the racecourse, Yifei was communicating with the system. To be precise, the system is actively communicating with Yifei. Yifei's system is similar to an intellectual brain, possessing considerable wisdom and able to communicate with Yifei. System female voice host, Su Qingzhu is the heroine in the original book. If the host can make Su Qingzhu have a good impression on you, it is equivalent to weakening the protagonist Chen Luo's luck and can get system rewards. You should seize the opportunity. You mean to let me take the initiative to contact Su Qingzhu? Yifei smiled. If not. Yifei smiled and said, you don't understand. Su Qingzhu's iceberg beauty, the more you post it, the more she rejects you. The more diligent you behave, the more points you lose in her heart. What's more, Su Qingzhu still has misogyny. I rushed forward at this time, it was just a waste of effort. I really want to win her heart, definitely not now. Yifei was very confident. Knowing the plot, content, and details of the entire novel, he knows Su Qingzhu well. In this state, he knows what is the best way to get along with Su Qingzhu. What's more, he said just now that there is no future for being a dog licker. Now that you have traveled into this world, do you have to repeat the same mistakes and do dog licking again? Stop it. Let Su Qingzhu take the initiative to beg him for the same. Chapter 3 Plunder the protagonist's luck. Chapter 3 More. Hearing what Yifei said, the system was silent for a while, and then said, I hope you are not bragging. Wait and see. Yifei said lightly. While Yifei was chatting with the system, time flew by, and it was noon soon. Yifei just turned over and got off his horse. He walked to the rest area of the racecourse and saw that Su Qingzhu was also in the rest area. Today's date between Yifei and Su Qingzhu was actually the result of a match between Su Qingzhu's grandfather and Su Elder Su also vaguely knew Su Qingju's heart problems. Su Qingju almost rejected all the opposite sex. So Grandpa Su very much hopes that Yi Fei can help his granddaughter out of the shadows, and has been deliberately bringing the two together. Because of Grandpa's face, Su Qingju could only come out on a date with Yi Fei. This is obviously not the first time. Su Qingju hates getting along with the opposite sex, but he also knows that his grandfather is for her good, so he can't refuse. Yi Fei drank a sports drink and sat in a position not far or near Su Qingju. Both of them were silent. After staying for a while, Su Qingju's cell phone suddenly rang. Su Qingju glanced at the phone, and quickly answered the call. Grandpa. It was a call from Old Man Su. Su Qingju responded, chatting for a few minutes before hanging up. Master Su called. Yi Fei finally spoke. Su Qingju said yes. Yi Fei didn't need to guess. It was Grandpa Su who said a lot of good things about him on the phone, and wanted to match them up. Yi Fei knew that Grandpa Su was also kind, and wanted to see his granddaughter have a good home. After all, Su Qingju's parents were dead, and his grandfather was getting older. Grandpa Su was worried that Su Qingju had no one to take care of. But the effect of this combination is counterproductive. Especially when Su Qingju is misogynistic, repeatedly mentioning Yi Fei will cause Su Qingju to have a rebellious mentality. Su Qingju still had that cold expression. Yi Fei asked, "What did Elder Su say?" "Grandpa asked me to try to get along with Yi Gongzi," Su Qingju said. Yi Fei faced Su Qingju. "What do you think, Miss Su?" Su Qingju looked at Yi Fei directly, and she spoke very directly. "Master Yi, sorry, I don't like you." Yi Fei heard this natural answer, his expression calm. "Well, I know." Seeing Yi Fei's expression very calm, Su Qingju was slightly surprised. But Yi Fei said indifferently, "Since Miss Su doesn't like me, I don't want to waste any more time." "Don't worry, I won't bother you again." Su Qingju was startled. The previous Yi Fei was extremely diligent and pleased with him in every way. When did he use this tone to talk to her? Su Qingju said in surprise, "What do you mean?" Yi Fei said lightly, "Isn't what I said clearly enough? You are free from today, and I will never pester you again." Crossing became the top, rich and handsome. What kind of woman does he want? Since Su Qingju didn't like him, why hang himself on a tree? Su Qingju is not the only woman in the world. Taking a step back, Su Qingju has misogyny and she hates all the opposite sex. Yi Fei's continued stalking would not only bring no benefit, but would reduce Su Qingju's impression score. In short, I never do dog licking, whoever loves licking. Su Qingju was surprised. Yi Fei's attitude towards her was extremely eager before, but why did he suddenly have such a big change? "Are you serious?" Su Qingju asked. Yi Fei said lightly, "Of course. Your grandfather, I will go to explain specifically, and I will visit you in 2 days and explain it clearly to your grandfather." Su Qingju finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words. It seems that Yi Fei is right. She didn't aim to hate Yi Fei, but to hate all men. Yi Fei's move was tantamount to making her a lot easier. "Thank you." Su Qingju took the initiative to thank Yi Fei, with a sincere tone. Su Qingju was relieved, and she was really awkward to date Yi Fei under pressure. However, Su Qingju's doubts still lingered. Why does Yi Fei seem to be a completely different person? Congratulations to the host, because Su Qingju's impression of you has changed, the experience points have increased. At this time, the voice of the system also followed. Yi Fei was slightly surprised when he heard the system prompt. Experience point increase. In front of Su Qingju, Yi Fei did not communicate much with the system. Yi Fei took the initiative to get up and said, "Then I will go first, and visit the old man in a few days." Su Qingju said slightly. Yi Fei was very straightforward, turning around and leaving without saying a word. On the contrary, Su Qingju, looking at Yi Fei's back, remained puzzled. Why did this young Master Yi suddenly change his sex? How is this going? Yi Fei returned home. The first thing, Yi Fei is to communicate with the system first. "System, what's the matter with this experience value?" Yi Fei asked. As long as the host plunders the protagonist's chances and reverses the heroine's impression, it will generate experience points, which can improve all aspects of the host's attributes. The system simply explained. The host can view its own property page. Yi Fei immediately said check the attribute layout. Then, something similar to the game layout appeared in front of Yi Fei. More. Chapter 4 The Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine Chapter 4 More Flowers Collection. Yi Fei's attribute page appeared in front of him. The attribute layout is as follows. Host Yi Fei. Experience. Personal wealth 100 million. Strength. Speed. Wisdom. Charm. Lucky value. Note, standard for normal adult males. Skill. Martial arts elementary. Medical skills level 0. Equestrian intermediate. Singing elementary. Instrument elementary. There are also a bunch of skills behind, most of which are elementary or intermediate skills. Various numerical data allow Yi Fei to know his current state at a glance. His various statistics are actually pretty good, but some of his skill levels are relatively low. At this time, the system also reminded the host can add points through experience points to improve his own skills and attributes. Each point of experience value increases the point attribute, and the consumption of experience points can raise the skill level from 0 to advanced. Yi Fei understood and nodded slightly. Yi Fei suddenly thought of something and asked the system, what is Chun Luo's medical skill level? The male protagonist Chun Luo's medical skill rating is high, and the martial arts ability rating is also high. The ability rated as advanced by this system is enough to beat ordinary people. The system replied. Yi Fei understood. The system's skill rating is very strict. Being able to be rated as high level by the system means that it has the ability to beat ordinary players. Yi Fei is very calm. Although Chen Luo is currently better than him in the two abilities of medicine and martial arts, Yi Fei also has advantages that Chen Luo does not have. System, as long as I seize the protagonist's chance, I can get experience points to upgrade skills and attributes, right? Yi Fei said. Yes. Yi Fei said, very well, then I'm going to Zhuanyuankyu. Zhuanyuankyu. The system voice was suspicious, very humane. Zhuanyuankyu. According to legend, it was the residence of the Yellow Emperor, one of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, in Jiang City, Hunan Province, which is now the Yanhuan Kingdom. Yi Fei said indifferently in the original book, the hero Chen Luo's medical skills finally succeeded because he got the Huangdi Neijing in Zhuanyuankyu after an adventure. Yi Fei has a deep memory of the plot in the novel. In the original book, the male protagonist Chen Luo went to Yanjing after he succeeded in studying medicine with his master. When he first arrived in Yanjing, although Chen Luo's medical skills were strong, he was still inferior to his master. It wasn't until Chen Luo happened to be visiting Zhuanyuankyu because of an adventure, he discovered the Yellow Emperor's internal classic in a cave. That's right, it is the legendary medical book, the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Relying on the ancient book The Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic, the hero Chen Luo's medical skills are mastered, and he is famous all the way to Yanjing. The female voice of the system came out clearly. Good idea, host. Do you want the hero Chen Luo to go to Zhuanyuankyu and find the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic? Yes, this is the chance to steal the protagonist. Yi Fei smiled. Take the path of the protagonist, so that the protagonist has nowhere to go. Yi Fei is familiar with all the plots, how could such a great opportunity be let go? Good idea, host, I support you. The system female said. Yi Fei has always been vigorous and resolute, and immediately asked his personal butler Ji Yuner to prepare. He was going to Zhuanyuankyu in Hunan Province. Yi Fei greeted his parents by the way, saying that he would be back after 2 days of going out to play. Although Hunan Province is far away, 2 days is enough for this trip. Yi Fei arrived in Hunan Province and went straight to Xianyuan Hill in Jiang City. Legend has it that this is the place where Emperor Xianyuan Huangdi was born and lived, as the name Zhuanyuankyu. Yi Fei spent a whole day searching Xianyuan Hill, and finally found a hidden mountain stream described in the book. After searching in the mountain stream, Yi Fei finally found the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Huangdi Neijing is actually divided into 2 volumes, namely Lingshu and Su Wen. This Yellow Emperor's internal classic has a simple appearance, and the material is made of no one knows what it was made of. Ding, congratulations to the host, for successfully obtaining the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, snatching the chance of the male lead Chen Luo, and rewarding experience points. This system can automatically let the host learn the content of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Do you want to learn the female voice of the system sounded? Learning. Yi Fei did not hesitate. The system also has this function, which is really convenient. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully learning the Huangdi Neijing. Congratulations to the host, your medical skills have been improved. Congratulations to the host, your medical skills have been upgraded to a basic level. Congratulations to the host, your medical skills have been upgraded to intermediate level. Congratulations to the host, your medical skills have been upgraded to a high level. A series of system prompts sounded in Yi Fei's ears. While Yi Fei was studying the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, a lot of knowledge poured into his mind. This knowledge flooded into my mind and quickly understood it. In a blink of an eye, Yi Fei's medical skills have actually been upgraded to a high level. Successful learning, some of the Huangdi Neijing content is too esoteric, it takes a month to learn again. System voice came. Yi Fei was already very satisfied. He has the same level of medical skills as the male protagonist Chen Luo because of the Huangdi Neijing, and he has been rated as high level by the system. The system's assessment of skills is divided into 5 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, master, and level. Among them, advanced skills are enough to beat ordinary people, which is already the best. In other words, Yi Fei's current medical skills are at the same level as the hero Chen Luo. Cool. Yi Fei was in a good mood. Not only did you grab the chance of the protagonist, but you also got rewards from the system. This wave of blood earned. After getting the Huangdi Neijing, Yi Fei did not stay too much, and returned to Yanjing that same day. It took 2 days to go back and forth, and Yi Fei had a sense of urgency in his heart, because the timeline in the novel was getting closer and closer. Chapter 5: Why do big husbands suffer from wifelessness? Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Yanqing. Yi family villa. Early in the morning, Yi Fei had dinner with his Qi parents. Yi's father's name is Yi He, and Yi's mother's name is Lin Shui. They are a loving couple. Yi's father has been in charge of the Yi group for many years, and he is quite prestigious. As for Yi Fei, he put up a position of vice president within the Yi group, and he also manages several companies, the most important of which is an entertainment film and television company. Yi Fei has a very harmonious relationship with his parents. After all, he is the only child in the family and he is loved by his parents. The family ate breakfast happily. Lin Mu suddenly said, "Xiao Fei, I heard that you are not going to pursue that girl from the Su family." Lin's mother is well informed. Yi Fei's previous diligent pursuit of Su Qingzhu is spread throughout the upper circles of Yanjing, everyone knows it, and many people still feel that young Master Yi is a seed of infatuation. But now, Yi Fei didn't plan to pursue Su Qingzhu. Even Yi Mu was surprised and sighed a little. Yi's mother is very satisfied with Su Qingzhu. After all, Su Qingzhu is not only beautiful, but also a family friend, and is indeed a good match for her son. Pity. Yi Fei said, "Yeah, I want to understand. Since Su Qingzhu doesn't like me, why should I be persistent? How can a big husband suffer from being wifeless? Father Yi was admired, and said what a great man, why do you have no wives? It is a good point, my Yi family man should be like this." Seeing that Yi Fei did not have any decadence, but was very indifferent to this matter, Yi father and Yi mother were relieved, quite relieved. After eating, Yi Fei sorted out his current asset situation. Although Yi's group is only named, Yi Fei owns several subsidiaries of Yi's group. For example, some entertainment industries. Yi Fei owns the leading entertainment company Brilliant Entertainment in Yanhuang State. This entertainment company has signed more than a dozen first-line stars and directors, and it is also the most profitable company in Yi Fei's hands. According to Yifei's system statistics, most of the multi-billion assets in the column of personal wealth come from brilliant entertainment. In addition, there are several small game studios and animation studios, so I want to mention them. These are Yifei's personal assets. If you count all the assets of the Yip Group, then his worth would be a terrifying figure. After all, as the only child in the family, everything about Yi's future belongs to him. As such a top-rich second generation, Yifei has countless real estate properties, not to mention luxury cars. He has so many cars that it is like an auto show. In addition, Yifei has a private jet and 2 yachts under his name. After learning about his assets, Yifei knew how rich he was. At least in the item of wealth, Yifei exploded the hero Chen Luo. Yifei communicated with the system. Host, you snatched the chance of the hero Chen Luo and successfully got the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. You did a good job. The system applauded Yifei very much. Take the path of the protagonist, so that the protagonist has nowhere to go. After obtaining the Huangdi aging, Yifei's medical skills are not inferior to Chen's, but his experience is slightly inadequate. And as long as he further studies the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, his medical skills will rise to a higher level, even surpassing Chen Luo. But the host can't be careless. Chen Luo has the protagonist's halo in the book, and the background is not small. Yifei nodded and said, I know. The novel Genius Doctor is Yifei's most popular urban doctor's article before. This novel is a standard and cool article. The male protagonist Chen Luo became famous in Yanjing by virtue of his superb medical skills. Almost all the patients he treated were either rich or noble. Of course, his peach blossom luck is even more exaggerated. The frosty president, the well-behaved Xiaji Obiyu, and the unparalleled imperial sister are all candidates for his harem. Chen Luo also has a special backer. That is Chen Luo's master. Chen Luo studied medicine with his master since he was a child. His master was once the #1 doctor in Yanjing. He has healed countless dignitaries and dignitaries. Today, many people in the upper circles of Yanjing have received his master's favor. By virtue of this relationship, Chen Luo has no disadvantages in Yanjing. Although Yifei has advantages, Chen Luo should not be underestimated. Especially the forces that Master Chen Luo involved, even included several bigwigs. Yifei clearly remembers the ending of Yifei in the book. When the woman was gone, the Yip Group was destroyed and eventually acquired by Chen Luo. Yi father and Yi mother also became prisoners, and Yifei died. Host, if you want to change your destiny, you must do everything you can to fight against Chen Luo. The system kindly reminded. Don't worry, I don't need you to tell me, Yifei said lightly. Yifei is very clear. This is the end of the matter, and it is unrealistic for him to escape. Can't hide past the first day of junior high school, can it hide past 15th? Even if he took the initiative to avoid conflict with Chen Luo, would he have to hide from Chen Luo for the rest of his life? This is not Yifei's character. Damn it. Now that you have decided to seize Chen Luo's chance and luck, let us do it to the end. Yifei has made sufficient preparations and plans. System, just wait and see. Yifei said lightly. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. The system voice was filled with joy. Time flickered, and 3 more days passed. During this period, Yifei had been making sufficient preparations. Today, Yifei chose to visit Father Su. Today, Yifei changed to a blue Bentley Mulsanne and drove to the Suez villa. Get up early in the first chapter. Seeking Flowers very evaluation votes, all support. Chapter 6 be the first step 2 more flowers collection. Suez Villa. The Su family villa is a typical Jiangnan garden style, with pavilions, small bridges and flowing water, quiet and beautiful. When they arrived at the Su family villa, the servants of the Su family hurriedly greeted Yifei and led Yifei to the main hall. Sitting in the main hall for a while, after a while, I saw Su Qingzhu helping an old man walk out. This old man was about 70 years old, with silver hair and a majestic complexion. This old man is the current principal of the Su family, Mr. Su Xiaokuan Su. Su Xiaokuan saw Yifei and said, Xiaofei is here. Grandpa Su is good. Yi Fei took the initiative to greet him. Su and Yi are family friends, and Yi Fei and Su Xiaoquan have always had a good relationship. Su Xiaoquan also liked Yi Fei, a young man, and he treated Yi Fei very well, so he tried his best to match Yi Fei and Su Qingzhu. Yi Fei grew up when he was a child, and regardless of talent or character, Yi Fei was top-notch and outstanding in the upper circle of Yanjing, and he was absolutely worthy of Su Qingzhu. The two were supposed to be a pair of golden boys and girls, but it's a pity that Su Qingzhu. Su Xiaoquan felt sorry, and greeted Yi Fei. "Sit down, come and serve tea." "Yes." The maid next to her brought the soaked Huaishan de Hanpo, and the fragrance of tea immediately overflowed. While tasting tea, Yi Fei took the initiative to chat with Su Xiaoquan to say hello. Su Xiaoquan is really good to Yi Fei, and he has defended Yi Fei many times in the novel. Therefore, Yi Fei always has a trace of respect for this elder. As for Su Qingzhu, Yi Fei never said a word to her, except for nodding to greet her when they first met, and did not chat with her during the whole process. This made Su Qingzhu, who was used to Yi Fei's enthusiasm, slightly uncomfortable. Su Qingzhu wore an off-white coat today, with a more glamorous temperament. The lower body is wearing a short skirt with a tight waist belt, which sets off her slim figure. Such a dress, coupled with her unparalleled beauty, can arouse a stunning sight no matter where she goes, but Yi Fei turned a blind eye. "Master, I came here to explain to you on purpose today. I know you intend to match me and Miss Su, but it is a pity that Miss Su and I are not suitable." After several greetings, Yi Fei went straight to the subject. Su Xiaoquan probably also guessed Yi Fei's intention. Hearing this, Su Xiaoquan looked at his granddaughter, then at Yi Fei, and sighed, "I am old and not in good health. I only hope that a reliable person can take care of Qingzhu." "What a pity, what a pity." Su Xiaoquan sighed. Obviously, Su Xiaoquan still hopes Yi Fei and Su Qingzhu are together. Yi Fei said sincerely, "I can't force my feelings. I used to be ignorant. I also hope that the old man will stop embarrassing Miss Su. Now she and I are just ordinary friends." "Never mind." Su Xiaoquan sighed, "I am the old guy who made unnecessary moves, and I will not care about it in the future. You young people's affairs will be settled by you young people. Ordinary friends." When Su Qingzhu heard the words, his teeth were biting his lower lip, with a complex expression. Yi Fei really came to Su's house. He took the initiative to clarify the relationship between them to his grandfather, and told his grandfather not to embarrass her anymore, and finally said that they are just ordinary friends. After Yi Fei said these words, Su Qingzhu remained silent. It is foreseeable that after Yi Fei's remarks, Grandpa will never embarrass her and Yi Fei again. Su Qingzhu is free. This made Su Qingzhu feel relieved, and his heart was mixed. Yi Fei's performance in the past few days is like a different person, and he no longer has the same enthusiasm for her. Yi Fei got up at this moment and said, "Grandpa Su, then I will leave first." From beginning to end, Yi Fei didn't take the initiative to say a word with Su Qingzhu. Su Xiaoquan got up to see him off, and said, "Xiao Fei, this is the end of the matter, and my old bones won't persuade you. I hope that our two families will remain close in the future." Yi Fei said, "Don't worry, this incident will never affect the friendship between our two families." "Hey, that's good." Su Xiaoquan got up with the crutches and had to talk again, but at this time he felt black in front of him, breathing difficulties, and fatigue. It was dark in front of him, and he fell straight back. "Grandpa," Su Qingzhu exclaimed, his expression panicked. Su Xiaoquan has always been in poor health. Basically, he has to walk on crutches and suffers from other diseases. At this moment, Su Xiaoquan fell directly in front of Yi Fei and Su Qingzhu. Fortunately, Yi Fei reacted fast enough and directly supported Su Xiaoquan. Master Su. Yi Fei supported Su Xiaoquan, and at the same time he said inwardly coming. Before Yi Fei came to Su's house, he anticipated the current situation. In fact, Yi Fei had two purposes today. The first purpose, of course, is to clarify the matter between him and Su Qingzhu to Su Xiaoquan. The second purpose is now. Yi Fei clearly remembered that in the novel, Chen Luo first appeared in the Su family. Chen Luo's master and Su Xiaoquan were old friends, so the first thing Chen Luo did when he came to Yanjing was to find Su Xiaoquan. It happened that Su Xiaoquan was sick in bed at this time, which gave Chen Luo room to play. Chen Luo cured Su Xiaoquan, which was grateful to the Su family. Chen Luo also received Su Qingzhu's gratitude, and was able to get close to Su Qingzhu, get the moon first by leaning on the tower near the water, and with some means, Su Qingzhu finally fell. In the novel, when Chen Luo arrived at Su's house, Su Xiaoquan had been seriously ill for 4 days. Therefore, Yi Fei inferred from time that Su Xiaoquan was ill today. That's why he chose to come to Su's house today. In the end, he was really hit by him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he wanted to cure Su Xiaoquan with the medical skills of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. In this way, he can not only get the gratitude of the Su family, but also cut off the relationship between Chen Luo and Su Qingzhu. Even. Chapter 7. Please save my grandpa. 3 more seeking everything. Yi Fei's thoughts flew, but his hands reacted quickly. He supported Su Xiaoquan so as not to let Su Xiaoquan fall to the ground. Su Xiaoquan is still conscious at this time, but his face is pale, his lips are also pale, his breathing is slightly difficult, and his body is weak. Su Qingzhu panicked, but immediately calmed down and told the maid quickly, "Go to Dr. Huang." Dr. Huang is the personal doctor of Mr. Su and a famous doctor of Yanjing. Because Su Xiaoquan was in poor health, he hired a private doctor. However, it will take time for Dr. Huang to arrive. The place where Dr. Huang lives is about 10 minutes' drive from the Su's villa. In normal times, this 10-minute journey is not too far. But in the face of illness, 10 minutes is enough to swallow a life. Yi Fei said, "It's too late, first put the old man on the sofa and lie down, I'll treat it." While talking, Yi Fei grabbed Su Xiaoquan's wrist, held his breath and felt his pulse beating. Yi Fei's medical skills were at an advanced level at this time, and according to the system's rating standards, it was already on par with the protagonist Chen Luo. Even those famous doctors in Yanjing City may not be Yi Fei's opponents. Su Qingzhu couldn't believe what he heard. Yi Fei wants to treat Su Xiaoquan. He can heal. Su Qingzhu had never heard of it before, and she couldn't help but hesitate for a while. Yi Fei frowned slightly, and said lightly, "Life is a matter of life, do as I say." Yi Fei's character is clear-cut, and Su Xiaoquan treats him well, regardless of whether it is public or private, he will save Father Su. Yi Fei's hand lightly pressed against Su Xiaoquan's heart, and his brow furrowed tightly. The old man has weak heartbeat, difficulty breathing, cold limbs and edema. This should be a symptom of heart failure. Yi Fei quickly judged the condition of the disease. It must be rescued immediately, otherwise it will be life-threatening. Su Qingzhu's heartbeat accelerated. Her parents died early, and the relationship with her grandfather is the best. If any accident happens to her grandfather, it will definitely be a major blow to her. At the moment, Su Qingzhu didn't care so much, so he can only listen to Yi Fei. Yi Fei placed Su Xiaoquan on the sofa next to him, and then took out a delicate wooden box from his arms. Inside the wooden box are silver needles for acupuncture. This was also what Yi Fei had prepared long ago. Huangdi Neijing Lingshuan is also known as acupuncture Jing, which focuses on the body's meridians, acupoints, and acupuncture methods. Therefore, Yi Fei carried the silver needle with him, and it was still in handy. Acupuncture Su Qingzhu was taken aback when he saw the silver needles in Yi Fei's wooden box. The main business of the Su family is medicine and cosmetics. Su Qingzhu also knew something about acupuncture, and was even more surprised to see Yi Fei carrying silver needles with him. Does he really know how to heal? Yi Fei didn't care about Su Qingzhu, he was fully absorbed and took out the silver needle. The silver needle had been disinfected long ago, and Yi Fei's slender fingers pinched one end of the silver needle. His arm shook, his fingers were lightly twisted, and the silver needle moved and pierced Su Xiaoquan's Naguan point first. The Naguan point is located on the palm side of the forearm, about 2 inches from the wrist. Naguan point is an important point clinically used to widen the chest, stop vomiting, replenish blood and strengthen the heart. It can be called the heart relief pill that comes with the body. Not only Naguan, but Yi Fei used needles quickly, accurately, and steadily, with different depths, to accurately puncture Su Xiaoquan's other acupoints. Laogong Cave. Jiang Point. Of these 2 acupuncture points, one is to relieve elevated blood pressure and the other is to relieve angina. Higu Point, Guanyuan Point. Yifei applied a total of 16 needles. After the needle was inserted, the silver needles were gently rotated to make Su Xiaoquan's body gradually heat up, promote blood circulation, and stimulate the acupuncture points. Yifei's acupuncture technique was done in one go, just like magic, which was amazing. This is the acupuncture method handed down in the Huangdi Neijing, named Yimu Shenzhen. Yifei was attentive, with no foreign objects in his mind. Moments after Yifei used the needle, he saw that Su Xiaoquan's originally pale face finally had a trace of blood, and his weak breathing became a little stable. Xiaofei, although Su Xiaoquan fell down just now, he was still conscious, knowing that Yifei saved him. Yifei said, "Master, don't talk, and cooperate with me for treatment." Su Xiaoquan nodded. He felt his body gradually improve. Although full of doubts, Su Xiaoquan was extremely weak at the moment and couldn't say anything. Su Qingzhu beside him took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. Seeing Su Xiaoquan regaining consciousness, Su Qingzhu was still afraid for a while. Her parents died early, and her only relative is grandfather. If Su Xiaoquan had two shortcomings just now, the consequences would be disastrous. Thanks to Yifei, I didn't expect him not only to be able to heal, but also to be so brilliant. This acupuncture technique is skillful and steady, even Dr. Huang may not be able to match him. Su Qingzhu bit his lip and said, "Yifei, please save my grandpa, please." Always as cold as her, it was the first time to speak to Yifei in an almost pleading tone. Yifei did not answer her. He was busy administering needles, with no distractions. About 10 minutes later, Yifei finished the injection and finally relaxed in his heart. This is the first time Yifei has used the Huangdi Neijing to treat a person. Although it is the first time, Yifei has been very calm and made no mistakes. To treat diseases and save people is to be bold and careful. Yifei did a good job of this. Old man Su Xiaoquan's face gradually recovered blood, and his breathing was finally smooth, and he took a long breath. "Master, you are out of danger. It seems that this disease has been around for a while, and your disease is heart failure," Yifei said. Su Xiaoquan nodded slowly. He glanced at Yifei and said, "Xiaofei, thanks to you for saving my old man's life today, otherwise I am afraid it would be dangerous. It's just a matter of effort." Yifei was very humble. Heart failure is not a minor illness, it was extremely dangerous just now. Immediately afterwards, another servant brought medicine to Su Xiaoquan. After Su Xiaoquan took the medicine, he became more energetic. Su Qingzhu saw it in his eyes, and finally heaved a sigh of relief, and said to Yifei gratefully, "Yifei, thank you. Sorry, the upload was wrong, and the chapter was repeated. Just refresh it. Sorry, the author doesn't know how to use the background." Chapter 8 shocked for more, ask for flowers evaluation votes. Su Qingzhu is indeed very grateful to Yifei. Yifei said, "You are welcome, Mr. Su is also my elder, so he should be." The meaning in Yifei's words is very clear. He also draws a clear line from Su Qingzhu. He saved Su Xiaoquan not because of Su Qingzhu, but because Su Xiaoquan was also his elder, that's all. Su Qingzhu heard Yifei's overtones, pursed his lips, and said, "Thank you very much anyway. Dr. Huang is here." At this time, the housekeeper trot over with a slightly bald man in his 50s. This man was Dr. Huang. He was wearing a white coat and carrying a first aid kit in his hand, and walked in front of everyone. Seeing that Su Xiaoquan was in good spirits at this time, he couldn't help but stun old Su. "Didn't you just say you fainted?" Su Xiaoquan took medicine after being acupuncture and moxibustion by Yifei. At this time, his mental state had gradually recovered. Su Xiaoquan said, "Thanks to Xiaofei, he saved me with acupuncture." Yi Gongzi knows acupuncture, of course. Dr. Huang knew Yifei, who at any rate was a well-known Yi family elder in Yanjing. Yifei smiled, "I know some." Dr. Huang is Yanjing's leading doctor, and he also serves as Su Xiaoquan's personal doctor. Not only that, he is also the personal doctor of many high-ranking officials in Yanjing. Dr. Huang was shocked. Acupuncture and moxibustion require a lot of effort. Nowadays, many so-called Chinese medicine practitioners can't even recognize the acupoints, let alone acupuncture and moxibustion. Su Xiaoquan shook his head and said, "Xiao Fei, you are too modest. My old bones still have eyesight. Your acupuncture skills just now are very good." As a tycoon in the pharmaceutical industry, Su Xiaoquan does not know how to do medicine, but he knows it well. He certainly knew how terrifying Yi Fei's medical skills were just now. In fact, Su Xiaoquan has been suffering from the condition of heart failure for some time. Due to his advanced age and the fact that heart failure is difficult to treat, he has not undergone surgery and has taken more conservative medical treatment. His situation just now was very dangerous. If Yi Fei hadn't taken the shot in time, the consequences would be disastrous. Dr. Huang also treated him with acupuncture, but in Su Xiaoquan's view, Yi Fei's acupuncture level is even higher than that of Dr. Huang. Whether the doctor is good or not, the patient has the most say. When Dr. Huang heard Su Xiaoquan's words, he immediately saw Lai Xinxi and said, "Master Yi, I wonder if you can show your acupuncture and moxibustion technique just now. I want to ask Master Yi for advice." Dr. Huang spoke very politely. Yi Fei said lightly also. After speaking, Yi Fei took out the silver needle. "Young Master Yi, let me do the experiment," Dr. Huang said with a smile. Yi Fei nodded, he cleared up his mood, his expression became extremely focused. Yi Fei quickly applied the needle. Only seeing Yi Fei move like clouds in flowing water, as natural as breathing. He is serious, professional, decisive, and calm. After the silver needle was pierced into the acupuncture tract, Yi Fei used a unique technique to gently spin the silver needle, lifting and venting it, stimulating the acupuncture tract. Yi Fei's technique is extremely precise. He pierced Dr. Huang's Jian Weishu point at the shoulder and neck. Dr. Huang only felt a warm current surging in the shoulders and necks. With Yi Fei's acupuncture, his shoulder and neck muscles became relaxed and comfortable. Yi Fei's skill in applying acupuncture needles, piercing into the acupoints is extremely accurate, which is amazing. More importantly, Yi Fei's method of applying acupuncture needles is also very special. He rotates his fingers to lift and release the needles. The depth of the needles varies, and he is very particular about it. This acupuncture and moxibustion technique is unprecedented for Dr. Huang, and it is definitely not an ordinary acupuncture technique. This acupuncture technique might have been passed down by an expert, Dr. Huang secretly said. Moreover, the speed of Yi Fei's needle application, even Dr. Huang sighed to himself. This acupuncture technique. Dr. Huang was a little startled, but also a little excited, only feeling wide open. Dr. Huang's medical skills are already well known in Yanjing, but this young man from the Yi family. Dr. Huang gave a wry smile and said, "There are people outside the world, there are people outside the world. Yi Gongzi, you don't know which master you inherited from your acupuncture technique. It's incredible and makes me ashamed." Dr. Huang was shocked. This acupuncture technique is absolutely top-notch. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Dr. Huang couldn't believe that such a mysterious acupuncture method could be mastered by such a young man. Yi Fei smiled without saying a word. Dr. Huang sighed again and again, half joking, half seriously. "If Master Yi is a doctor, then I am afraid I will lose my job." As Dr. Huang laughed, Yi Fei is the only heir of the Yi family, and his future net worth. How can it be possible to become a doctor after hundreds of billions of dollars? Yi Fei said, "Dr. Huang, don't praise me." Yi Fei also knew that Dr. Huang was very respectful to and due to his identity, and when he saw Yi Fei's surgery, he took the initiative to please him. Dr. Huang's full name is Huang Zhenglong. In the original book, he was also an enemy of the protagonist Chen Luo because of his medical skills. Dr. Huang and Chen Luo didn't deal with each other, but because of Yi Fei's medical skills and identity, they respected him very much. "You're in Su Lao's condition, and I am relieved," Dr. Huang said again. Seeing that Dr. Huang admired Yi Fei so much, Su Xiaoquan and Su Qingzhu were even more amazed at Yi Fei's medical skills. Of course, Su Xiaoquan thanked Yi Fei again and again. Yi Fei said, "It's just a matter of raising a hand, Elder Su. I'll say goodbye if there is nothing to do, and I will visit you in 2 days." "All right, thank you very much," Su Xiaoquan said. Yi Fei humbled a few words, ready to get up. Yi Fei got up to leave, but Su Qingzhu said, "Wait, Master Yi, I will send you out." Su Qingzhu actually offered to send Yi Fei away. Yi Fei's heart moved. Seeing that Su Qingzhu wanted to speak, Su Qingzhu seemed to have something to say to him. For more, when you vote for flowers, by the way, vote for very good comments. Chapter 9 Su Qingzhu, you are sick one more, ask for all support. Su Qingzhu took the initiative to ask Yi Fei to leave. Yi Fei did not refuse. He knew that Su Qingzhu had something to tell him, but he wanted to see what Su Qingzhu wanted to say to him. Host, take the opportunity, this is a rare opportunity for you and Su Qingzhu to be alone. The female voice of the system sounded in due course. Yi Fei smiled non-committal. Yi Fei and Su Qingzhu walked outside the main hall side by side. Su Qingzhu's temperament was still cold, she walked with long legs, leading the way. Su Qingzhu led Yi Fei through the Suis villa, bypassing the rockery and pond. Su Qingzhu said, "Master Yi, thank you for saving my grandpa today. I am very grateful to you. Miss Su is polite." Yi Fei answered calmly. The conversation between Yi Fei and Su Qingzhu was alienated. Su Qingzhu's shell teeth bit his lower lip and said, "My grandfather has not recovered yet. I don't know if you can come to him for acupuncture and moxibustion these days. I am worried about his body." "Yes, Su Lao is also my elder, this is what it should be," Yi Fei said. From beginning to end, Yi Fei did not mention Su Qingzhu. Su Qingzhu pursed his lips and said, "Thank you." After speaking, Su Qingzhu was silent. She was not a talkative person, and she didn't know how to talk about Yi Fei at this time. And Yi Fei didn't speak, he didn't mean to take the initiative to chat with Su Qingzhu. The system was anxious for a while, and said in Yi Fei's heart, "Host, this is a good opportunity to communicate with Su Qingzhu. You have to seize the opportunity and speak actively. Shut up." Yi Fei directly told the system to shut up. Yi Fei had his own plan. The system was very dissatisfied and hummed twice, but still closed his mouth obediently. Yi Fei and Su Qingzhu were silent all the way, and they had already reached the gate of Su family villa. The moment Yi Fei was about to leave at the door, he heard Su Qingzhu finally speak again. Su Qingzhu looked at Yi Fei with bright eyes, and asked, "Yi Gongzi, why have you learned acupuncture and moxibustion and the acupuncture skills are so brilliant?" This is also the doubt in Su Qingzhu's heart. When did Yi Fei become proficient in medicine? I have never heard of it before. Yi Fei asked in return, "Miss Su, you never asked me if I can practice medicine or acupuncture." Su Qingzhu stopped. The clothes and skirt on her body outlined the perfect curve, slim and perfect figure. Yi Fei glanced at her figure, with and round butts. According to the old man's experience, this kind of woman is most suitable for marrying home as a wife. Yi Fei retracted his gaze and said lightly, "Miss Su, I have pursued you before, and I have a deep love for you. I know you like horsemanship, flower arranging, and know your hobbies, but what about you?" Su Qingzhu was startled slightly, and there was a trace of complexity on that delicate and cold face. Yi Fei shrugged and said nonchalantly, "But you don't seem to know me at all. Also, the person who chased Miss Su could be cute from Yanjing to Hushi. It doesn't matter if I have one more." Yi Fei's words were straightforward and harsh. In the original book, Yi Fei was really passionate about Su Qingzhu. Of course, Su Qingzhu can't be blamed entirely. After all, Yi Fei knew that Su Qingzhu had misogyny and she hated to reject all the opposite sex. In the original book, even the male protagonist Chen Luo repeatedly bumped into Su Qingzhu's side. Yi Fei suspected that if the protagonist Halo and Chen Luo had not used some means, they might not have made Su Qingzhu fall. Su Qingzhu opened his mouth lightly, trying to speak, but he didn't know where to start. Because what Yi Fei said was true. She really cared little about Yi Fei before, even if Yi Fei was extremely enthusiastic about her, she still couldn't move her. Because of misogyny, Su Qingzhu closed his heart, and was almost unwilling to have contact with any male. He also used work to paralyze himself on weekdays. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Su Qingzhu felt a little guilty. Perhaps it is really her fault. "Miss Su, you are sick and mentally ill," Yi Fei said. Su Qingju frowned slightly. What do you mean? Yifei bluntly said that she was ill, causing Su Qingju to frown subconsciously, and he was prepared. Yifei looked at Su Qingju's eyes as clear as water, and said lightly, don't you feel your own problems, Miss Su? You seem to have a psychological aversion to all men. Su Qingju panicked, and Yifei told him the secret in his heart. Upon seeing this, Yifei continued, Miss Su, your current state is very dangerous. If your aversion to men continues, you will not only hate contact with strange men, but you will most likely give up communicating with the outside world. Become autistic or depressed. Su Qingju's face paled slightly, his head hanging slightly, and he was silent. Seeing Su Qingju's silence, Yifei continued to arouse her with words. Yifei said, Miss Su, if I'm not mistaken, you should have witnessed your dad's domestic violence since childhood, causing psychological shadows, and hating to reject all men, right? With all due respect, you have fallen into a very extreme state. Not all men in this world like your father to beat up women with domestic violence. If you close yourself for a long time, it will only harm you and your family in the end. Your grandpa will always regret that you did not find a good home, and you will die alone because of this misogyny. Yifei's words are sharp and straightforward. Su Qingju suddenly raised his head, his delicate and beautiful face turned a little pale. How did Yifei know? How does he know his secret? Su Qingju's childhood shadow should only be known to her and her grandfather. Yifei's sharp words directly broke Su Qingju's psychological defense. Happy National Day, everyone! Chapter 10 Skill Upgrading 2 More Flowers Collection. Every time Yifei said something, Su Qingju's complexion turned pale. In fact, due to misogyny, Su Qingju has always closed her heart. Whenever she comes into contact with a man, she subconsciously always recalls the scene of her father's domestic violence when she was a child. This also caused Su Qingju's character to become more and more withdrawn. Male, she is reluctant to touch. And she looks so beautiful, coupled with the temperament that strangers do not enter, women do not want to be friends with her. Her social circle is very narrow, she can only rely on work to paralyze herself. Yifei was right. If this continues, her misogyny will only get worse, and she will eventually close herself completely. Yifei said, so I advise you, Miss Su, if you don't want to close yourself anymore, you can only try to get out of the shadows. Otherwise, the longer the delay, the more serious the problem in your heart. Su Qingju bit his lip. How did you know? Yifei shrugged. You don't have to worry about it, you can say it all, Miss Su, think about it for yourself. Having said that, Yifei waved his hand at Su Qingju very smartly, and drove the blue Bentley Mulsanne away. On the spot, Su Qingju always stood on the spot, his slender figure is eye-catching. Su Qingju watched Yifei drive away, his heart is extremely complicated. Is she really wrong? Yifei drove home in a good mood. But the system came out again to communicate with Yifei at this time. Host, you were so bold just now that you directly uncovered Su Qingju's secret. Otherwise, Yifei asked rhetorically. Host, if you say this to Su Qingju, aren't you afraid of self-defeating and making Su Qingju angry? The system asked curiously. Yifei smiled. So you don't understand. Why don't I understand? The system's voice was angrily, like a cat with its tail trampled on. Just now you wanted me to take the opportunity of being alone to take the initiative to set up a topic with Su Qingju, and take the opportunity to approach her, right? Yifei said lightly. Systematically said isn't that the best chance to get close to Su Qingju? You just saved her grandfather, and she is also grateful to you. Yifei said, be grateful and you can't eat it. For a woman like Su Qingju, she makes a clear distinction. The system froze for a moment. That's why you deliberately aroused her. Yes, Su Qingju is misogynistic, and he is extremely defensive against any man. For this kind of woman, you can only get close to her if you take off her thick armor. Yifei said lightly. Since he wanted to plunder Chen Luo's luck, Su Qingju couldn't get around as the heroine. So the system just wanted Yifei to take the opportunity to get close to Su Qingju, but Yifei chose another way and straightforwardly informed Su Qingju that she was misogynistic. In fact, it was indeed a good opportunity to approach Su Qingju just now. But as long as Su Qingju had misogyny, it would be difficult for Su Qingju to hold any man's position in his heart. What if Su Qingzhu is grateful that he saved Su Xiaoku and the end result is still the same? Is it possible that he should be a licking dog again? Yi Fei refused. Yi Fei said again, so if you want to capture Su Qingzhu and completely cut off the connection between Su Qingzhu and Chen Luo, the only way to cure her misogyny. You are talking about one set of sets. The system expressed dissatisfaction. Yi Fei smiled without saying a word. Ding, congratulations to the host, because Su Qingzhu's impression of you is changed, so experience points have increased. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei received a system prompt. Directly increased experience points. It turns out that Yi Fei was right. What he said just now had an effect on Su Qingzhu. In fact, Yi Fei still didn't say a word. That's because Su Qingzhu suffers from misogyny, and she hates all men very much. But once Su Qingzhu fell, he would still be devoted to that man until he died. How is it? Yi Fei asked the system with a smile. The system snorted. You got it right. The system is a bit arrogant, but the sound is very nice. The Su family has been one step ahead of me, and it will be difficult for Chen Luo to make another storm. Yi Fei said lightly. Yi Fei seized this opportunity and successfully changed the plot ahead of time. In the original book, Chen Luo cured Su Xiaokuan's illness, and was grateful from the Su family. By this, he stayed in the Su family and had the opportunity to get along with Su Qingzhu day and night. But now, the plot was changed by Yi Fei. The host should not be careless. Chen Luo's contacts in Yanjing are not limited to the Su family. The system reminded. Yi Fei said, of course I understand. There are still a few days left. Let me think about how to get rid of it. Come on, host, I am very optimistic about you. By the way, I want to use experience points to add points. Yi Fei said. As the protagonist, Chen Luo not only has the protagonist's halo, but also various skills. Chen Luo is not only proficient in medical skills, but also good in force, and can easily deal with more than a dozen ordinary people. In addition, he is also proficient in gambling, horsemanship, and other skills, and is a standard novel almighty hero. Therefore, Yi Fei wanted to use experience points to make preparations for dealing with Chen Luo. In addition to the experience points the host received from the Huangdi and I Jing, the host currently has some experience points, enough to add a skill to a high level, or add some attribute points. The system said. Let us add the martial arts skills to the advanced level first. Yi Fei thought for a while and chose martial arts. This skill can't be low, otherwise he himself is in danger. Although Yi Fei basically carries bodyguards when he goes out, but bodyguards are not omnipotent, only if he is strong is true. Ding, congratulations to the host, consume some experience, successfully upgrade the martial arts skills to advanced, and the attributes will change accordingly. A female voice prompt came from the system. At the same time, countless knowledge and skills about martial arts poured into Yi Fei's mind. Yi Fei's body was refreshed, with a feeling of enlightenment. Not only did knowledge flood into his mind, his body also quietly changed. Even more, please ask for some flowers and very good evaluation votes, it is a bit less today. Chapter 11. It turns out that gold can be Krypton 3. Seek all support. He only felt the heat in his pubic area, and a warm current flowed from his pubic area to his limbs. Yi Fei felt an indescribable comfort all over his body, as if he was reborn. Cool. At the same time, Yi Fei felt that there were countless knowledge and skills about martial arts in his mind. These knowledge and skills are as if they were born with them, and they were deeply imprinted in his mind, allowing him to master them proficiently. Friendly reminder, the host's current martial arts skills are equivalent to that of the male lead Chen Luo. The system prompted. Yi Fei lifted his spirits. His current martial value is no worse than Chen Luo. In terms of both medical skills and martial arts, he is no longer weaker than Chen Luo. Yi Fei still had some experience points left, which was equal to some attribute points. As a result of martial arts skills, Yi Fei's two attributes, strength and speed, have been greatly improved. The current attribute data of Yi Fei is as follows. Host Yi Fei. Experience. Personal wealth 100 million. Strength. Speed 4. Wisdom. Charm. Lucky value. Note: standard for normal adult males. After upgrading martial arts skills to advanced levels, the power attribute increased to 4 and the speed increased to 4. I said the system, is there a way to quickly add attributes? Yi Fei asked. He is still a bit dissatisfied with his attributes. Yes, the host can exchange money for skill levels and attribute points. It costs 100 million yuan to make a skill of the host directly go to the advanced level. It costs 300 million yuan, plus the skill proficiency meets the requirements, so that the host can directly use a skill. Promote to the master level. System voice came. Yi Fei was speechless when he heard it. He had a black heart system and a billion-dollar upgrade skill. Why didn't he grab it? This is no different from the Krypton gold in the game. Having said that, Yi Fei understands that this skill upgrade is still worthwhile. After all, he is not short of money. Yi Fei now has more than 7 billion in assets, and has about 500 million available liquidity. After all, assets and funds are two concepts. Assets include real estate, stock market value and other assets, but cash is another matter. 500 million yuan is enough for Yi Fei to upgrade his skills. What about the attribute points? Yi Fei asked. Consumption of 1 million yuan can increase attribute points. Black heart system. After Yi Fei complained, he was not in a hurry to add some money, anyway, he could add some when he needed it. I still have some experience points, right? I'll add charm. Yi Fei said in a deep voice. Congratulations to the host on the success of adding points. The charm value increased by points. Your charm value is currently points. The charm level is very friendly. The system prompts. Yi Fei looked at the attribute page, and sure enough, a line of small characters very friendly appeared under the charm column, along with a systematic explanation. The hostess charm value exceeds a point, and it has a strong affinity, which is easy for people to generate. Good impression. It sounds good, but I don't know the effect. After Yi Fei added the attribute points, he also returned to the Yi family villa. Yi Fei doesn't stay in the Yi family villa very often. He also owns several villas in Yanjing, and even a courtyard house. Yi Fei went home and greeted his parents first, and then went to Brilliant Entertainment. He specifically checked the company's books and found that there were indeed 500 million in cash. To deal with Chen Luo to upgrade his skills, the 500 million cash may not be enough. It seems that it's really impossible to just ask cheap fathers and mothers to take some money, otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of my second-generation super-rich status? Yi Fei secretly said. Yi Fei sure didn't think there was anything wrong with asking his parents to open their mouths for money. Me, Yi Fei, make money. Time flickered, and another day passed. There were only 3 days left before the male lead Chen Luo appeared. It is not easy to capture the luck of the protagonist Chen Luo. After all, Chen Luo has the protagonist's aura, and he is not small. But Yi Fei is familiar with the plot trend in the book and can make layouts in advance. Yi Fei went to Su's house again to see a doctor for Su Xiaokuan. Su Xiaokuan's body has gradually recovered, and his mental state is acceptable. As for Su Qingzhu did not speak to him for a whole day, and his attitude towards him seemed to have returned to his former indifference. But Yi Fei knew that this woman's mentality was quietly changing. Yi Fei wasn't in a hurry, he couldn't be too proactive in dealing with iceberg beauties like Su Qingzhu. He had to stay away and arouse her interest in order to occupy her heart in the end. After all, Su Qingzhu suffers from misogyny, and she is very wary of any opposite sex. Host, what are you going to do now? Su Qingzhu seems to be difficult to handle for a while. The system was a little gloating. Yi Fei was very calm. What's the hurry? Su Qingzhu is not in a hurry for the time being, let us find another person. Another person? The system was a little puzzled. Well, let us find Luo Weiyu. Yi Fei smiled. Luo Weiyu. It is also one of the 3 most important heroines in the novel Genius Doctor. Compared with Su Qingzhu, who suffers from misogyny, her personality is completely different. It was a sunny girl. Host, are you going to find Luo Weiyu? The system asked. That's right. Yi Fei said lazily. Let us go, let's south go to Yangtze Street. Yanjing Yangtze Street is just a very inconspicuous street. Yi Fei drove there. He changed his car to a lower-key Porsche and drove to Yangtze Street. After Yi Fei's Porsche was followed by an Audi Q, inside was Yi Fei's bodyguard. Soon, Yangtze Street arrived. This is a very ordinary road, and there are not many people in this area. Compared with the bustling Yanjing, it is really inconspicuous. Yi Fei walked to the far end of the street, where there was a small flower shop. Here is where Luo Weiyu is. Even. Chapter 12 Sunshine Girl 4 More Flowers Evaluation. There is a small flower shop beside Yangtze Street. The facade of the flower shop is very small, about a dozen square meters. There is a small yard outside the flower shop with various flowers, such as roses, gypsophila, lilies, tulips. These flowers are well taken care of. Some of the flowers still have water drops on their stamens, facing the sun. The sun shines on the door of this flower shop, which is exceptionally beautiful. Yi Fei saw the flower shop from a distance, and was about to walk into the flower shop, but he heard a loud noise coming from the flower shop. Beauty, you have to pay a protection fee for this store. Hey, that's right, 2,000 yuan a month protection fee, this is our new rule. No money if you don't have money, do you want to pay for it, hee hee? Yi Fei frowned slightly, and saw 3 small gangsters surrounding a girl in the flower shop. The girl was sitting in a wheelchair, her figure was slightly thin, but her face was unparalleled. She didn't put on any powder, although she had a plain face, she was a stunning beauty. The only regret is that the girl is sitting in a wheelchair, and her feet seem to be disabled. The 3 small gangsters in the flower shop smiled unkindly, with wicked eyebrows, very wretched. The girl bit her lip, her expression was slightly flustered, but she was very strong. The girl was the girl Yi Fei was looking for this time, Luo Weiyu. I warn you, if you make trouble again, I will call the police. Luo Weiyu bit her lip. You are calling the police, brothers are not afraid of you. Hey, if you dare to call the police, we will see you broken flower shop every day, and see if you still do business. Luo Weiyu's face turned pale when she heard the threatening words of these little gangsters. Yi Fei frowned. He came to find Luo Weiyu, but he didn't expect to encounter this scene. Yi Fei walked into the flower shop without saying a word, and said lightly, "What are you doing?" These little gangsters turned their heads and saw a man in off-white casual clothes standing at the door. This man looked casual, but he was by no means ordinary. He is tall and slender, his appearance is even more handsome, and his face is well defined and very handsome. Hey, Xiaobelian still wants to be nosy. Boy, go away wisely, don't disturb our good things. Seeing Yi Fei, several gangsters sneered and threatened and mocked. Yi Fei frowned slightly, and he had nothing to say about this kind of ignorant character. Yi Fei just waved his hand. Immediately afterwards, 2 burly men in suits appeared behind Yi Fei. Yi Xiao. These 2 big guys were Yi Fei's bodyguards, bending over respectfully at Yi Fei. Yi Fei glanced at the 3 gangsters and said, "Drag them out and throw them into the lake in the park to feed the fish." Yes, Xiao Yi. The 2 bodyguards acted immediately without saying a word, and directly set up the 3 punks and dragged them out of the flower shop. These little gangsters couldn't even resist. Yi Fei's bodyguards are comparable to elite special forces. The screams and begging of forgiveness from these little gangsters outside the flower shop were still clearly heard. This change happened too quickly and suddenly. Luo Weiyu was stunned for a moment. Yi Fei downplayed and asked the bodyguard to deal with the gangsters, and the flower shop quieted down. Yi Fei smiled brightly at Luo Weiyu. "Boss, I'm here to buy flowers, you can still do business." Luo Weiyu is the owner of this small flower shop. In the original book, Luo Weiyu is a girl like sunshine. Her life experience is miserable. When she was a teenager, she was traveling by car with her parents and there was a car accident. Her parents were both killed in a car accident. Luo Weiyu was lucky to survive, but her leg was also disabled and she could only live in a wheelchair. But Luo Weiyu was extremely strong. She did not complain, did not abandon herself, nor did she fall for it. Luo Weiyu took a sum of compensation for the car accident and opened a flower shop in Yangtze Street to live a strong life by self-reliance. Although her experience is miserable, she is always strong and optimistic, full of sunshine. Even with many misfortunes, her heart is still kind and beautiful. In the original book, Luo Weiyu was treated for a leg injury and disabled by the male protagonist Chen Luo, and finally fell into love. But now, Yi Fei took the lead, and then grabbed the lead of Chen Luo. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Luo Weiyu first woke up and said in a grateful low voice, "Thank you for helping me. Do you want to buy flowers? I will give you a pot of flowers." Luo Weiyu knew that Yi Fei's identity was unusual, whether it was rich or expensive. Just now Yi Fei's bodyguard made a bold move, and those little gangsters would never dare to trouble her again. Yi Fei smiled slightly when he heard the words, and said, "Give me a pot of flowers, it's okay, that I'm welcome. You pick whatever you want." Luo Weiyu smiled lightly, with a beautiful smile. The temperament of this girl is very comfortable. She is like an indisputable water lily, sitting there quietly. She didn't feel inferior because of her leg disability, nor did she deliberately please because of Yi Fei's identity. Yi Fei smiled. He scanned the flower shop. Although the flower shop was small, it had a wide variety of flowers. The decoration in the shop was simple but clean. Lilies, tulips, gypsophila, roses. Yi Fei turned a blind eye to these colorful flowers. He walked to the windowsill and saw a pot of ordinary orchids. "Just this pot." Yi Fei smiled. "I like orchids. Can I take this pot of orchids away?" Luo Weiyu was slightly startled, because the orchid selected by Yi Fei was her favorite flower in this flower shop. "You also like orchids?" Luo Weiyu's eyes flashed with a faint surprise. Yi Fei said warmly, "Yes, although orchids look ordinary, they are composed of plants and trees. They do not compete with the fragrant beauty. They are clear and not turbid. They have a pot in the room and are full of fragrance. Among all the flowers, I like orchids the most." Luo Weiyu's eyes were as bright as water, and the surprise was even better. Because what Yi Fei said was exactly the same as she thought. She had always liked orchids, and even regarded the orchid selected by Yi Fei as a treasure. Now that Yi Fei said that, she suddenly felt like meeting her confidant. Yi Fei knows the plot in the original book very well, and of course he also knows that Luo Weiyu's favorite is orchids. For more, I want flowers to be very appraised. Chapter 13. I can heal you one more flowers for a reward. Because of this pot of orchids, Yi Fei and Luo Weiyu were also closer. After Yi Fei added a little to his charm value, although his appearance has not changed much, his temperament has quietly changed. With his handsome face, it is easy for people to feel good. "Boss, you also like orchids? Oh, by the way, I haven't asked your name yet," Yi Fei said naturally. Luo Weiyu's face turned red. Yi Fei was a hero who saved the United States just now, and he had made Luo Weiyu a little favored. Coupled with Yi Fei's orchid rhetoric, it made her agree with Yi Fei in her heart. And because of the addition of Yi Fei's charm value, Luo Weiyu has an inexplicable favor with him. Luo Weiyu whispered, "My name is Luo Weiyu." Ding, congratulations to the host, increase experience points. Hearing the prompt from the system, Yi Fei knew that Luo Weiyu's favor with him was increasing. "My name is Yi Fei." The corner of Yi Fei's mouth curled up. "I like this orchid very much. Can you give it to me? This orchid is Luo Weiyu's most beloved thing. She has always taken care of it and loved it very much. If someone else wants to buy this orchid, she must be unwilling." But facing Yi Fei, somehow, she dropped her head slightly and whispered, "Well, since Mr. Yi likes it, this orchid will be given to you. I just hope you treat it well." "Of course." Yi Fei watched Luo Weiyu's crystal eyes seriously, and said, "I will take care of it. My family also has several pots of different varieties of orchids. Please enjoy them next time." This is true. There is a small garden in Yi Fei's private villa. There are not only orchids in the garden, but also a variety of precious flowers, at least a few hundred. Luo Weiyu's eyes lit up slightly when she heard the words, revealing a look of expectation. Luo Weiyu especially likes orchids because she thinks orchids are very similar to her character. Quiet and elegant, without contending with the world. In fact, there are many varieties of orchids, some of which are even unique and very precious. So I heard Yi Fei said that he also raised many varieties of orchids, which made Luo Weiyu very interested and even more like meeting a confidant. But immediately, Luo Weiyu's bright eyes dimmed slightly. My legs and feet are inconvenient, it is difficult to have a chance to appreciate it. Luo Weiyu didn't feel inferior, but calmly faced the fact that her legs and feet were disabled. Yi Fei was waiting for Luo Weiyu's words. Yi Fei, pretending to be surprised, looked at Luo Weiyu's legs and said, "Miss Luo, your legs are." Luo Wei said in the rain, "I was injured in a car accident and my thigh suffered a comminuted fracture. The doctor said it was difficult to recover." Luo Weiyu said it lightly, but after thinking about it, she knew how painful it was. Luo Weiyu bit her lip, and her body trembled slightly. It was obvious that the car accident was an extremely painful memory for her. Yi Fei looked at Luo Weiyu with gentle eyes and a sincere expression. "Miss Luo, can I see your injuries? I have studied medicine." Have studied medicine. No matter how Luo Weiyu looked at Yi Fei, he didn't seem to know how to heal. But out of the goodwill of Yi Fei before, it was also Yi Fei's sincerity that moved her, so she did not refuse. "Okay." Luo Weiyu was wearing a pair of loose casual trousers. Yi Fei squatted down, rolled up the trousers slightly, and then saw Luo Weiyu's leg injury. Luo Weiyu's legs are still fixed with steel plates, and it is difficult for her to walk. In fact, Luo Weiyu's legs are very beautiful. Yi Fei guessed that she was at least 1.7 meters tall. These legs were long and straight, full of beauty. Not to mention those feet, the little feet are slender and lovely, white as snow, toes are like pearls, and nails are neatly trimmed and crystal clear. These legs are just plain. The only fly in the ointment is that there are several long scars on her legs, which are the scars left by Luo Weiyu after the car accident. Luo Weiyu's cheeks were hot when Yi Fei saw her, and her heart was pounding. Yi Fei said politely, "Sure enough, Miss Luo, can I try your injury with acupuncture?" Yi Fei asked in a frank and gentle tone. Luo Weiyu's face flushed, although she was puzzled, she nodded slightly. Yi Fei is not like the kind of man who loves to take advantage of women, so it doesn't hurt to let him try. It's just that Luo Weiyu didn't have much hope in her heart. After her leg was injured, she went to several hospitals and concluded that she was disabled for life. Even if she returned to the most ideal state, she would not be able to live without crutches in the future. And wheelchair. Seeing Luo Weiyu's consent, Yi Fei took out the silver needle. His silver needle has been disinfected. Yi Fei quickly applied the needle. He took out the needle, lifted his arm slightly, and then pierced into the acupuncture tract. Yi Fei's movements did not drag any muddy water. Acupuncture and moxibustion pierced the 3 points of Zusanli, Daden, and Senyengjiu. Yi Fei's actions were simple and precise, and his concentration and seriousness made the girl very impressed. Luo Weiyu was surprised. Yi Fei didn't lie to her, he was indeed a doctor. "Miss Luo, how does it feel to be acupuncture on your leg?" Yi Fei asked. "It's a bit numb," Luo Weiyu whispered, her legs were a bit numb and itchy. Seeing Yi Fei's concentrated expression, Luo Weiyu felt that her heartbeat was faster. Ding, congratulations to the host, increase experience points. Yi Fei received the news of the increase in experience value. Yi Fei tried several acupuncture points one after another, and changed the acupuncture technique. He turned the silver needle lightly, and then asked, "How do you feel now?" "It's a bit hot." Luo Weiyu only felt that this time when acupuncture points on her legs, a warm current hit her, causing her legs to become hot. Yi Fei heard the words, he had the results in his heart. "Put away the silver needle," Yi Fei believes. "Miss Luo, I think I can heal your leg injury." Luo Weiyu trembled, showing excitement. Even more, all support. Chapter 14 Experience Points of Sing rising 2 more. "Mr. Yi, what you said is true." Luo Weiyu couldn't restrain her inner excitement. Although she can face her leg injury calmly, if she can return to normal, how can she not think about it? Yi Fei nodded earnestly, staring at Luo Weiyu's eyes and said, "I can heal you, I can help you find the best orthopedic doctor in Quanyanjing, and then cooperate with my acupuncture and moxibustion to completely heal your leg injury." Luo Weiyu's leg injury was indeed serious. But Yi Fei had tried the silver needle just now, and her legs were still sensation. Although the nerves and acupoints were damaged, they were all functioning normally. In other words, although Luo Weiyu's leg injury is serious, it can be treated. If he undergoes surgical treatment and cooperates with his Imu Shenzhen acupuncture method, he can fully recover within a few months and walk normally. In the original book, the protagonist Chen Luo completely healed Luo Weiyu's injury, and it took nearly a year. But Yi Fei is different, he has a better way. Traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine have their own strengths, and what Chinese medicine is best at is conditioning and strengthening the body. Western medicine is good at surgery and surgery. If Luo Weiyu's leg injury is treated with traditional Chinese medicine alone, the effect is too slow. The best way is to perform surgery first, and then use acupuncture and other methods, which will have the fastest effect. Yi Fei can invite all the best orthopedics experts from Yanjing and Zuana Wangguo to perform surgery on Luo Weiyu. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Luo Weiyu was so excited, she seemed to think of something, showing hesitation. Although Yi Fei said it was great news for her, but she had a problem. Luo Weiyu's head drooped and said in a low voice, "Mr. Yi, I don't have money to pay for medical expenses now." Yi Fei said, "You don't need to pay for medical expenses, I will pay the money." "No, I can't owe you so much money." Luo Weiyu subconsciously shook his head and refused. Luo Weiyu's character is like this, not only is strong and optimistic, but also has her own little persistence and is unwilling to owe favors. Although she could see that Yi Fei had a lot of money, not only did he have a personal bodyguard, but also his clothes were all high-end customizations. The watch he wore on his hand was equivalent to the lifetime wealth of many ordinary people. Maybe this medical bill was a drop in the price for Yi Fei, but it was an astronomical figure for her, and she didn't want to owe this favor. There was a hint of appreciation in Yi Fei's eyes. He knew that Luo Weiyu was such a woman. I have to say that the heroine of the book Genius Doctor is very well portrayed. Each heroine has his own personality and is definitely not a facial vase role. Yi Fei once said, "Why don't it be like this? Even if you borrow this money from me, you can return it to me in the future." Luo Weiyu bit her lip and whispered, "Mr. Yi, with all due respect, we just met, why are you so good to me?" "Because I see you are beautiful, I want to be a hero to save the beauty, so as to impress your heart." Is this answer satisfactory? Yi Fei blinked. Luo Weiyu grinned. She knew that what Yi Fei was talking about was a joke. Yi Fei said again, "Miss Luo, don't have psychological pressure. This is just a matter of effort for me. It's rare that you and I like orchids, which is also a fate. I also want to go to my yard with you one day." Orchid. Yi Fei used Lan Huai's rhetoric to impress Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu was obviously more moved. Ding, congratulations to the host, increase experience points. Yi Fei received the system prompt again. Yi Fei struck the iron while it was hot, with a serious expression on his face. "Besides, your legs are so beautiful, but it's a pity to sit in a wheelchair. Give it to me, I promise to restore your legs, and even a little scar." "Don't stay." This made Luo Weiyu's face hot. Yi Fei actually said that her legs are very beautiful. In fact, when Yi Fei was acupuncture for her, Yi Fei's hands inevitably came into contact with her legs. Thinking about the scene just now, Luo Weiyu's face was even hotter. Ding, congratulations to the host, increase experience points. There are continuous reminders about the increase in experience points. Luo Weiyu's favor with him is also rising. The timing of Yi Fei's appearance today is too good. First, the hero saves the beauty, but also because of the orchid connection, plus the increase in Yi Fei's charm value, and the acupuncture just now. It's like fate. This caused Luo Weiyu to fall quickly. "Miss Luo, then it's settled, you leave it to me." Yi Fei made the decision for Luo Weiyu. Yi Fei's tone was a bit domineering, but Luo Weiyu was not disgusted at all. Luo Weiyu pressed her lips tightly and did not speak, which was regarded as acquiescence. Yi Fei said, "Naturally, I will immediately arrange an orthopedic specialist for these 2 days. In addition, during the period before the operation, I will do acupuncture for you every day to activate your meridians and blood." Luo Weiyu's eyes were shining, and she moved. "Mr. Yi, thank you." Yi Fei smiled. He stared at Luo Weiyu's eyes like autumn water, and said, "You're welcome. In fact, Miss Luo, you don't have to mind the money at all, you have already paid the bill." "When did I pay?" Luo Weiyu opened her beautiful eyes. But at this moment, Yi Fei pointed at the orchid and said, "In my opinion, that little money is not as precious as this orchid. You have already paid for this orchid if you gave me this orchid." Luo Weiyu was startled slightly, her expression softened. "Ding, congratulations to the host, the experience points have increased." Yi Fei's voice was gentle and sincere. "I also want to thank you for showing me a sunny girl and the most beautiful smile I have seen today." Luo Weiyu blushed completely, and Xia Fei's cheeks were bright and moving, and she couldn't be anything. "Ding, congratulations to the host, the experience points have increased." "Ding, congratulations to the host, the experience points have increased." In Yi Fei's ear, the system prompt sounded one after another. Chapter 16 Jealous 4 More Flowers Evaluation Votes. Yangtze Street. Su Qingjue's heartbeat speeded up and quietly drove behind Yi Fei. She followed Yi Fei out of the way. She wanted to see what Yi Fei was going to do. Only saw Yi Fei parked on the side of the street, and then walked to the door of a very ordinary flower shop. Is he going to buy flowers? Su Qingju was puzzled. Soon after, I saw Yi Fei walk into the flower shop and greet a very beautiful girl. It turned out to be here to pick up girls. Su Qingju flashed this thought in his mind, and unconsciously squeezed his right hand, his eyes cold. But in the next scene, Su Qingju was slightly taken aback. I saw Yi Fei pushing the girl to the small yard of the flower shop, and the girl turned out to be in a wheelchair. The girl is beautiful and her smile is sweet, but her legs seem to be disabled, and she can only sit in a wheelchair and let Yi Fei push out to enjoy the sun. After a while, Su Qingju saw Yi Fei take out the silver needle and meticulously acupuncture the girl. Seeing this scene from afar, Su Qingju's cold expression softened and his eyes became softer. What is Yi Fei's identity? The only heir to the Yi family group, the Yi family. In the entire upper circle of Yanjing, who doesn't know Yi Fei's name? Someone even listed Yi Fei with the other 2 young masters and named them the 3 young masters of Yanjing. At first, when Yi Fei looked for Luo Weiyu, Su Qingju felt that Yi Fei was going to pick up girls, so he was disgusted. But when she saw Luo Weiyu sitting in a wheelchair and Yi Fei squatting to acupuncture her, Su Qingju dismissed the idea. What kind of woman does Yi Fei want? Although the girl in a wheelchair in front of her is very beautiful, as Yi Fei, it is not difficult to find such a beautiful woman. If it's just picking up girls for fun, he can't find a girl in a wheelchair, even if the girl is very beautiful. The girl has a disability. It seems that the conditions at home are very ordinary, but Yi Fei still patiently and carefully acupuncture her. It took dozens of minutes. Sitting in the car, Su Qingju could even see a lot of sweat on Yi Fei's forehead, but he didn't care at all and was still very focused. From the beginning to the end, Yi Fei's movements were very regular and clean, without any taking advantage of the movements, and even said very little, only in acupuncture. Finally, after the acupuncture and mock Sebastian was over, Su Qingju saw Yi Fei smiling and waving goodbye to the girl with a bright smile. This scene is extremely beautiful, like a beautiful landscape painting. The dignified youngest of the Yi family actually treated a girl with disabled legs so seriously. It seems that he is wrong. Su Qingju didn't know why Yi Fei came to Luo Weiyu, but thought she was the one who blamed Yi Fei. Su Qingju's eyes are soft, and he thinks about Yi Fei's reputation in Yanjing. The other rich and young all hug left and right, but Yi Fei was obsessed with her. Apart from pursuing him, he had never heard of rumors between him and other women. It is precisely because of this that grandfather Su Xiaoquan admires Yi Fei very much, and has always wanted to match the two. Su Qingju fell into memory, thinking of many bits and pieces of details. At this time, Yi Fei's ears suddenly sounded a reminder ding, congratulations to the host, Su Qingju's impression of you is changed, and the experience points will increase. Just as Yi Fei separated from Luo Weiyu, he received such a reminder. Yi Fei. He was puzzled. He obviously didn't do anything. Why did Su Qingju's impression of him change? System, what is going on? Yi Fei asked. Host, just now Su Qingju has been following you. The system simply explained it and replied. Why didn't you say it earlier? Anyway, it turns out to be beneficial to you, don't get cheap and sell well, host. Yi Fei could roughly guess why Su Qingju's impression of him changed. He smiled and was in a good mood. It's really unintentional. Yi Fei left Yangtze Street, but Su Qingju did not leave. She got out of the car and walked to the door of the flower shop. Seeing a visitor, Luo Weiyu smiled and said, "Hello, hello, are you here to buy flowers?" While talking, Luo Weiyu was taken aback. What a beautiful woman. Su Qingju is tall, stepping on a pair of silver high heels, carrying a limited edition Hermes bag, and wearing a special color purple jade necklace, light makeup, delicate face, and cool temperament. Luo Weiyu was taken aback for a moment, the corners of her mouth still smiling. Su Qingju shook her head. "I don't buy flowers." She also admired Luo Weiyu in her heart. This girl was clean and beautiful, just like crystal. Such a pure and beautiful girl is rare. "Then you are Luo Weiyu?" asked. "I'm Yi Fei's friend." Su Qingju thought for a while and said. Luo Weiyu said in surprise it turned out to be Mr. Yi's friend. I'm going to pour you water." With that, Luo Weiyu was very skilled in moving the wheelchair, and enthusiastically poured water for Luo Weiyu. Su Qingju was very curious. She directly asked Luo Weiyu, "How did you and Yi Fei meet?" Luo Weiyu handed the water cup to Su Qingju, a sweet smile appeared on her face, and said, "Mr. Yi helped me solve the trouble." It turned out to be a coincidence. Su Qingju looked at the quiet girl in front of him and said, "Miss Luo, do you need my help for your leg injury? I can ask a doctor to help you." Luo Weiyu only briefly told what happened that day. Luo Weiyu and Su Qingju exchanged names, and they are considered to know each other. In the face of a gentle and beautiful girl like Luo Weiyu, Su Qingju also wanted to help her. "No, thank Miss Su, Mr. Yi will help me." Luo Weiyu mentioned Yi Fei, with a sweeter smile on her face. Seeing the sweet smile on Luo Weiyu's face, Su Qingju somehow felt sour. For more, please support. Chapter 17. Su Qingju's got assist one more, ask for flowers and everything. The sourness in Su Qingju's heart flashed away. She quickly returned to normal, her expression faint. Luo Weiyu smiled and said, "Since you are Mr. Yi's friend, I will also give you a pot of flowers. What do you like?" Su Qingju looked at the lovely girl in front of her. She did not reject Luo Weiyu's kindness, picked a bunch of roses, and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome, the rose symbolizes love, I hope you like it." Luo Weiyu said sincerely. "Is it love?" Su Qingju was silent. Suffering from misogyny, she had already despaired of love. Her mind couldn't help but echo what Yi Fei said to him that day. If she continued to close herself, the final consequences would be disastrous. Perhaps it was Luo Weiyu's strength and smile that infected her, which made her feel a little shaken. Su Qingju's heart is complicated, but his face is expressionless, turning around and preparing to leave. Before she left, she suddenly stopped and said, "By the way, you know the identity of Yi Fei?" "Mr. Yi, what is his identity?" Luo Weiyu was startled and curious. Su Qingju met those pure eyes and said, "You know the Yi group, he is the only heir of the Yi group." Yip group. Of course, Luo Weiyu knew that this big name was like a thunderbolt. It was a group of hundreds of billions. How many people in Yanqing don't know? Mr. Yi is actually the only heir of the Yi group. Although Luo Weiyu knew that Yi Fei's identity was definitely extraordinary, she couldn't think that he was actually the son of the Yi family group and the only heir. Remembering everything Yi Fei did after meeting her again, there is no pretension to get along with her, always gentle. Moreover, the noble person also acupuncture for her, patient and meticulous. The dignified young master Yi actually did this to her. If this spreads out, I'm afraid it will make countless Yanjing women jealous and crazy, right? Luo Weiyu's eyes were gentle as water, and strange emotions were surging in her heart, sweet and shy, all kinds of emotions were intertwined. Su Qingju turned to leave at this time, and said before leaving, "Miss Luo, please keep it a secret for me. I don't want Yi Fei to know about coming to you today." "Good." Luo Weiyu agreed. Su Qingju turned and left. Su Qingju went away, while Luo Weiyu was watching the pot of orchids on the windowsill that she carefully took care of. Her eyes were crazy, the corners of her mouth raised, and her cheeks crept up, blushing quietly. At this moment, Yi Fei had arrived at the door of his private villa and was about to get out of the car. Yi Fei opened the car door, and at this moment a beautiful female voice sounded in his ear. Ding, congratulations to the host, the experience value has increased. Ding, congratulations to the host, Luo Weiyu is in love with you. 2 system prompts in a row made Yi Fei surprised. Yi Fei. What's the situation? He didn't do anything. Why did the experience value suddenly increase a bit, and it also showed that Luo Weiyu was enamored of him? How is this going? Rao Yi Fei has always been calm, and at this time he is also a little confused. Su Qingzhu first, then Luo Weiyu, what's the situation? Luo Weiyu still loves him. Even if Yi Fei wanted to break his head, he couldn't think of it. The reason for this was Su Qingzhu's divine assist to him. System, what is the situation? Yi Fei asked. The system said the host makes me slow down, and I am also a little confused. In any case, this is still a great thing for Yi Fei. Comfortable. In just 2 days, Luo Weiyu actually fell in love with him. Yi Fei thought it would take at least a week to do this step. But now look. Under various coincidences, Luo Weiyu has completely fallen. Yi Fei said, unexpectedly, the harvest will be so great in 2 days. The host did a great job. Chen Luo will come to Yanjing soon. The more experience points you have, the better. Yep. Yi Fei had a plan brewing in his heart, and already had an idea. The next day, Yi Fei visited Sue's house as usual, and then went to Luo Weiyu to acupuncture her. Luo Weiyu today is very different to him. Those beautiful eyes were clear and moving. She sometimes secretly glanced at Yi Fei quickly, and then dropped her head again. The corner of Yi Fei's mouth was curved, and he continued to acupuncture Luo Weiyu carefully. After a long time, the acupuncture was finished. As soon as Yi Fei raised his head, he smelled a faint scent. Luo Weiyu took the initiative to wipe Yi Fei's sweat with her hands. She helped Yi Fei wipe the sweat and blushed and said to Yi Fei, Mr. Yi, you can rest for a while. Luo Weiyu's little snow-white hands were weak and boneless, and the taste was fragrant. Yi Fei smiled gently and said, I just sweated a little, and I'm not tired. I'll help you go outside for a while, more sun is good for your body. With Yi Fei's current physical fitness, acupuncture and moxibustion did not consume physical energy for him. Okay. Luo Weiyu was warm in her heart. Luo Weiyu has crutches and wheelchairs. She usually walks on crutches. Yi Fei helped her turn around this Yangtze Street. Then Yi Fei chatted with her a few more words before leaving. Yi Fei drove the car halfway, and suddenly heard the sound of the system. Host, pull over and stop. Chen is in front. The system suddenly reminded. Yi Fei pulled over and stopped immediately, looking forward. This street is not a main road, there are not many people, and because of someone's protagonist aura, Yi Fei saw Chen Luo at a glance. On the street, a handsome, well-built man was sitting lazily. He was sitting in the doorway of a coffee shop, holding his chin, drinking coffee, and looking at the beautiful women passing by on the street. This man is Chen Luo. More, roar, ask for support. Thank you Fengyu, Lao Zhang, gentlemen and other friends for your support. Chapter 18 Chen Luo appeared, Yi Fei's calculation 2 more seeking everything. Chen Luo. Chen Luo was sitting at the door of a coffee shop, sipping coffee in a leisurely manner, looking at the beautiful women on the street. I have to say that Chen Luo is indeed in line with the setting of an urban online protagonist. He was very handsome, with an evil face, sitting there lazily. There are many little girls around, all looking at him subconsciously, attracted by him. Chen Luo glanced at these little girls, and made various comments on these girls in his heart. Well, this breast is a bit small, that leg is not long enough, and the other waist is too thick. In the original book, Chen Luo has one characteristic, that is, he likes to appraise and appreciate beautiful women. To put it bluntly, I just like to hunt for beauty. Yi Fei was sitting in the car, and he was not worried that Chen Luo would find him. At this moment, Yi Fei had a doubt. Yi Fei chatted with the system. The system seems to be something wrong. According to the time, Chen Luo should only show up in Yanjing tomorrow. Why is he here now? The host has affected the plot direction, making Chen Luo appear slightly earlier, which is normal. Yi Fei squinted. Chen Luo came to Yanjing, but he didn't have the first time to go to the Suez house, so he was enjoying coffee on the street. Well, he likes to see beautiful women. Hasn't he changed? In the original book The Genius Doctor, in addition to Su Qingzhu and Luo Weiyu, who have personality and character, there are also many female heroines with facial makeup. And Chen Luo is like a stallion, relying on the protagonist's halo to collect all kinds of fat and thin women into the harem. Yi Fei's car was parked on the side of the street. He observed Chen Luo for a while, and saw that Chen Luo got up at this moment, and his figure quickly disappeared into the street. Chen Luo was gone. Yi Fei squinted. He wanted to see what Chen Luo wanted to do. Although Yi Fei influenced the plot trend ahead of time, in this time and space, there are still various coincidences, coupled with Chen Luo's protagonist halo. Yi Fei can't take it lightly. When Yi Fei saw Chen Luo leaving, he immediately called. Soon, two of Yi Fei's personal bodyguards came over from a black Audi queue at the rear, bowed their heads towards Yi Fei and said, "Yi Xiao. Well, I have worked hard for you 2 days ago." Yi Fei said. "Yi Xiao is too polite. We are instructed by Mr. Yi to protect Yi Xiao." "It's not a trivial matter," said one of the black bodyguards. Yi Fei smiled. These two bodyguards were specially assigned to him by Yi's father. These two bodyguards have undergone strict professional training, and their skills are not as bad as those of soldiers. They are both carefully selected by Yi's father, and their loyalty is absolutely reliable. When necessary, they even block the bullets for Yi Fei. Yi Fei pointed to one of the bodyguards and said, "Black Friday." The code name of this bodyguard was Black Friday. "Yi Xiao." He Wu lowered his head, showing respect to Yi Fei. Yi Fei said, "Black Friday, I want you to do something for me." "Yi Xiao, please say, He Wu will do everything possible." "Hai Wadeo." Yi Fei pointed to the direction where Chen Luo had just left, and said, "You noticed that man just now? I want you to follow him and report his whereabouts to me at any time. Be careful not to be found by him. He is not good at it. You are bad." Black Friday nodded without hesitation. "Yes, Yi Xiao." With that said, He Wu immediately took off the black jacket, revealing the normal shirt inside. The black jacket that He Wu just wore was easily considered a bodyguard, so he quickly changed it. On tracking, he is also professional. "Yi Xiao, then I will go." "Good." Yi Fei nodded in relief. Chen Luo's strength is very high. Although Black 5 is also very good, he is definitely not Chen Luo's opponent. But Yi Fei just asked him to follow Chen Luo, which is definitely more than enough. Just be careful not to be discovered. Black Friday disappeared quickly. After Yi Fei arranged all this, he restarted the Bentley and went home. Yi Fei returned to his private villa and waited for the news of Black Friday. In the evening, Black Friday hurried back to report on the situation. "How is it?" Yi Fei asked. Black Friday bent over Yi Fei very respectfully and reported, "Yi Xiao, the person you asked me to follow, he." "What's wrong with him?" Yi Fei asked lightly. Hai Wadeo. He walked aimlessly on the street at first, but then somehow, he walked to Yangtze Street and saw Miss Luo. Black Friday also knew of the existence of Luo Weiyu, and also knew that Luo Weiyu had a close relationship with his young master in the past 2 days. It's just that He Wu can't help but wonder, why is it such a coincidence that it is Miss Luo? Yi Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Chen Luo actually found Luo Weiyu there. Although Chen Luo didn't go to Suez house, he went to find Luo Weiyu. Although Yi Fei influenced the plot, he still had a strong inertia, and Chen Luo, the protagonist of the original book, found the heroine again. "What's next?" Yi Fei raised his eyebrows and asked. Black 5 said Miss Luo's attitude towards that kid is very ordinary. The kid didn't please her, so she bought a pot of flowers and left. Yi Fei nodded. "That's right. Luo Weiyu has already fallen in love with him now." Yi Fei knows Luo Weiyu's character very well. Regardless of her gentle and moving appearance, her character is very firm. Once she is sure of things, she will definitely stick to it. For example, I like Yi Fei. Given Luo Weiyu's current affection for Yi Fei, it is normal for Chen Luo to run into a wall. Yi Fei wasn't worried at all. But He Wu hesitated again. "Say," He Wu said, But I think that kid seems to be very caring about Miss Luo. I guess he will harass Miss Luo. Heiwu peeped at Yifei's face, worried that the young master was unhappy. Yifei squinted his eyes. He was not angry, but instead made a plan for it. A plan to kill Chen Luo. More flowers evaluation. Chapter 19 Killing the Dead does not pay for their lives. 3 more, please support. Yifei quickly thought of a plan. He pondered slightly and said, Black Friday, you continue to follow Chen Luo and report his whereabouts to me regularly, but be careful not to disturb him. Yes, Xiao Yi. Heiwu agreed, nodding repeatedly. If he harass Luo Weiyu again, send me a message as soon as possible, don't call. Yifei said lightly, if he harass Luo Weiyu, you will. Yifei whispered a few words to Heiwu. Yes. Heiwu replied gruffly. Go ahead. The next day, Yifei went to Su's villa as usual. After Yifei gave Su Xiaokuan acupuncture and moxibustion, Su Xiaokuan's physical symptoms recovered very well. These days Su Xiaokuan has been drinking the Chinese medicine that Yifei gave him to restore his body. Of course, although Yifei's medical skills are strong, he is not as exaggerated as the living dead or the flesh and bones. After all, Su Xiaokuan is old, and it takes a long time to recuperate his body. Yifei diagnosed Su Xiaokuan's pulse, and then smiled and said, Master, your body is recovering well, and the rest is recuperating. Just take the Chinese medicine I prepared. Okay, Xiaofei, you have been working hard these days. Su Xiaokuan smiled and sighed. The more Su Xiaokuan looked at Yifei, he was satisfied. Thanks to Yifei's busy schedule these days, he diagnosed and treated his injuries. Yifei said, You don't have to be polite, old man. With the friendship between our two families, these are what my junior should do. Su Xiaokuan sighed, Hey, it's a pity that I don't have such blessings. Su Xiaokuan was full of regrets. Su Qingzhu, who said this, looked very unnatural. Of course she knew what Su Xiaokuan was sorry for. It's nothing more than Su Xiaokuan still thinking about making Su Qingzhu and Yifei get together. The old man's obsession is very serious. Even in the original book, Su Xiaokuan has always supported Yifei, hoping that he and Su Qingzhu will get together. Su Qingzhu bit his lip and did not speak. Yifei smiled and said to Su Xiaokuan, Master, your condition has stabilized, and I want to come here from tomorrow. Alright, I have delayed you for a few days, and my old bones can't take it easy. Su Xiaokuan said. Yifei chatted with Su Xiaokuan again, but Su Qingzhu was stunned and lost in his heart. From tomorrow on, he won to come to Su's house. Su Qingzhu suppressed the strangeness in his heart, expressionless, cold and frosty. Yifei got up and was about to leave when he suddenly received a text message on his mobile phone. He came. Yifei understood 3 simple words. This text message was sent from Black Friday. Yifei had already told Black Friday that as long as Chen Luo went to harass Luo Weiyu again, he would send him a message. Chen Luo really went to harass Luo Weiyu again. When Yifei received the text message, he kept quiet, just glanced at it briefly, and put the phone away. Neither Su Qingzhu nor Su Xiaokuan noticed Yifei's movements. Putting away the phone, Yifei smiled at Su Qingzhu. Miss Su, can you help me? What's the matter? Su Qingzhu had a cold expression on his face. Yifei said, My car has been sent for maintenance. I didn't drive here today. Please take me to a place. Su Qingzhu agreed. Okay, where are you going? Go to Yangtze Street. Su Qingzhu was slightly startled, a little guilty. After all, she had only followed Yifei yesterday. Su Qingzhu didn't think too much. She knew that Yifei was going to acupuncture Luo Weiyu. Su Qingzhu drove her favorite red Maserati and drove Yifei to Yangtze Street. Yangtze Street. It was still the familiar trail, and he was about to go to the flower shop. At this moment, Yifei's mobile phone rang suddenly. Yifei saw that it was Luo Weiyu who had come. As soon as Yifei answered the phone, he heard Luo Weiyu's anxious voice. Mr. Yi, can you come to the flower shop now? There is a very strange person here. He and your bodyguard have played conflict. I'm at the door of the flower shop, you are waiting. Yifei's expression sank, and he urged Su Qingzhu. Miss Su, please drive faster. Seeing Yifei's face sinking like water, Su Qingju couldn't help asking what's the matter. I have a friend who opened a flower shop in front. She said she was harassed. Yi Fei said coldly. Su Qingju knew that the friend Yi Fei was talking about was Luo Weiyu, and her heart was tight. Su Qingju also had a good impression of that sunny girl. I believe anyone will like a gentle and optimistic girl like Luo Weiyu. Su Qingju stepped on the gas pedal and Maserati had a strong push back. Amid the roar of engine acceleration, this red Maserati drove to the door of the flower shop. Yi Fei got off the car quickly and walked quickly to the door of the flower shop. Su Qingju followed closely. Miss Luo. Yi Fei walked to the flower shop and saw Chen Luo at first sight. Chen Luo was dressed in casual clothes. He dressed up specially today with a very sunny haircut and looks very handsome. Chen Luo also noticed Yi Fei. The moment Yi Fei entered the door, Chen Luo's eyes narrowed slightly and swept over Yi Fei's body. Chen Luo is very clever. He glanced at Yi Fei's clothes and could roughly tell that the man in front of him was not an ordinary person. Not only was he rich, but his temperament was far from those of ordinary upstarts. It seems a little troublesome. Yi Fei's eyes only stayed on Chen Luo's body for a moment, then turned to look at Luo Weiyu. When Luo Weiyu saw Yi Fei, there was a hint of joy in those crystal-like eyes, as if relying on them. Mr. Yi. In addition to Chen Luo and Luo Weiyu, there is another person in the flower shop, Heiwu. Miss Luo. Yi Fei stood in front of Luo Weiyu and patted her on the shoulder gently to signal her peace of mind. Luo Weiyu's nervous heart immediately settled down. What's going on? Yi Fei frowned slightly, and finally asked. More. Chapter 20. Is this a misunderstanding? For more, ask for evaluation votes. The moment Chen Luo saw Yi Fei, he felt that things were a little out of his control. As the protagonist of the original book, Chen Luo is a smart man. Not only does he have good medical skills, but his strength is not low. His only minor flaw is that he likes beautiful women. Yesterday Chen Luo had just arrived in Yanjing. He took a fresh look, wandered for a while, admiring Yanjing's beauties. Yanqing is as beautiful as a cloud, and Chen Luo alone sees more than a dozen top beauties with a score of more than 7. There are even 2 sub-beauties. Sure enough, it is an imperial capital, but big cities are different. Chen Luo studied medicine in the mountains with his master since he was a child. There is only a small remote town at the foot of the mountain. Where have you seen so many beautiful women? What's more, he is still young, and he likes beautiful women because of his nature. Yesterday, because he was anxious to experience the prosperity of Yanjing, Chen Luo did not rush to find a place to stay. In fact, Master gave him several contact information, all of whom were big wealthy Yanjing family members, and asked him to find a place to stay. When Master Chen Luo was young, he was the first doctor in Yanqing and his name moved Yanqing. His master rejuvenated his life in a wonderful way, saving a lot of the lives of the dignitaries of Yanjing, and even 2 big bosses owed favors to his master. With this level of relationship, Chen Luo could walk sideways in Yanjing. And Chen Luo's ambition is not small. He came to Yanqing just to become the first doctor in Yanqing, just like his master at the time. But before that, I still have to experience the prosperity of Yanjing. Chen Luo wandered about in the street, and suddenly saw a small flower shop on the side of the street. Soon after, Chen Luo met the boss in the flower shop. A gentle girl like water. At least 9 points, even very top beauties. Chen Luo divided beauties into 10 grades. 7-point beauties are rare enough to be regarded as goddesses by ordinary people. As for the division of beautiful women, it is rarer. Not only the face is better, but the figure is more stringent. Such beauties are eye-catching everywhere. 9-point beauties are one of the best in a million, regardless of body size and appearance, and more importantly, they must have a unique temperament. Very beautiful, it is absolutely perfect in every aspect, almost non-existent. And yesterday afternoon, he actually saw a beauty with at least 9 points in the flower shop, and can even be rated as 10 points. At the first sight of the girl, Chen Luo was shocked. The girl was clean and pure, like a crystal. The girl not only has a beautiful face, but also has a clear and dusty face, especially her eyes, which are crystal clear and extremely clean. This is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. The only fly in the ointment is that she is in a wheelchair. But for this Chen Luo, it was great news, because his medical skills came into use. So Chen Luo had a plan brewing in his heart. Approach this girl first. So Chen Luo entered the flower shop on the grounds of buying flowers, and tried to chat with the girl several times. As a result, the girl always treated him with a plain attitude, and from time to time, the girl looked at a pot of orchids on the windowsill, showing a sweet smile. What is so good about a pot of broken orchid? Is there anything wrong with this orchid? Chen Luo thought to himself. He tried to ask the girl to buy this orchid. The result was, of course, Luo Weiyu's decisive rejection. He actually touched a gray nose, but Chen Luo didn't panic at all, and he said sincerely that his medical skills are very good, and maybe he can help Luo Weiyu treat her foot injuries. When Chen Luo wanted to come, this was definitely Luo Weiyu's fate. It's impossible for such a beautiful girl to live a normal life without treating her foot injuries. As a result, to Chen Luo's surprise, Luo Weiyu calmly refused again. Chen Luo was very puzzled, and in the end he could only buy potted flowers casually and left dingy. The first time to strike up a conversation was close to failing miserably. But Chen Luo did not give up. He planned to come again tomorrow. Such a superb beauty, he will never let it go. Isn't it just a rejection? As the saying goes, the fierce girl is afraid of the stalker. As long as he continues to approach the girl, there will definitely be a chance. Therefore, Chen Luo first wandered around the flower shop and found a hotel nearby to stay. After waiting all night, Chen Luo came again the next day. The next day, Chen Luo went to find Luo Weiyu again. As a result, he eagerly came to the door, and chatted with Luo Weiyu by buying flowers, and wanted to chat with her again. But Luo Weiyu's attitude towards him was never salty or indifferent. Luo Weiyu is a smart girl with ice and snow. She knew Chen Luo's intentions when she saw Chen Luo. Chen Luo's excuse was very lame. He came to buy flowers on the first day and bought flowers on the second day. During several conversations, Luo Weiyu also knew very well that he knew nothing about flowers. Luo Weiyu didn't catch a cold with this way of chatting up, and her attitude towards Chen Luo was also alienated. This immediately made Chen Luo a little annoyed. Chen Luo stayed in the flower shop all the time when Black Friday appeared. He Wu always remembered Yi Fei's instructions. He first sent a text message to Yi Fei, and then he acted immediately, appeared at the flower shop and stopped in front of Yi Fei. The appearance of Black Friday made Chen Luo very vigilant. On Black Friday, according to Yi Fei's instructions, he confronted Chen Luo and even provoked Chen Luo, which immediately annoyed Chen Luo even more. The two clashed fiercely. At this time, Luo Weiyu called Yi Fei. Yi Fei and Su Qingzhu arrived at the right time, and Yi Fei also saw this scene. Yi Fei glanced at He Wu and saw that He Wu's arm was injured. It seems that he was injured when he was in conflict with Chen Luo. What is going on? Yi Fei frowned, his tone indifferent. Chen Luo looked at Yi Fei. Although he knew Yi Fei was not easy to provoke, his expression was calm. My friend, I think this is a misunderstanding. Chen Luo glanced at Yi Fei, knowing that this must be a rich young man, and he was probably here to pick up girls. Unfortunately, this beauty is destined to be mine. Although this kind of rich elder brother is extraordinary, he is not afraid. If it doesn't work, use medical techniques to insult him first. Chen Luo thought to himself, but there was a harmless smile on his face. For more, please ask for flowers and very evaluation votes. The evaluation votes are a little bit small, please give me some when you vote for flowers. Chapter 21. He is ill-intentioned. One more, please support. Chen Luo took the initiative to speak. He sneered in his heart, but his face was sincere. Friend, I think this may be a misunderstanding. I kindly want to help this young lady. I am a doctor and I just want to help her treat her leg injuries. She misunderstood. Chen Luo's tone was very sincere, with a smile on his face, which seemed very comfortable on the surface. This is also one of the characteristics of Chen Luo in the original book. He is very good at disguising his inner thoughts. Even though his heart is full of disdain and disgust for Yi Fei at this moment, there is still a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. Really, Yi Fei was non-committal. Chen Luo nodded again and again. It's really just a misunderstanding. This gentleman is your bodyguard. He insists that I have an attempt to this young lady. Chen Luo explained patiently. At this time, Su Qingzhu, who was one step behind Yi Fei, walked into the flower shop, and she heard Chen Luo's explanation. Su Qingzhu was relieved. It seemed that it was just a misunderstanding, but the other party was very sincere, not like a bad person. However, Su Qingzhu heard a message in Chen Luo's words. Was Yi Fei's bodyguard and Chen Luo just now in conflict? Yi Fei actually sent a bodyguard to protect Luo Weiyu. Does he really have ideas about Luo Weiyu? Su Qingzhu looked at Yi Fei subconsciously. The moment Su Qingzhu walked into the flower shop, Chen Luo also saw it, and he was also taken aback. What an iceberg beauty! When Chen Luo saw Su Qingzhu, his eyes flashed with surprise, and his heart became even more unhappy with Yi Fei. Chen Luo could see that Su Qingzhu had come with Yi Fei. This elder brother Xiabalian is actually related to two top beauties, two beauties who can score 9 or even 10 points at least. His grandma S. Chen Luo scolded in his heart, and was extremely envious of Yi Fei, but still kept a smile on his face. Chen Luo said again, if you don't believe me, you can ask this lady, I just want to help her heal her leg injury. Really, Black Friday, what the is going on? Yi Fei did not ask Luo Weiyu, but directly asked Black Friday. Luo Weiyu has a quiet and gentle personality. If she was asked to talk about it, she would definitely not want to conflict with Chen Luo. It was not that she was afraid of Chen Luo, but that she was worried about causing trouble to Yi Fei. This girl is such a gentle and pleasant character. That's why Yi Fei let Heiwu say. Black Friday was clutching his injured right arm at this time. His injury was not serious. After all, Yi Fei quickly arrived after the two clashes. Heiwu said with a rough voice, then I will say, Xiao Yi. Since the last time the gangsters troubled Ms. Luo, you were afraid that similar things would happen again, so let me protect Ms. Luo secretly, afraid of those little ones. The gangsters come to harass again. Yi Fei nodded. The sentence of Black Friday explains why he appeared, otherwise the explanation for following Chen Luo is not clear. This explanation is very reasonable and logical. Su Qingzhu was relieved slightly. After Luo Weiyu listened, she was even more moved. She looked at Yi Fei with bright eyes, and her eyes were shining. It turned out that Yi Fei cared about him so much. Yi Fei was very thorough, not only helped her to solve the small gangsters, but also sent someone to protect her secretly. For a while, Luo Weiyu felt safe in her heart. Ding, congratulations to the host, get some experience points. You don't need to think about this experience value and know that it comes from Luo Weiyu. Originally, you didn't allow me to come forward, only let me protect Miss Luo secretly, but this person is ill-intentioned. Heiwu pointed at Chen Luo and said decisively. The smile on Chen Luo's face froze. Both Su Qingzhu and Luo Weiyu frowned slightly. Yi Fei said faintly, you speak clearly, don't wrong the good guy. Chen Luo immediately said, yeah, brother, you may be really mistaken. But Black Friday said with certainty, Yi Xiao, I'm right, it's because he has a bad heart. Although Black 5 is tall and mammoth, he faces honest and honest. Compared to Yi Fei's other bodyguard, he looks simple and honest. What comes out of his mouth is easily convincing. This is also the reason why Yi Fei chose Black Friday to do this thing. What the is going on? Yi Fei frowned. Heiwu pointed at Chen Luo and said, this guy came to the flower shop yesterday. He came to meet Miss Luo. What's the problem with this? Yi Fei asked, as if he was actively helping Chen Luo to clarify. Hey Wudao, I saw this kid in the flower shop yesterday with my own eyes and bought a pot of flowers, but he did not leave immediately after buying the flowers. Instead, he sneaked around here until Miss Luo's flower shop closed. Just go. Because you said you wouldn't let me disturb Miss Luo, and he didn't heard Miss Luo's actual actions, I didn't report to you. As soon as Heiwu said these words, Chen Luo's expression suddenly became a little gloomy. He never expected that what he did yesterday would be seen by the Black Friday. Yesterday Chen Luo saw Luo Weiyu for the first time, and she was truly amazed. After he left the flower shop, he indeed wandered around, thinking about how to attack Luo Weiyu faster. Unexpectedly, all of this was seen in the eyes of the Black Friday. Not to mention Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzhu. Originally, Luo Weiyu's senses for Chen Luo were average, or even worse, but now, her eyebrows are frowned, and the smile on her face has completely disappeared. Su Qingzhu is even more so. Su Qingzhu was originally misogynistic. When she saw Chen Luo's first face, she heard Chen Luo's sincere apology, which was fair to Chen Luo's senses. But when He Wu said, her impression of Chen Luo plummeted, and even this man was disgusting. This man was playing tricks, deliberately approaching Luo Weiyu, and found so many high-sounding excuses. Ding, congratulations to the host, Luo Weiyu has lost a good impression of the original hero Chen Luo, and the hostess experience points increase. Ding, congratulations to the host, Su Qingzhu has lost a good impression of the original hero Chen Luo, and the hostess experience points are increased. 2 consecutive sounds came from the system. Yi Fei was very comfortable. A new day, ask for support and everything. Chapter 22 Chen Luo's mentality collapsed 2 more, please evaluate the flowers. The system prompts twice in succession, prompting Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzhu that both Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzhu have lost their affection for Chen Luo. Comfortable. Not only did they get experience points, but Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzhu had no affection for Chen Luo, which made Yi Fei very happy. Yi Fei was in a cheerful mood, but his tone remained indifferent. This friend, would you please explain what is going on? Irao Chen Luo was still witty, and he couldn't dispute it at this time. With the facts before him, what can he say? Chen Luo also noticed the change in attitudes of Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzhu. Especially Su Qingzhu, her temperament has always been cold, her eyes looking at Chen Luo are even colder, without a hint of color. Chen Luo knew that his impression in the hearts of these 2 superb beauties must have fallen to the freezing point, and it was hard to recover. Chen Luo only felt very aggrieved, he didn't even know what was going on. How could this be? The script is not like this. According to Chen Luo's script, he wanted to act as the savior in front of Luo Weiyu, first to get Luo Weiyu's favor, and then heal Luo Weiyu's foot injury, so that Luo Weiyu was extremely grateful to him. But now, Chen Luo's mentality was a little broken. He just came to Yanjing, just want to experience the prosperity of Yanjing, by the way, the bubble beauty, but in the end tragically hit Yi Fei's meticulous layout. Chen Luo thought for a while, his eyes turned, and finally said actually, I had a reason yesterday. I came to Yanjing for the first time and I am not familiar with the place of life here. I saw this lady by accident yesterday, and I really felt that this lady is very beautiful, but I have absolutely no nasty thoughts, just want to appreciate it more. Chen Luo's defense was quite clever. He put himself in the position of the weak, saying that it was the first time that he came to Yanjing, and then he was surprised by Luo Weiyu. People sympathize with the weak. Chen Luo's low-profile remarks are sure to have some effect when placed in normal times. But Yi Fei would not give him a chance. Black Friday said in a loud voice at the right time, Yi Xiao, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. I think he is a thief. Yesterday he came to the flower shop once and bought the potted flowers and threw them away. He simply wanted to get close to Miss Luo. Luo Weiyu's expression became colder after hearing this. Chen Luo's inconsistent behavior undoubtedly made people feel that he was hypocritical. Ding, congratulations to the host, Luo Weiyu has lost a good impression of the original hero Chen Luo, and the hostess experience points increase. Black Friday, good job, go back to raise your salary and add chicken legs. Black Friday worked very well. Yi Fei had already explained to He Wu and told him what to do. He Wu looked honest on the surface, but he was not stupid. He firmly remembered Yi Fei's words. He Wu continued, young Xiaoyi, this kid fought with me just now, and he broke your pot of orchids. Black 5 pointed to the ground. Yi Fei only noticed that the orchid on the windowsill had been broken. Fortunately, the orchid is not a big problem. The only thing that is broken is the flower pot. The soil in the flower pot is scattered on the ground, and the flower pot is cracked into several halves. Yi Fei only paid attention to Chen Luo when he entered the house, but he didn't realize that there was another accident. This also made Yi Fei a little unhappy. After all, this orchid is now planted together with Luo Weiyu, and Luo Weiyu himself regards this orchid as a treasure and cultivates it carefully. Luo Weiyu was even more uncomfortable. Luo Weiyu had carefully rearranged the orchid just now, but she was still uncomfortable. Ding, congratulations to the host. Luo Weiyu's affection for the original hero Chen Luo has dropped to the lowest point, and the hostess experience points have increased. Yi Fei received the system reminder that Luo Weiyu's affection for Chen Luo had fallen to the lowest level. Chen Luo completely couldn't argue. Luo Weiyu's voice also contained a hint of anger. She stared at Chen Luo and said, "Please don't come to my flower shop again. You are not welcome here." It can be seen how angry Luo Weiyu is to make someone as gentle and quiet as Luo Weiyu speak like this. Su Qingzhu's eyes were always cold, and she didn't even look at Chen Luo again. Chen Luo's eyes were gloomy, knowing that he had completely lost the opportunity to explain. Chen Luo turned around, dingy about to leave the flower shop. And many more. Yi Fei stopped Chen Luo. Chen Luo raised his head abruptly. He suppressed his anger. Chen Luo was very frustrated at this time. He clenched his fists tightly with both hands and almost wanted to do it. But he held back. Chen Luo knew that the identity of the other party was unusual. Although he was not afraid of Yi Fei, he had just arrived in Yanjing and his eyes were blackened. He didn't even know Yi Fei's specific identity, so he could not confront Yi Fei at this time. But Chen Luo remembered Yi Fei's appearance deeply. He must retaliate. "What's the matter?" Chen Luo tried to squeeze a smile and asked Yi Fei. Yi Fei said lightly, "Don't leave in such a hurry, our account hasn't been cleared yet." "What do you mean?" The smile that Chen Luo squeezed out disappeared again. Yi Fei said, "You wounded my bodyguard, destroyed the things in this flower shop, and were suspected of being unruly towards Miss Luo. What do you think I am going to do?" Chen Luo hid his anger and asked, "What do you want to do?" Yi Fei smiled, "Don't worry, I won't take what you do. As a good and outstanding citizen, when encountering this kind of problem, I choose to ask the police for help." Yu Chen Luo was taken aback. "But I saw that Yi Fei had dialed a number, which was the number of the police station. More, please ask for some flowers evaluation votes, please. Chapter 23 is comfortable. 3 more, ask for all support." Yi Fei dialed the number of the police station. He said a few words quickly, and the police arrived in about 15 minutes. During this period, Chen Luo's eyes were gloomy, and finally it was difficult to conceal his inner anger. Chen Luo felt he was scammed. The little white-faced bodyguard in front of him was so disgusting, he couldn't argue with a few words. And this elder brother named Ji Xiao didn't know what his identity was, and he actually hit him on this matter. It's really bad blood mold. Unexpectedly, the first time I picked up a girl in Yanjing, I encountered a hard stubble. In fact, Chen landed in that small remote city and hooked up several women without telling his master. He was also considered a veteran of Hua Tsong. I didn't expect this overturn to be so thorough. Forget it, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. Chen Luo still didn't know Yi Fei's identity, he planned to forbear it first. I'll talk about it when we figure out the identity of this Yi Xiao. Retaliation must be revenge, and it is his character that Javier must retaliate. Chen Luo originally wanted to use his medical skills to first Yi Fei once. With his medical skills, it is very simple to want a person, and he can even use his hands and feet as long as he has physical contact. The human body has many special nerves and acupuncture points. As long as he secretly manipulates his hands and feet, he can make this Yi Xiao make a fool of himself. But Yi Xiao was very vigilant and never had close contact with him. He didn't have any chance. The police finally came. A total of 2 policemen, both policemen in this area, conducted routine interrogations and temporarily detained Chen Luo in the name of fighting and harassing women. Of course, Black Friday can't escape either. After all, fights are also part of the Black Friday, and even he is still the provocative party. This is what Yi Fei told him to do. Therefore, Black Friday is a bachelor, and he is also detained. Anyway, he doesn't care. As a witness, Yi Fei went to the police station to take notes very cooperatively. In the police station, the final punishment decision has also come down. Heiwu was detained for 2 days for fighting and fighting, while Chen Luo was punished for both crimes and detained for 10 days for fighting and harassing women. Chen Luo was extremely aggrieved and accepted the punishment. He was completely planted this time. He didn't even know Yi Fei's name and background, so he was sent and cheated for some reason. Chen Luo faintly could feel that he was being caught. To make matters worse, when he arrived at the police station, Yi Fei approached the police to immediately confiscated Chen Luo's mobile phone, wallet, and ID card. In particular, Chen Luo's mobile phone was immediately accepted, which cut him off from the outside world. This means that Chen Luo wanted to find a relationship and could not dig him out of the police station, so he could only honestly be detained for 10 days. In contrast, the treatment of Black Friday is much more comfortable. Yi Fei didn't even have to find someone to take care of Black Friday, after all, who would dare to embarrass the Yi family's bodyguard. Black Friday is served with delicious food, it's almost like a tourist. Chen Luo was not reconciled. He was very aggrieved, with a feeling of strength but nowhere to do it. Thinking carefully about what happened today, Chen Luo felt more and more that he might have fallen into the trap carefully designed by the other party. But why? He and Yi Fei had no grievances, why did this Yi Xiao target him? Although Chen Luo had been inexplicably hostile towards Yi Fei from the first moment he saw Yi Fei, Chen Luo asked himself that he was hiding well. Chen Luo clenched his fists, his knuckles were slightly whitish, he suppressed the anger in his heart, his eyes darkened. When he thought of Yi Fei, his heart burst into flames, and he completely hated Yi Fei. When I get out of the police station, I must find all your information, and then retaliate fiercely. Wait for me. Yi Fei came out of the police station gate, the sun was shining brightly, as if he was in a good mood. He calculated Chen Luo ruthlessly with a mental arithmetic and unintentional. When Yi Fei knew that Chen Luo was going to strike up a conversation and harass Luo Weiyu, Yi Fei figured out how to deal with Chen Luo. He deliberately did not drive out today, so that Su Qingzhu carried himself to the flower shop. In order to let Su Qingzhu also see Chen Luo's ugly attitude. Things went smoother than he thought. In Yi Fei's original plan, it was designed so that Su Qingzhu could see Chen Luo harass Luo Weiyu, so that Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzhu would reduce Chen Luo's favor. By the way, Yi Fei also arranged for the Black Friday to actively protect Luo Weiyu at a critical moment, and deliberately let the Black Friday provoke Chen Luo between words, in order to let Chen Luo do something on the Black Friday. In this way, Yi Fei can justly put Chen Luo in the bureau in the name of fighting and harassing women. Detained for 10 days. These 10 days are enough for Yi Fei to do a lot of things. Especially Yi Fei knew that within these 10 days, there was still a big event to happen. The occurrence of this incident allowed Chen Luo to seize the opportunity and begin to make a name for himself in the original book. Now, Chen Luo is detained. Unless he has wings, it is impossible to participate in the next incident. This time it was a huge gain. Especially because Chen Luo knew nothing about him, Yi Fei had mental arithmetic and unintentional, so that Chen Luo completely fell into the trap he set. The classic asymmetric use of information. Yi Fei took advantage of Chen Luo's love for beautiful women and fought a beautiful victory. After Yi Fei came out of the police station, he went back to the flower shop to acupuncture Luo Weiyu. Su Qingzhu was still in the flower shop, and she accompanied Luo Weiyu, who had limited mobility. This was the first time the two women met in name. Of course, the two had met before, and they both hid it from Yi Fei tacitly. Su Qingzhu left first, and Yi Fei finished acupuncture for Luo Weiyu, chatted with her for a while, and then planted the orchid again. This orchid is very important to Luo Weiyu and Yi Fei, of course he has to take care of it. More. Chapter 24 Luo Weiyu's thanks for more, please evaluate the flowers. Yi Fei replanted orchids, replaced them with a more delicate flower pot, and placed the orchid on the windowsill. The windowsill is sunny, just like Luo Weiyu's mood. Yi Fei watered the orchid carefully, then smiled and asked, "How do you feel after acupuncture today?" Luo Weiyu's voice was soft and soft. My legs seem to be a lot more flexible. Now when I walk on the ground, I don't have to struggle so much. The acupuncture effect is very good. That's good. Yi Fei smiled at the corner of his mouth. My expert will perform the operation for you in 5 days. The operation of Western medicine is combined with the acupuncture of my Chinese medicine. As long as it goes well, you will be fully recovered within 2 months. Yi Fei is at least 90% sure that Luo Weiyu can recover within 2 months. Even the worst result would be to postpone recovery for 1 month. Luo Weiyu felt relieved by Yi Fei's words. She smiled softly, her crystal eyes filled with expectations for the future. This is the expectation that Yi Fei brought to her. After your leg hurts, what do you want to do? Yi Fei asked with a smile. What do you want to do after the leg injury heals? This sentence made Luo Weiyu full of longing. Luo Weiyu tilted her head and thought about it seriously before saying, I want to go to the playground. Playground. Luo Weiyu smiled softly and said, yes, since I hurt my leg, I haven't gone to the playground again. I want to ride on the merry-go-round and play a roller coaster. Luo Weiyu looked longing. Yi Fei was silent. Indeed, after Luo Weiyu's leg injury, let alone going to the playground, even normal people's lives have become extravagant hopes. That car accident not only left her legs disabled, but also took the lives of her parents. But despite this, her heart is always full of sunshine, calm and peaceful. Yi Fei was silent for a while, then smiled and said, okay, when your legs are better, we will go to the playground. Yi Fei used the word we, which meant to go with Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu didn't feel that there was anything wrong. She gave a gentle benevolence, and a satisfied smile quietly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Go to the playground together. This sentence shortened the distance between Luo Weiyu and Yi Fei. When a girl is willing to go to the playground alone with you, congratulations, you have a good chance. Luo Weiyu suddenly seemed to think of something, her cheeks turned red, and she looked at Yi Fei and said, Mr. Yi, when you were making orchids, there was a little dirt on your face. Really? Yi Fei touched his face subconsciously, but didn't touch anything. Luo Weiyu said, it's not there, you lower your head and I will clean it for you. Oh, good. Yi Fei didn't doubt that he was there, bent down and lowered his head. Luo Weiyu was sitting in a wheelchair, only in this way could she get it. A little bit lower. Luo Weiyu's voice was soft, and Yi Fei could already feel the slight heat next to his ears. Yi Fei lowered his body again. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei only felt a warm touch on his face, accompanied by a gust of fragrance. Was kissed. Although it was just a touch like a dragonfly, Yi Fei was full of heart. Unexpectedly, Luo Weiyu took the initiative. She also used such a small routine to directly tease Yi Fei. Yi Fei looked at Luo Weiyu. At this time, she lowered her head shyly, her face was hot, and her heart was pounding. I'm thank you. Luo Weiyu's voice became smaller as she said. Seeing Luo Weiyu blushing and bowing his head, Yi Fei thought of a poem by poet Sude. The most gentle one bowed his head. Shy like a water lotus flower that cannot beat the cool breeze. Luo Weiyu has always been gentle and generous, even with a foot injury and disability, she can face it calmly, which shows her strong character. But now it's so blushing, it's really an interesting scenery. After staying with Luo Weiyu for a while, Luo Weiyu quickly returned to normal, but the gaze looking at Yi Fei was even more gentle. In the evening, after Yi Fei sent Luo Weiyu home, he also returned to his private villa. And the system can't wait to communicate with Yi Fei. Host, good job, you got a total of 4 experience points today. Yi Fei shrugged. In fact, the experience point is second. He is mainly the connection between Su Qingzhu and Luo Weiyu and the male protagonist Chen Luo, which has been completely cut off by him. Su Qingzhu and Luo Weiyu's attitude towards Chen Luo was already very disgusting. By the way, the host took the initiative to provoke Chen Luo and exposed yourself. Don't you worry, the system asked. Yi Fei smiled and said, as if I didn't provoke Chen Luo, he wouldn't be in conflict with me. 2. Since Yi Fei wanted to seize the protagonist's luck, of course he was not afraid of conflict with Chen Luo. But as soon as Chen Luo arrived in Yinjing, you had a conflict with him. Does it make any sense? Besides, it was only detained for 10 days, and it didn't do any substantial harm to Chen Luo. The system said. Yi Fei said lightly, so you don't understand. Why don't I understand? The system has a feeling of being shown IQ. Yi Fei said, you also know the plot in the original book. I let Chen Luo be detained for 10 days. Do you think it's just as simple as cheating him? Don't forget, Chen Luo's first rise was when he met an important person in the book a few days after entering Yinjing, and then embarked on the road to rise. Yi Fei explained lightly. I see. In this way, he missed the opportunity to rise. The system reacted. Yi Fei said yes, I just want him to miss the opportunity these days. The host did a great job. Yi Fei said, but before that, I have to increase my attributes and skills. For more, continue to ask for support, straighten out the outline and plot today, and strive to speed up the update later. Chapter 25. Lend me $1,000,000,000 more, please evaluate the flowers. While chatting with the system, Yi Fei said to the system, adjust the layout of my attributes. Soon, an attribute layout similar to that in the game appeared in front of Yi Fei's eyes. Host Yi Fei. Experience. Personal wealth 100 million. Strength. Speed 4. Wisdom. Charm very friendly. Lucky value. Note, standard for normal adult males. After that, there is a long list of skills, but Yi Fei has only 2 advanced skills in medicine and martial arts, while a few skills such as piano and horsemanship are intermediate, and the rest are basically elementary skills. Yi Fei has gained a lot of experience points these few times, and now he has some experience points, enough for him to upgrade a skill to a high level, or add some attributes. Yi Fei groaned. I still seem to underestimate Chen Luo. His current medical skills and martial arts should still be slightly better than mine. Although Yi Fei did not see the Black Friday in Chen Luo's match today, it was clear that Black Friday was not Chen Luo's opponent. Black Friday's strength is already pretty good, and ordinary special forces may not be able to match him, but he is still not Chen Luo's opponent. Indeed, Chen Luo's strength and medical skills have been taught by his master for a long time, and they are indeed stronger than the host at present. The system explained, but the gap between you is limited, and the host can handle it. In the original book, Chen Luo's master is not only excellent in medical skills, but also has a higher value of force, and is a role similar to a worldly expert. Chen Luo's medical skills and martial arts are all inherited from his master. Chen Luo started medical martial arts in elementary school, and he had expert advice. He was indeed better than Yi Fei in terms of experience. But due to the existence of the system, this gap has been infinitely narrowed. Yi Fei calmly analyzed, in more than that, Chen Luo has his master's contacts, and he has a lot of backers in Yinjing, and even has friendship with several big men, which is difficult to deal with. Chen Luoren is also considered smart. This time he suffered because he didn't understand me. Next time, he will definitely be well prepared. The system said Chen Luo's background and contacts mainly come from his master. Many of the famous and prominent families in Yinjing favors. Although the host currently has an advantage, it should not be careless. Don't worry, I know. Yi Fei said lightly. Yi Fei chatted with the system for a few words, and then said, give me attribute points. I have a total of experience points, so I can add attributes. How does the host want to add more? First add the charm value to the point. Yi Fei said. After communicating with the system, Yi Fei already understood the role of the charm value. Charisma is very useful. To put it bluntly, charisma can directly affect other people's affection for Yi Fei. If Yi Fei's charm value is high enough, as long as he hooks his fingers, there will be countless girls coming in after him. At present, Yi Fei's charm value is points, and his charm level is very affinity, which means he is very affinity. According to the introduction of the system, each point of the charm value is a level. So Yi Fei increased his charm to the point in one breath. Ding, congratulations to the host, your charm value has been raised to point, and the charm level is charm extraordinary. Yi Fei looked in the mirror. Now Yi Fei hasn't changed much in his appearance, but for some reason, his temperament has risen another step. With sword eyebrows and star eyes, handsome and unrestrained, he has completely exploded the so-called male gods on the internet. Yi Fei's appearance was already very handsome, but now it doesn't need to be said. Although Yi Fei's experience points were consumed at once, it was still very cost-effective. Yi Fei doesn't have the aura of Chen Luo's protagonist in the original book. What he needs to do next needs the help of charisma, so he lost his blood. The experience value is not enough. It seems that if you want to find a way to get some money, you can only go to the gold. Yi Fei said. Money is also one of Yi Fei's advantages. After all, as the second generation of super rich, the assets of the Yip Group exceed 100 billion, and the Yip Group can rank in the top 10 or even the top 5 in Yanjing and even the whole country. Anyway, the system can use money to upgrade skills, and Yi Fei is ready to take advantage of the money and become a Krypton Gold boss. The system responded quickly. Are you going to ask your parents for money? Yi Fei had this idea for a long time. Of course, go to bed first, and find my cheap parents tomorrow. Yi Fei said. Asleep till dawn. The next day, Yi Fei got up early and moved from the private villa to the Yi family villa. Yi's father and Yi's mother are busy people. They usually stay in Yi's villa only in the morning, and they are busy managing the enterprise and some official chores. This is also the reason why Yi Fei got up so early, because he was looking for cheap parents to borrow money. As for how much to borrow, Yi Fei's idea is at least 1 billion. After all, skill upgrades cost too much money, and it costs 100 million to upgrade any advanced skill. Of course, the more money is the better. Early in the morning, Yi's father and Yi's mother were eating Cantonese-style morning tea. When they saw Yi Fei coming, Yi's father and Yi's mother were slightly surprised. Why did you come here early today? Yi Mulinchua smiled at a large number of sons, and suddenly flashed surprise in her eyes. Xiao Fei, why have you changed? Mother Yi noticed the changes in her son. I haven't seen my son for a few days now. Why does he seem to have been reborn and changed himself? Yi Fei was tall, handsome, and well-defined. A closer look showed that Yi Fei's appearance was the same as before, except that his eyes were brighter, and his eyes were piercing and charming. And the temperament of the whole person becomes more sunny and more unrestrained. Father Yi and Mother Yi looked at each other, both in shock. More, ask for Flowers evaluation. Chapter 26 Solving Hidden Dangers 2 more, please support. Both Yi father and Yi mother were surprised and looked at Yi Fei. Yi mother first looked at her son carefully before saying, Xiao Fei, how did you become handsome? Is there? Yi Fei pretended to be at a loss. He knew that it was the effect of the charm bonus. With his current appearance and temperament, Yi Fei is definitely a top male god. Father Yi also looked strange. It looks like it hasn't changed much, but the whole temperament is much better. Strange. Yi Fei shrugged and said, you two stare at me like this weird. Although Yi father and Yi mother were surprised, they didn't delve into it. They immediately greeted Yi Fei to have morning tea together. Yi Fei made a cup of scented tea, then ate Cantonese dim sum, picking up a shrimp dumpling and putting it in his mouth, enjoying the food. Yi Fei was eating breakfast on the surface, but in fact he was thinking about how to borrow money with Yi father and Yi mother. Of course, if you say it is borrowing money, you actually know it. It is impossible to repay the money borrowed by oneself. Father Yi saw that Yi Fei seemed thoughtful, and said with a smile, Xiao Fei, you must have something to see us early in the morning. Let us talk. What is the matter? After all, Father Yi has been in the market for a long time, and he has long been an adult, and he saw that Yi Fei had something to come. Yi Fei thought for a while, organizing the language, and said, I'm a little short of money recently. Father Yi Chi said, you are short of money. Isn't your brilliant entertainment running while I have read the company's financial report, and the profit has increased a lot last quarter. Father Yi can be regarded as the Big Dipper in the commercial field, and the Yi family group is a big business, and he is well deserved at the helm. As for Yi's mother, she is also very business-minded, and is Yi's father's wise helper. Parents are not easy to fool. Yi Fei simply said, actually, I want to borrow some money from you. I want to invest in a project and I need a startup capital. It turns out that it's like this. How big is it? That I said. Yi Mu smiled lightly. Xiao Fei, how much do you want? 1 billion. Yi Fei answered truthfully. Father Yi and Mother Yi looked at each other, a little surprised. 1 billion yuan of funds is not too much for them, but what does Yi Fei want such a large sum of money for? What project is this investment in? Xiao Fei, what project do you want to invest in? Yi Mu asked. Yi Fei pondered how to answer. He couldn't help having a headache. But Yi's father said earnestly, investment must be cautious. Invest 1 billion of funds. You must be careful and cautious. It is best to set a small goal first, not to go far, such as earning him 100 million first. Set a small goal first, earn him 100 million first. Why are these words so familiar? Yifei was startled and bit his head and said, Dad, Mom, I really need this money, so you can lend me first. Isn't 1 billion just a trivial thing to you? Father Yi waved his hand. I can't say that. It's a little bit crazy to say that 1 billion is a small thing. I can only say that it is moderate. Yifei chatted with Yi's father and Yi's mother for a while, and finally Yi's father readily agreed to transfer 1 billion to Yifei's account. Yifei is the only child in the family. No matter what, he is still very favored. 1 billion to get it. Yifei breathed a sigh of relief. He was more confident. If you don't have enough money, save some money. If you don't have enough money, ask Mom for it. Yimu whispered in Yifei's ear at this time. Father Yi was about to say that a loving mother is more defeated, but Yi mother glared fiercely and shut her mouth obediently. Father Yi is a strict wife. In my heart, I silently mourned for Father Yi for 3 seconds, but Yifei put away his laughter, his expression solemn. In fact, Yifei came to find Yi father and Yi mother today, and there is another thing. Yifei asked, Mom and Dad, how is the situation in the group recently? Yifei's question was not abrupt. In the original book, Yifei is not an unlearned rich second generation. His business talent is also quite good. Brilliant Entertainment is also a first-class entertainment company in the entertainment industry. Father Yi took a sip of tea and slowly said, Yes is currently very stable. The situation of the group this year is better than last year. What's wrong? Yifei asked again. What about Uncle Yi Chanhai and Vice President Huang Yi? Yi Chanhai, a distant relative of the Yi family, is still Yifei's uncle in terms of seniority. Yi Chanhai also holds an important position in the Yip group as a senior vice president. Huang Yi is also Yi's father's right-hand man. He has followed Yi's father for more than 10 years and has been working in the Yi group. These two people can be said to be Yi's high-level core figures. Yifei mentioned these two people suddenly, making Yi's father startled slightly, and then said, Xiaofei, what do you mean by this? For no reason, Yifei suddenly mentioned what the two of them were doing. Father Yi frowned slightly. Yifei said, I heard some wind. Yi Changhai and Huang Yi, two people, it is very likely that there is a problem. Yimu Linxue subconsciously said, how come? Huang Yi has been with your father for more than 10 years, back then. Yi's father interrupted Yi's mother and looked at Yifei and said, Xiaofei, where did you get the news? Yi's father has experienced the wind and waves in the Shanghai for decades. Ask calmly. Yifei said, I want to talk about the source, but you can pay close attention to these two people. Father Yi took a deep look at Yifei and said, okay. Father Yi is a wise man, so I don't need Yifei to talk about the rest, just click and stop. Obviously, Yifei's meaning has been conveyed to Yi. Father Yi Chanhai and Huang Yi have problems. That's right, in the original book, Yi Chanhai and Huang Yi were bought by Chen Luo and turned to Chen Luo at a critical moment. This is also one of the important reasons why the Yi group was broken in the original book. But Yifei wanted to get rid of hidden dangers in advance. What's more, there are guests at home, sorry for the late update. Chapter 27 The Unconquerable Woman 3 More support. Yifei clearly remembered the plot in the original book. In the original book, the rich second-generation Yifei was obsessed with Su Qingzhu and caused a conflict with the original male protagonist Chen Luo. Chen Luo hated Yifei for this reason. Yifei became the subject of Chen Luo pretending to slap her face several times, losing face every time. In the end, Chen Luo even wanted to destroy the entire Yi group in order to retaliate against Yifei. Chen Luo relied on his master's background, and after he came to Yinjing, he met a few bigwigs. Relying on various forces, Chen Luo abruptly wooed all parties and formed an alliance against the Yi family. Of course, the Yi family also had big roots, and at first it was able to contend with one or two. But with the halo of Chen Luo's protagonist in the original book, the Yi family couldn't hold it anymore. Especially in the end, Chen Luo also used some tricks to make the two high-level members of the Yi group rebel. It was Yi Changhai and Huang Yi. When Yi Changhai and Huang Yi rebelled, they did some tricks within the Yi group, which caused problems with several important projects within the Yi group. The two have held important positions in the Yip group for many years. Because of this, their rebellion also made the Yi group's vitality severely injured, and many important middle and high-level leaders also left with it, panic. In the end, the Yip group suffered a problem with an important project, the capital chain was broken, and it plummeted. After that, the wall was pushed down by everyone, and the Yi family group was investigated for some problems, and Yi father and Yi mother became prisoners of the ranks from the top rich and famous. The rich second-generation Yi Fei in the original book was even more miserable, and was finally killed by Chen Luo. The once glorious Yi family group fell apart, and Yi father and Yi mother accumulated a lifetime of wealth to make wedding dresses for others, which made Chen Luo and his allies all the money. This is the plot in the original book. What Yi Fei can do now is to control the problematic first to prevent it. When it comes to this, Yi Fei believes that Yi Changhai and Huang He can definitely deal with the two traitors, Yi Changhai and Huang He. Maybe Yi Changhai and Huang He have no signs of betrayal yet, but their loyalty is absolutely unreliable, and they can be found out with a test. Xiao Fei, then I'll go to the group headquarters first. I'll let you know if I have news. Yi's father has always been vigorous and resolute. Good. Yi Fei agreed. Yi father and Yi mother left together. Yi Fei was sitting on the sofa in the living room, and he was a little relieved. After solving the hidden danger, the next step was to Chen Luo's chance. In the original book, the opportunity for Chen Luo's first rise was in the last 2 days. This is why Yi Fei detained Chen Luo for 10 days. He wants to cut off Chen Luo's opportunity. This opportunity is indeed a rare opportunity for Chen Luo to rise. According to the plot in the original book, Chen Luo will meet a very special woman. Because this woman is very special. Her name is Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin's identity is the granddaughter of a certain tycoon in Yanjing, a woman who can be called a beauty and a disaster. The special thing about Mu Zijin is that she is not only the granddaughter of the boss, but she is also very powerful. She has studied martial arts, sanda, firearms, horsemanship and many other abilities, and she has achieved proficiency in each of them. Her fighting level and strength are not even inferior to that of the original hero Chen Luo. Mu Zijin learned martial arts since he was a child, and when he grew up, he followed his grandfather to practice in the military. In the army, she is well-deserved and versatile, and she was even hired as an instructor of a special force because of her excellence. Who can conquer such a woman? Even if it is the male protagonist Chen Luo, after several pursuits hit the wall, because of her identity, she dare not play tricks. In the original book, the two have been getting along with ordinary friends. In other words, this woman Chen Luo couldn't handle it either. The reason why Chen Luo knew Mu Zijin in the original book was because he had a vicious robbery at the Hongwan Road entrance in Yanjing City just a few days after he arrived in Yanjing. The Yanjing Red Ring Road is one of the more prosperous sections of Yanjing. At the corner of the Red Ring Road, there is a large-scale gold jewelry store called Genie Jewelry. This Genie Jewelry was spotted by several thugs. These criminal gangs committed crimes, and a total of 5 robbers rushed into the gold shop to rob gold and jewelry. It's a coincidence that the book is not made, and I blame the robbers in the original book for being unlucky, and they happened to meet Chen Luo and Mu Zijin who was shopping. Chen Luo and Mu Zijin took action. These robbers, without exception, were all arrested and their cups were full. Chen Luo and Mu Zijin also knew each other. After Chen Luo and Mu Zijin got to know each other, Mu Zijin knew that Chen Luo was good at medicine and invited Chen Luo to treat his elderly and sick grandfather. Only then did Chen Luo get to know Mu Zijin's grandfather through Mu Zijin's line. Then, when Chen Luo encountered a few crises, Grandpa Mu Zijin helped him to save Chen Luo from danger. It can be said that Mu Zijin is one of the key figures. That is why Yi Fei tried to detain Chen Luo for 10 days to make him miss the opportunity to meet Mu Zijin. And Yi Fei himself, of course, couldn't let go of this opportunity to meet Mu Zijin. He wanted Chen Luo's opportunity to become his own. In the original book, Mu Zijin herself has a light attitude towards any man, and she does not fake colors. She is a very character woman. Because of this, Yi Fei only added the charm value when adding attributes. Although Mu Zijin could not fall in love with him at first sight, leaving a better impression would help Yifei take the lead. More support. Chapter 28. There is a handsome guy over there for more support. Host, isn't it your goal from the beginning? Is Mu Zijin, the system asked. Of course. Yifei replied. When he knew that Chen Luo had an idea for Luo Weiyu, he made a complete plan. The 10 days that Chen Luo was detained in the police station was enough for him to do a lot of things. Led step by step, lead step by step. The system kindly reminds Mu Zijin is not such an easy woman to attack. Although the host increases your charm value, it may not be effective for her. Of course, I know that when we meet for the first time, we just have to leave a positive impression on the other party. Yifei said. He is not in a hurry for success. Let us talk about destroying Chen Luo's opportunity first. 2 days later. Yifei was wearing a navy blue windbreaker and light-colored slacks. He was tall and straight, walking slowly in the shopping mall near the Red Ring Road. Yifei's eyes were very deep, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, unique charm. He wandered around in the mall. Around Yifei, many girls in the mall were secretly looking at Yifei. Some girls blushed and took a sneak peek from time to time, and some bold girls kept staring at Yifei. Of course, there are people who come up directly to try to strike up a conversation. But the girls who hit up with each other were rejected one by Yifei. Yifei found a place to sit down in the mall, and the corners of his lips curled up. It seemed that the effect of the charm bonus was very good. Although Yifei was handsome before, it was not enough to cause this effect. Yifei looked at the time. He was wearing a Vacheron Constantin Heritage Collection limited edition watch. The exquisite dial shows the time at this moment. 4:30 in the afternoon. Half an hour left. Yifei sat where he could see the road at the gate of the mall. And the gold shop called Genie Jewelry is on the corner across the road. It was a large gold shop covering an area of several hundred square meters. The exterior was gorgeously decorated. There were more than a dozen sets of counters filled with various gold and silver jewelry and jade jewelry. There are so many people at the jewelry counter, and gold and silver jewelry is almost dazzling. Yifei knew that there would be a catastrophe there in half an hour. In the original book, these robbers were all gangsters, and 2 of them even had a record of homicide. They are a group of tough guys who are not afraid of death. This is also very understandable. If it weren't for such a group of lawless elements, how could such a robbery happen? Yifei looked at the Jindian with calm eyes. Host, Mu Zijin is on your right, at the corner of the elevator. At this moment, the system suddenly prompted Yifei. Yifei's heart moved. He looked in the direction prompted by the system and saw 2 women walking side by side. One of the women's looks probably only scores points, can only be regarded as a beautiful woman, not stunning. Yifei recognized this woman. This woman was a female partner in the book, Mu Zijin's best friend named Wen Xiaoting. The other woman is Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin is tall, at least 1.7 meters tall, and her beautiful legs are slender and straight. Surprisingly, such a stunning beauty, her dress is very simple and ordinary. It is very normal tight-fitting sportswear, but it perfectly sets off her body curve. Moreover, there are very few decorations on her body. The only decoration is a bracelet with a delicate hollow pattern on Hao's wrist. Other than that, no such jewelry as earrings and necklaces can be seen. She has a delicate face, but she has no traces of makeup. What is amazing is that her skin is as smooth as jade, although there is no makeup, but there is no trace of blemishes, and it is as smooth and exquisite as porcelain. This is Mu Zijin. Yifei looked at Mu Zijin and sighed softly. This woman is so simple, she doesn't use cosmetics or jewelry, it's easy to feed her. Mu Zijin is indeed a strange existence. Mu Zijin and Wen Xiaoting were strolling in the mall. When Xiaoting complained, I said, Zijin, we have visited more than a dozen stores in the mall, why don't you buy a single item? Shopping malls are men's natural enemies. Most women show amazing combat effectiveness when they go shopping in the mall. Like Wen Xiaoting now. Wen Xiaoting has large bags, small bags, and various handbags together. There are at least 5 or 6 things, all of which are bags, clothes, and shoes that she bought. But looking at Mu Zijin again, she has nothing on her hands. Wen Xiaoting was rather helpless. Every time she went out shopping with this girlfriend, she bought a lot of them, and the other party didn't have anything in their hands. Mu Zijin smiled and shook his head. There is nothing to buy, my clothes are enough. What's enough? We women will always lack a piece of clothing in the closet. Wen Xiaoting looked at Mu Zijin and said, hating iron for not making steel. Mu Zijin smiled, it's fine for me now. Forget it, I'll take you. Why don't we go buy some jewelry? There seems to be a good gold store on the opposite side. Wen Xiaoting said. Mu Zijin shook his head. Forget it. Mu Zijin, it's really boring to go shopping with you. Wen Xiaoting groaned angrily with the expression that I had taken you. Mu Zijin was not upset, just smiled. Yi Fei saw this scene in his eyes, he was thoughtful. Mu Zijin is the same in the original book. He has always been plain face, no cosmetics, no perfume, and seldom wear jewelry. This woman couldn't eat the fireworks, no wonder the hero Chen Luo was helpless. Of course Chen Luo had a lot of thoughts about Mu Zijin, but Mu Zijin had always faintly refused, and after hitting a wall several times, he completely gave up. Because Chen Luo knew that if he pursued Mu Zijin again, I was afraid that he and Mu Zijin would not even have to do anything with ordinary friends, and the gain would outweigh the loss. Yi Fei was thinking about it, and at this time Wen Xiaoting and Mu Zijin were walking in Yi Fei's direction while shopping. Wen Xiaoting's gaze swept over Yi Fei inadvertently, and then froze the frame. She opened her small mouth and widened her eyes. She yanked Mu Zijin next to her, suppressing the excitement in her heart and lowering her voice. Zijin, look, there is a handsome guy over there. 4 more. Chapter 29. Yi flies moving. 1 more, please evaluate the flowers. Look, Zijin, there is a handsome guy over there. Seeing Yi Fei inadvertently, Wen Xiaoting's eyes froze, focusing on Yi Fei's body, completely unable to move away. What kind of fairy face is this? Wen Xiaoting's face was amazing, her heart was pounding, and she hurriedly pulled Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin also saw Yi Fei, and Yi Fei happened to notice her at this time, and the two looked at each other for a few seconds. Yi Fei showed a slight smile. This is the first time the two have seen each other. A faint surprise flashed through Mu Zijin's beautiful eyes, but he recovered quickly and his eyes became calm. He is really handsome. Mu Zijin had to admit this. Zijin, this handsome guy smiled at me, my god, would you say he was interesting to me? Wen Xiaoting blinked, couldn't he help but look in the direction of Yi Fei, and said to her girlfriend. Mu Zijin glanced at her girlfriend who was idiotic, and shook her head gently and said, look at your nympho. After hearing Mu Zijin's words, Wen Xiaoting recovered her senses and hurriedly closed her mouth obediently, turning into a ladylike appearance in seconds. Be reserved, you must be reserved in front of handsome guys. Wen Xiaoting was about to be a lady, but suddenly remembered something. No, she is with Mu Zijin now, this handsome guy must be paying attention to Mu Zijin, it is impossible to follow her. She still knows the beauty of her girlfriends very well. Although Wen Xiaoting is also a beautiful woman, she and Mu Zijin are walking on the street, and almost everyone will subconsciously ignore her and pay attention to Mu Zijin. Thinking of this, Wen Xiaoting suddenly realized the truth about herself. After doing it for a long time, she turned out to be passionate. Zijin, this handsome guy seemed to be smiling at you just now, and he probably fell in love with you. What, do you have any ideas for others? Wen Xiaoting asked. Mu Zijin just smiled slightly. I just took a look, how can I have any thoughts? It's just too demanding. You can't even look down on such a handsome guy. This looks like a star male in the entertainment circle. Wen Xiaoting said. Mu Zijin smiled without saying a word. For her, her looks can't really move her. Yi Fei noticed Mu Zijin's expression, and he also had a general impression of Mu Zijin in his heart. Needless to say, Mu Zijin's face and figure are definitely the best among the best. The key is that she is a very simple woman, as can be seen from her dress. The clothes and shoes that Mu Zijin wears are all ordinary brands, and he doesn't pay much attention to it. Of course, with her identity and ability, she doesn't need any luxury to decorate. But to Yi Fei's a little surprise, Mu Zijin seemed to have a very good temperament, not at all like a woman proficient in martial arts. Such a woman is indeed very special. Yi Fei saw Wen Xiaoting pulling Mu Zijin to say something, and then the two of them prepared to leave the mall and walked across the street. This street is the Red Ring Road. Yi Fei looked at Vacheron Constantine's watch at this time. The time is 4:55 in the afternoon. It's only 5 minutes from 5 o'clock. Yi Fei frowned slightly. He also got up and walked out of the mall as well. Time is approaching every minute and every second. There are only the last 5 minutes to this golden robbery. The signboard of genie jewelry is very conspicuous at the intersection, and there is an endless stream of customers buying gold and silver jewelry. There are at least 50 or 60 people in this jewelry store, including customers and clerk. With so many people at the scene, when a robbery happens for a while, one can imagine how chaotic the scene will be. Yi Fei looked around. At this moment, he saw a very old silver gray van coming quickly in the distance. This silver gray van was deliberately blocked by a black cloth with its license plate. It was the van used by the robbers. Coming. Yi Fei moved in his heart and stared at the street. The van stopped at the entrance of the street. The door of the van was slammed open, and a few men wearing thick masks jumped out of the car. There are 4 men in total. These 4 men are all powerful and sturdy, almost all over 1 meter big, and they are also very strong. There were 5 robbers, one of whom was a driver, and a total of 4 people got off the bus. After the 4 jumped out of the car, without a word, they rushed into the genie jewelry store. There was a strange silence in the jewelry store. But then, all 4 of them took out hammers, fruit knives, and even earthen pistols. "Don't move, robbery!" The headed man wore a mask and had a bald head. The bald man yelled, and several other robbers moved together, inevitably screaming at the scene. "Robbery, someone robbed. Run, everyone, run. Robbery!" As soon as I heard these 2 words, there was a mess at the scene. Shrieks of horror sounded, and people everywhere fled to the streets, making the scene extremely chaotic. These robbers didn't care about so many, they took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. These robbers had a plan long ago. No matter how panicked the scene was, they directly took out a hammer and hit the glass cabinet at the gold shop counter. Bang! Accompanied by the piercing sound of glass shattering, the glass on the gold shop counter was smashed. These robbers acted swiftly, grabbing large amounts of gold and silver jewelry in the counter and filling them into the burlap bags they carried. The headed bald robber pointed at the trembling female clerk in the Jindian with an earthen pistol, and said, "You all, be honest, open the lock of the cash register and take out the cash." Upon hearing the bald robbers, these female shop assistants trembled with fear, and some female shop assistants even cried on the spot. Cry again, I shot you!" the robber boss shouted angrily. The scene was chaotic, and in the face of this sudden situation, Yi Fei was prepared. The robber has an earthen pistol in his hand. This is the only threat. Fortunately, there is only one handgun. Yi Fei took a deep breath, ready to do it. At the same time, another shadow has acted. More. Chapter 30. He is amazing. 2 more, please support. Yi Flying moved. Before the action, he had already made a rough judgment on the robbers in this genie jewelry store. There are a total of 4 robbers in the genie jewelry store. These 4 robbers are also very cunning. They are all standing separately. 2 of them are guarding the counter at the entrance of the Jindian. The other 2 are guarding the cashier counter. The robber boss is holding a handmade pistol and a lot of them. Put gold and silver jewelry in the cloth bag. These gold and silver jewels are worth at least several million. These robbers were greedy and fierce, and quickly loaded up with gold and silver jewelry. The customers in the gold store also reacted differently. Some brave ones can barely maintain their composure, but they also turn pale and frightened. The timid is lying on the spot, shivering, and even crying bitterly. It just so happened that there was a young mother in the gold shop with a little girl who was only 5 or 6 years old. The little girl was very cute, but she was obviously frightened by this scene. She couldn't help crying. The little girl cried loudly, and her mother was so frightened that she hurriedly covered her mouth so as not to startle the robbers, but she was a step late. The head of the robber was upset by the little girl's cry. He showed a fierce look and shouted, "Why cry, I will arrest you." The little girl cried louder, she couldn't stop crying loudly. The bald robber's eyes are more fierce, and he stretches out his hand to catch the little girl. And Yi Fei is making a move at this moment. His target is this headed bald robber. After all, the bald robber had a handmade pistol in his hands, which was the most difficult to deal with. As Yi Fei moved, a beautiful shadow appeared. It was Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin's figure is graceful, and her movements are very dexterous. She moves almost at the same time as Yi Fei. Mu Zijin was also slightly startled when he saw Yi Fei making a move, but the movements in his hands kept moving. Yi Fei rushed into the gold shop first. Yi Fei took a leap, his feet were like a wind, moving extremely fast, and he rushed to the gold shop in a blink of an eye. The four robbers were taken aback. What is happening here? Someone is so afraid of death. With this stupefying effort of the robber, Yi Fei has rushed to the counter of the gold shop. And Mu Zijin also rushed to the gold shop at this time. Without a word, Mu Zijin first dealt with the two robbers at the gate of the gold shop. I saw Mu Zijin's whip leg. Bang! There was a loud noise in the air, and Mu Zijin kicked one of the robbers in the stomach. This kick is extremely fast and heavy. Mu Zijin's martial arts is very mixed. She is good at several types of boxing and legs, and her strength is indeed extraordinary. This kick kicked directly into the robber's stomach. He only heard a scream from the robber, and then fell directly on the ground with his stomach turned, his eyes turned white, and he almost fainted. Don't look at Mu Zijin's beautiful appearance, but it is really unambiguous when he actually does it. In just an instant, one of the robbers fell to the ground and screamed. Then there was another one. The other robber finally reacted, knowing that he had encountered a hard stubble, and he could not have imagined that this overly beautiful chick in front of him was so powerful. The robber had a fierce look. He waved the hammer in his hand and smashed Mu Zijin fiercely. Go! Mu Zijin reacted faster. She stepped a little bit, turned her side, and let the hammer fall through. Then she stretched out her hand, grabbed the robber's arm, and slammed her backhand. Click! Just heard a crisp sound of broken bones. The robber's arm was taken off. The robbers screamed and wailed loudly, extremely miserable. Mu Zijin easily solved the two robbers at the door, and she couldn't help looking at Yi Fei with her beautiful eyes. She wanted to make a move just now, but no matter how someone was a step faster than her, it was Yi Fei. There was a wave of waves in Mu Zijin's heart, and he didn't expect Yi Fei to know how to martial arts, and he could see that his martial arts level was not low. At this time, Yi Fei also easily solved a robber, and he directly faced the robber leader, that is, the bald robber. The bald robbers were a little confused. This gold shop was still under his control just now, but now the situation has reversed. What is the origin of this man and woman? Special forces. The bald robber was frightened and frightened. He clenched the earthen pistol in his hand and said loudly, "You." The bald robber wanted to say a very old-fashioned line, "You are not allowed to move, I will shoot if you move again." Who knew that Yi Fei had already moved when he said the word "you"? Yi Fei flew up and kicked directly at the back of the bald robber. The earthen pistol was picked up by Yi Fei and held it in his hand. When the earthen pistol arrived, Yi Fei kept moving, and he kicked it out again. This time the target was the lower body of the bald robber. Bang! Just listen to a dull sound. The bald robber uttered a sob and wailed, clutching his crotch tightly. With an expression of pain on his face, he couldn't even scream out. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei kicked and quickly solved the bald robber. The four robbers all fell to the ground and were subdued by Yi Fei and Mu Zijin's joint efforts. The guests and shop assistants in the gold shop on the spot were all in a daze, because all this happened so suddenly, and then they were all overwhelmed by the joy of the rest of their lives. No, it's okay, that's great. It scared me to death, it really scared me to death. Who are these two people? They are so amazing. The rejoicing and joy of the rest of the catastrophe enveloped everyone. These people were scared and looked at Yi Fei and Mu Zijin gratefully. Yi Fei picked up the little girl who was scared to cry just now, put the little girl in her mother's arms, and smiled. "It's okay, don't worry." The corners of Yi Fei's lips also raised a smile, and in line with his charm value, the people in the gold shop suddenly liked Yi Fei greatly. Ding, Congratulations to the host for cutting off the opportunity of the protagonist Chen Luo and rewarding experience points. Soon, there was another system reminder in Yi Fei's ears. More seeking flowers evaluation ticket. Chapter 31. It turns out that he is the youngest of the Yi family. 3 more, please evaluate the flowers. A system reminder came from his ear, and Yi Fei was in a good mood. Cool. He grabbed another opportunity for the hero Chen Luo. The people around you are extremely grateful. The child girl rescued by Yi Fei was already terrified. She threw herself into her mother's arms and cried. Her mother walked up with the little girl in her arms, and bowed to Yi Fei again and again to thank you this gentleman, thank you so much, bow. The little girl was in her mother's arms. At this time, she gradually stopped crying, looking at Yi Fei with big teary eyes. With a smile on his face, Yi Fei touched the head of the little girl she rescued, and gently helped the little girl wipe away tears. Yi Fei said warmly, don't cry, it's okay. Yi Fei smiled. The sun and warm smile made people feel like a spring breeze. The little girl stared at Yi Fei with wide eyes, with tears in the corners of her eyes. Her nose was still twitching, her cheeks turned red from crying hard. Yi Fei smiled and touched the girl's face. The gentle smile seemed to dispel the fear in the little girl's heart. The little girl said to Yi Fei, big brother, thank you, thank you. You're welcome, and that big sister also helped. Yi Fei smiled and pointed to Mu Zijin, who was standing not far away. The little girl was very cute, and said sweetly, thank you elder sister, which made Mu Zijin smile. Mu Zijin smiled sweetly, very charming. The surrounding people also thanked Yi Fei and Mu Zijin one after another, and soon someone called the police and the sound of whistle was heard from a distance. At this time, Wen Xiaoting also rushed up. She was panting, her chest rising and falling. Zijing, you are really fast, I want to show my hand. Wen Xiaoting also came from a military background. She also studied martial arts. Although she is far inferior to Mu Zijin, it is not a problem to deal with a few ordinary people. She just wanted to help, who knew that the robber was easily solved by Yi Fei and Mu Zijin. Wen Xiaoting looked at Yi Fei and said very familiarly, hello handsome, get to know me, my name is Wen Xiaoting. You were good at it just now. Wen Xiaoting took the initiative to approach Yi Fei and greeted him enthusiastically. Hello, my name is Yi Fei. Yi Fei smiled, and the sunshine was warm. Wen Xiaoting felt that her heartbeat suddenly accelerated when Yi Fei saw it like this. But she seemed to think of something suddenly, looked at Yi Fei carefully, and said suspiciously, your name is Yi Fei from the Yi group. It's me. Yi Fei said. Suddenly, Wen Xiaoting turned out to be the son of the Yip group. But I've never heard of the Yi family's youngest being so handsome before. This looks. Wen Xiaoting's family background is also pretty good. Although she is not as good as Mu Zijin and Yi Fei, she is still in the upper circle of Yanjing. Of course she knows Yi Fei's name. There was a wave of waves in Mu Zijin's bright eyes, and the smile was still shallow. Get to know, my name is Wen Xiaoting, this is Mu Zijin. Wen Xiaoting was very familiar with her, and betrayed her girlfriends by the way. The two sides greeted each other, which was regarded as a formal meeting. Yi Fei was about to speak when the sirens were getting closer and a group of heavily armed police rushed into the gold shop. Seeing that the robbers were subdued, these policemen were dumbfounded, and they also thanked Yi Fei and Mu Zijin for a while. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin wanted to cooperate with these police officers to go back and make transcripts. During this period, Wen Xiaoting had been whispering to Mu Zijin. To be precise, Wen Xiaoting has been talking, and Mu Zijin nodded in response at most. Wen Xiaoting took Mu Zijin's arm and whispered, Zijin, it turns out that he is the youngest of the Yi family unexpectedly. Not only is he handsome, but he is also from a good background. Well, the key is to be handsome. He faced that guy just now. The comforting smile of the little girl, the girly heart of my old mother. Mu Zijin smiled. Yi Fei's performance just now was indeed very good, whether it was the decisiveness to the robber or the gentle expression when comforting the little girl, it was very attractive. It's no wonder that Wen Xiaoting will be idiots all the way. By the way, Zijin, he seems to be good at martial arts. How is his martial arts level? Wen Xiaoting couldn't help asking again. Very awesome. Wow, I can be said to be awesome, that's really strong. When Xiaoting became a star, she knew the martial arts of her best friend is so powerful. In the army, the special forces taught by Mu Zijin could form one. Lined up. Mu Zijin said that Yi Fei is great, so his skill is absolutely extraordinary. Unfortunately, for such a man with good looks and strength, I must have no chance. When Xiaoting has self-knowledge. Although she looks good and has a decent family background, she is still a little worse than Yi Fei. It's my best friend. When Xiaoting rolled her eyes, and she didn't know what she was thinking. The three of Yi Fei quickly finished taking notes at the police station, and then it was 7 o'clock in the evening when they came out of the police station. Yi Fei looked at Mu Zijin and Wen Xiaoting and said, "You two, meeting each other is fate. Do you want to have a meal together?" Okay. Wen Xiaoting agreed happily. Yes. Mu Zijin did not refuse either. So Yi Fei found a Chinese restaurant with good taste and took the two girls for dinner. Yi Fei did not deliberately look for a restaurant with a good environment and a high standard, because Yi Fei knew that Mu Zijin never paid attention to these. As the granddaughter of a big brother, Mu Zijin's living conditions are of course not bad, but she has very little emphasis on food, drink, use, and degree. Therefore, Yi Fei carefully selected a medium-grade restaurant with good taste. Sure enough, this meal was in line with Mu Zijin's appetite. During the dinner, Yi Fei and Mu Zijin were slightly familiar, and the two said a word from time to time. It can be seen that Mu Zijin had a good impression of Yi Fei. As for Wen Xiaoting, she is completely familiar with herself and has been inquiring about various topics with Yi Fei, such as Yi Fei's hobbies and so on. Wen Xiaoting's enthusiasm made Yi Fei a little bit overwhelmed. Taking advantage of Wen Xiaoting's time to go out of the bathroom, Yi Fei had the opportunity to be alone with Mu Zijin. More seeking all support. Chapter 32 Slowly, it will be faster for more support. Yi Fei smiled and said, "Miss Mu, you are very skilled. Have you studied martial arts for a long time? To chat with girls, you must talk about topics that interest them." Sure enough, when mentioning the topic of martial arts, Mu Zijin said slightly, "Well, I learned martial arts from my grandfather when I was a child, and then I went to a few martial arts teachers and learned Wing Chun and Xingyi Quan." Mu Zijin briefly recounted her experience. Yi Fei was stunned, although Mu Zijin said it lightly, but she could hear that she had put in a lot of effort to learn martial arts. No wonder her strength was extraordinary. Due to frequent martial arts and exercises, Mu Zijin is tall, his skin can be broken with bombs, and his temperament is spotless and attractive. I know some of these fist techniques, Yi Fei said. His words are not false. The system's advanced martial arts skills also include some national martial arts such as Wing Chun, Xingyi, Jichuan, and so on. Hearing this, Mu Zijin blinked her bright eyes and said, "Well, your skill is really good." Mu Zijin's martial arts talent is excellent, and he has hardly met an opponent among his peers. Seeing Yi Fei's martial arts skills today really made her very interested. You can discuss it when you have time. Yi Fei smiled. Okay. Mu Zijin readily agreed. Leave a contact information. You can practice boxing together when you have free time. Mu Zijin was very frank and generous, and even took the initiative to ask Yi Fei for his contact information. Yi Fei readily agreed, leaving his phone number and WeChat. The two left their contact information. At this time, when Xiaoting came back from the bathroom, she saw this scene and said with wide eyes, I'm going to the bathroom now." "Did you even add the WeChat ID?" "No, Yi Fei, I also want to exchange WeChat ID." Yi Fei also agreed with a smile. After adding WeChat to each other, seeing that it was getting late, Wen Xiaoting and Mu Zijin also bid farewell, and the three separated at the entrance of the street. Mu Zijin and Wen Xiaoting left, and Yi Fei also turned into the car. At this time, the female voice of the system sounded pleasantly. "Host, you are pretty good. This is the first time I met Mu Qingyi and I got WeChat and phone number," the system said. Yi Fei shrugged. This is a matter of reason, and it's not difficult to get Mu Zijin's contact information. It's really not difficult to get Mu Zijin's contact information. Compared with Su Qingju's iceberg beauty, she is not as cold as Su Qingju. Similarly, she is not as quiet and gentle as Luo Weiyu. Mu Zijin's attitude towards anyone is indifferent, neither far nor near. It is not difficult to be friends with Mu Zijin, but it is too difficult to go further with her. Mu Zijin is not only smart, but also simple and direct. She can easily ask Yifei how to contact her to prove it. How can ordinary girls be so proactive? She took the initiative to control the rhythm of the communication between the two. Mu Zijin's initiative was not that she had a crush on Yifei, but that she was willing to make friends with Yifei. Of course, this is a very good start, at least it shows that Mu Zijin has a good impression of Yifei. Mu Zijin is not an ordinary woman, after all. So far, Mu Zijin's suitors are like crushing carp who cross the river, and people who chase her can line up from Yanjing City to outside the 5th Ring Road. But she was always alone. This woman is like a city in the clouds high above. Without flaws, it is difficult to attack. The system is a little gloating host. Aren't you very good at analyzing women? You just talk about it. What should you do with Mu Zijin? The gloating system made Yifei frown slightly, and Yifei said lightly it will be faster to deal with a woman like Mu Zijin. What do you mean? The system asked curiously. Yifei said faintly, a woman like Mu Zijin is too good, so her vision is very normal, an ordinary man can't let her see. So what? Yifei said calmly, Mu Zijin has so many suitors, do you think she will pretend to be an ordinary man in front of her? It's best not to forcefully pretend, don't show yourself indiscriminately, otherwise you think you are showing excellent, but ridiculous in her eyes. The system said, what should I do then? Yifei tapped the steering wheel with his slender fingers, and said, that's why I said that it will be faster if you take it slowly. I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, first stay familiar with Mu Zijin, and then surprise her in a certain area of her expertise, arouse her interest, and kill her with the last blow. I hope it's exactly what you said. The system is a little looking forward to it. Yifei said, in short, Mu Zijin is very important, especially since she also involves her grandfather. Well, host, you think it is very long term, I hope it really does as you expected. Let us wait and see. Having destroyed an opportunity that should belong to Chen Luo, Yifei was in a good mood and returned to his private villa. After returning to the villa, Yifei flipped through the phone WeChat for a while. Mu Zijin's WeChat is very simple. The WeChat avatar is also the original avatar of the system. The WeChat is empty and has no content. Sure enough, this is in line with Mu Zijin's personality. As for the content of Wen Xiaoting's WeChat, it is similar to that of ordinary girls, all kinds of photos, food, bags, and scenery. Yifei glanced at random before throwing the phone aside. The other side. Wen Xiaoting drove Mu Zijin back to the villa in the suburbs. Because of the long distance, Yifei had already arrived home, but they were still on the way. In the car, Wen Xiaoting couldn't help saying, I said, Zijin, it seems that you have a good sense of this Yi family, young master. You actually asked for his contact information. It's pretty good. Mu Zijin said calmly. She looked at Wen Xiaoting with her clear eyes. It's you seem to like this young master Yi very much. Wen Xiaoting sighed faintly. I like it, but people definitely look down on me. Wen Xiaoting chuckled and said, I added him on WeChat. It's not bad to harass him occasionally. It's not a good thing to be a boyfriend. I think you two are a good match. Mu Zijin smiled without saying a word. Stop talking again, forget it, or you will be my woman. What kind of man do you want? Only the same as true love. Wen Xiaoting looked straightforward and confident. In the voice of Wen Xiaoting's twittering, Mu Zijin turned on the phone, glanced at Yifei's name on WeChat, smiled lightly, beautiful eyes, smart and charming. For more, please evaluate the flowers. Chapter 33 Luo Weiyu's surgery. One more, please evaluate the flowers. Time flies, and another few days have passed. In the past few days, Yifei has always gone to the flower shop to give Luo Weiyu acupuncture and moxibustion. Luo Weiyu's leg injury and disability are gradually recovering. Every day, Yifei helped Luo Weiyu to walk around the streets of Yangtze. Luo Weiyu was supported by Yifei with a cane, with a smile on her face brighter than the sun. She was originally an optimistic and cheerful personality. Since Yifei appeared, the smile on her face has become more and sweeter. But today is something special. Because today is Luo Weiyu's day of surgery. Yifei deliberately drove a spacious Hummer off-road to pick Luo Weiyu to the hospital. The surgeon in charge is called Zhao Feng, a well-known orthopedic specialist and the leading female doctor in Yanjing. Zhao Feng is 60 years old this year and has rich experience. He has undergone numerous large and small orthopedic surgeries. In order to invite her to perform surgery on Luo Weiyu, Yi Fei also took a little effort to get it done. Yi Fei sent Luo Weiyu to the hospital, and Luo Weiyu was immediately placed in the intensive care unit. The hospital arranged a VIP room for intensive care. The environment was quite good and the level of luxury was comparable to a 5-star hotel. When Luo Weiyu saw this, she blushed and was a little embarrassed. She whispered to Yi Fei, "Mr. Yi, you don't have to spend so much trouble for me. The general ward is just fine. Let you live, you live." Yi Fei couldn't refuse to say this hospital is an industry under my name. A ward is nothing. Given the current relationship between the two of us, you still have to be polite with me. Luo Weiyu gave a cry and nodded obediently, but her heart was a little imaginative because of Yi Fei's last words. You have the operation today. After the operation is successful, you have to recuperate in the hospital bed for at least half a month. Let it accompany you during this time. Yi Fei said, pointing to the windowsill. There is a pot of orchids, exactly the pot of orchids in the flower shop. This orchid grows well under the careful care of Luo Weiyu. The leaves are emerald green like emerald, the petals are the same color, and the white petals are light and elegant. A surprise flashed in Luo Weiyu's beautiful eyes. She didn't expect Yi Fei to be so careful that he even brought her this pot of orchids. Don't worry about the flower shop during this time. I will go to water every day to ensure that the flowers will grow well when you recover. Yi Fei smiled. Luo Weiyu was even more moved, her beautiful eyes were as bright as crystals. Luo Weiyu said with a happy expression in her eyes. Yi Fei arranged everything properly. Operation in the afternoon, I will accompany you in the hospital today. Yi Fei smiled. Luo Weiyu said you are so busy, won't you delay your business? Yi Fei said solemnly, those are all trivial things, how important is you? At this time, Yi Fei certainly knew what to say. Luo Weiyu's delicate face was rendered blushing, her head was slightly lowered, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her heart was shy and sweet. You rest here first, I'll talk to the doctor in charge of your situation, and call me whenever I have something to do. Okay. Yi Fei found the chief surgeon Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was full of silver hair, but was very energetic, and greeted Yi Fei with a smile. Zhao Feng was very polite when he saw Yi Fei. Yi Xiao, I heard that you also have good medical skills. This time it seems that I have the opportunity to discuss with you. Yi Fei's rescue of Su Xiaoquan was spread by Su Xiaoquan's personal doctor Huang Zhonglong to the circle of Yanjing famous doctors. Almost all of these famous doctors in Yanjing knew that the Yi family was well versed in medical skills. Yi Fei waved his hand and said, I will avoid it, but I want to explain to you some of the patient's foot injury. Yi Fei told Zhao Feng about some of the problems he encountered during the acupuncture and moxibustion of Luo Weiyu. Zhao Feng nodded frequently. She had some doubts about Yi Fei's medical skills before, and only then did she believe that Yi Fei's medical skills were absolutely top-notch. He talked a lot about Chinese medicine and how to use acupuncture in Chinese medicine to treat Luo Weiyu's foot injury, which opened his eyes to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng glanced at Yi Fei deeply and praised Yi Xiao as really good at it. It seems that Yi Xiao can cure this girl even without me. Surgery is quicker. You are an expert in orthopedics. I can trust you. Yi Fei said. Zhao Feng said seriously, Yi Xiao, please rest assured, since you trust me, I must go all out, and this girl will leave it to me. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo Weiyu was pushed into the operating room. The door of the operating room was closed tightly, and Yi Fei stood outside. Luo Weiyu's operation is very important. Although he has a great deal of success, Yi Fei must be fully prepared. Even Yi Fei had already thought out the remedial measures after the operation failed. Yi Fei didn't want to let this sunny girl make any mistakes. A total of nearly 4 hours before and after the operation. Then, the door of the operating room was pushed open, and Luo Weiyu was pushed out from under the operating table. Due to the anesthesia, her consciousness is still fuzzy at the moment, and people are also asleep. She fell asleep very peacefully, like the sleeping beauty in a fairy tale. The attending doctor, Zhao Feng, walked out of the operating room with a sigh of relief, took off the thick mask and said, Yi Xiao, fortunately not insulting your life, the operation was very successful. Yi Fei was also relaxed when he heard this. Okay, thanks a lot. You are too polite, then I will go to rest first. Zhao Feng and Yi Fei exchanged a few more words before leaving with tired faces. To perform an operation, it is a very high physical exertion for the doctor, and Zhao Feng is obviously very tired. The operation was successful. This means that Luo Weiyu can finally resume walking like a normal person. Coupled with Yi Fei's conditioning with Chinese medicine, acupuncture and other techniques, her recovery time will be greatly shortened. This strong and gentle girl finally no longer has to bear the pain caused by a foot injury and disability. In the ward, the orchid on the windowsill was full of fragrance and fragrance. More. Chapter 34 Chen Luo goes to Sua's house. 2 more, please support. Luo Weiyu woke up soon. The girl opened her eyes like autumn water and woke up faintly. When she woke up, she saw Yi Fei's handsome face, and she felt relieved. Mr. Yi. The operation was very successful. Yi Fei smiled, he knew what Luo Weiyu was thinking. Luo Weiyu was slightly startled, surprise and excitement flashed in those beautiful eyes. Immediately afterwards, her eyes were slightly red. I can walk normally again, Luo Weiyu said softly. Luo Weiyu has always been extremely strong. Although the car accident took the lives of her parents and her healthy legs, she has been working hard to stay alive. Despite numerous difficulties in life, she is always optimistic and cheerful. Although she has no hope for a long time, there is always a trace of hope and expectation in her heart, hoping that one day she can return to a normal life. Even one day is good. Now, her leg injury has been successfully treated with surgery. Hearing this news, Luo Weiyu's eyes turned red, and the joy and excitement in his heart could not be suppressed. Yi Fei knew how much the girl wanted to return to normal, and now it finally came true. Her excitement can be imagined. He said warmly, Weiyu, you can recover completely within 2 months at most. During this time, I will help you regulate your body. You should eat more foods containing calcium and vitamins. Luo Weiyu listened to Yi Fei's careful words, and her heart was even more moved. The time between the two was not long, but everything Yi Fei did made Luo Weiyu remember. Hearing Yi Fei's instructions, Luo Weiyu suddenly interrupted Yi Fei's words. Those talking eyes looked at Yi Fei. Mr. Yi, can I hug you? Before Yi Fei could answer, Luo Weiyu got into Yi Fei's arms. A scent of a girl's body entered Yi Fei's nose. Nice smell. There are not many girls with natural body scent, every one of them is the best. Luo Weiyu hugged Yi Fei tightly, and the two body skins were pressed together. Luo Weiyu could also clearly hear Yi Fei's powerful heartbeat. Yi Fei couldn't help but feel happy with the beautiful woman in her arms. Luo Weiyu is a gentle and charming girl. Although a little green, she occasionally makes 1 or 2 movements very sultry and itchy. For example, the last kiss in the flower shop Luo Weiyu secretly. Another example is now. After being teased by Luo Weiyu twice in a row, Yi Fei felt that it was necessary for him to find his place. Luo Weiyu was hugging Yi Fei tightly, but she heard Yi Fei's very magnetic voice. How about just a hug? Luo Weiyu whispered, what else? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Weiyu's eyes widened in the next second, and her mouth was sealed by Yi Fei. The touch is very warm and moist, as delicate as mutton white jade, with a hint of sweetness. For a long time, the lips are divided. Luo Weiyu's face was already flushed, and her face was so red that she could bleed. Yi Fei finally found the place. He smiled and said, okay, take a rest, I will help you get the medicine first, and you can find a nurse if you have something to do. Luo Weiyu said softly. She looked at Yi Fei's leaving figure, her eyes filled with joy and joy. In the time of taking care of Luo Weiyu, 3 days passed in a flash. Chen Luo has been released from the police station. Because of being detained for 10 days, Chen Luo missed the meeting with Mu Zijin, which also made Yi Fei take the initiative again. Black Friday, what is Chen Luo's situation now? Yi Fei asked. As soon as Chen Luo left the police station, Yi Fei sent someone to follow him. Of course, it was not the Black Friday that followed Chen Luo this time, but the other bodyguards. After all, the Black Friday had been exposed. He Wu stood in front of Yi Fei and said in a low voice, "Chen Luo, that kid is very cunning. He guessed that some of us were following him. He tried to get rid of our tracking and almost let the kid run away. This is reasonable." Chen Luodu had been pitted by Yi Fei once, and he would definitely be more cautious after suffering such a big loss. Fortunately, our people are also great and found his trail again, but in order to prevent him from discovering, we can only follow him from a distance. He Wu Dao. Yi Fei nodded. In fact, he also had some guesses about Chen Luo's whereabouts. Chen Luo went to the Suez house first. I really don't know how this kid got on the relationship with the Suez house, but not long after he went to the Suez house, he came out in despair. Hearing He Wu's words, Yi Fei's mouth was filled with a smile. It seems that Chen Luo has run into a wall at Suez house. It's normal to think about it. At present, Su Qingju doesn't have any good feelings about Chen Luo, and it can even be said to be very disgusting. She was originally suffering from misogyny. After seeing what Chen Luo did, she had a very bad impression of Chen Luo. Although Chen Luo had friendship with the Su family because of his master, the Su and Yi family were also family friends. Moreover, Yi Fei saved Su Xiaoquan's life again. After learning that Yi Fei had a conflict with Chen Luo, Su Xiaoquan must know what to do. Obviously, the Su family chose the Yi family and stood on Yi Fei's side. Yi Fei's guess was good. Chen Luo hit a wall at Suez house. He only found out when he arrived at Suez house that the iceberg beauty he saw last time was actually from the Suez family. After arriving at Suez house, Su Qingju didn't even look good at him. He didn't even want to say a word to him, and his eyes always showed disgust. Although Su Xiaoquan was very polite to him, it was only verbal politeness. Chen Luo didn't please, so he left the Su family in a desperate manner, and he could only find another place. Fortunately, his master was in Yanjing at the beginning, and there are so many people who have received his master as favor. Chen Luo didn't worry about having nowhere to go, but he hated the Su family and Su Qingju for that reason. What's more, roar, I heard that only the big ones can vote for flowers in comments. Chapter 35 Su Qingju's Exploring the Disease 3 More, Ask for Everything. Black Friday, then monitor Chen Luo's movements. Chen Luo is very vigilant. You ask people not to follow him closely, I only need his general movements. Yi Fei said. Chen Luo is a wise man. After he is calculated, he will definitely be more careful. Yi Fei could actually guess who Chen Luo would look for. Duan Qijing. Duan Qijing is also an important role in the original book. Duan Qijing himself is the boss of Qijing Medicine, a famous pharmaceutical company in Yanjing. Qijing Medicine is also a giant in the pharmaceutical industry, no worse than the Su family. Duan Qijing's Qijing Medicine mainly deals in traditional Chinese medicine. In addition, there are several related cosmeceuticals and cosmetics subsidiaries. It can be said that Duan Qi is highly overlapping with the Su family in the fields of medicine and cosmetics, and the two sides are in a fiercely competitive relationship. In the original book, Duan Qijing was greatly favored by Master Chen Luo, and he was regarded as a registered disciple of Master Chen Luo. Of course, Duan Qijing is definitely incomparable with a direct disciple like Chen Luo. However, Chen Luo can be regarded as Duan Qijing's junior younger brother in name. Duan Qi is acting like a to Master Chen Luo and obeying his words. He didn't even need to say to Chen Luo, the little junior. In the original book, he was called Chen Luo's first dog. In the original book, Duan Qijing even gave Chen Luo a part of his company's equity, which gave Chen Luo his first fortune. After Chen Luo needed money several times, he was not stingy and lent Chen Luo a large sum of money. When Chen Luo wanted to start a company, he also contributed money in efforts to manage Chen Luo up and down. In short, he was absolutely dedicated to Chen Luo. In the original book, Chen Luo went to Suez house first, then Duan Qijing. Now that Chen Luo is hitting a wall at Suez house, it is highly possible that he will go directly to Duan Qijing. Yi Fei made people stare at Chen Luo's movements. After a few hours, He Wu came back and reported Yi Xiao, that kid went to Qijing Pharmaceutical Company. I really don't know where he comes from. No. Yi looked wondering, where did this kid come from so many contacts? Yi Fei ignored Black Friday, and said inwardly sure enough, Chen Luo is looking for Duan Qizheng. Yi Fei is familiar with the plot of the original book. In the original book, there was fierce competition between the Su family and Duan Qizheng, which was later resolved by Chen Luo's dealings. But now, Chen Luo is hitting a wall in Su's house, and when he goes to Duan Qizheng, things will go in another direction. Chen Luo will retaliate. He will take revenge on Yi Fei, repay his family, and repay the light bamboo. In the original book, the protagonist Chen Luo has two obvious characteristics in his personality. The second is that Chen Luo is extremely possessive. In the book, as long as he sees a woman, he has to get a hand in any way he can. If you can't get it, then destroy it. When Chen Luo first saw Su Qingju, he was very surprised by Su Qingju and hated Yi Fei's peach blossom luck. Because Su Qingju was misogynistic, after she didn't have a good impression of Chen Luo, she was extremely cold and disgusted with Chen Luo. This attitude will certainly stimulate Chen Luo. With Chen Luo's character, Yi Fei can imagine that after he encounters the Su family, Chen Luo will definitely find ways to retaliate. Now Chen Luo, I am afraid that he not only wants to avenge Yi Fei, he even hates Su Qingju and the Su family. But at present, Duan Qizheng, the senior who only relied on Chen Luo, was unable to deal with the Yi family for the time being. But coincidentally, Duan Qizheng and Su Jia are natural competitors. Therefore, Chen Luo is likely to report to the Revival family first and start with the Su family. Yi Fei waved his hand at Black Friday and said, Black Friday, let the people following Chen Luo withdraw first. It doesn't make much sense to follow Chen Luo again. After all, Chen Luo is very vigilant now, plus he still has Duan Qi as a backer, and following him rashly may be self-defeating. After all, Chen Luo's force value was very high, and no one of Yi Fei's bodyguards could deal with him. Yes, Xiao Yi. He Wu nodded and left immediately. Yi Fei was lost in thought. For Yi Fei, a Duan Qizheng is not difficult to deal with. After all, the Yi family is a Yanjing giant. Although it can't be compared with those big brothers, it is already top-notch. The really tricky thing to deal with Chen Luo is the circle of contacts that Chen Luo relies on his master. As long as they are human, they cannot escape life, old age, sickness, and death. At the beginning, Chen Luo's master was known as the #1 genius doctor in Yanjing. He practiced medicine to save people in Yanjing. Many of the high-ranking officials he rescued were notable. These people owed Master Chen Luo's favor. This is the trouble. Therefore, what Yi Fei needs is to cut off Chen Luo's contacts and prevent him from rising in Yanjing. As long as the contacts that Chen Luo relied on were cut off, it would be tantamount to cut off Chen Luo's hands and feet. He would be a lonely family member and could not make waves. Yi Fei already had thoughts. He walked steadily, stayed in the hospital corridor for a while, then returned to the intensive care unit. In the intensive care unit, Luo Weiyu was wearing a loose and neat hospital gown. She was sitting on the hospital bed, smiling sweetly at the orchids on the windowsill, her heart full of sunshine. Yi Fei walked in, and she also smiled at Yi Fei, obviously in a very good mood. I'll peel an apple for you, Yi Fei said. Ugh. Luo Weiyu tapped her head lightly, her eyes flashing with joy. Yi Fei took out the fruit knife, moved his fingers dexterously, and quickly peeled off the peel, then handed the whole apple to Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu ate the apples. The apples were a bit sour, but she was sweet in her heart. After eating the apples, Luo Weiyu was a little tired. She pulled Yi Fei's arm and said, "Let me lean on for a while." After that, no matter whether Yi Fei agreed or not, she leaned on Yi Fei's shoulder. Yi Fei couldn't help smiling at the faint fragrance of Luo Weiyu's body. Just then, outside the ward, a graceful shadow appeared. Su Qingju was at the door of the ward. Su Qingju was holding fruits and flowers in her hands. She was startled when she saw Luo Weiyu leaning against Yi Fei, and complicated emotions flashed in her beautiful eyes. You seek all support. Chapter 36. Make her feel uncomfortable for a while. For more, please evaluate the flowers. You complex emotions flashed in Su Qingjue's beautiful eyes. In front of the hospital bed, Luo Weiyu closed his eyes and leaned gently on Yi Fei's shoulder, calm and gentle, very touching. But Yi Fei straightened up to make Luo Weiyu lean more comfortably. The scene in front of the hospital bed was like a beautiful picture scroll. Su Qingju saw it in his eyes, feeling a little bored in his heart, surging with surprise, incomprehension, and a trace of loss and sorrow that she hadn't even noticed. Su Qingju came to visit Luo Weiyu. She knew that Luo Weiyu had an operation in the hospital recently. Since the last time we met, Su Qingju has a good impression of this sunny and optimistic girl. Perhaps no one can hate Luo Weiyu in the face of it. So when she learned that Luo Weiyu was undergoing an operation in the hospital, she should come to visit her because of her feelings and reason. Unexpectedly, when he came to the ward, Su Qingju happened to see this scene. Su Qingju awakened Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu rubbed her sleepy eyes and saw Su Qingju appear in front of her. She couldn't help but screamed, and quickly left from Yi Fei's shoulder, and hurriedly said, "Miss Su, here you are. I just slept." "Now, you sit down." "Okay." Su Qingju returned to his cold expression, put the fruits and flowers he brought with him in front of the hospital bed, then sat on the seat in front of the hospital bed, and lightly tapped his head towards Yi Fei as a greeting. As the next generation heir of the Su family, Su Qingju is mainly responsible for the cosmetics business, and she is mainly responsible for the Hongyan Makeup, the largest cosmetic company under the Su family. Su Qingju took time to see Luo Weiyu during working hours, so he wore professional attire today. Su Qingjue's shirt is a small water blue suit with a white shirt underneath. The lower body is a short skirt with a plastic waist. The skirt and stockings are wrapped in thin black silk, showing her figure. When she walked into the street in this costume, the rate of turning her head back is absolutely %, which is enough to satisfy all men's fantasies about L costume. Su Qingjue's figure is very good, and it's a kind of burst. Unlike a girl like Luo Weiyu, she is more feminine and full of femininity. Especially the glamorous face with professional attire has more visual impact. The only problem is that she is a stranger to everyone. Su Qingju briefly inquired about Luo Weiyu's medical condition, and she was relieved when she learned that the operation went well. Luo Weiyu smiled softly, her pure eyes secretly glanced at Yi Fei. "I'm fine here, Miss Su, thank you for coming to see me." Luo Weiyu quietly watched Yi Fei's scene, although it was subtle, but Su Qingju caught it. A hint of irritation flashed in Su Qingjue's mind. "For no reason, you are welcome." Su Qingju didn't know what was wrong with him. She felt that she didn't like Yi Fei, but when she saw Luo Weiyu leaning on Yi Fei's shoulder, she was stunned in her heart. Even she herself hadn't noticed it, and a trace of sourness surged in her heart. Yi Fei also noticed Su Qingjue's expression, and a meaningful smile came up at the corner of his lips. Perhaps Su Qingju himself hadn't noticed what was going on in her state. During this period of time, Yi Fei has not taken the initiative to contact Su Qingju. Even when Yi Fei went to Su's home to treat Su Xiaokuan with acupuncture and moxibustion, the two of them simply greeted each other with little in-depth communication. You know, Yi Fei was enthusiastic and passionate towards her before. But suddenly she was so indifferent to him, which made her a little difficult to adapt to. It's fine if it's just hard to adapt. But today she happened to see Yi Fei and Luo Weiyu's intimate behavior. This magnified the strangeness in her heart. Inexplicably, her heart twitched. Su Qingju wanted to remind herself that she didn't like Yi Fei, but the more she thought about it, the scenes of what Yi Fei had done for a while came to mind. Su Qingjue's heart became more and more chaotic. It was like dropping a pebble on the surface of a calm lake, with ripples starting from the beginning. Next, Su Qingju was obviously absent-minded when chatting with Luo Weiyu, and was obviously distracted several times. "Miss Su, are you okay?" Luo Weiyu asked with a sincere expression of concern upon seeing this. "I'm fine." Su Qingju returned to his senses, concealing the waves in his heart. After Su Qingju stayed in the hospital ward for a few minutes, he found an excuse to leave in a hurry. From beginning to end, Yi Fei still didn't say a word to Su Qingju. "Miss Su seems to be worried." Luo Weiyu was a little confused about Su Qingjue's state, blinking Shu Lingling's eyes, watching Su Qingju leave. Yi Fei smiled, he let Luo Weiyu rest well, and he walked into the hospital corridor. At this time, the voice of the system sounded in Yi Fei's heart. Host, what's the situation with Su Qingzhu? What else can happen? She has a big gap in her heart. Yi Fei said lightly. Host, explain. Let us just put it this way, before that Yi Fei Tian turned around her, he was obsessed with her, very diligent, but now I am very alienated from her, and I don't even bother to say a word to her. She feels a sense of difference in her heart. Yi Fei said. But, doesn't Su Qingzhu dislike you? The system was puzzled. Yi Fei said lightly, it has nothing to do with this. It is like a toy you played with when you were young. Even if you don't like this toy anymore, you will still feel distressed if you want to give it to others. It's an apt description. Yi Fei shrugged. That's why I dangled her. She let the previous Yi Fei be a dog licker for so long, and now it's time to make her feel uncomfortable for a while. The system wondered, don't you look for an opportunity to completely change Su Qingzhu's impression of you? What's the hurry? It's not the best time yet, but it should be soon. Yi Fei's mouth had a confident smile. For more, ask for support. Chapter 37. A woman is a grace. One more, ask for flowers for evaluation votes. Yi Fei could feel the subtle changes in Su Qingzhu's attitude towards him during this period of time. Su Qingzhu is misogynistic and treats any man with true colors. That was the psychological shadow of her when she was a child. In fact, she is not all to blame. But recently, Su Qingzhu's attitude towards Yi Fei has become complicated and subtle. Yi Fei also knew that because of his misogyny, he could no longer treat Su Qingzhu as warmly as before, otherwise he would be self-defeating, so he chose cold treatment. So far, the effect is pretty good. It's just a final kick, and an opportunity is needed. The misogyny is a psychological problem in plain terms. Su Qingzhu's misogyny has not reached the level of extreme disgust for any man, otherwise she and her grandfather will not be able to get along with each other normally. Chen Luo may have some action soon. I hope it is as I expected. Duan Shijing also has many weaknesses, you can take advantage of it. Yi Fei secretly said. Yi Fei knew that with Chen Luo's must-have character, he would definitely find trouble soon. Hopefully, as he expected, Chen Luo will trouble the Su family first, then there will be a good show. Yi Fei took care of Luo Weiyu for a while, and he specially tailored a recipe for Luo Weiyu to supplement vitamins, calcium, iron, and other elements. Chinese medicine emphasizes on conditioning the body. Luo Weiyu's feet are still tied with a thick bandage, and the stitches have not been removed for the time being, and acupuncture and other methods cannot be used to treat her. So Yi Fei took care of her body first, and then treated her with acupuncture after the bandage was removed. Then, the result will be more effective. However, Luo Weiyu frowned slightly, her delicate little face was a little worried. Mr. Yi, will my legs leave scars, and will they be ugly? Luo Weiyu was a little nervous. In fact, with Luo Weiyu's character, she never worried about this kind of problem before. After all, for her, being able to walk normally is already the greatest happiness. But now, her psychology is different. In case of leaving a scar, Yi Fei saw it later, wouldn't he it? It's a good thing to say that women are the ones who please themselves. Even a simple and lovely girl like Luo Weiyu, when facing her sweetheart, she also hopes to show her in the most perfect posture. Yi Fei heard Luo Weiyu's words and looked at her charming appearance. Yi Fei smiled confidently. Don't worry, I can't bear to leave a little scar on such beautiful legs, otherwise it is a kind of beauty. Blasphemy. Don't worry, I will return you a pair of beautiful legs that any woman envy in time. Yi Fei blinked, his words were a bit sultry. Luo Weiyu's face was blushed, and a hanging heart finally let go. After taking care of Luo Weiyu for a while, Yi Fei received a special call, said hello to Luo Weiyu, and hurried back to the Yi family villa. Yi family villa. The call was from Yi Fei's cheap father Yi He. Father Yi had a serious tone on the phone, and Yi Fei probably knew what was going on. When I arrived at the Yi family villa, there were no outsiders at home, only Yi father and Yi mother. Seeing Yi Fei, Yi He immediately beckoned Yi Fei to sit down. After Yi Fei sat down, Yi He slowly said, Xiao Fei, you are right. Both Huang Yi and Yi Changhai have problems, and the problem is not small. Yi He was straightforward and told Yi Fei directly. Yi He was really quick and resolute, and he found it so quickly. And what surprised Yi Fei was that Huang Yi and Yi Changhai had problems so early. It's not yet time for Chen Luotzi to oppose them. It seems that these two people have been unruly for a long time. Yimu, Lin Shuadai's eyebrows furrowed, her eyes still filled with anger. I really didn't expect these two people to have a problem, knowing that they know each other. They don't know their heart. Yi Changhai is your father's cousin, and he is also the Yi family, so. Yi He was silent for a while, with a disappointed expression on his face, and said indifferently, we have found some clues. Yi Changhai is suspected of serious corruption, while Huang Yi abused his power and had secret contacts with other companies. It turned out that these two people were not clean long ago. Yi He held the teacup tightly, his knuckles were slightly whitish, although he also hid his anger, but the hand holding the teacup firmly pinched it, showing that his heart was not at peace. Yi Fei comforted, it would be a good thing to discover the problems of these two people early, otherwise they are like two-time bombs, and Yi-S might be destroyed in their hands. Father Yi silently nodded slowly. What do you plan to do with these two people? Yi Fei asked. Yi He said solemnly, if you want to deal with both of them, I'm afraid there will be turbulence within the Yi group, and the two people have done very cryptic. I only found some traces, and there is no decisive evidence. So I plan to continue to use these two people, put a long line, and catch big fish. Yi He continued, of course, I want to let them participate in the real core things of our company. Yi Fei smiled, his cheap father's thoughts coincided with him. Put the long line and catch the big fish. If Chen Luo tried to oppose Huang Yi and Yi Changhai at that time, Yi Fei could use his plan to make Chen Luo's scheming efforts in vain and get completely wrong information. In this way, these two traitors will turn into advantageous pawns in Yi Fei's hands. That's good. Yi Fei said. He doesn't have to worry about Yi He's handling. Yi He has been up and down in the mall for many years. If he knows that these two people have problems and can't handle it, it would be a waste of his reputation. Xiao Fei, where did you get the information from? Yi He asked, incomparably puzzled. Yi Fei's intelligence is very accurate, it should be said that it is too accurate. Huang He and Yi Changhai did have problems, but both of them did very cryptic. If Yi He did not thoroughly investigate them, I am afraid that they would not be able to find any clues. But how did Yi Fei know? Both Yi He and Lin Shui were puzzled. Even more, please ask for votes for flowers, and ask for all support. The data is a bit bleak at the end of the holiday, thank you for your support. Chapter 38, even if it's just eye-catching 2 more, ask for flowers and everything. Both Yi He and Lin Shui were surprised, and they marveled at the accuracy of Yi Fei's intelligence. If it were not for Yi Fei's intelligence, the Yi He and his wife were still kept in the dark by these two traitors. Some of the group's high-level cadres even had ghosts in their hearts. This is also a major blow to a large company like ES. Fortunately, it did not lead to bad results, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Actually, I still have a batch of lists of middle-level cadres with problems, not many of them. Yi Fei said. Since the cheap father and mother believed in themselves, it would be easier to handle. Through Yi Changhai and Huang Yi, the accuracy of Yi Fei's intelligence has been proved. Also Yi He was taken aback. Well, there are not many people, but there are indeed. Yi Fei said. The Yip Group is a big group with tens of thousands of employees. It is normal that there are a few worms among the tens of thousands, which is not too surprising. But how did Yi Fei know? Xiao Fei, what are you? Yi He was full of doubts at this time and couldn't help asking. Yi Fei smiled mysteriously and said, Dad and Mom, I have my source of information, so don't ask. You only need to believe that I will not harm you. I must keep the source of the information confidential. Of course Yi He and Lin Shui believed in their son. Just such an only son, don't believe who he believes. Well, your mother and I won't force you to ask. It's just that you kid has become more and more mysterious recently. Yi He felt that his son had changed a lot in the past few days, and he couldn't see through. Lin Shui also wondered, yes, why did I hear that you saved the old man of the Su family, Mr. Su, and I praised your superb medical skills and saved his life? Both Lin Shui and Yi He were full of doubts, but Yi Fei just laughed without saying a word. In fact, Yi Fei didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't tell the cheap father and mother that he had crossed it, right? Yi finally waved his hand helplessly. Forget it, if you don't want to say, forget it, in short, you must pay attention to it yourself. We will hand it over to you in the future. Xuelin also nodded again and again, and said if you are short of money, tell mom. Yi lowered his eyelids and muttered in a low voice about how defeated his loving mother was, but Lin Shui glared at him, and he didn't dare to speak anymore. Yi Fei smiled secretly. This is the sorrow of strict wife control. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei wrote another list to Yi He. There were less than 10 people on this list, and he only remembered that these people had problems in the original book. After all, these people weren't important roles, and they were taken by one stroke. These people are just middle-level cadres of the Yi group, and their influence on the Yi group is far less than that of Yi Changhai and Huang He. After Yi Fei wrote the list, he chatted briefly with his parents for a while before leaving. For several days thereafter, it was calm. Chen Luo was silent for the time being. And Yi Fei also accompanies Luo Weiyu every day as usual, and occasionally goes to the company to make soy sauce. This kind of life is also comfortable and comfortable. On this day, Yi Fei was bored with his mobile phone at Brilliant Entertainment. He played mobile games for a while. After playing a shooting game, Yi Fei succeeded in eating chicken, and he was in a good mood. At the end of the game, Yi Fei received a WeChat video communication invitation. When Yi Fei took a look, the WeChat remarks name Wen Xiaoting. Wen Xiaoting. Since the last robbery case, Wen Xiaoting has often talked to Yi Fei. This girl has a cheerful and carefree personality, which is quite interesting. Yi Fei often chats with her. As for Mu Zijin, Yi Fei only chatted with her twice occasionally. I don't know what Wen Xiaoting is doing with herself. Yi Fei connected to the video communication. In the video, Wen Xiaoting smiled brightly and greeted Yi Fei. Young Master Yi, what are you up to? It's boring to play games. Yi Fei said. TSK Tusk, it's really comfortable. The weather is good today. Zijin and I are going to swim in the Palm Island clubhouse. Are you coming? Wen Xiaoting asked with a smile. The Palm Island Club is a well-known private club in Yanjing. It is only open to the upper circles of Yanjing, where a membership card can start at least 100,000. Yi Fei's heart moved, and Wen Xiaoting actually invited him. Obviously, this was not Mu Zijin's intention, but Wen Xiaoting actively invited him. Seeing Yi Fei's surprise, Wen Xiaoting lowered her voice and laughed. I and Zijin are the only ones here. Are you coming? This is a rare opportunity to be alone with Zijin. Don't blame me for not helping you. Are you so kind to help me? Yi Fei frivolous eyebrows, the corners of his mouth curled up. When Yi Fei saw it like this, Wen Xiaoting's face became hot. She secretly said that this guy is so handsome. Wen Xiaoting said, yeah, no way, this beauty is so helpful. How about it, is it interesting? But Zijin still doesn't know you are coming. I'm looking for you without telling her. Wen Xiaoting stuck out her tongue. This is indeed a good opportunity to get along with Mu Zijin. Wen Xiaoting invited twice, and Yi Fei also said, well, let me come. But why are you helping me like this? Yi Fei felt strange. Wen Xiaoting was so good for him, she kept betraying Mu Zijin. Wen Xiaoting smiled slyly. Who makes you handsome? If you can become Zijin's boyfriend, I can see it every day. Although you can't eat it, it's okay to look seductive. Wen Xiaoting's remarks were bold and pungent, and did not shy away from it. This girl is a bit interesting. Okay, let us not talk about it now. Zijin is here, I have to blame her first. Yidasha, you owe me one time, come here, bye-bye. Do. Yi Fei laughed. He also hung up the video communication, then tidied up his clothes a little, brought swimming equipment, and then went out slowly. Even more, ask for flowers evaluation votes, ask for all support. Chapter 39. A Mermaid 3 more, ask for flowers evaluation votes. Palm Island Clubhouse. This is a very low-key private club. The Palm Island Club is located outside the 5th ring of Yanjing, although it is a bit remote, but the environment is elegant and quiet. Yi Fei walked into the lobby of the clubhouse, and a beautiful manager in professional attire immediately greeted Yi Fei. Yi Xiao, you haven't been here for a while, is this an appointment today? The beauty manager smiled, obviously familiar with Yi Fei. Being a manager in this kind of private club requires a lot of vision. People who come here are either rich or noble. They are all VIPs. Of course, they have to be entertained. As Yifei's top second generation, this beauty manager certainly knows him. Yifei also has a diamond VIP card with an annual fee of hundreds of thousands in this Palm Island club. In fact, all Yifei's high-end clubs in Yanjing basically have VIP cards. Well, take me to the number 3 swimming pool, I have an appointment. Yifei said lightly. Please. The Palm Island Club has several swimming pools, of which pool number 3 is the most private and rarely open to the public. Yifei first went to the locker room, after a brief wash, put on swimming trunks, swimming cap and other equipment, and walked out slowly. The beauty manager had already taken a cup of hot tea and was waiting, then handed Yifei towels and other items, and said, please. Yifei walked slowly to the number 3 swimming pool. The sunshine and temperature are just right today, so it is very suitable for swimming. Of course, swimming is not the real purpose. The swimming pool facilities in this clubhouse are pretty good, with professional-grade meter-long swimming lanes and a heated indoor swimming pool. As soon as Yifei entered swimming pool number 3, he saw a woman in a bathing suit beckoning at him by the pool. Young Master Yi, here and here of course the woman was Wen Xiaoting. Wen Xiaoting is wearing a water blue bikini swimsuit, showing a beautiful figure. She has fair skin and a pretty figure, which is far from comparable to those young girls. Wen Xiaoting smiled and waved at Yifei. Wen Xiaoting walked in and took a look, her eyes brightened. Wow, Yi Daxiao, your figure is too good, this abs, this line is simply invincible. Yifei only wore a pair of swimming trunks. The abdominal muscles of the upper body were indeed very conspicuous. The bronzed skin and the abdominal muscles were exposed, but it was not the abdominal muscles of a muscular man, but just right and perfect. This is also the result of Yifei using experience points to increase his strength and learning advanced martial arts. Yifei's body proportions are indeed excellent now, with a height of more than 1 meter, a slender figure, and just the right muscles. Wen Xiaoting stared to death. Not only is this Yi family handsome, but he also has such a good figure and good-looking smile. Isn't this too attractive? Yifei's charming voice faintly came. Don't stare at it, I can't run. Wen Xiaoting blushed, and quickly retracted his gaze, his heart pounding. This Yi Xiao is really sultry and invisible, can't stand it, can't stand it. Yifei looked around, only Wen Xiaoting was by the pool. Mu Zijin was in the swimming pool. Yifei saw a white shadow in the water, it was Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin is wearing a white one-piece swimsuit, she swims in the water in an extremely standard posture. Mu Zijin uses butterfly stroke. In swimming styles, it can be roughly divided into breaststroke, butterfly, backstroke, and freestyle. Among them, the butterfly stroke is the most beautiful and the most beautiful. Mu Zijin has a long body, her body is straight and parallel, her feet are close together, her body sinks slightly, and she swims fast in the water, like a mermaid, with curvy curves and very graceful. Mu Zijin's movements are very professional, and his swimming styles are standard enough to make some city swim teams and even provincial swimmers embarrassed. Watching her swim is simply a visual pleasure. It didn't take a moment for Mu Zijin to swim quickly to the side of the pool. With a light kick on the 2 white and straight legs, she easily went ashore and stepped out of the pool, stepping on drops of water. She is still dressed normally, although she has a plain face, but she has a beautiful face. She wears a swimsuit and shows her figure generously. Her skin was like snow jade, with drops of water in it, making her look crystal clear. Due to frequent martial arts practice, her skin is elastic and exquisite enough to kill other beauties in seconds. Even when Xiaoting was attracted to her, and said with envy, Zijing, your skin is really good, unlike I always have acne. Mu Zijin's charm is extraordinary. There is a reason why she is difficult to conquer in the original book. Regardless of family background and martial arts, she is so good, and even swimming is her strong point. With the level she showed just now when she was swimming, she was already comparable to many city-level and provincial-level professional athletes. Seeing Yifei, Mu Zijin brushed her wet long hair, stepped barefoot on the floor, and smiled. Mr. Yi is here. Just now when Xiaoting had told her that Yifei was coming. Yifei's lips curled up with a faint smile. I saw Miss Mu's swimming stance when I first came here. When Shouting smiled yes, you are fascinated by our family Zijine's swimming style, Yidashao, you may be the first man lucky enough to see Zijin swim. Mu Zijin likes swimming, but doesn't like swimming in front of others. Therefore, she basically comes to the Palm Island Club. The number 3 pool here is basically the same as a private pool, so she is not afraid of being disturbed by people. Mu Zijin leaned on her side, she found a bath towel to put it on, blocking the graceful posture. Yifei listened to Wen Xiaoting's words, and secretly said that Wen Xiaoting, this chick, was good to him, and it was indeed not easy to see Mu Zijin's swimming style. At this time, Wen Xiaoting blinked suddenly and asked with a smile, Yidashao, you can swim also, how are you swimming? Just so, it's okay. Yifei said lightly, showing a humble attitude. Do you want to come to BB? Wen Xiaoting smiled. Yifei glanced at Mu Zijin, who was wearing a bath towel beside him, and he nodded. Compared. Yifei was confident and indifferent. A woman like Mu Zijin is really hard to conquer. If you want to conquer her, you must first take the first step, which is to defeat her in her area of expertise. Please ask for a flower evaluation vote, which is troublesome. Chapter 40 He is a monster. For more, please support. Really? Wen Xiaoting looked up and down Yifei suspiciously. Yidashao, are you sure you want a better than swimming? Yifei shrugged, his words were humble, but his expression was very confident. Try it, do you plan to come together? It just happens that there is enough lane here. Wen Xiaoting coughed awkwardly, waved her hands again and again, and said weakly, I can't, I can only do dog digging. Mu Zijin couldn't help but smile. Wen Xiaoting was honest enough. Wen Xiaoting pointed at Yifei and Mu Zijin and said, you two will compare. I will be the referee and I will time you. Yifei didn't care, yes. While talking, he quietly opened the system page. Yifei didn't hesitate to start upgrading his skills. Consume 100 million yuan. Suddenly, Yifei directly advanced the skill of swimming proficiency. Ding, congratulations to the host, for getting advanced swimming proficiency. The system voice sounded along with it. Yifei spent 100 million to directly upgrade his skills to a high level. Needless to say, the power of advanced skills, Yifei is also full of confidence because of this. Then please take the two players in their respective positions. Our friendship is first and the competition is second. Wen Xiaoting said quizzically, letting Yifei and Mu Zijin stand on the 2 lanes respectively. Mu Zijin smiled lightly, threw the bath towel on the lounger next to him, and walked to a swimming lane. Yifei also walked in front of the swimming lane very simply. Then how is it better than the meter swim? There is no limit to the swimming style, there are 2 laps back and forth. Wen Xiaoting said with a little excitement. No problem. Yifei had no objection. Good. Mu Zijin also readily agreed. Mu Zijin's eyes flowed, she looked at Yifei, and thought to herself for a while that if it was really compared, she might have to let the water go a little bit so that Yifei could get through. Mu Zijin is confident of his swimming level. In fact, the lap she just swam did not use her full strength. It was not her limit level. Otherwise, even a professional athlete of the provincial team might not be her opponent. Mu Zijin stood straight in front of the swimming lane, showing her perfect figure, and her graceful figure made her eyes hard to move. Okay, then get ready to start. Wen Xiaoting stretched out her voice and shouted loudly. As soon as her voice fell, she saw Yifei and Mu Zijin both jumped and fell into the water almost at the same time. Like a fish in water. It can only be described with such words, because when Yifei and Mu Zijin fell into the water, they really swam in the water like fish. While the water was splashing, only 2 figures were seen in the water. Mu Zijin's swimming style was beautiful. She used freestyle, her slender legs were dancing in the water, and the arms of Shuang Saixue were also waving during that period. And Yifei also chose freestyle. Freestyle is the fastest of all swimming styles, so both of them chose freestyle by coincidence. Only to see Yifei's swimming style is also a standard, even a textbook level. His legs and hands are very coordinated, and he constantly slaps the surface of the water hard, his body changes back and forth. Yifei has already rushed out a few meters in an instant, and he is very comfortable in the water. When Xiaoting's eyes widened at such a fast speed, Yifei is actually a master swimmer. Now Zijin may not be able to beat him. In the water, the 2 colors are very distinct. Yifei and Mu Zijin chose two adjacent swim lanes, and Mu Zijin could clearly see Yifei's situation. The current situation is that Yifei is half a stature faster than Mu Zijin. And Mu Zijin also noticed that Yifei's swimming style is extremely standard, not worse than her at all, just like a professional swimmer. After adding system skills, Yifei's physical fitness is already very strong, not to mention that he has added swimming skills to advanced levels. It has become his home ground completely in the water. When Xiaoting was a little dumbfounded, it was the first time she encountered this situation. She knows Mu Zijin's swimming level very well, but now it seems that Mu Zijin is behind Yifei. Swimming is not like other sports. There is a huge gap between professional and non-professional. Ordinary people may be just like when Xiaoting, who can only do dogplaning, and at most can swim styles such as breaststroke. The swimming speed is incomparable to that of professional athletes. So before the start of this small game, when Xiaoting believed that Yifei was absolutely crushed. But now this situation. Swim to about 30 meters, Yifei was already one position ahead. Moreover, the gap between Yifei and Mu Zijin was slowly widening. 50 meters. Yifei first touched the swimming pool wall, and then slammed his feet, and his body sprang out again. This time, the gap is even greater. Yifei fully embodies the professional level. Mu Zijin's speed is of course very fast, but on the one hand, Yifei has proficient swimming skills, and on the other hand, the inborn differences between men and women also make Mu Zijin lag behind. 10 meters. Yifei had already led by at least 3 meters. 100 meters. Yifei finally sprinted, leading Mu Zijin by at least 5 meters, then he stopped by the pool and waited for Mu Zijin to reach the finish line. After a while, Mu Zijin also reached the end. Her eyes flowed, and Xiao Shui's long eyes were filled with surprise. Tanku said lightly, "You won, Yifei, you swim very well." Before she knew it, Mu Zijin had changed Yifei's name from Mr. Yi. Become Yifei. Mu Zijin was very beautiful at the moment, as touching as a lotus flower in the water. Her eyes flashed with surprise and splendor, obviously admiring Yifei's swimming level. "If you lose, you lose." Mu Zijin confessed generously. There was also a hint of interest in her eyes. It seemed that she had met an opponent. "How many times can you find Yifei to swim in the future?" "You are not bad either," Yifei said. Mu Zijin is indeed amazing, her level is enough to make countless men ashamed. But Yifei still won, and he won beautifully. "Wow, Yi Dashao, you are such a monster, martial arts, swimming, what other skills do you have? This is too powerful." When Xiaoting gave Yifei a thumbs up, sincerely admiring. "Ding, congratulations to the host, get some experience points." Yifei's ear, the system's voice sounded in due course. For more support. Chapter 41. Do you know medical skills? One more, please evaluate the flowers. Ding, congratulations to the host, successfully got some experience points. Hearing the sound of the system, Yifei's heart moved. This experience value should have been brought by Mu Zijin. As Mu Zijin is not the heroine in the original book than the heroine, she is given a lot of experience points. Yifei knew that it was not easy to conquer a woman like Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin is too good in many aspects. If you want to conquer her, the first step must at least arouse her interest. And how to arouse her interest? Beat her in her best field. For example, martial arts, or swimming. It can be said that now Yifei has successfully taken the first step. When Xiaoting was amazed at Yifei's swimming level, and said again and again, "Young Master Yi, you are too good. This is the first time I have seen someone who can win against Zijin in swimming." Mu Zijin smiled lightly, she was quite calm about her failure. There was no unhappiness in those beautiful and clear eyes, but she admired Yifei very much. Yifei smiled and said modestly, "At the right time, it's just a good performance." When Xiaoting hummed, "Don't get cheap and sell well." "By the way, Master Yi, you can martial arts and swimming, what else?" While Yifei touched his chin, and said with a serious face, "I know too many things, and I can't finish it for a while." When Xiaoting was taken aback, and said with a smile, "Really, you really dare to say it?" Mu Zijin smiled lightly, and she was also a little interested, wondering what else Yifei could do. When Yi Fei said that he could swim, he was very humble. But now the answer is very confident, but it does not feel arrogant, but feels true and credible. Yi Fei smiled. No one believes me, to be honest. Then what else do you have? Give you a chance to perform, give you an example and listen to it. Wen Xiaoting smiled. Yi Fei held his hands together, and he jumped up from the pool to the shore. Then he said unhurriedly, I know some medical skills. Medical skills, really? Wen Xiaoting was extremely surprised. Can medical skills? Mu Zijin also looked at Yi Fei, with a hint of surprise and curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Of course it's true. Yi Fei said that he knows how to heal. After all, Mu Zijin's grandfather should be sick in bed. Wen Xiaoting is obviously not convinced. What do you know is Chinese medicine? Yes. Yi Fei said lightly. Wen Xiaoting was even more suspicious. In her impression, Chinese medicine practitioners were all grandfathers with gray hair and beard. How about I test you? Wen Xiaoting smiled and said, don't mind, I'll give you another chance to perform. Yi Fei didn't reject those who came okay. But how do you test the profession of doctors? Let us do it directly. Practice. Wen Xiaoting looked puzzled. Yi Fei nodded. He picked up the cup next to him and took a sip of tea, and then said, I will diagnose your pulse, and then tell me your physical condition. Wen Xiaoting's eyes lit up when she heard the words come on. She stretched out her hand to let Yi Fei diagnose her pulse. Yi Fei wiped her hands with a bath towel, then let Wen Xiaoting sit on the bench, and Yi Fei diagnosed her pulse. And Mu Zijin also watched quietly from the side, her smart eyes kept focusing on Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei diagnosed Wen Xiaoting's pulse. Traditional Chinese medicine pays attention to seeing, smelling, inquiring, and cutting. Among them, cutting is cutting and diagnosing the pulse. Yi Fei reached out and put his hand on Wen Xiaoting's wrist, concentrating on checking Wen Xiaoting's pulse, and observing the complexion on Wen Xiaoting's face. He had a conclusion in his heart. After checking Wen Xiaoting's pulse for a while, Yi Fei said, I probably already know it. Wen Xiaoting was quite curious and said, do you know what? Say it quickly? Yi Fei smiled nonchalantly. It may involve some of your sex. Do you really want me to say? Say, there is no one else here. Wen Xiaoting waved his hand carelessly, not paying attention. Yi Fei said, then I will say. You have an endocrine disorder, and you probably stay up late lately. Wen Xiaoting's eyes widened slightly, and Yi Fei was right. It's okay, many people will stay up late. Wen Xiaoting was still a little hard. Yi Fei raised his eyelids and said lightly, I haven't finished talking yet. You said. Wen Xiaoting was a little unconvinced. Yi Fei said your menstruation last month was postponed for at least 7 days. Staying up late for a long time when you have endocrine disorders, your mood is irritable and your face is prone to acne. Wen Xiaoting's body was shocked, a little embarrassed, but Yi Fei was right. Her menstrual affairs last month were indeed delayed for more than 7 days, and the last 2 days were restless and very irritable. Yi Fei continued also, you have a habit of eating cold drinks, right, so your lower abdomen will be very painful when you come to menstruation, well, that is, dysmenorrhea. Wen Xiaoting's eyes widened, with a shocked and stunned expression. All hit. She really likes cold drinks, and she knows it's not good, but she just can't help it. Every time she comes to menstrual affairs, she is lying on the bed to death, her lower abdomen is painful, and she is extremely uncomfortable. Yu and Xiaoting didn't know what to say. Also, when you get up after going to the toilet occasionally, you will feel a black eye and a little dizziness. Your blood is weak, it's anemia. That's right again. In addition, Yi Fei listed 2 more, and they are all right, not bad at all. God. Incredible. Yi Fei is really a genius doctor. This is also okay. Even Mu Zijin next to him was slightly surprised. Yi Fei hit it, this man is simply a mystery. When you solve a mystery, when you think you have found the answer, you don't want to have a bigger mystery waiting for you to explore. The attraction and lethality of such men to women is indeed too great. Yi Fei is so proficient in medicine, he can tell Wen Xiaoting's situation clearly. Wen Xiaoting was completely convinced. Then, is there a way to treat it? A faint smile hung from the corner of Yi Fei's mouth. Believe me now. Thank you, you are a genius, Dr. Wen Xiaoting nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and continued, then how should I treat my body now? Wen Xiaoting completely believed in Yi Fei's medical skills. Mu Zijin's eyes flashed brightly, and Wen Xiaoting's condition could be judged only by examining the pulse, which proved that Yi Fei's medical skills were superb, perhaps. More. Chapter 42. Please do me a favor, 2 more, please evaluate the flowers. Wen Xiaoting asked Yi Fei quickly, wanting to know how to treat her body. Thinking about the pain of each menstruation, and thinking about the state of the recent period, Wen Xiaoting couldn't wait to ask Yi Fei. Yi Fei said lightly, you have to adjust your work and rest time first. You can't stay up late. In addition, I will prescribe a prescription for you, all of which are warm and tonic. You just need to take it on time. Yeah, okay. Wen Xiaoting still had the slightest suspicion, nodding her head with joy, and then exclaimed, Ji Daxiao, you are really amazing, it turns out you know so many things. Yi Fei smiled without saying a word. Mu Zijin also has a general knowledge of Yi Fei's medical skills. Such a skill in pulse diagnosis is rare even among the many famous Yanjing doctors she has seen. At the moment, Mu Zijin thought for a while, and said sincerely to Yi Fei, your medical skills are so good, I wonder if you can do me a favor. You said. Yi Fei had a vague guess in his heart. Mu Zijin said softly, my grandfather has been ill for a while. I would like to ask you for your help to make a diagnosis for him. Mu Zijin's grandfather is also a big brother in the original book. In the original book, Chen Luo took the first step in his rise because he had treated Mu Zijin's grandfather. And Mu Zijin sent an invitation to Yi Fei and asked Yi Fei for help. Yi Fei did not rush to agree, but asked, when? Mu Zijin said, if you are free, just take next Monday. There will be an expert consultation next Monday, and there will be several doctors in Yanjing City. Okay, then I should have time. Yi Fei agreed. Mu Zijin's bright eyes looked at Yi Fei and said sincerely, thank you, please. Ding, congratulations to the host, increase experience points. The experience value that Mu Zijin brings is really a lot. In a short period of time, Yi Fei had already added some experience points, which was much faster than usual. Yi Fei's promise was worthwhile. Host, did a great job, so that Chen Luo's opportunity will be handed. System said. Yi Fei shrugged. Actually, it may not be. But this is a good start. If you can catch the line of Mu family father, then not only will Chen Luo lose a bit of luck, Yi Fei will also get help from Mu family. The Mu family is a real wealthy family in Yanjing, and Mu Zijin's grandfather is even more powerful. In this way, Yi Fei is more comfortable with Chen Luo. But the host, I can't imagine that in just one day. Mu Zijin also seems to have made a subtle change to you, well done. The system said again. Yi Fei smiled faintly. Mu Zijin's attitude towards him has indeed changed. Mu Zijin has a light attitude towards any man, neither far nor near. It is easy to be friends with Mu Zijin, but it is extremely difficult to go further. But because of the last gold robbery incident, Mu Zijin's impression of Yi Fei was very good, coupled with Yi Fei's strength in swimming this time, as well as superb medical skills, it made Mu Zijin quite impressive. Accident. This also caused Mu Zijin to pay attention to Yi Fei unconsciously, and his attitude changed slightly. On the other hand, when Xiaoting got the prescription left by Yi Fei, excited and thankful, and thanked Yi Fei one after another. At the same time, when Xiaoting also said, Yi Daxiao, in order to express my gratitude to you, how about my dinner tonight? I will go to Shanghai Dream. When Xiaoting gritted her teeth and said with a painful expression on her face. Shanghai Dream is a Western restaurant, and it can be regarded as a very high-end Western restaurant in Yanjing. When Xiaoting was planning to bleed heavily this time. Well, I'm not welcome. Yi Fei smiled. Let us go, let us set off. When Xiaoting waved his hand boldly and said to the two of them. Yi Fei returned to the locker room, first took a shower and changed into a formal suit. His high-end customized suit set off his handsomeness. Yi Fei walked out slowly to join Mu Zijin and Wen Xiaoting. Mu Zijin and Wen Xiaoting also changed their clothes. Mu Zijin put on a simple but delicate light-colored blouse. Her dressing has always been simple, but generous. The plain face is facing the sky, no powder is applied, but the plain face is enough to kill countless women in seconds. Wen Xiaoting happily took the two to the Shanghai Dream Western restaurant. Shanghai Dream. The environment of this Western restaurant is elegant and generous, and the grade is very high. Generally, there are only places available for previous appointments. However, Wen Xiaoting's status is pretty good. Don't look at her expression of pain, but in fact, although her family conditions are not as good as Yi Fei and Mu Zijin, she also belongs to the upper circle of Yanjing. Wen Xiaoting has a gold membership card for this restaurant. The environment here is not bad. Let us have a French meal today. I like the steak with Bordeaux wine sauce and the fried foie gras. Wen Xiaoting gushed. Yi Fei and Mu Zijin didn't care, they both ordered 2 meals at random. The environment of this Western restaurant is very good, leaning on the river, overlooking the river. Yi Fei's position is by the window, so the scenery is unique. Eating in such an environment is still very comfortable. There is a white grand piano in the middle of the restaurant, and a foreign pianist is playing a performance. A piano piece was played. Mu Zijin and Wen Xiaoting were also immersed in the music. After playing a piece, Mu Zijin and Wen Xiaoting both applauded gently in courtesy. The pianist in this restaurant is still very good. Music is one of the most beautiful communication languages. Yi Daxiao, you just said that you have a lot of skills. Do you know how to play the piano at this moment? Wen Xiaoting blinked with a curious look on her face. More, please support. Chapter 43 Mysterious Man 3 More, please evaluate the flowers. Wen Xiaoting looked at Yi Fei curiously and asked if Yi Fei could play the piano. Yi Fei said a little bit. In fact, this is true. As a noble son of high society, how could Yi Fei not know how to play the piano? Women from family backgrounds like Wen Xiaoting and Mu Zijin can basically play the piano, but their level varies. This is also the result of childhood. Of course, no matter how bad the piano is, the ability to appreciate piano music is still there. Of course, Yi Fei can also play the piano, but the original master Yi Fei can only be regarded as an upper-level piano player. But there is a system that is different. Wen Xiaoting's eyes widened slightly. Although Yi Fei humbly said that he would be a little bit more confident, he seemed confident in his expression. Wen Xiaoting couldn't help saying, "You are humble again. It seems that your piano skills are good. Would you like to have a song?" Yi Fei smiled. "I'm afraid I played too well," so that the pianist just now was embarrassed. The pianist is a foreigner who was hired by the restaurant at a high price. His piano skills are still very good. Just now he played a famous piano song and caught everyone's ears. But Yi Fei actually said that he was afraid that the pianist would be embarrassed after he played it. Wen Xiaoting stuck out her tongue and said, "Aren't you bragging?" Yi Fei didn't excuse him, and smiled without saying a word. But Mu Zijin next to her spoke. She blinked her beautiful autumn eyes and actively said, "I want to hear it too. Why don't you try?" Mu Zijin also wanted to listen to piano music. Wow, this is the first time Zijin has asked for it. "Young Master Yi, you will save face." Wen Xiaoting's pleading expression was almost shameless. Yi Fei thought for a while. He glanced at the grand piano and smiled faintly. "It's okay, then I'll play a song, and I can play freely." Okay. Wen Xiaoting raised her chin with a look of expectation. She was really curious about Yi Fei's piano level. Yi Fei is proficient in martial arts, swimming, and medical skills. Is he really proficient in piano? Mu Zijin also smiled lightly. Yi Fei slowly got up and walked steadily to the white grand piano. No one played the grand piano at this time, and the foreigner pianist was standing aside, taking advantage of this gap to rest. Yi Fei exchanged a few words with the pianist in English, and the pianist was happy to lend the piano to Yi Fei. So Yi Fei sat down in front of the white grand piano. When the guests in the Shanghai Dream restaurant saw a handsome man walking up to the piano, they all subconsciously cast their eyes to this side. Sitting on the piano bench, Yi Fei played a few notes briefly and tried the sound first. At the same time, Yi Fei opened the system layout and directly upgraded the 2 skills of piano and score to advanced. After all, it's not good to be able to play the piano alone, you have to be able to score. This time Yi Fei intends to play a famous piano piece from his previous life. Yifei was very simple, and directly spent another 200 million. Successfully exchanged skills. It cost another 200 million, but Yifei didn't feel distressed at all. Yifei is about to play a famous piano piece in his previous life, Adelina by the Water, a piece by the piano prince Richard Clayderman. This is a piano piece that anyone who knows how to play the piano basically knows. This piece can be called a world-famous piece in the previous life and won the Golden Piano Award. Yifei looked at the two women Mu Zijin and Wen Xiaoting. Wen Xiaoting looked at Yifei with bright eyes. She felt that even though Yifei hadn't played the piano yet, she was so handsome just sitting in front of the piano. This temperament was truly amazing. As for Mu Zijin, she watched Yifei's movements with a trace of expectation in her bright eyes. The corner of Yifei's mouth curled up, and he smiled at Mu Zijin and Wen Xiaoting. Then, his gaze became extremely focused, and he stopped looking at the two women. He took a deep breath and placed his fingers on the piano keys. After a little brewing, he began to play. Yifei sat on the piano bench. His 10 fingers were long and slender. With a slight movement, Yifei's fingers were very dexterous, like dancing on the piano keys in black and white. Immediately afterwards, the crystal-like piano sound poured out, and the soft melody spread through the microphone throughout the restaurant. The moving notes came out, and the piano sound was as clear as tide, and overflowing like moonlight, overflowing the space of this restaurant. All the guests, the waiter, and the foreign pianist were all taken aback, and then slightly intoxicated. Yifei's slender fingers were beating vigorously on the black and white keys, and one after another different high and low notes formed this gorgeous movement. This beautiful and moving melody is like the bright moonlight spilling over the earth, making it comfortable and smooth, washing in the heart like a clear spring. The extremely clear sound of the piano spread to every corner of this restaurant. Everyone couldn't help but stop throwing a cup of chopsticks, staring at Yifei unanimously. At this moment, Yifei sat in the center of the platform and became the only protagonist. The intoxicating movement gave the foreign pianist next to Yifei an unbelievable look, and his eyes looked at Yifei with excitement and shock. Yifei not only has a very high level of piano performance, but more importantly, this piano piece it is a golden piece of piano music. This moving melody, beautiful notes, caught everyone's ears. In this world, it is completely different from the time and space of Yifei's previous life. Of course, there are not many classic songs, piano music and other repertoires of the previous life. Therefore, Yifei's performance can only be described as unique. Wen Xiaoting widened her eyes, opened her small mouth, and looked at this scene in disbelief. She covered her mouth and said this is so amazing, it's so nice, what kind of tune is this, why have I never heard Yifei, is he too strong? Mu Zijin's beautiful eyes also bloomed with brilliance. Mu Zijin is very good, she has many suitors, and she has seen many good men, but Yifei seems to be the most special and mysterious one. Is there anything he wants? Chapter 44 is so good. For more, please evaluate the flowers. Shanghai Dream Restaurant. The sound of the piano came melodiously like a crystal, drifting comfortably into everyone's ears, like a clear stream, washing people's hearts. It's like the afternoon sun and the bright moonlight, so cozy and comfortable. This song Adelina by the Water is a famous golden song in the past life. Coupled with Yifei's superb piano playing skills, it can be called a textbook interpretation. Ordinary audience members in the restaurant can only hear the beautiful piano music. But those who really understand the piano can hear how powerful it is. Mu Zijin and Wen Xiaoting both have piano appreciation skills, and the foreign pianist next to Yifei is even more shocked. Mu Zijin looked at Yifei with brilliance in her eyes, and her eyes also showed shock. Needless to say, Wen Xiaoting's face has proved everything. The melodious piano sound, the beautiful movement, the touching note. The emotion expressed in the music is the vague and beautiful love. Yifei is like a bard, and he will tell this story in a musical way, making people nostalgic. Hearing the beauty of the piano sound, Mu Zijin was also lost for a moment. Finished playing one piece. Yifei stood on the piano stage in the center, smiling gracefully, and then stood up. Everyone in the restaurant has become Yifei's audience at this moment, and they all have a look on their faces. The tunes played by real piano masters are completely different from the piano tunes heard on the computer and TV. The rendering and shocking power of the scene is far stronger. Moreover, Yi Fei's superb playing skills, coupled with the addition of a world-famous song, were enough to make the scene mesmerized. The moment Yi Fei stepped down, everyone in the restaurant applauded spontaneously in thunderous applause. With the warm applause, Yi Fei also smiled and nodded to the guests in the restaurant before slowly getting up and returning to his seat. Yi Fei is back. As soon as he took his seat, he saw the foreign pianist in a tuxedo sprinting to Yi Fei's face, and talking to Yi Fei in English. His expression was extremely excited. The foreign pianist expressed to Yi Fei that he was honored to hear and witness this piano piece, and asked Yi Fei what the name of the piano piece was. The foreign pianist looked at Yi Fei with admiration, and even took out a blank paper for Yi Fei to sign. Obviously, the insider looks at the doorway. This foreign pianist has been deeply moved by Yi Fei's piano skills in this piece, and has become a fan of Yi Fei. After Yi Fei smiled and signed, the pianist took the signature paper and left like a treasure. When shouting exclaimed young Master Yi, "You are really almighty, what else can you not?" Yi Fei smiled and said, "I'm showing my ugliness. Actually, it hasn't fully played well just now. The piano has a few unstable sounds." When shouting looked speechless, and almost worshipped Yi Fei. How many unstable piano sounds are there? Means that Yi Fei hasn't exerted his full strength yet. By the way, what is the name of this song? I have never heard it before. Is this your original? When shouting asked quickly. Now Yi Fei's image in her mind is really getting bigger and bigger. Yi Fei said this song is my original. Yi Fei was not polite at all, and put this world-famous song in his bag. How about it? Can you barely get it in your ears? When shouting supported her chin and made no secret of her admiration. Yi Dashao, you are really, I don't know what to say, this piece is so good. I have also listened to many concerts and piano performances, but I really like your playing. Today's meal is worth it. By the way, you still didn't say what this song is called. When shouting couldn't help asking again. Yi Fei glanced at Mu Zijin, and said with a light smile, this song is called Adelina by the Water. Adelina by the Water. When shouting savored the name carefully, and felt that something was wrong. Yi Fei's voice was faint, and said, Adelina comes from the story of Greek mythology. There is a beautiful legend in Greek mythology. A long time ago, there was a lonely king who sculpted a beautiful young girl. Looking obsessively, he finally inevitably fell in love with the statue of the girl. So he prayed to the gods. His sincerity and perseverance moved the of love Aphrodite and gave the sculpture life. When shouting blinked. She had never heard of this Greek myth. Obviously, Yi Fei's song was about love. When shouting suddenly thought of something. There was a flash of light in her mind, and she blinked at Mu Zijin. This is a piano song about love, Adelina by the Water. How do I feel that I'm talking about Zijin? Well, today Zijin was beautiful when she was by the pool water. When shouting felt that the name of Yi Fei's song meant something. Adelina by the water, isn't Mu Zijin today also by the water when he swims. In fact, Yi Fei's choice of this song did have such a profound meaning. This song Adelina by the Water is not only a love song, but it also fits well with the scene by the pool this afternoon. When shouting looked at Mu Zijin and Yi Fei again. She couldn't help but think to herself that the name of Yi Fei's piano piece is really wonderful, Adelina by the Water. The name is not only the name of the piano, it is more suitable for the scene when swimming this afternoon. This piece is really suitable. Yi Fei is too good at teasing. When shouting couldn't help but praise Yi Fei. This man is so attractive, who can stop him? When shouting was aware of this, and of course it was impossible to fail to detect it with Mu Zijin's ice and snow intelligence. Mu Zijin's face blushed slightly. What do you think of this song, Miss Mu? Yi Fei asked with a smile. Mu Zijin thought for a while, made a serious evaluation, and said softly, it's really good. This is the best piano piece I've heard recently. For more, thank you all for your support. Chapter 45. Drop a time bomb. One more, please evaluate the flowers. Mu Zijin also spoke highly of Yi Fei's piano music. Mu Zijin fixed his gaze on Yi Fei for a while, then retracted his gaze. With what happened today, she was destined to be deeply impressed by this song Adelina by the Water. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting experience points. More experience points. The corner of Yi Fei's mouth evokes an arc. When Xiaoting looked at Yi Fei with a smile, and looked at Mu Ziyan with a smile, feeling a little delicate and subtle atmosphere in the air. Interesting. Although Mu Zijin didn't say much, when Xiaoting, as Mu Zijin's best friend, has clearly felt the subtle changes in Mu Zijin's mentality. Although Mu Zijin may not like Yi Fei, she has never seen Mu Zijin have such an attitude towards other men. I wonder what would happen if these two people really fell in love. It must be fun. When Xiaoting's eyes were smiling, and she looked forward to it. The meal at Shanghai Dream Restaurant was a delight for the guests and the host. Of course, when Xiaoting had a little pain except when paying the bill. Next, Yi Fei sent Mu Zijin and went shouting away, and then returned to the private villa. Host, you have gained a lot today. The system popped out. Not bad. Yi Fei shrugged and said lightly, how many experience points do I have now? There is something in common. Today Mu Zijin brought him a lot of experience points, which made Yi Fei a little rich. Then you can add a little attribute, and adjust the system layout. Yi Fei said lightly. Host Yi Fei. Experience. Personal wealth 100 million. Strength. Speed 4. Wisdom. Charm is extraordinary. Lucky value. Note, standard for normal adult males. Seeing his own attribute page, Yi Fei thought for a while, ready to add more. Yi Fei groaned. In this way, the system will add some wisdom and luck to me. No problem, host. There are only points of experience, but Yi Fei's wisdom attribute has increased to a point, while the luck attribute has increased by a point, and it has become a point. These two attributes are relatively hidden attributes. After adding attribute points, the effect may not be displayed immediately. After Yi Fei increased the attribute points, he felt refreshed, and the thoughts in his mind were clear. Host, what do you plan to do next? The system asked again. With the addition of attribute points, Yi Fei was in a good mood. He squinted and asked, what do you mean? What else? Of course, the host is how you plan to deal with Chen Luo. He has already gone to Qijing Pharmaceutical Group and found Duan Qijing, the system said. Furthermore, with Master Chen Luo's contacts, Chen Luo will definitely go to other giants in Yanjing. Don't forget that there were even two big men who owed Master Chen Luo's favor. The system reminded one after another. Yi Fei said lightly, of course I can't forget. Chen Luo has a very wide network, but the thing about human relationship is one less. He will never use it lightly. At present, Duan Qijing is the most reliable one for Chen Luo. That's right. It's just that Chen Luojui must retaliate. Didn't you say that he will retaliate? The system asked strangely. Yi Fei said lightly, well, Chen Luo will definitely retaliate. He should be almost ready. Before that, I have to start. What is the host going to do? The system was curious. Yi Fei said calmly, start with Duan Qijing. Duan Qijing is Chen Luo's senior. He has nothing to say to Chen Luo. He is Chen Luo's ironist backer in Yanjing. The system was puzzled in every way. Start with Duan Qijing, but the relationship between Duan Qijing and Chen Luo is unbreakable. What do you want to do? Yi Fei's mouth showed a meaningful smile. You will know tomorrow. Duan Qijing's relationship with Chen Luo is indeed unbreakable, but there are still people around Duan Qijing who can use it. The next day, Yi Fei took care of Luo Weiyu in the morning, spent a while at Brilliant Entertainment at noon, and finally waited for the evening. He is about to act. After evacuating the person who followed Chen Luo secretly, Yi Fei did not know what Chen Luo was doing during this time. But Yi Fei was not in a hurry, because he planned to bury a chess piece beside Chen Luo. In the original book, Chen Luo opposed Huang Yi and Yi Changhai of the Yi group and planted 2 time bombs in the Yi group. And now, Yi Fei intends to do the same. In the way of the other, return the body to the other. It's 11:30 in the evening. Yi Fei waited at the entrance of a 5-star hotel. He drove a black McLaren supercar and stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Waited for about 10 minutes. Yi Fei saw a young man wearing a big gold chain and smoking a cigarette, dressed all over his body. He walked into the hotel swaggeringly. Yi Fei got out of the car calmly and followed behind the man. The man looked less than 30 years old, full of anger, a face of a nouveau riche. He went to the hotel to enter the elevator, and then to the hotel building, the room. The man had just entered the hotel room. He was humming a little song in a good mood, while he took out his phone to find a little girl he had just caught to play with. At this time, a faint voice suddenly sounded outside the door of the hotel. "Li Shangyun, I finally found you." Li Shangyun was shocked suddenly, almost so scared that he suddenly heard this sound outside the hotel room in the middle of the night, which was indeed a bit scary. Li Shangyun turned his head abruptly and saw an extremely handsome young man. This man was extremely well dressed and with extraordinary bearing. He was looking at him with a smile. "Who are you?" Li Shangyun stepped back abruptly and asked very vigilantly. Yi Fei smiled faintly. "Don't be so nervous, showing up in this hotel so late. You want to make an appointment with the little girl in the nightclub yesterday." "How do you know?" Li Shangyun's expression changed, and the other party clearly knew him clearly. Li Shangyun was frightened and angry. How could the man in front of him know so clearly about his affairs? Yi Fei glanced at Li Shangyun. He walked into the hotel room on his own and found a place to sit down. Li Shangyun is Duan Shizheng's adopted son, and it is his goal this time. More seeking flowers evaluation and support. Chapter 46 Surrender 2 more, ask for flowers for evaluation. The room in a 5-star hotel. Yi Fei calmly sat on the sofa and looked at Li Shangyun lightly. Li Shangyun said with a frightened and angry expression, "Who are you on earth, boy? Don't pretend to be a fool." With that said, Li Shangyun walked to Yi Fei's face, as if he was about to prepare to do something. Yi Fei beckoned. Immediately afterwards, 2 black-clad bodyguards emerged from behind Li Shangyun, one of which was the Black Friday. Black 5 pulled Li Shangyun up like a chicken, and Li Shangyun was immediately stunned. He wanted to struggle, but he was not the opponent of Black 5 at all. He Wu deliberately smiled coldly and said, "You still want to move Xiaoyi because of your ability? Be honest, otherwise your life will be lost today." Upon hearing this, Li Shangyun immediately did not dare to move. His face was slightly pale, and big beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Yi Fei glanced lightly at Li Shangyun, and from beginning to end he didn't pay attention to Li Shangyun's threat. Yi Fei's fingers tapped the armrest of the sofa, and his voice didn't slow down. "Li Shangyun, this year, Duan Shizheng's son is also the vice president of Shizheng Group. You love going to nightclubs and bars, and you just hooked up with a nightclub yesterday. My little girl, my name is Chen Yulian, right?" Every time Yi Fei said something, Li Shangyun's expression turned pale. Because Yi Fei said it all. Even Yi Fei's affairs are not big or small, even the few private little things he has done recently are clear. Li Shangyun was mentioned several times in the original book. Li Shangyun is the son of Duan Shizheng, and he is deeply trusted by Duan Shizheng, and his ability to do things is also quite strong, so Duan Shizheng is highly regarded. In the original book, Li Shangyun was initially dissatisfied with Chen Luo just riding on his head when he came to the group, but after being cleaned up by Chen Luo a few times, he was completely honest and listened to Chen Luo's dispatch. Yi Fei relied on the introduction in the original book and he asked the Black Friday to investigate Li Shangyun's information, so he was very familiar with everything about Li Shangyun. This also caused Li Shangyun's face to change drastically, and his dark feeling was not good. Yi Fei glanced at Li Shangyun, and his voice was calm. "Li Shangyun, don't be nervous, I am here to give you a fortune today. Send me a rich and honorable." Li Shangyun was in a daze. Yi Fei said lightly, "I want you to do things for me. If you can satisfy me, I promise you that you have no worries about food and clothing, and you are prosperous and wealthy." Li Shangyun gritted his teeth. He now controls everything in the hands of the mysterious young man in front of him, and has to be obedient. "People are knives, I am fish." Li Shangyun lowered his head and said, "What do you want me to do?" "It's very simple, you know Chen Luo," Yi Fei said lightly. Li Shangyun suddenly raised his head, his mind flashed. "You're looking for Chen Luo, I see, you are the Yi family youngster." Think of the name Chen Luo often chanted over the past 2 days. Hearing what He Wu called Yi Fei just now, Li Shangyun was not stupid, and he immediately knew Yi Fei's identity. Yi Fei squinted. "Li Shangyun, you are a bit smarter than I thought. What I want you to do is very simple. I want you to stare at Chen Luo and Duan Shizheng, especially Chen Luo. I want you to report their information to me. Hearing what Yi Fei said, Li Shangyun's expression changed and he shook his head violently. No, if my foster father knows, he will definitely not spare me. If I was discovered by him, he would kill me. Yi Fei glanced at Li Shangyun and said lightly, if you don't help me, you will die now. Black Friday squeezed Li Shangyun's neck very cooperatively. Li Shangyun heard the words, and he collapsed directly on the ground, like a frustrated ball. He knew that he couldn't beat this Yi family young master. He also knows that Chen Luo also suffered from the Yi family young master's hands. Chen Luo has been looking for someone to check the Yi family young master's information for the past 2 days. In addition, there are 2 other women's material. Yi Fei squinted and said lightly, besides, Li Shangyun, are you really so willing to subdue to Chen Luo? How Duan Qi has been very clear to Chen Luo in the past 2 days. As Duan Qizheng's son, you could have inherited the equity of Qizheng medicine, and even hoped to control Qizheng medicine in the future. Unfortunately, the appearance of Chen Luo made you completely useless. Don't you want to get rid of Chen Luo, or even do Duan Qizheng as the boss? Yi Fei stood up, looked down at Li Shangyun who was sitting on the ground, and said faintly, you follow me and I will help you. Li Shangyun's whole body was shocked, and greed appeared in his eyes. Of course he had thought about everything Yi Fei said. Duan Qizheng has no children at his knees. As the son of Duan Qizheng, he is most hopeful of inheriting the Qizheng group. But Chen Luo's appearance made him desperate. He found that Duan Qi was treating Chen Luo much better than his son. Only a few days after Chen Luo came, he was entrusted with heavy responsibility by Duan Qizheng, and Duan Qizheng generously distributed the shares of Chen Luo Company. Li Shangyun was not convinced, but there was nothing he could do. Greed and fear were intertwined in Li Shangyun's heart. He looked at Yi Fei and felt that this man was a demon that deceived people's hearts. But he had to make a deal with the devil. Li Shangyun struggled for a while, but in the end he couldn't resist Yi Fei's intimidation and temptation. He lowered his head and said in a deep voice, Yi Shao, I will leave it to you in the future. Very well, you have embezzled Duan Qizheng's several medical purchases, I will help you keep it secret. Yi Fei said lightly. Li Shangyun was shocked again. He knew that Yi Fei was awakening himself, so that he knew that he had a handle in Yi Fei's hand. Li Shangyun's head was lowered. Intimidating and lure, Yi Fei played well. Talk about Chen Luo's movements in the past 2 days. Yi Fei said lightly. Yes. Li Shangyun nodded repeatedly, and he explained Chen Luo's situation in the past 2 days. Li Shangyun is Duan Qizheng's adopted son, and his status is not low. He was watching Chen Luo, which was far more useful than the bodyguards that Yi Fei sent to follow. Li Shangyun confessed a lot of things and made Yi Fei nod slightly. One of the things Li Shangyun confessed also confirmed Yi Fei's guess. According to Li Shangyun, Chen Luo collected a lot of information about the Su family and planned to start with the Su family first. More seeking support. Chapter 47. What a coincidence. 3 more, ask for all support. Chen Luo's movements are consistent with Yi Fei's previous guesses. Although Chen Luo now has Duan Qi as a backer, he is still unable to attack Yi Fei and the Yi family for the time being. Therefore, Chen Luo planned to deal with the Su family first. After all, the strength of the Su family is much inferior to that of the Yi family, and the most important thing is that the Su family and Duan Qizheng have a direct competitive conflict, both of which are giants in the pharmaceutical and cosmetic industries. Li Shangyun didn't dare to make trouble in front of Yi Fei, and explained everything he knew. As the protagonist of the original book, Chen Luo not only likes beautiful women, but also has an extremely selfish personality and a strong vengeance. The last time Chen Luo went to Su's house to run into a wall, he was stimulated by Su Qingzhu's indifferent attitude, and he must also hate Su Qingzhu. So Chen Luo was ready to report the recovery of light bamboo first. How to report the recovery of light bamboo? Due to misogyny, Su Qingzhu has a cold personality and hardly any friends. Chen Luo thought about it and planned to start with Su Qingzhu's company. Su Qingzhu is the chairman of the Su Group's most profitable subsidiary Hanyan Makeup. Hanyan Makeup, you know by its name, this company mainly deals in women's cosmetics. And Qizheng Pharmaceutical Group also has a cosmetics company that competes with Su Qingzhu's beauty makeup. The two businesses are highly overlapped and compete fiercely with each other. For Su Qingzhu, she spent almost all of her time and energy in this Hongyan makeup company. Hongyan Makeup was in her hands for just 3 years, changing from a well-known cosmetics company in China. It is a domestic first-line brand, and even has some international popularity. So Chen Luo's goal this time is Su Qingzhu's beauty makeup. He wanted to strike down the company that Su Qingzhu cared most about, and retaliate fiercely. Chen Luo has the strong support of Duan Qizheng. Anyway, the two companies are in a competitive relationship, and Chen Luo has no scruples, so Chen Luo acted intensively. After listening to Li Shangyun's report, Yi Fei also nodded slightly. Li Shangyun continued, Yi Xiao, Chen Luo has mobilized all the resources of our company, all cosmetics have been reduced in price on counters and online, and they have spent a lot of money on hype, preparing to attack the products of confetti. Yi Fei's voice was faint. Chen Luo adopts Yangmo. Openly mobilize resources, and compete with Hongyan Makeup from the front. In this way, no one can grasp his handle. It is foreseeable that Su Qingzhu will definitely feel uncomfortable when Chen Luo comes prepared. You continue to monitor Chen Luo's movements, and if you have any news, send me a cell phone. Yi Fei reported a cell phone number to Li Shangyun. Li Shangyun quickly wrote down the number and said to Yi Fei, don't worry, Xiaoyi, I will get things done. Yi Fei nodded nonchalantly. You will be more prosperous in the next half of your life. It depends on your performance this time. Yes. Yi Fei did not stay too much in the hotel, he left the hotel room. A time bomb was planted beside Chen Luo, and Yi Fei was very satisfied. At the same time, Yi Fei did not forget to instruct Black Friday to monitor Li Shangyun to prevent him from playing tricks. Even if Li Shangyun had taken refuge in him, Yi Fei would still keep an eye on him, just in case. Yi Fei returned to the villa. It's late at night. Yi Fei was about to take a bath and then went to bed. As he was about to go to the bathroom, a message popped up suddenly on Yi Fei's WeChat phone. Yi Fei glanced at it and raised his eyebrows. It was a WeChat from Su Qingzhu. Su Qingzhu and Yi Fei had been friends on WeChat for a long time, but Yi Fei never sent a message to Su Qingzhu since they crossed. Su Qingzhu took the initiative to look for him this time. Yi Feilong has been dealing with Su Qingzhu for a few days. In fact, since the last time I saw Yi Fei and Luo Weiyu's intimate behavior, Su Qingzhu's mood was extremely complicated. She kept reminding herself in her heart that she didn't like Yi Fei. If Yi Fei likes other people, it is a good thing for her. But the more you think about it, the more confused Su Qingzhu's heart becomes. Think about Yi Fei's pursuit and enthusiasm for her before, and now Yi Fei is so cold towards her, even turning a blind eye to her. Su Qingzhu's heart is mixed with 5 flavors. Not knowing what is wrong, Su Qingzhu sent a WeChat message to Yi Fei, "Are you asleep?" When Yi Fei saw this WeChat, he couldn't help but laugh. He said to his heart how it was so coincidental. As soon as Chen Luo stared at Su's family, Su Qingzhu sent him a WeChat. "Host, Su Qingzhu took the initiative to send you a message. It's incredible. With her character, she will take the initiative to find you." The system was surprised. Yi Fei shrugged, but he was also a little surprised. In the middle of the night, what was Su Qingzhu thinking about without sleeping? "Host, take the opportunity, and get back to the news quickly," the system said. Yi Fei said lightly, "What's the hurry? I'll take a bath first." Yi Fei went to the bathroom to take a bath slowly. He came out of the bathroom in about 20 minutes. The system is more anxious than Yi Fei, and he even said to Yi Fei, "I said the host, you should reply to the news soon. This is a good opportunity to attack Su Qingzhu. It is rare for her to send a message to you." Yi Fei originally wanted to reply to the news. He paused for a while with the phone in his hand, then put down the phone, and said faintly, "You are right, but I suddenly want to sleep now." With that, Yi Fei threw the phone aside, fell on the bed, changed a comfortable position, and went to sleep. System. Yi Fei dried Su Qingzhu for another night. That night, Su Qingzhu could not sleep, staring at the screen of the phone for a long time without seeing Yi Fei returning a message. She bit her lip and had a complicated mind, and it took a long time to fall asleep. The next day, Yi Fei didn't get up until 9 o'clock in the morning. By this time Su Qingju had already arrived at the company's chairman's office. Su Qingju was upset at work today. He glanced at his mobile phone from time to time, and even lost his mind during the meeting. Even the female secretary was wondering that President Su would be distracted when he went to work. It's really weird. Ding! Su Qingju's cell phone finally rang. Su Qingju turned on the phone, and Yifei's reply came late. I fell asleep last night, what's wrong? Su Qingju looked at the phone screen. She typed a line first, and seemed to delete it inappropriately, and finally typed in slowly, are you free tonight? Thank you for saving my grandpa last time. I want to invite you. Xinghaming, thank you for eating a meal. Yifei looked weird when he received the news. What a coincidence. Is it Shanghai Dream Restaurant again? More, please support. Chapter 48. You have become a male god. For more, ask for flowers evaluation votes. Yifei was a little surprised. The place Su Qingju invited him to dinner turned out to be Shanghai Dream Restaurant. He only went to this restaurant with Mu Zijin and when shouting the day before yesterday. Would it be such a coincidence? Yifei couldn't help but smile when he saw this WeChat. Although Su Qingju said that he invited him to dinner to thank Yifei for saving Su Xiaokuan, but this was just an excuse. Otherwise, on the day Yifei rescued Su Xiaokuan, why didn't Su Qingju invite him to dinner? Oh, woman. Of course, Yifei also knew that with Su Qingju's character, it was really not easy for her to say such a thing. Yifei replied okay. Su Qingju received Yifei's reply, and his mood became a little brighter. He finally returned to his usual working state and began to deal with his work seriously. 6 p.m. Su Qingju appeared in the Shanghai Dream Restaurant. She found a place by the riverside window to sit down, and the environment was elegant. Su Qingju deliberately changed his outfit instead of the professional outfit he wore at work. Ivory lace blouse, aqua blue hip skirt with bottom body, a pair of high heels, a light lipstick, and a simple and delicate light makeup. Su Qingju's appearance is quite high at first, and even more so after careful makeup and dressing. His cold temperament is like Tianshan snow lotus, which can only be viewed from a distance. Su Qingju sat by the window, looking at the river in the distance, listening to the piano accompaniment in the dining room, startled. There were many men around her quietly looking at her, but no one came up to strike up a conversation. Su Qingju was a famous iceberg beauty in Yanjing. Almost everyone in Yanjing's upper circle knew her. They knew Su Qingju's daily coldness, so these men only dared to watch. Soon, Yifei also came. Today, Yifei wore a casual, personally made shirt, which was cut delicately to fit the body. His lower body was a pair of light-colored slacks. He walked slowly. The richness of the gods is floating, and the instrument is magnificent. Because of the charm value of Yifei, the whole person has not changed much from the previous 5 senses, but the temperament is completely different. When Su Qingju saw Yifei, he pointed at Yifei's head slightly, and then softly asked, "You are here, what do you want to eat?" Yifei took the seat casually, but he ordered the dishes unceremoniously. "I have a good appetite today." Yifei ordered a sirloin steak, a truffle mushroom soup, and pan-fried codfish and desserts. After ordering this bunch of things, Yifei smiled at Su Qingju and said, "Sorry, I'm a little hungry today." "Fine." Seeing Yifei's casual expression, Su Qingju felt a little strange. Did he really just come to eat? Su Qingju's eyes were dim. She just ordered a lasagna at random. After ordering the meal, both of them were silent. Su Qingju didn't know how to speak, but Yifei didn't want to speak. For a while, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Yifei looked at the river outside the window with a faint expression. At this moment, there was a surprised female voice in his ear. "Young Master Yi, are you here for dinner again today?" Yifei looked back and saw that she was an unfamiliar girl. The girl looked pretty. She was a cute type and probably had a good appearance. She was a little beauty. But Yifei didn't know this girl. Su Qingju's beautiful eyes also looked over. "Just listen to Yifei, you are." The girl blinked and quickly explained, "Oh. Yi Gongzi, you don't know me, but I'm a big fan of you. I also ate here the day before yesterday. I happened to hear you play that piano piece. It's so nice. Yes, I recorded it on my own initiative and posted it on our school forum. I'm a student of Yenjing Conservatory of Music. Don't you know that our school forums have exploded in the past 2 days, and you are now the male in the minds of all the girls in our school? Yi Fei couldn't help laughing when he heard this. It turns out that there is still such a case. The girl obviously knew Yi Fei and also knew Yi Fei's identity. By the way, what is the name of the piano piece you played that day? The girl looked forward to it. Our college teacher commented yesterday that your piano piece can be called a classic golden piece. The girl is very cheerful, very lively, and familiar. Yi Fei smiled. It's called Adelina by the Water. The girl wrote down the name, and then stuck her tongue out, a little anxious. Can I ask for a signature, Mr. Yi? Don't you mind? Yes. Yi Fei smiled gracefully. The girl immediately took out a delicate notebook and handed it to Yi Fei for her signature. Yi Fei signed her name, and the girl carefully closed the notebook and put it away, and then said, "Thank you, thank you. I didn't dare to bother you with your female companion that day. I finally got my signature today. It's a worthwhile trip." "You're welcome. Then I'm leaving." The girl politely bowed to Yi Fei, and then left, humming a small song, obviously happy and excited. After this episode, Su Qingju looked at Yi Fei's beautiful eyes with mixed emotions. She is very smart and heard 2 messages from the girl's words just now. First, Yi Fei was also in this Shanghai Dream restaurant the day before yesterday, and he also played a piano piece. Obviously, he played very well and surprised the audience. Otherwise, I will never impress the girl just now and post it to the school forum. Moreover, most of this piano music was original by Yi Fei. Second, Su Qingju clearly heard that the girl said that when Yi Fei came the day before yesterday, she was accompanied by a female companion. Who can that be? Is it Luo Weiyu? Probably not. Luo Weiyu's feet had just been operated on just a few days ago, and it was not convenient to move. Su Qingju's eyes flashed with complicated colors, and her hand holding the cup involuntarily squeezed. It just so happened that the waiter brought the dishes, and Su Qingju suddenly felt that the usual dishes seemed less attractive. Yi Fei ate very happily. Yi Fei ate a piece of steak, which was juicy and tender, indeed delicious. He cut the steak elegantly, and finally asked, "Miss Su, wouldn't you just invite me to eat today?" Su Qingju was silent for a while, kept calm, and said softly, "Yi Fei, when did you play the piano so well? For more, ask for flowers for evaluation." Chapter 49 Severe disease needs strong medicine. One more, please evaluate the flowers. Su Qingju knew that Yi Fei could play the piano. But I didn't know that Yi Fei played the piano so superbly. Listening to the girl's tone just now, she obviously admired Yi Fei very much. That girl is a student of Yenqing University of Music. Yenqing Conservatory of Music is the highest school of music in China. Can girls who can study at Yenqing Conservatory of Music have poor music literacy? What's more, the girl said that the girls at Yenqing University of Music now regard Yi Fei as a male god. It is conceivable that Yi Fei must have played an amazing piano piece. Yi Fei smiled and said, "Miss Su, my piano level has always been very good, but you have never paid attention to it." Su Qingju paused slightly with the snow-white jade hand holding the knife and fork. Yi Fei didn't look at her, but said lightly, "I'm not only good at piano, but I also have many other abilities, such as the medical skills you have seen, and swimming." Yi Fei's words were plain, but stingy. Su Qingju was silent for a while, then said, "It seems that I don't know you well enough." Yi Fei said lightly, "Yes, of course you don't know me well enough. It should be said that you are not interested in knowing me." Su Qingju opened her mouth, trying to say something, only to find that she couldn't talk about it at all. Su Qingju was silent for a while before saying, "I used to have a bad attitude towards you." Yi Fei waved his hand and said calmly, "I understand, after all, you have misogyny. Things are over, I didn't take it to heart." Su Qingju bit his mouth and said, "What do you mean by saying that things are over?" "It's just that I have put it down." "You put it down for some reason." Su Qingju felt a faint pain in his heart. Su Qingju looked at Yi Fei's profile, and saw that Yi Fei's expression was calm, his expression calm, and there was no color of nostalgia. "Right." Su Qingju tightly squeezed the knife and fork with both hands, her white fingers became paler, her face gradually lost its blood, her heart was full of mixed flavors, and her heart was a little flustered. Su Qingju lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "You mean, you don't like me anymore?" After saying this, Su Qingju felt that he was exhausted. How Yi Fei treated her before is still vivid. In order to pursue Su Qingju, the original owner, Yi Fei, deliberately learned Su Qingju's favorite equestrianism, specially made surprises and gave her gifts, and even waited for her to go to work every day. It can be said to be attentive and extremely enthusiastic. But now, Yi Fei doesn't seem to like her anymore. Yi Fei's attitude towards her was like a strange woman, as if she had never liked her. Su Qingju only asked this question. Yi Fei suddenly smiled when he heard Su Qingju's words. Su Qingju's beautiful eyes stared at Yi Fei's sharp face, waiting for Yi Fei to speak. Yi Fei narrowed his smile and said lightly, "Miss Su, it's not that I don't like you anymore, but I want to understand something." "What's up?" Yi Fei asked calmly. "Why should I like you?" Su Qingju was startled. Yi Fei continued, "I don't need to say more about how I pursued you before. But what about you? Have you ever responded from the beginning to the end? What if I like you again? Miss Su, you protect yourself in your armor with misogyny, pack it tightly, and refuse to contact the outside world at all. What if I like you again? What's more, I, Yi Fei, are not wanted by anyone, so why should I ask for trouble? It's someone else's thing to lick a dog, and I don't do it anyway. It's okay if you want me to pay, but at least you have to see the rewards." Every time Yi Fei said a word, Su Qingju's face paled slightly. Yi Fei's words were heavy, even a little too much. Su Qingju was completely silent. She drooped her head slightly, she turned sideways to the window, her long hair covered her delicate and beautiful face, so that Yi Fei couldn't see her expression. "Host, are you talking too much?" The voice of the system sounded in Yi Fei's heart at this time. The system felt that Yi Fei's words were a bit too radical. These words were like a sharp sword, poking Su Qingju's heart directly. Yi Fei also communicated with the system, and Yi Fei said lightly in his heart, "I said too much, isn't that true? But don't you want to attack Su Qingju? This is counterproductive." In case the system expressed concern. Yi Fei chuckled. Su Qingju can't be won so easily. Su Qingju is misogynistic. If she can't cause enough shock in her heart, it will be impossible to move her. This is the same as treating diseases, severe medicines are needed. Yi Fei briefly explained that the system silently stopped speaking. But at this moment Su Qingju still did not speak, she leaned on her side and remained silent. Yi Fei said lightly, "Of course, Miss Su, I can actually understand you. I know you are not against me, but you suffer from misogyny and are very repulsive to all the opposite sex. But you trap yourself in your inner world, completely unable to get out of the illness, and you will end up like falling into a swamp, sinking deeper and deeper. With all due respect, I am just a waste of time in pursuing you like this." Yi Fei's words were very straightforward, and every sentence stuck in Su Qingju's heart. Speaking of misogyny, Su Qingju finally spoke. She turned around, her face still cold, but because of her pale face, she looked weak at this time. Su Qingju spoke, her voice was slightly hoarse, and her water-clear eyes were slightly dim. "I'm sorry. It's not easy for an iceberg beauty like Su Qingju to say the 3 words I'm sorry." One can imagine how much Yi Fei's remarks touched her. More. Chapter 50. Please help me treat 2 more, ask for flowers and everything. You don't need to say sorry to me, because I've already put it down. Miss Su, thank you for your hospitality for this meal. Yi Fei smiled lightly. Yi Fei's remarks worked. Although Su Qingju suffers from male misogyny, but male misogyny also has priority. The most serious misogyny is to see any man completely indifferent, disgusted, and completely enclosed in one's heart. And Su Qingju's misogyny is far from serious enough. She just repels and hates contact with men. Similarly, on the other hand, Su Qingju's heart also hoped that he could return to normal. Especially after being told by Yi Fei last time, Su Qingju also realized that he could not go on like this. Otherwise, she will get worse and worse, and eventually she will never be able to come out of the shadows. These words of Yi Fei also touched her heart. Su Qingju thought about her behavior in the past. It really hurt Yifei's heart and disappointed Yifei so much that she made Yifei say such a thing. Su Qingju felt guilty. Her body shuddered slightly, she lowered her eyes and whispered, I will try my best to adapt to the change. Su Qingju put down his posture, with a trace of sincerity in his tone. It's useless, Miss Su. Yifei shook his head. I believe in your sincerity, but as long as you still have misogyny, you will subconsciously reject men. Su Qingju's body gave a slight pause. Yifei stood up and said, unless you can really open your heart and face your past and future, it will be difficult for you to come out. Yifei stood up, wiped his hands with a wet towel on one side, and said, Miss Su, thank you for your hospitality. Wait. Su Qingju stopped Yifei. Yifei stopped, turned around and asked, what's the matter? Su Qingju bit his mouth and whispered, Yifei, don't you know how to heal my misogyny? Can you cure it? I hope you can treat me. Yifei actually saw a gleam in Su Qingju's eyes. Her inner defenses were almost shattered. Yifei's words were like a sharp sword, shattering the armor of her whole body. Yifei thought for a while and said, Miss Su, I do know how to heal, but you have a psychological problem. No matter how good my medical skills are, I can't make you open up. No matter how good my medical skills are, it is impossible for you to let go of the previous shadows. Yifei was right. No matter how brilliant medical skills are, it is also the treatment of bodily wounds. Psychiatrist is another profession, not to mention that misogyny is very complicated, even a psychiatrist may not be able to handle it. Su Qingju's long eyelashes quivered softly, and she temporarily lost her former coldness at this moment. Su Qingju at this moment is like a helpless girl. In fact, Su Qingju was also a victim. Of course, she didn't want to be misogynistic, but the psychological shadow has been with her since she was a child. Her father's long history of domestic violence caused problems in her heart, and it was brewing into today's bitter fruit. Seeing Su Qingju's state at this time, Yifei knew that the fire was almost over. Going on, it may really be too late, which is counterproductive. Su Qingju at this time was like a drowning person, and Yifei was her last life-saving straw. Yifei said, actually, you are the only one who helps you. A hint of hope appeared in Su Qingju's bright eyes, looking at Yifei. Yifei continued, as long as you don't close yourself up, try to have normal contact with men, and don't have a burden on your heart, your illness will naturally be relieved. Su Qingju nodded silently. Especially if you try to accept a certain man, or even let go of the obstacles in your mind to have a relationship, your illness will naturally heal. Yifei said lightly. In a relationship. This is simply impossible for Su Qingju, who suffers from misogyny. The current Su Qingju hates almost all opposite sexes. Of course, Su Qingju's grandfather Su Xiaoquan is better, after all, he is her relative. Besides, it was Yifei. Su Qingju also doesn't know what kind of emotion he feels towards Yifei. In the past, Su Qingju's attitude towards Yifei was the same as that of other men, repelling and disgusting. That's because of misogyny. But I don't know when she felt more inexplicable and incomprehensible to Yifei. Su Qingju didn't know where the courage came from. She suddenly raised her head and looked into Yifei's eyes, and said seriously, I'm willing to give it a try. Yifei, can we try to get along? Yifei smiled. You mean, you want to fall in love with me? Yes. Su Qingju looked a little dodge, but finally said. What she meant was already obvious. Yifei smiled at the corner of his mouth. Are you sure? I sure. Su Qingju took a deep breath and said seriously. After saying this, she felt relieved, and for some reason she became a lot easier. Ding, congratulations to the host, Su Qingju's impression of you has been completely changed, and his experience points have increased. At this moment, Yifei also received a system prompt. It turned out to be the whole point of experience. It is the experience that Yifei has obtained the most at a time. Moreover, the system also prompts that Su Qingju's impression of him has completely changed. It seems that Yifei was right this time. Yifei is absolutely unique if Su Qingju can take the initiative to speak for this purpose. Not only did Yifei bet right, but he also knew Su Qingju's mind. Yifei said something right before. Strong medicine is needed for severe illnesses. Now it seems that Yi Fei really gained a lot this time. More, ask for flowers for evaluation. Chapter 51. Can you come and pick me up tomorrow? 3 more, ask for flowers evaluation votes. After Yi Fei and Su Qingzhu finished buying their orders at Shanghai Dream Restaurant, they left the restaurant one after another. Yi Fei was in front and Su Qingzhu was behind. Su Qingzhu felt relieved after saying the sentence just now, but Yi Fei did not give a clear answer, leaving her heart slightly suspended. Su Qingzhu's complexion was slightly pale, she bit her lip, stubbornness in her clear eyes. She still looked cold at this time, but she seemed to be holding on. The two went downstairs and walked to the end of the street. Yi Fei hasn't answered Su Qingzhu yet. Miss Su, it's getting late, you should go home first, otherwise Elder Su will be worried. Yi Fei said, but it was not what Su Qingzhu wanted to hear. Su Qingzhu shook his head. You haven't answered me yet. She looked at Yi Fei stubbornly, her eyes fixed on Yi Fei's handsome face. She needed an answer. Yi Fei said, Miss Su, are you sure you are not talking angry? Maybe it's not right between us. Su Qingzhu placed her hand behind her silently, squeezing her tightly. Her voice was not loud, but she was very determined. I didn't say anything angry, I'm serious. Forget it, I'll take you home first. Yi Fei still didn't answer directly. Su Qingzhu didn't drive out tonight, she walked all the way to Shanghai Dream. Yi Fei opened the door. Today he drove a Bentley. Su Qingzhu saw Yi Fei opening the car door. She was silent and then sat in the position of the co-pilot. But Yi Fei had a relaxed mentality. He drove this Bentley, stepped on the accelerator, and galloped out. Along the way, Yi Fei did not take the initiative to speak to Su Qingzhu. Because he knew that Su Qingzhu's heart was still in chaos at this time, especially after Su Qingzhu had just plucked up the courage to say that he would try to associate with Yi Fei, and saw that Yi Fei never answered, she was even more confused. Su Qingzhu is usually a very calm woman, but her love experience is zero. Therefore, it is normal for her to be a little flustered in such matters. Along the way, the car was always quiet. Soon, the Su family villa arrived. Yi Fei parked the car at the entrance of Su's villa. It is late at night. The Bentley slowly stopped. Su Qingzhu's jade hand was always tightly held. When the car stopped, Su Qingzhu lowered his head and asked Yi Fei another question. Yi Fei, can you come and pick me up to work tomorrow? After speaking, she raised her head and looked at Yi Fei with hope. Su Qingzhu changed his questioning method. Since she wanted to let Yi Fei pick her up to work, it was enough to show that she wanted to take the initiative to get along with Yi Fei. Moreover, men send women to and from work. This is definitely the treatment that lovers have. Obviously, Su Qingzhu is still continuing the topic just now. Yi Fei didn't avoid the topic this time, but he said, I like to sleep late. I usually get up late. I'm afraid the day lily will be cold when I send you to work. It's okay. Su Qingzhu's voice was not loud, but Yi Fei heard it very clearly. She said, actually, I want to be busy at the company tomorrow. It doesn't matter if I go there later. Yes. Yep. Yi Fei smiled. He didn't expose Su Qingzhu's lie either. In fact, Chen Luo has already started targeting Su Qingzhu's company as Hongyan makeup campaign. How could Su Qingzhu's company not be busy? Yi Fei said, well, I will pick you up tomorrow. Okay. Su Qingzhu's heart was filled with anticipation. The blush on his delicate face flashed away. Su Qingzhu got out of the car, and she entered the Su family villa with a lot of brisk footsteps. Yi Fei started Bentley and left the Su villa. Yi Fei's private villa. Yi Fei didn't sleep after returning home, but lay on the sofa, opened a bottle of Lafite, and enjoyed wine tasting comfortably. Looking at the night outside the window, even though it was late at night, Yanqing was still blooming and brightly lit. Yi Fei shook the wine glass in his hand. He was not sleepy yet. At this time, Yi Fei's cell phone rang. Yi Fei saw that it was a message from an unfamiliar number. The content of the message was very long, probably the content of Chen Luo's movement. This is a message from Li Shangyun. Li Shangyun seems to be doing his best, working hard for him. Of course, this is also the reason why Yi Fei inspired Li Shangyun's ambition. Now Li Shangyun and Yi Fei have become people on the same boat. The two have the same interests, so Li Shangyun worked hard. Yi Fei saw the content of the message. The news was all about Chen Luo's current actions. Of course, even Li Shangyun could not inquire into Chen Luo's meticulous movements. After all, Chen Luo didn't trust Li Shangyun that much. However, the information sent by Li Shangyun still revealed many clues, and even more revealing Chen Luo's current major move. This big move is aimed at confidant makeup and Su Qingzhu. Yi Fei squinted his eyes slightly interesting. It seems that the development of things is getting more and more interesting. It won't be too boring to send Su Qingzhu to work tomorrow. Yi Fei muttered to himself. In fact, in the news that Li Shangyun revealed to him last time, it was said that Chen Luo was retaliating against Su Qingzhu, but Li Shangyun's news that day was not as detailed as today. So Yi Fei agreed to pick up Su Qingzhu to work. In fact, there is a large part of the reason. He also wanted to go to Su Qingzhu's company to see the current situation of Su Qingzhu's company. He put away the phone and deleted the message. After that, Yi Fei shook the red wine glass in his hand and drank it in one fell swoop. Asleep till dawn. When Yi Fei woke up, it was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. Usually at this time, Su Qingzhu had already gone to work, and even the morning meeting was over. But today, Su Qingzhu is still waiting in the Suez villa. She was a little nervous, and even changed several clothes and a few lipstick numbers before finally setting her makeup, waiting for Yi Fei's arrival. At 9:30, Yi Fei was late at this time. Yi Fei changed to a very cool red Ferrari today, which was a bit ostentatious and streamlined. When the door opened, it looked like an eagle spreading its wings. The coolness was extremely cool. Yi Fei wore a navy blue casual suit, slim fit trousers, and a Patek Philippe star watch. He was handsome and handsome. Yi Fei arrived at the entrance of Suez Villa, and Su Qingzhu also came out. More, please support. Chapter 52 Su Qingzhu's Crisis 4 More, ask for all support. Yi Fei glanced at Su Qingzhu from a distance. As he was going to work, Su Qingzhu wore professional attire, a small beige suit, a white shirt and a hip skirt. She had slender legs, wrapped in a pair of black stockings, and stepped on black exquisite high heels, and walked in front of Yi Fei. I have to say that Su Qingzhu has a great figure. The perfect figure and her exquisite face, cold temperament, can even arouse people's desire to conquer. Su Qingzhu got into the car. Ferrari's supercar chassis is very low. After Su Qingzhu sat down, there was nowhere to put those beautiful legs, and the long legs could only be slightly bent on the side. Obviously, today as Su Qingzhu is also carefully dressed. Su Qingzhu glanced at Yi Fei and was slightly disappointed when he saw that he was focusing on driving without paying attention to her appearance. Yi Fei waited for Su Qingzhu to get in the car and sit down. He directly started this cool Ferrari. Amid the roar of the engine, a strong sense of pushing came, and Yi Fei drove fast on the road. Soon, he arrived at the door of the Su Group. The Su Group has an entire office building in the urban area, and the Hongyan Makeup Company exclusively occupies 3 floors of it. Yi Fei arrived at the entrance of the Su Clan Group. The two got off the car, and immediately security guards came to park for Yi Fei. Su Qingzhu's face was cold in front of outsiders, returning to his usual coldness. Su Qingzhu turned around and invited Yi Fei. Would you like to go up for a cup of tea? All right. Yi Fei nodded. Yi Fei had received information from Li Shangyun last night. He knew that there was a good show today, so of course he couldn't miss it. Chen Luo is definitely going to make a big move to deal with Su Qingzhu. Su Qingzhu and Yi Fei walked side by side into the Su Group. Along the way, Su's employees saluted Su Qingzhu. President Su. Good for Mr. Su. Of course, there are also more female employees of Su Qingzhu's company who are quietly looking at Yi Fei. This man's so handsome. The face like a sculpture, with sharp outlines, sword eyebrows and star eyes, a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, a calm expression, noble temperament, and a fatal attraction to women. Almost all the female staff stared at Yi Fei subconsciously. Seeing this, Su Qingzhu didn't know why, and felt a little unhappy. Su Qingzhu and Yi Fei went directly to the general manager's office of Hongyan Makeup. At the door of the general manager's office, a slightly fat woman in professional attire trot over. There was a trace of anxiety in her voice, and she said to Su Qingju, "Mr. Su, you are finally here. This is Su Qingju's female secretary." "Little Li, what's the matter?" Su Qingju frowned slightly. The secretary, Xiao Li, wondered. "Mr. Su has always come to the company on time. He usually arrives at 7 o'clock in the morning. Is it so late today?" However, although she was very confused in her heart, she did not dare to speculate on her own, and quickly said, "Mr. Su, something has happened." "What's the matter?" Su Qingju's face was cold. Secretary Xiaoli said our company's image spokesperson Zhong Feifei was poached by Qijing Group at a high price a few days later, our company's new product launch conference, this. Hearing this, Su Qingju's eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and his face was frosty, and he was obviously aware of the seriousness of the matter. Hongyan Makeup is the most profitable cosmetics company under the Su Group. Its main business is female cosmetics, focusing on the mid to high-end market. Hongyan Makeup is a top-line makeup brand in China. The Qijing Group, where Chen Luo is currently working, also has a first-line cosmetics company, Miling International. The two companies are completely competitive, both of which are top domestic brands, and the competition is extremely fierce. Chen Luo wanted to report the revival of Qingju. First of all, he aimed at confidant makeup. Therefore, Miling International has been promoting price cuts drastically in the past few days. All the cosmetics under Miling International are on discount and promotion and crazy publicity. It's all about product competition alone. But now, Chen Luo actually dug Su Qingju's image spokesperson Zhong Feifei. Zhong Feifei is a first-line actress, a pure-looking actress who has been very popular since her debut. The most important thing is that the contract between Zhong Feifei and the Hongyan Makeup Company has expired, but because of the happy cooperation between the two parties, Zhong Feifei has promised to renew it. But now, Zhong Feifei was actually poached by Chen Luo. This made Su Qingju and Dai frowned, realizing the problem and seriousness of the matter. Zhong Feifei has been cooperating with Hongyan Makeup for almost 2 years. It can be said that Zhong Feifei's personal image has been bound to Hongyan Makeup. And Zhong Feifei is very popular, which has played a big role in the promotion of Hongyan Makeup's products. However, Zhong Feifei was dug into a competitor's company. Originally, all the products of Confucius Cosmetics had a competitive relationship with the other party, and the other party continued to fight price wars, and it put a large number of advertisements to compete with Confucian makeup for the market. The most deadly thing is that the image spokesperson was also poached, which made the situation worse. Su Qingju sat on the chair in the general manager's office, her brows furrowed, and she said nothing. Of course, Su Qingju knew that everything behind this was Chen Luo's ghost. That Chen Luo actually got in touch with Duan Qijing, controlled the Qijing Group, and retaliated against her. Hongyan Makeup is what Su Qingju spent a lot of effort and energy to achieve today. Due to misogyny, Su Qingju has a cold personality. She hardly interacts with people, but concentrates on her work. Hongyan Makeup is her painstaking efforts for several years. But now, the crisis faced by Hongyan Makeup is very serious, and even if this matter cannot be completely resolved, it is very likely that Hongyan Makeup will never recover. But how can this matter be solved? Chen Luo obviously made sufficient preparations. What should she do? Su Qingju frowned and said nothing. At this time, a faint voice came from her side. "Actually, I have a way. For more, ask for all support." Chapter 53. I only need half a day. One more, please evaluate the flowers. "Actually, I have a way." Yi Fei's voice, filled with magnetism, faintly sounded. Su Qingju suddenly raised his head, his bright eyes showed hope. "Do you really have a way? Could you please help me?" Su Qingju's tone and gesture were very low. Now there are only 2 of them in the office, and the secretary Xiaoli was also invited out by Su Qingju. Su Qingju looked at Yi Fei. She was asking Yi Fei to help her. Originally, Su Qingju, who had always shown people with coldness, would never speak with other people in this tone. However, because confetti makeup is too important to Su Qingju, she must seize all hope. The second is that even Su Qingju didn't realize that Yi Fei gradually occupied a special place in her heart, so she showed such emotions in front of Yi Fei. Yi Fei's lips curled up. Actually, this matter is not difficult for me, I only need half a day to get it done. Half a day? Su Qingju was startled slightly, her eyes dim again. Things may not be as simple as you think. You want to find other stars to speak for us? I'm afraid that won't work. Su Qingju knew that Yi Fei had a company called Brilliant Entertainment, and he had signed many star artists. If Yi Fei greeted him, he could really easily find other celebrity speakers for Su Qingju. This should be what Yi Fei thought of. But things are not that simple. First of all, Zhong Feifei is a domestic first-line celebrity, very popular, and has always shown her innocent image, and there are only a handful of actresses who can replace her. Secondly, Zhong Feifei has cooperated with Hongyan Makeup for nearly 2 years. The past 2 years means that Zhong Feifei's personal image has been bound to Hongyan Makeup. If you change your image spokesperson rashly, the effect will be very poor. Yi Fei believed in himself who said, I want to change other celebrities' endorsements. I only need half a day to make Zhong Feifei appear in front of you obediently and let you send it. Su Qingju's eyes flashed brightly and her eyebrows frowned. In fact, she still didn't believe it, but she had finally managed to ease the relationship with Yi Fei and didn't want to embarrass Yi Fei. You don't believe it? Yi Fei said lightly. Su Qingju muttered, this thing really sounds incredible. Su Qingju's words were very tactful. In fact, if someone else said it, she would have been blasted out a long time ago. But Yi Fei is special after all. Seeing Yi Fei's confident and calm expression, Su Qingju thought maybe he really has a way. Although Su Qingju didn't believe it, he still held a glimmer of hope deep in his heart. Yi Fei said calmly, since Chen Luo is the one who was in the middle, I won't stand by and leave it to me. The Su family is an ally of the Yi family. Especially after Chen Luo took the initiative to revive Qingju, he completely pushed the Su family into the Yi family camp. Therefore, even if the current delicate relationship between Yi Fei and Su Qingju is aside, Yi Fei has to deal with Chen Luo. He must not let Chen Luo grow bigger. The cleverness of Chen Luo's methods this time is that all the methods he used this time were arrogant. Price-cutting promotions, publicity advertisements, and even snatching Zhong Feifei's image spokesperson are all normal business competitions. No one can accuse Chen Luo, because he is acting within the business rules. That's why this matter is difficult to handle. Especially Zhong Feifei's image spokesperson was poached away, and no one can replace Zhong Feifei as the image spokesperson of confetti makeup for a while. This is a particularly troublesome thing. After all, the new product launch conference of Hongyan Makeup is about to proceed, and the time left for Su Qingju is very urgent. Su Qingju looked at Yi Fei. She couldn't figure out what she wanted to do. Do you want me to help? Su Qingju asked softly. No, you can work normally in the company, just wait for a good show. Yi Fei smiled faintly. He walked out of the general manager's office slowly, and left in a cool manner. Su Qingju bit his lip and stared at Yi Fei's leaving back. His eyes were far away, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Yi Fei left the Su Group building and went straight to his private villa. When he arrived at the villa, Yi Fei communicated directly with the system without saying a word. System, I want to exchange skills. What skills does the host need to exchange? I want to redeem advanced hacking skills, Yi Fei said concisely and straightforwardly. Host, points are needed to redeem advanced hacking skills, and your points balance is insufficient. Do you use the amount to redeem? Exchange. Ding, congratulations to the host, for spending 100 million yuan, successfully redeemed for advanced hacking skills. Yi Fei spent 100 million to directly promote advanced hacking skills to advanced. With this skill, Yi Fei can reverse the situation in front of him. In an instant, there were countless knowledge and skills in Yi Fei's mind, all of which were skills about hacking techniques. These skills and knowledge appeared in Yi Fei's mind as if they were innate. As soon as Yi Fei opened his eyes, he was able to use these hacking techniques at will. Now Yi Fei has transformed into a hacker expert. Then he turned on the computer. The first thing Yi Fei had to do was to hack into Zhong Feifei's personal computer with hacking techniques. Yi Fei clearly remembered that Zhong Feifei was mentioned in the original book. Zhong Feifei is also one of the female partners in The Genius Doctor, but she is a very unpleasant female partner. In the original book, there is not much pen and ink description of Zhong Feifei, only a few chapters. Yi Fei remembered the introduction in the book very clearly. Zhong Feifei, this woman has a problem. The entertainment industry is very deep, many stars are glamorous on the surface, but behind it is a different look. Zhong Feifei is one of the representatives. Regardless of her reputation, she has big problems. As long as you grasp this woman's handle, all problems will be solved. Chapter 54. I want to talk to you two more, please support. After Yi Fei exchanged advanced hacking skills, he was like a duck. He easily used hacking techniques to hack into Zhong Feifei's computer. Yi Fei came specifically to find Zhong Feifei's black material. He is very clear about the description of Zhong Feifei in the original book. Zhong Feifei is indeed not a small problem. Although she looks like an innocent lady in the entertainment industry, she was actually raised by a boss for a long time. In addition, her private life is also very disorderly. Of course, this kind of thing is not a special case in the entertainment industry. It's just that Zhong Feifei's playing is more special. Yi Fei remembered a sentence in the original book: there are many indescribable photos in Zhong Feifei's computer. That's why he upgraded his hacking skills in order to hack into Zhong Feifei's computer and catch her. With hacking skills, Yi Fei quickly hacked into Zhong Feifei's computer to find what he needed. About half an hour or so. Yi Fei's harvest is not small, and Zhong Feifei's computer is really wonderful. Of course, Yi Fei had no interest in those things, it was just a bargaining chip to deal with Zhong Feifei. A woman like Zhong Feifei is just a torn shoe, and he doesn't even want to give it to him. After getting the photos from Zhong Feifei's computer, Yi Fei copied them all, and then obtained Zhong Feifei's email address. Then, Yi Fei sent an email to Zhong Feifei with a few photos of Zhong Feifei. At this moment, Zhong Feifei was sitting in a black nanny car. The driver drove very steadily, and the nanny car drove slowly on Yanjing Road. Zhong Feifei is going to Meiling International to find Chen Luo to sign an image spokesperson contract. She was in a very happy mood, humming a little song while playing with her mobile phone. Of course, Zhong Feifei has a reason to be happy, because she is about to enter an expensive endorsement fee, which is 3 times her previous endorsement fee. I don't know why Meiling International is so generous and willing to give her such a high endorsement fee. Zhong Feifei didn't bother to take care of it, anyway, as long as there is money to make. As for the beauty makeup she used to work with, let it go to hell. At this moment, Zhong Feifei received a message, an email from a mobile phone mailbox. Because many of the celebrities' job invitations are handled by email, Zhong Feifei pays special attention to email messages. She glanced at the email, and her face suddenly changed. The content of the email is very simple, just one line: Miss Zhong, I want to talk to you. After this line of simple words, leave a string of phone numbers. And behind the phone number is the key content: a dozen intimate photos of Zhong Feifei and several different men. Zhong Feifei quickly clicked the exit button subconsciously, her heart suddenly tense, her face pale. Feifei, what's the matter with you? The female agent next to her noticed the change in Zhong Feifei's expression and couldn't help but care. Zhong Feifei smiled reluctantly and said, "It's okay. Sister Wang, I'm a little uncomfortable. Pull over and park in front." Good. Taking advantage of the effort to pull over and park, Zhong Feifei quickly found a secluded place on the side of the road. She wore a toed mirror and a hat and was not afraid of being recognized. Zhong Feifei immediately dialed the phone number in the email, which of course was Yi Fei's phone number. "Hello." Zhong Feifei heard a faint voice from a man full of magnetism on the phone. "Who are you? Why do you have my photo?" Zhong Feifei lowered her voice, she asked with a guilty conscience, clutching her mobile phone. Yi Fei's voice was soft and leisurely. "It turned out to be Miss Zhong. It seems that you have received the gift I gave you." Zhong Feifei gritted her teeth and shouted in a low voice, "Who are you and what do you want to do?" Yi Fei's voice became cold. "Miss Zhong, you better pay attention to the attitude of talking to me, otherwise I promise that the photos in my hands will be exposed in major media across the country tomorrow. The entire entertainment industry will not have the slightest presence of you. Land." These words immediately hit Zhong Feifei's biggest weakness, almost causing her to lose all strength. Who is the other party? Although Zhong Feifei had countless doubts and conjectures in her heart, they couldn't prove it. And those photos of her are really hard to see. Once exposed, her star career will come to an end. Gods can't save her. The opponent has her deadly handle, she can only admit it. Zhang Feifei took a deep breath, tried to keep herself calm, and asked, "Make a price, how much do you want?" Yi Fei's grinning voice came, "Money, I'm not short of money, Miss Zhang, I just want you to do one thing." What's the matter? Zhang Feifei was surprised and helpless. The other party didn't come for money. Yi Fei said lightly, "What I want you to do is very simple, terminate the contract with Miling International and renew the contract with Hongyan Makeup." How do you know? Zhang Feifei's eyes widened, and the other party seemed to know her well, and it turned out to be about this. Zhang Feifei just decided to sign a contract with Miling International. Before signing, the other party came to the door. Could this man be a beauty makeup person? Several thoughts flashed through Zhang Feifei's mind, but in the end she still looked dispirited and unable to do anything. Even if she knows the identity of the other party has her deadly handle, and she can only accept threats. Yi Fei's voice reached Zhang Feifei's ears. "Just so, I will give you half a day to deal with this matter, otherwise I will see you in the news tomorrow." Zhang Feifei was extremely angry. She held her phone tightly and resisted the urge to yell at her. Yi Fei ignored Zhang Feifei's anger and said lightly, "Don't play tricks, I know everything about you and Mr. Liu." Zhang Feifei was taken aback again. That Mr. Liu is the big boss behind Zhang Feifei, her financial father, and also has a close relationship with her. In these photos of Zhang Feifei, there is no picture of her and Mr. Liu. But the other party straightforwardly stated her relationship with President Liu, indicating that the other party knew her very well, and he was not afraid of the President Liu behind her at all. And more importantly, Zhang Feifei's close relationship with other men was kept secret from Mr. Liu behind her. Once exposed, it is unthinkable. She has no choice. Do. Yi Fei hung up the phone. When Zhang Feifei listened to the busy tone on the phone, she had an urge to scold her mother. She was so depressed and pale and hung up the phone. There is only one way left for Zhang Feifei. She can only abandon Miling International and re-sign a contract with Hongyan Makeup. The man on the phone was extremely powerful and knew her well. She believed that as long as she dared to defy, the other party would unceremoniously publish her photos. Even if she could find this mysterious person at that time, it would be of no avail. Zhang Feifei returned to the nanny car with a frustrated expression. Even more, ask for flowers for evaluation votes. Chapter 55. What's the matter? 3 more, please evaluate the flowers. Zhang Feifei looked depressed and went back to the nanny car in despair. Sister Wang, the agent, came up and asked with a strange look, "Feifei, what's the matter with you? What's uncomfortable?" Hearing the agent's concern, Zhang Feifei squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, and said to the agent, "Sister Wang, let the driver stop and turn around. Let us not go to Miling International now." What's the matter? Sister Wang was stunned. Zhang Feifei smiled reluctantly. "I suddenly don't want to sign a contract with Miling International." Sister Wang's voice increased. "Are you crazy? That President Chen had talked with us on the phone yesterday. Miling International is willing to pay you 3 times the endorsement fee. The contract has been drawn up. Have you temporarily changed your mind?" Zhang Feifei said with a guilty conscience. "Sister Wang, I think that a person must have the spirit of contract. I still want to sign a contract with Hongyan Makeup. After all, I first cooperated with them." Sister Wang wanted to curse. Still, contract spirit shit. I didn't know who was in the eye when he heard the triple endorsement fee yesterday. Sister Wang is very puzzled. What is going on with Zhang Feifei? Putting a lot of banknotes and not earning money, my head is really broken by the door panel. Zhang Feifei talked to Sister Wang again. Sister Wang couldn't help her, so she could only tell the driver to turn around and return to the hotel. In the hotel, Zhang Feifei paced back and forth in the hotel room, confused. Although Zhang Feifei knew that the handle was in the hands of the other party, she was so unwilling to lose her endorsement of Miling International. During the period, Zhang Feifei repeatedly checked her computer, mobile phone, and other electronic equipment, and found no abnormalities. How did the other party know her secret? Zhang Feifei didn't know that Yi Fei's hacking skills were terrifying. He hacked Zhong Feifei's computer without leaving any traces at all. How to do? Zhong Feifei subconsciously picked up the phone. She wanted to call the manager Chen from Miling International for the final struggle. But just as she called, she received another text message on her phone. The content of the text message is simple and straightforward. Miss Zhong, you'd better not make random calls. Zhong Feifei shuddered when she saw this text message, her face turned pale, and she almost threw her phone out as soon as she let go. Who is the other party? How could her every move be so clear? Zhong Feifei finally gave up completely. Because she knew that the man threatening her was far beyond her imagination. Judging from the phone call, the man didn't want money at all, and he was not interested in her. He only asked her to do one thing, which is to endorse the rosy makeup. What else can I do? Zhong Feifei looks complicated, she has no choice. Zhong Feifei weakly yelled, Sister Wang, ask the driver to drive. I'm going out for a visit to Hongyan Makeup. Yi Fei's private villa. Yi Fei put down the phone and sat on the sofa with a relaxed look. Zhong Feifei's actions are basically within his grasp. This woman is a little clever, but she is timid and fearful, plus Yi Fei has grasped her deadly handle, she can only obediently obey. In fact, Zhong Feifei is not the best person to endorse confetti makeup. After all, Zhong Feifei has a lot of black material on her body. Normally, he should push Zhong Feifei to Chen Luo's side, and then the scandal of Zhong Feifei broke out, embarrassing Chen Luo. But the problem is that Zhong Feifei was the spokesperson of confetti makeup for the previous 2 years, and her image has been deeply tied to confetti makeup. If Zhong Feifei's scandal really breaks out, the products of Hongyan Makeup will inevitably be greatly impacted, and Hongyan Makeup will be over. So Zhong Feifei's handling is not that simple. Anyway, he has Zhong Feifei's black material, which can completely control this woman in his hands. As for Chen Luo's side, Yi Fei can also dig a hole to make him jump. Zhong Feifei should go to Su Qingzhu now, right? Yi Fei thought for a while, edited a WeChat and sent it to Su Qingzhu. Su Qingzhu was busy in a meeting. Su Qingzhu approached several vice presidents of the company and formulated a strategy for the aggressive Miling International. She is doing her best to deal with the crisis. Due to the meeting time, Su Qingzhu did not see Yi Fei's WeChat. In the conference room of the Hongyan Makeup Company, several vice presidents of the company, as well as the sales director, the heads of the public relations department, and the planning department all gathered for a meeting. Su Qingzhu sat in the middle, full of momentum and cold expression. Su Qingzhu's voice is very firm. I don't care what the situation is now, whether it is a price war or spending money on advertising, you must keep the company's market share. But President Su, if the problem of our company's image spokesperson cannot be solved, the marketing director hesitated and said cautiously. The manager of the public relations department also said yes, our company's products are of high quality, and we are not afraid of competition, but in this situation, even our spokespersons have been poached. The other high levels also looked at each other. The company's celebrity spokesperson is indeed a very important issue, and generally cannot be changed at will. This is especially true when Hongyan Makeup is about to release new products. How could it be possible to find other female celebrities to replace them at this juncture? Su Qingzhu frowned and said lightly, I will try my best to find a way for the spokesperson. You just do your own thing. The spokesperson is indeed troublesome, and Su Qingzhu has nothing to do, but she can only hold on, and can't show her timidity in front of the company's subordinates. Good President Su. These high-level directors only nodded their heads, but they were full of suspicion in their hearts. Leave the matter of the spokesperson to Mr. Su to figure out a solution. No matter how good Mr. Su was, she would still be incapable of recovering from it. At the same time, Zhong Feifei had already reached the gate of the Su Group and walked into this luxurious and high-end office building. Zhong Feifei wore a frog mirror, a mask and a hat, and dressed up and down tightly. Zhong Feifei's appearance can be distinguished. Although she can't compare with Su Qingzhu's beauties with 9 points or more, she still mixes very well in the entertainment industry. In particular, she has a very deceptive face and looks very pure. Zhong Feifei asked her agent Sister Wang, please call President Su. Zhong Feifei has worked with Hongyan Makeup for 2 years. Of course, she has also met with Su Qingju and left a phone call. The agent Wang Jia immediately dialed Su Qingju's phone, and Zhang Feifei answered it. In the meeting room, Su Qingju looked at the call reminder in surprise, and she answered the phone. Zhang Feifei came out with a slightly flattering voice in the receiver. "Hello, Mr. Su, this is Feifei Zhang. I'm downstairs in your company now. Is it convenient to meet you? I didn't bother you. If possible, would we can talk about the renewal of the spokesperson?" When Su Qingju heard this, he was shocked. "How is this going?" More ask for support. Zhang Feifei's passage is a foreshadowing, and I will talk about it later. Chapter 56 alone is special to you. For more. Su Qingju's inner surprise could not be compounded. How is this going? Zhang Feifei unexpectedly came back to look for her to endorse. At the same time, the moment she turned on the phone, Yi Fei's WeChat message popped up because of the delay. Yi Fei's WeChat content is very simple, only 5 words. Zhang Feifei handles it. Su Qingju's beautiful eyes showed surprise. She took a deep breath and stood up abruptly from the conference room. Yi Fei's previous words still linger in her ears. When she saw Yi Fei's WeChat, she remembered Yi Fei's words just now. "I only need half a day to make Zhang Feifei appear in front of you obediently and let you send it." Sure enough, after a long time, Zhang Feifei called to beg her. But how did Yi Fei do it? "President Su, what are you?" The other vice presidents also stood up with a look of confusion, and all looked at Su Qingju. Su Qingju took a deep breath and said, "Zhang Feifei is waiting downstairs. She said she wants to re-sign the contract with us." The executives of these companies looked at each other, and they all suspected that they seemed to have auditory hallucinations. Real or fake? Why did Zhang Feifei suddenly change her mind? Su Qingju hung up Zhang Feifei's phone, and she invited Zhang Feifei to the office to discuss in detail. Su Qingju looked at the phone, and his mind was full of Yi Fei's words. At this time, the subordinates left the meeting room with shocked faces, and Zhang Feifei had not yet gone upstairs. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Qingju couldn't wait to take the initiative to call Yi Fei, and she couldn't hold back at all. Yi Fei stayed in the villa. After the phone rang several times, Yi Fei answered. As soon as I switched on the phone, Su Qingju's sincere voice came. "Yi Fei, thank you." Su Qingju first thanked Yi Fei. "You don't have to be polite, Chen Luo also has a grudge with me," Yi Fei said. Su Qingju felt a little disappointed after hearing this, because Yi Fei didn't mention that it was to help her. Su Qingju couldn't restrain his inner curiosity, and asked, "How did you do it?" Zhang Feifei actually listened to you obediently. Su Qingju felt that Yi Fei was getting more and more mysterious. How did he do it? Su Qingju was full of curiosity. Once a woman is curious and interested in a man, it is often the beginning of the fall. In just half a day, Yi Fei unexpectedly reversed the situation. It can even be said that this is the most critical moment to save the beauty makeup. Yi Fei's voice was leisurely. "I want to talk about the details. But Zhang Feifei has a big problem. After this incident, you should change the celebrity spokesperson. Zhang Feifei has a problem." Su Qingju subconsciously believed Yi Fei's words. "Oh, good, then I will replace the celebrity spokesperson after this new product launch conference is over." As the new product launch conference is approaching, the spokesperson cannot be easily replaced. But since Yi Fei has said so, it seems that after this new product launch, she will gradually replace the products endorsed by Zhang Feifei. Yi Fei said calmly, "Well, you can handle it specifically." Su Qingju's commercial talent is not low, as can be seen from her ability to build a first-class cosmetics company. Leave the rest to her. Yeah. Su Qingju finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least the issue of the celebrity spokesperson for confetti makeup has been solved. This most deadly life has not been pinched by the other party, and all this is because of Yi Fei's action. That's it. Yi Fei was about to hang up. Wait. Su Qingju said suddenly. Yep. Su Qingju hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, "Yi Fei, thank you, thanks to you today, I feel very relieved. For the first time I found out that men don't seem to be that annoying." Su Qingju's face was reddened, and he plucked up his courage and confided in his heart. If it weren't for Yi Fei, Zhang Feifei at this time had already signed a contract with Chen Luo. At that time, Hongyan Makeup is definitely in the greatest crisis, and the company she has exhausted her efforts to build is likely to be in the quagmire of business wars. It was Yi Fei who got back, miraculously reversed the situation. Although the crisis has not been resolved, it is enough for her to deal with it. In this crisis, Yi Fei's responsibility and composure made her feel at ease. It was a feeling that she had never felt before, very special. That's why Su Qingju said this to Yi Fei. In fact, men don't seem to be that annoying. This is Yi Fei's subtle changes in her inner thoughts. Yi Fei smiled and said, Miss Su, if you can maintain this mentality, it will be very helpful to your condition. Yep. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingju opened his mouth. In fact, Su Qingju still didn't say a word. In fact, she still hated other men. But I don't know why, to Yi Fei alone, she no longer has that kind of disgust. Not only did she have no disgust, on the contrary, she even looked forward to getting along with Yi Fei. Su Qingju quickly re-signed the contract with Zhang Feifei, but it doesn't count as signing a contract. After all, Su Qingju also knew from Yi Fei that there was something wrong with this woman Zhang Feifei. So, Su Qingju just extended her contract with Zhang Feifei until the new product launch conference of Hongyan Makeup ends. Zhang Feifei had no objection to this, and she even said a lot of good things, both in and out of the way to please Su Qingju. After the contract was renewed, Su Qingju also breathed a sigh of relief. The fatal problem of celebrity endorsements has been resolved, and enough time is left for her to find new celebrity endorsements. After renewing the contract with Zhang Feifei, Su Qingju stayed in the office alone. She unconsciously opened the mobile phone WeChat, holding her delicate chin, looking at the portrait of Yi Fei in her WeChat friend. She was dazed. Ding, congratulations to the host, Su Qingju's favor with you has increased, and his experience points have increased. It's the whole point of experience again. Yi Fei got the system news, and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei was going to do another thing. He was going to visit Luo Weiyu. That girl likes sunshine, he hasn't seen him for a few days. For more flowers, evaluation votes. Testimonials on the shelves outbreak notification. This book has been written for almost 2 weeks. I received a notice from the editor that the book will be on the shelves at noon today. Attentive classmates may also find out that I updated it several times at 6 o'clock in the morning. In fact, this book is not updated slowly, and there are still 4,000 words guaranteed every day. I also want to add more changes, but I am really tired from going to work every day. I basically fell asleep on the bed when I came back. It was too difficult for me. I also want to add more to everyone. I rarely take a break in these 2 weekends. I almost didn't go anywhere. I just squatted at home and sat in front of the computer with code words, except for eating and sleeping. So please bear with me. I usually try to update as much as possible after it's on the shelves, and try to break out on weekends. Thank you for your support, and I have also received comments. You are all talking about system problems. I will try my best to reduce the nagging scenes of the system. The first time I wrote this type of book, I was a little bit out of control. I'm sorry. Please subscribe to support it. Today, there must be an outbreak. The author has at least one chapter of the outbreak today. Try to update it as much as possible. The last few are more likely to be late. After the shelves, I tried my best to stick to the 5 shifts, which can be more, less, more, and less. I can only use the free code words at work. Although I am tired, I hope everyone can enjoy it. The author works hard, and I ask everyone to be forgiving. There are many comments in the book review area, but there are really many brainless sunspots. Finally, please subscribe. The author's family conditions are not very good. This book hopes to improve his life, so please everyone. Seeking subscription, seeking subscription, seeking subscription. The important thing is said 3 times. Thanks again everyone. Bow down. Chapter 57 Luo Weiyu's Gentleness. A private hospital in Yanjing. Yi Fei drove there. When he arrived at the intensive care ward of the hospital, Yifei found that the door of the ward was empty. Yifei quietly walked into the room. At this time, Luo Weiyu was sitting on the hospital bed with wool and needles in her hands, which turned out to be knitting. Luo Weiyu sat quietly on the head of the bed. She carefully knitted a circle, which was very beautifully knitted. Obviously, she was spending a lot of money. A lot of thoughts. While weaving around, Luo Weiyu smiled sweetly, her eyes curled up, as if she was thinking of something. The afternoon sun shone on her face, reflecting her extremely moving face. The temperament of this girl is so comfortable. Even Yifei's heart became peaceful at Z time. Perhaps there is such a person in everyone's heart. She doesn't need to be more dignified and noble, but when she smiles slightly, she can easily hit your atrium A. Luo Weiyu is such a girl. Yifei looked for a while and saw that Luo Weiyu hadn't noticed him, so he coughed slightly. Luo Weiyu heard the sound and raised her head. When she saw Yifei, her star eyes became extremely bright. Mr. Yiwan, Luo Weiyu said in surprise. Yifei smiled, I was a little busy these 2 days, so I didn't come to see you. It's okay. Luo Weiyu even put her snowy little hand and said softly, I am also very good here, it's not boring at all. Yifei looked at this girl who was full of sunshine and couldn't help but smiled and asked, what are you doing? Yifei looked at Luo Weiyu's encirclement that was weaving. This is for you to weave. Although it is just beginning to fall, I think it can always be used, so I will weave it for you. Article, Mr. Yi, don't dislike it. Luo Wei's eyes looked at Yifei, her face blushing. Yifei felt warm. This girl is so gentle and lovely. How many girls can knit sweaters and scarves in this era? Yifei stepped forward and looked at the enclosure in Luo Weiyu's hands, only to see that the enclosure was delicate and soft, and every needle was neat and tidy. Full of Luo Weiyu's thoughts too. Yifei. Luo Weiyu smiled brightly at the corner of her mouth. She was totally in love with Yifei, so she heard Yifei say so. Very happy in my heart. Yifei talked about the front turn. Said again. It's just a little bad. Where can I not knit? Luo Weiyu was a little bit lost. Yifei shook his head and said, you only knit a circle for me, but you didn't knit your own. You should knit 2 to make a couple S circle. Time start to wear. Couple scarf. Luo Weiyu seems to think of the scene of shopping with Yifei wearing a scarf and holding hands while for her chafe cheeks and her starry eyes are brilliant, so she exerts force. Nodded and said, well, I will knit another LBA. Yifei chatted with Luo Weiyu for a while in the hospital, feeling happy. Luo Weiyu's foot injury will have to be removed next week. Yifei will be able to treat her with acupuncture and moxibustion. Hearing this news, Luo Weiyu smiled sweeter. The day when her foot injury healed seems to be getting closer and closer. Miling International Subsidiary, General Manager's Office. Chen Luo brewed a pot of tea. He and Duan Qizheng sat in the office chatting. The fragrance of tea overflows the room. Chen Luo picked up the exquisite teacup, blew out his tea, checked the time of his watch, and said, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Why hasn't Ti Zhong Feifei come yet? Next to Chen Luo, the middle-aged man sitting with a Chinese character face and a fairly correct appearance is Duan Qizheng. Duan Qi was smiling and he said. Don't worry, anyway, use your junior brother's ability. This time I can stabilize my strength. Su Qingju's red makeup is willing. Must be cut 2 somersault. Chen Luo is confident laughing, that is inevitable. Home is forever lost one. Chen Luo when thinking of him going to Su's house, Su Qingju's eyes were disgusted and cold, and his heart burst into flames. Duan Qizheng also knew that this little junior was very hostile to the Su family. He said, the Su family is easy to handle, but the key is Yi. Duan Qizheng's Qizheng group is also a large group with a lot of money. But compared with the Yi family, that was still a bit worse. Especially Qizheng group can compete with Su Jia because both are in the pharmaceutical industry. However, the Yi family's involvement is a behemoth, mainly in the real estate, finance, and entertainment industries. And his business industry. Nothing to do. Mention the Yi family. Chen Luo's expression sank immediately. Thought of Yi Fei. In the past few days, Chen Luo is investigating Yi Fei's information. As a result, he gritted his teeth. That Yi Fei was actually the only son of the Yi family and the heir of the future 100 billion consortium. The lady in the flower shop fell in love with her and the Su family. That woman seems to be entangled with him too. This made Chen Luo feel jealous. Why? Chen Luo was jealous of Yi Fei but could not help Yi Fei temporarily, so he chose Su Qingju not. Fortunately, Duan Qi is very cooperative with him. Duan Qizhen was very interesting. Not only did he give him part of the equity of Qizhen Group, but also let Chen Luo serve as the head of the subsidiary Miling International. He mobilized all resources and kept spending a lot of money to compete with Su Qingju's company. I also spent a lot of money to dig up Su Qingju's representative. Speaker Zhong Feifei. As long as Zhong Feifei signed the contract today, his plan is half done. Therefore, Chen Luo was waiting for Zhong Feifei to sign the contract with the company. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Chen Luo was a little impatient when he waited. At this time, his mobile phone rang and Chen Luo immediately answered the call. The call was made by Zhong Feifei's agent. The agent apologized for a while on the phone, and Chen Luo listened to it. Immediately afterwards, Zhong Feifei's agent said that she could not terminate her contract with Hongyan Makeup for the time being. Chen Luo listened. Suddenly the blood surged, and he asked in a cold voice, "What are you doing yesterday? The conditions were agreed, but today I changed my mind." The layout he worked so hard to prepare originally seemed to be completed, but now it lacks the key 2 equals ring. Chen Luo Jiping was so depressed that he wanted Yi Shui. Regardless of the other party's explanation, Chen Luo hung up the phone angrily, his face extremely blocked. Chapter 58 Chen Luo's mentality collapsed again. Chen Luo hung up the phone with a gloomy expression. Junior brother. What's the situation? Duan Qizhen realized what was wrong. Chen Luo didn't speak, his face was full of irritation, he clasped the teacup tightly. With a click, the teacup was crushed directly by him. Chen Luo said coldly, "It was Zhong Feifei that who broke the contract. What did her agents say to make me wait for her for another 2 months, too? Sign an endorsement contract with us after a month." Chen Luo was very angry. What he played this time was to attack it. After waiting for another 2 months, the day Lily will be cold, and his one cutting the layout is all in vain. Chen Luo in face. He really couldn't figure it out. The price he offered was already high enough, but Zhong Feifei still chose red as a result. Yen makeup. Why is that? Chen Luo was puzzled. Chen Luo's mentality collapsed again. This time his layout is very thorough, and he is also not prepared for it. As long as he takes the lead, he is confident to teach Su Qingju severely. Women. But now one step is poor, step difference is 0.9. He may make Hongyan Makeup Company uncomfortable, but it is difficult to cause a heavy blow. Duan Qizhen saw that Chen Luo was in a bad mood, so he comforted him, "Junior brother, don't worry, if it doesn't work, let us set aside the instructions for dealing with the Su family." Put. Chen Luo was silent. His fist was still tightly squeezed. Su's pre-release release. Duan Qizhen said it lightly, he couldn't bear it with Chen Luojui's character that he would repay. Duan Qi is reminding Chen Luodao, "Junior brother, don't forget, you have one more important thing to do. You have an appointment on Monday but Deanly, let him take you to see a doctor for that old Mu family." Duan Qizhen reminded Chen Luo. Chen Luo put away the gloom in his eyes and became excited again. "Yes, I still have this more important thing. The old man of the Mu family is a big-time figure in the city of Yanjing. If I can treat him, then the time will come." Because of the master, Chen Luo still has a very wide network in Yanjing City. The presidently of the two populations is the president of a hospital in Yanjing City, a second-generation famous doctor. Mian Chenluo is under Deanly this time. Invited to have a consultation for the old man of the Mu family. That's right, under the circumstances, Chenluo actually caught up with the Mu family line again. Duan Shijing nodded again and again. That's right, as long as the younger brother heals the Mu family, he will be able to get on the Mu family's car. Hey, when the time comes. Waiting for the whole Yanjing who will not let you 3.3. And I also heard that the Mu family has a very beautiful granddaughter. Duan Qi was smiling and reminding Chenluo. Chenluo thought of this, and he was in a better mood, and he was full of ambition. Yes, this lawsuit is the consultation of the Mu family, and I have to take good care of it. Opportunity, strive for performance. Chenluo knew very well that his master had gradually gained fame because he was in Yanjing for many high-ranking officials and dignitaries. And the old man of the Mu family is also too awkward. If he can seize the opportunity to treat the old man of the Mu family well, then he will surely move towards Fei Huang Tengda from now on. Especially Duan Shijing also said just now. There is also a granddaughter from the Mu family who is very beautiful. Thinking of this, Chenluo's heart was overwhelmed. Duan Shi was on the side and said, "You must be fine, brother, but you have got the true biography of our master. Waiting for you to heal the Mu family. That guy, elder brother, I will rely on you to cover it up, and as for the Yi family young master, it's not a problem." Brother, you are right. Chenluo also showed a smile on his face. Need. On medical skills, I have confidence. Chenluo may not dare to be arrogant when it comes to other people, but when it comes to medical skills, he has absolute self-confidence. Chenluo had also heard of Yi Fei's good medical skills and even saved Su Xiaoquan. But Chenluo sneered at this, thinking that Yi Fei's doctor. It's not worthy to give him shoes if the surgery is in front of him. He must grasp this opportunity. Chenluo thought for a while and said, "Brother, you quickly instruct Li Shangyun to prepare me a brand name suit and a famous watch. I need to use it when." "No problem, it's easy." Chenluo and Duan Shijing talk and laugh again. Yi Fei. After Luo Weiyu rested, Yi Fei returned to his private villa. Just got home. Yi Fei's mobile phone suddenly received a text message. Yi Fei took a look at the text message. It was a message from Li Shangyun. Li Shangyun has been very active recently. Yi Fei glanced at the content of the message. He narrowed his eyes slightly. The content of this short message from Li Shangyun. It was to tell Yi Fei that Chenluo would go to Mu's house to consult for Mr. Mu. Chenluo will also go to 31. Unexpectedly, although the relationship between Chenluo and Mu Zijin was broken, Chenluo still had to go to Mu's family to participate. This consultation. This time it is no longer Yi Fei's intentional calculations, but a real collision. The news from Li Shangyun is very important. Yi Fei deleted it after reading it. It will be a real collision with Chenluo. Although Chenluo's medical skills are indeed brilliant, Yi Fei C503 is not afraid. Come on. Who is afraid of whom? After deleting the message, Yi Fei was not idle either. He took the initiative to send a WeChat message to Mu Zijin. "Miss Mu, are you asleep?" This is the first time Yi Fei has sent WeChat with Mu Zijin after playing Qin on the piano last time. The relationship between Yi Fei and Mu Zijin has become much closer after the last piano playing. After Yi Fei sent the message, after a while, Mu Zijin quickly replied, "I didn't sleep, I just took a bath, what's wrong?" Yi Fei's mind immediately showed the image of a beauty going out in a bath. He edited WeChat and sent, "I just want to ask your grandpa's current. The condition of the illness makes me know." Mu Zijin's grandfather's condition. Mu Zijin must be very clear. Yi Fei can also know the condition 2 steps first to take the lead. How can we not use this advantage? Mu Zijin quickly replied, "Thank you for caring about my grandfather. My grandfather is like this at present." Mu Zijin replied very carefully. The reply content is also very detailed. Chapter 59: The smell of gunpowder in the air. Mu Zijin's reply to Yi Fei was very detailed. She told Yi Fei all of her grandfather's illness, condition and some current problems equals. Yi Fei had a bottom in his heart. Thanks, Miss Mu. It should be me, thank you for being so petty about this matter. Mu Zijin replied. It's too late at night, normal men should be when they are picking up girls, but Yi Fei is actually equals serious and forced to ask Mu Zijin his father. Lord's condition. Yi Fei even I didn't say any extra words to her. This made Mu Zijin even more favorable. Then I will study the condition, good night. Yi Fei sent a message. Good night, come on. Mu Zijin actually said cheering at the end, and attached an emoticon pack of a girl clenching a fist and cheering, which made Yi Fei smile. It seems that Mu Zijin also has a cute side, but he doesn't show it easily. After that, Yi Fei has been studying the condition of Mr. Mu. He has. With this wonderful book, it is enough to treat many diseases. Monday finally arrived. Early in the morning, Mu Zijin sent Yi Fei a WeChat message, telling Yi Fei that someone would pick him up to Mu's house. The place where Mu's family is located is very special, so special that most people can't find it. Yi Fei waited at the door of the private villa. Later he saw a black red flag car slowly approaching. Afterwards, a man standing upright came out of the red flag car. He asked Yi Fei, "Is it Mr. Yimi? Is here to pick you up?" "It's me," Yi Fei responded. "Please." The man made an inviting gesture. Yi Fei got in the car. The car drove smoothly and fast. The speed is very fast. And because this car is special, the other cars next to it take the initiative to avoid it. It took a full car to get close to the destination for an hour. This is the outskirts of Yanjing, two very special courtyards. Yi Fei had never been to this place before, and this place was also very secluded and quiet. At Gate 0 of the Sihiyuan, two soldiers in military uniforms stood guard. The two soldiers stood upright, both with guns and live ammunition. Make. Surprised. At the gate of the courtyard, the man stepped down to lead Yi Fei. "Mr. Yi, please come with me, uptack. Carrot said. Good. Yi Fei followed the man and walked into the Si Mingyuan. In the quadrangle courtyard, the guard was even more tightly guarded than he looked from the outside. Tu Fei saw the guards in several blind spots, and there were even soldiers. Yi Fei retracted his gaze. Before he came, he probably had some guesses about Muxiang Yard, but it was actually more exaggerated than he thought. The courtyard is very wide. The man took Yi Fei through the courtyard, bypassing the rockery and ponds, passing flowers and trees, before reaching the main hall. In the front hall of the front yard, Yi Fei didn't see Mu Zijin or the old Mu. There are only 3 people in the main hall, all of them seem to be doctors attending this consultation. Among the 3, 2 of them were familiar to Yi Fei. One of them was the last time I saw Su Xiaoquan's personal doctor Huang Shenlang. The other one, of course, is Chen Luo. Chen Luo came with another old man. When Yi Fei appeared, Chen Luo immediately saw him. Chen Luo's eyes were startled first and then showed coldness. Chen Luo didn't expect Yi Fei to appear here. Chen Luo gritted his teeth and sneered. He said, "First, Yi is too little. It's a coincidence that we met again. I didn't expect you to. Can come here." When I saw Yi Fei, Chen Luo's heart burst into flames. With a faint smile on the corner of Yi Fei's mouth, he spoke gracefully and calmly, saying, "Mr. Chen, let us meet again, it's fate." "Ah, did you have a good time in the police station last time?" Compared to Chen Luo's gnashing of teeth, Yi Fei seemed very graceful. When talking about the police station, Chen Luo gritted his teeth and knew that Yi Fei was deliberately agitating him. Chen Luo tried to calm down. Sullenly said, "There are too few leaves, so I don't bother you to worry about it." When the old man next to Chen Luo and Huang Zhonglong saw this, they all felt the smell of gunpowder in the air. The atmosphere around was a bit stalemate for a while. Huang Zhonglong knew Yi Fei and knew Yi Fei's identity better, so he proactively greeted Yi Fei, "Master Yi, you." Li Ran also came. "I'll just say it." Yi Fei smiled at Huang Zhonglong, "Hello, Huang Inyo." "Yi Gongzi." "Yes, Dean Li." This is Master Yi. His medical skills are absolutely extraordinary because I have personally learned him. Huang Zhenglong told Yi. Fei is clearly respected. Deanly smiled. Is that right? It seems that there are a lot of rising stars recently. Chen Luo just sneered. The appearance of Yi Fei really surprised Chen Luo, but Chen Luo still didn't worry. He has absolute confidence in his medical skills. Chen Luo knows that Yi Fei knows medical skills, but he is confident that his medical skills are definitely stronger. The doctors in this consultation included Yi Fei, and there were only 4 in the first place. Although there are few people. But they are all Yanjing's famous doctors. Needless to say, Huang Zhenglong. He is the distinguished personal doctor of many Yanjing officials and their guest. The identity of Dean Li is even more powerful. He is the dean of the top hospital in Yanjing. Apart from that, I don't know if there will be other famous doctors coming. Chen Luo stared at Yi Fei with a sneer. At this moment, Dao Qianying appeared in front of everyone. It was a woman with her face facing the sky and no fandai. She is wearing a 2-piece plain dress. She has a simple smile, she has a pure face, and there is almost no jewelry or extra dress on her body. This reminds me of a poem. Hibiscus comes out of clear water, and it is naturally carved. Even if this woman doesn't play fendai, she is beautiful and beautiful. In Chen Luo's heart, she can be rated as a beauty close to full marks. The moment Chen Luo saw the woman, Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he stared at the woman closely. And the focus of light is on her body. The heartbeat also accelerated. There is no doubt that the woman who appeared is of course Mu Zijin. Chapter 60 almost laughed out. Mu Zijin is here. Her long autumn eyes looked equals. Yi Fei nodded slightly at Yi Fei, with a small smile at the corner of her mouth, which was regarded as a greeting to Yi Fei. Yi Fei also nodded at her. However, Chen Luo always focused his gaze on Mu Zijin's body. He did not notice that Yi Fei and Mu Zijin greeted him. He was attracted by Mu Zijin. Chen Luo didn't expect this woman to be so beautiful. When Chen Luo came, he also heard that Mr. Mu's granddaughter was very beautiful, but now I see too. This is more than beautiful. Not to mention the background behind this woman, just by her looks. It was enough to make Chen Luo's heart hot. The desire in Chen Luo's eyes flashed away. It was well hidden by him. There are several experts right away. Will be there. Lin Zijin smiled and smiled. She felt generous. Zijin Xian Daigu thanked you all. Miss Zijin is polite. Chen Luo was the first to stand up. He was very positive. Chen Luo was humble while showing his own self. For a dashing smile, in fact, this is all within our own business. As a doctor, it is our profession to treat illnesses and save people. Chen Luo wanted to express himself in front of Mu Zijin. Today, Chen Luo 763 deliberately changed into a brand name suit, wore a Vacheron Constantin watch, and specially trimmed his hairstyle. Chen Luo raised a sunny smile at the corner of his mouth, thinking that the image was perfect. I thought that at least the woman named Zijin in front of me would give a response. But what disappointed him was that Mu Zijin just said, "Thank you." Simple 2 words. Distancing and distance S. Of course Mu Zijin saw Chen Luo's dress. Chen Luo's bright clothes are not worth mentioning in front of Mu Zijin. In her capacity, what kind of brother hasn't he seen him? Although Chen Luo looked good, he was also completely ignored by Mu Zijin. More importantly, Chen Luo was here for her grandfather's consultation, but she was dressed up and wearing a famous watch. How does this look like a doctor? This dress is simply for a blind date, and the intention is really obvious. Mu Zijin is Bingxue and smart, how could he fail to see through this? In contrast, Yi Fei's dress is completely different. Yi Fei's dress today is very simple, with a casual shirt plus an piece of light-colored trousers and no watch. Nothing more. Already. After all, Yi Fei felt that he was here to treat illnesses and save people. He usually wears glamorous and bright clothes, but there is nothing wrong with him. Wu is just for the treatment of Mu Lao Guzi. Therefore, the simpler the dress, the better. Moreover, Yi Fei didn't need to rely on clothes to set off himself. He stood there, his looks were sold out, his figure was handsome, and his equipment was extraordinary. It is eye-catching. One exhausted scheming and a simple strategy. The two are simply the difference between clouds and mud. Sure enough, people are afraid of comparison. L06S. Ding, congratulations to the host. Mu Zijin has a good impression of Chen Luo, the original hero, and you get 100 experience points. Before Yi Fei said a word, he was prompted by the system, and Chen Luo's favor with Mu Zijin declined. Yi Fei was slightly startled, but after a little thought, he understood the reason too much. Chen Luo is superfluous, pretending to be overkill. In front of a woman like Mu Zijin, the more pretentious, the easier it is to expose the problem. After a while, another Western doctor arrived. These two doctors are also famous doctors in Yanjing City. They are both over 150 years old, and they are familiar with Huang Zhonglong and President Li. The attitudes of these doctors towards Yi Fei were very good, even the deanly. After all, Yi Fei's identity lies there. At any rate, it is a wealthy family and noble son, although these famous doctors are not low in status. But I don't want to offend Yi. Several doctors greeted each other, and then chatted about some medical topics. Yi Fei also blended into it. Only Chen Luo was absent-minded, his mind was full of Mu Zijin's figure. No, you have to find a way to strike up a conversation with Mu Zijin. Chen Luo's eyes wandered. At this moment, Mu Zijin ordered the housekeeper to bring tea several times. After Mu Zijin is brewed, one will be given to every doctor on site. Cup of hot tea. Mu Zijin smiled and said, "Today I have to work hard for a few people, and I will use tea instead of wine. I will serve a few people first. Thank you for today." Arguably. Zijin Xiao. Miss Jean too. Teacup, said repeatedly. Yi Fei did not speak. But he also raised his glasses with a smile. Everyone took a sip of tea. At this time, Chen Luo took a sip of the tea and savored it carefully, and then said, "Good tea. This is a big red robe from Wui Mountain." After a long time, the color of the soup, the bright yellow and bright, although not the few big red robe mother trees on the Nine Dragons rock wall, they are also extraordinary. This tea and bubble. The people of tea are all very smart. Chen Luo intends to show off Fan. Chen Luo doesn't tea like tea, but his master likes it, and his master can always get some top quality tea, so I can't help it. Chen Luo knows tea well. Chen Luo first praised the tea. To praise Mu Zijin again, I think it will definitely have an effect. This woman likes to listen to compliments. But Chen Luo immediately found that after he said these words, Mu Zijin's expression remained unchanged, even the thank you. There is none left. The atmosphere is slightly awkward. Chen Luo didn't know, Mu Zijin had heard similar words more than once. Those elder brothers who are pursuing Mu Zijin also want to show off their elegance and knowledge in front of Mu Zijin. That's a lot. Moreover, Chen Luo said it deliberately, and the purpose was too obvious. This makes Mu Zijin even more unable to promote a good impression. Ding, congratulations to the host, Mu Zijin's favor with the original hero Chen Luo has declined, and you get 100 experience points. In the year, another system reminder came. At the moment, Yi Fei was chatting with several famous doctors. Hearing the system prompt in his ear, he almost didn't laugh. Chen Luo's trick to pretend to be forceful may be effective in front of ordinary women, but in the face of Mu Zijin, embarrassment will only backfire. Chen Luo struck up a conversation twice and failed miserably. This made Chen Luo look embarrassed, and his heart was frustrated. In contrast, Yi Fei is still graceful. At this time, Yi Fei also spoke to Mu Zijin. Chapter 61 A Great Opportunity. Yi Fei also spoke to Mu Zijin at this time. After Yi Fei finished drinking the cup of tea that Mu Zijin poured, he took the initiative to walk in front of Mu Zijin with the teacup and said, "Miss Mu, I'm a little bit If you are thirsty, have another glass. Chen Luo listened, sneered at the corner of his mouth. He just touched Mu Zijin's nose just now. But Yi Fei's way of approaching each other was so awkward. Afraid to ask for trouble. But then Chen Luo stayed for a while. Because Chen Luo saw a smile on Mu Zijin's mouth, her smile was bright and moving, she said, okay. With that, Mu Zijin poured another cup of tea for Yi Fei. Yi Fei picked up the teacup. He was really thirsty. The conversation with a few famous doctors just now gave him a lot of experience. Yi Fei picked up the teacup and drank again. Mu Zijin smiled and poured another cup of tea for Yi Fei, and said, you drink slowly, don't worry, urgent. This scene can be seen. Chen Luo was stunned. What's happening here? Mu Zijin's attitude towards Yi Fei is completely different from that of him. She not only smiled at Yi Fei, but also poured tea for him and made him slow down. Order to drink uptack. Chen Luo still barely kept calm on the face, but his heart was already turned over, and the sea of jealousy was churning. He was a little confused. He also saw that Mu Zijin's attitude just now was very polite to anyone. Although she was smiling, she was very polite to other people. Also keep a distance. But her attitude towards Yi Fei is completely different. Her attitude towards Yi Fei is very sincere. How so? Yi Fei smiled. He didn't treat Mu Zijin politely, but simply said thank you, and did not continue to speak, so he sat back. In situ. Yi Fei is well versed in how to get along with Mu Zijin. To put it bluntly, just let the flow go. Don't deliberately pretend to be ostentatious. Don't talk about it in front of her, unless you really have enough skills. Yi Fei did a good job at this point. When it was time to perform, such as swimming in gangs, his unabashed display of strength was enough to surprise Mu Zijin. When it's time to keep a low profile. For example, he did not strike up a conversation with Mu Zijin when he treated his grandfather Mu Zijin, but focus on discussing with a few famous doctors some illnesses. From the beginning to the end, Mu Zijin felt that Yi Fei gave her a very comfortable feeling, and she was very comfortable with Yi Fei. There was another chatter, and the butler walked over to Mu Zijin's side. He whispered a few words. Mu Zijin said a little, and then said to the doctors, a few, my grandfather is awake. Please come with me. Good. As soon as I heard that, Mr. Mu woke up. Each of these doctors got up immediately. Mu Zijin led the way. This courtyard house is indeed very big. The place where Yi Fei and others sat just now was the front yard of the courtyard. The backyard is the core of the courtyard. Cross the rockery in the yard and a small stream. Mu Zijin took everyone to a small independent courtyard, surrounded by red tiles. High walls, quiet, it is a rare good place to rest and recuperate body and mind. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei saw the master of this time. Father Mu family. The old man was lying on a wicker chair, he was closed and rested. Yi Fei saw that this old man was tall, probably at least 8 meters or more. Although he was old, his appearance was still very good, and his hair and the beard, they are also well taken care of. As if hearing the movement, the old man opened his eyes. The old man opened his eyes and sat up slightly. Grandpa, slow down. Mu Zijin quickly supported the old man, but the old man waved his hand to refuse Mu Zijin's support, speaking voice somewhat hoarse, but very powerful. Maybe I am not sick enough to get up and need help. This old man is very powerful and a bit stubborn. Yi Fei immediately remembered that when he was chatting with Mu Zijin had revealed 2 things about his grandfather, and combined with the original book, he felt right. This old Mu has already understood. Mu Lao Rongma's life. Outstanding meritorious service, is a respectable old man. Now he is very old but still very powerful. When the other doctors saw Mu Lao, they were respectful and took the initiative to step forward. Old Mu smiled. Although he is full of momentum, he is still very kind to others. He only listens to him. Thanks for your hard work this time. My old bone can't run anymore. I can only trouble you to take a trip. You are too polite. It is our honor to be able to treat you. Huang Zhenglong and others are Lian Dao. When Lao Mu saw so many doctors here, he frowned and said, I think you have done a lot of madams. You are so. Why are so many people around me holding old bones today? Just leave one doctor to see me. Others returned to their posts. Go, don't waste national resources for me. After Mu Lao had said this, he coughed a few times, and the housekeeper next to him quickly offered him tea to moisturize his throat. It can be seen that Mu Lao's body is indeed not very good. Hearing Mu Lao's words, the other doctors just nodded. But Chen Luo's eyes lit up. What Elder Mu meant, he only needs to leave a doctor behind. In this way, as long as Mr. Mu's requirements are met, there will be a doctor who will treat Mr. Mu for a long period of time. This is simply heaven. Good opportunity. If you can follow Mu Lao for a long time, the benefits are definitely self-evident. Not to mention this is a good opportunity to get the moon first. After all, you can often see Mu Zijin here. Chen Luo thought immediately became active. He has to behave well one. Of course, Yi Fei also heard the meaning of Mu's old saying, knowing that this was indeed a good opportunity. Mu Zijin knows his grandfather's character well. His old man is very stubborn, and once things are decided, they will never change. Mu Zijin said softly, otherwise, let these doctors see the disease for you separately. Whichever one do you think is suitable, stay down. Lao Mu looked at these doctors, watching Tu Fei and others, and he slowly nodded the ground is good. Then this bad old man, please. Doctors. Chapter 62. After listening to Mu Lao's words, Mu Zijin also lightened his head, and showed his face to Yi Fei and the others equals laughed, then please ask the doctors to see for my grandfather. Get sick. Hearing this, the doctors present nodded their heads. Huang Zhenglong first asked 12, I don't know where Mu Lao have you been feeling sick recently? Mu Lao coughed a few times, and waited until his body calmed down before speaking, I have always felt dizzy since the last half month. Coughing and sleeping is not peaceful. In particular, I always want to go to sleep when my limbs are lacking, but I can't fall asleep, and my body has a fever some time ago. Even when he said a few words, he had to take a few breaths. However, Yi Fei also saw that Mu Lao had a very strong mental will. Although he was weak in body, his spirit was very good. Mu Lao's words silenced the doctors on the scene slightly, and they were a little embarrassed. 6 or 9 scholars. Because these diseases mentioned by Mu Lao are actually not a big problem. Among the doctors, Huang Zhenglong reacted first. He pondered a little and asked, Mu Lao, can I get your pulse for you? Of course, please, Dr. Huang. Mu Lao stretched out his hand readily. Huang Zhenglong stepped forward to get Mu Lao's pulse. After a while, he put down his hand and said, looking from Tsong Mu's pulse, there is indeed. These are weak. As for your specific illness one I still need to study. Lao Mu didn't urge Huang Zhenglong to ask him. He looked at other doctors and said, that's good. Who else wants to see the pulse, my old man? The bones will be tossed with you today. It's all here. Several other doctors also took care of Mu Lao's pulse. Yi Fei also stepped forward to take care of Mu Lao, and of course Chen Luo did the same. Mu Lao caught a glimpse of Yi Fei and Chen Luo. His expression was slightly surprised. Zijin, these two young men turned out to be the famous doctors you invited. The little baby who is going to be young is terrible. Lao Mu's surprise is natural. Most of the people who come here today are Chinese medicine practitioners. In Chinese medicine, young doctors are rarely seen. Why? Traditional Chinese medicine requires accumulation and experience. The older you are, the more experienced you are. Of course, the same is true of Western medicine. However, Western medicine can make up for this with the help of equipment and technology equals. However, Chinese medicine relies entirely on the judgment and experience of doctors. It looks like Yi Fei is only in his 20s. How many patients can he see? Mu Zijin hadn't spoken yet. The dealie next to Chen Luo smiled and said, Mu Lao, this young man is called Chen Luo, he is the former apprentice of Yin Jing's genius Dr. Wu. He has excellent medical skills at a young age, and I strongly recommend him this time. Oh, it turned out to be the apprentice of Dr. Wu. Mu Lao's expression was slightly moved. Dr. Wu is the master of Chen Luo. Even Lao Mu has heard of his name. Next to him, Huang Zhonglang also smiled and introduced the treacherous waterway to Lao Mu. Mu Lao, this Master Yi is also extraordinary in medical skills. I have seen. His technique of acupuncture and moxibustion is unceremoniously far better than mine. Mu Lao looked at Yi Fei again, slightly surprised. Mu Zijin was also light-hearted. Grandpa, Yi Fei was specially invited by me. I have also seen his medical skills, and it is indeed amazing. Mu Zijin took the initiative to speak for Yi Fei. Lao Mu was relieved and said solemnly, "It turns out that they are two young talents, but I underestimate the young people. I wonder if you two are right. What is my opinion on this condition?" Yi Fei and Chen Luo have also completed the pulse diagnosis for Mu Lao. Listening to Mu Lao's question, Chen Luo was preparing to speak, but was preempted by Yi Fei. Yi Fei actually asked Mu Zijin about her grandfather's condition the day before yesterday. So I have a bottom in my heart. I saw Yi Fei slightly waiting for his attitude to be neither humble nor overbearing, and he appeared very polite. He first said, "Mu Lao, with all due respect. Actually, you are not sick." "Are you sick?" Mu Lao was startled. The other doctors are too stunned. But there was no sound. Yi Fei nodded and said, "Yes. The symptoms you just mentioned, such as weakness in limbs, dizziness, sweating when moving, and drowsiness. Problems like sleep are not actually sickness, but your body is aging. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are human nature. When people get old, their body functions are degenerating and aging. This is a normal phenomenon, not a disease." Yi Fei answered very clearly. During this period of time, Mu Lao has been unwell. Until he was sleeping in bed, it was not because of illness, but physical aging. The normal phenomenon. People are getting old. Of course, the body is not as good as before, and there will be various symptoms, and the whole body will be uncomfortable. Mu Lao thoughtfully glanced at the other doctors and asked, "Do you think? Is this Dr. Yi right?" Huang Zhonglong and others looked at each other. After hesitating for a while, all agreed. 0. Mu Lao, this Dr. Yi is right. That's the truth. Yes, Mu Lao, that's how it compares. The other doctors also nodded their heads to acknowledge. Lao Mu stared, not angered. "Then you didn't talk about it just now?" Yi Fei smiled and said, "Mu Lao, in fact, you can't blame the other doctors, they are just to be on the safe side. This is also easy to understand. Being seen by other doctors that there is indeed a problem with Mu Lao's body, wouldn't it be that he said that his medical skills were inadequate who lost it? This person. And it's even more embarrassing if a doctor makes a mistake after saying it first. So these doctors are very shrewd, they are deliberately reluctant to talk about the disease, and keep equals hands. It's Yi Fei. Anyway, his chief job is not a doctor, and he is not afraid of smashing the signboard. And Yi Fei got news from Mu Zijin in advance. He had made sufficient preparations long ago, and he just said straightforwardly, "What a character Mu Lao is." He immediately understood the careful thinking of these doctors. These Yanjing famous doctors are all very famous, and they naturally cherish feathers. They dare not talk nonsense for fear of smashing their signs. This is human nature. But the young man in front of him is 5.6 bold. Mu Lao looked at Yi Fei. He thought this young man was very good and had a great appetite. Lao Mu glanced at the other doctors and said, "You old doctors, it's not as bold as a young man." Yes. Mu Lao, we are negligent. Huang Zhonglong said even more, "Mr. Yi is skilled in medicine, and he is indeed bold and careful." I sigh. Several doctors at the scene also praised Yi Fei and praised him again and again. Chen Luo standing next to him, he also wanted to speak, but he was a step late. Hearing everyone's praise of Yi Fei, Chen Luo's expression turned again. It sank slightly and felt angry. Chapter 63 Chen Luo wants to be one step one. Chen Luo's complexion was heavy, and his heart was very angry. With Chen Luo's medical skills, he can of course also see that Mu Lao is not a serious illness, but an aging problem. He was phrasing just now, and wanted to be more euphemistic, but he was preempted by Yi Fei. Lost opportunities. This made Chen Luo annoyed and angry. Yi Fei always comes to bat him, why is he everywhere? But Chen Luo suppressed the flame in his heart, knowing that it will never happen right now. Judging from Mu Lao's attitude, he has a very good impression of Yi Fei, and Chen Luo must find a way to win back one game. There is still a chance, there is still a chance. Chen Luo kept reminding himself to keep calm. Chen Luo is a smart man. He has realized that the situation is not good, so he is very wise not to refute Yi Fei. Following the others, a doctor pretended to praise Yi Fei. Facing the compliments of these doctors, Yi Fei remained humble and never looked proud. Seeing this, Mu Lao nodded secretly. 09. I had a better impression of Yi Fei. Old Mu slowly said, then since I am not sick, I won't bother you guys. This is the end of today's consultation. With that said, Mu Lao was ready to let the butler see off the guests. Yi Fei shook his head and said, Mu, don't worry, although you have no symptoms. But your physical problems are not small. Mu Lao coughed, his body was indeed still a little uncomfortable. Yi Fei continued. Because Mu Lao, when you were young, you fought with the army. Big body. You lost too much blood when you were young. Now, these symptoms are caused when you are too old, have loss of energy and blood, and have old injuries. So although you have no symptoms, you still need treatment for your body, and you need treatment urgently. Yi Fei said seriously. These words made other doctors nod their heads frequently, quite agreeing with what Yi Fei said. Old Mu also felt reasonable. In that case, what do you think should be treated? Yi Fei thought without hesitation, I know acupuncture and moxibustion, and use acupuncture and moxibustion to cooperate with me to prescribe a prescription for nourishing your body. Old Mu agreed, okay. Then try it. Seeing Yi Fei and Mu Lao communicate fairly smoothly, Mu Lao seemed to appreciate Yi Fei more and more. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel anxious. Chen Luo finally couldn't help but said, Mu Lao, I can also use acupuncture and moxibustion. Acupuncture, please let me try the treatment for you. Hearing what Chen Luo said, Mu Lao was also somewhat interested. He had heard of the name of Dr. Wu a long time ago, and he knew that Dr. Wu's 9-dragon needle method was a unique technique of acupuncture and moxibustion. Therefore, Mu Lao did not refuse Chen Luo. Several other doctors were silent. They were either not proficient in acupuncture, or because Pai was the opponent of Chen Luo's 9-dragon needling method. After all, Dr. Wu's name in Yanjing was really too loud. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree. These doctors are not going to compare acupuncture to Chen Luo, otherwise it would be too ugly to lose to a 20-year-old boy. Even Huang Zhonglong shook his head and said, I have seen Yi Gengzi's acupuncture and moxibustion technique. Mu Lao looked at Yi Fei and Chen Luo, encouraging him, well, let you two young people come to me for treatment. I look forward to you. Our acupuncture, please. Two people. Yi Fei and Chen Luo looked at each other. Yi Fei looked calm and composed. But Chen Luo took a breath, calmly on the surface, but sneered in his heart. Yi Fei wants to compare acupuncture with him. Really bored one. Chen Luo's strength and long needle method were inherited from his master. It is the secret technique of acupuncture and moxibustion. Therefore, Chen Luo smiled confidently. Mu Lao, let me treat you first. Front. Yi Fei saw Chen Luo take the lead. He was not in a hurry, watching Chen Luo perform with expressionless expression. All right. Mu Lao did not refuse, he lay flat on the wicker chair, indicating that Chen Luo could start at any time. Of course, Chen Luo also brought the silver needles with him. After disinfecting the silver needles, he pinched the needles with 2 fingers, and then acupuncture Mu Lao. Chen Luo's acupuncture technique is really good. I saw him spinning the silver needles quickly and slightly shaking his fingers while acupuncture and moxibustion. Very rhythmic and extremely fast. This acupuncture technique amazed several other old doctors. Especially Dean Li, who recommended Chen Luo, said with a smile, "It's a good one-handed 9-dragon needle." Good ability. Chen Luo smiled complacently. Although his acupuncture level is not as good as master, it is enough to beat these Yinjing famous doctors. This is his capital. About half an hour, Chen Luo completed acupuncture. Lamu slowly got up, took a long sigh of relief, and felt the subtle changes in his body. He was a little surprised and said, "This 9-dragon needle method really has miraculous effect." Of course, it is impossible to be so exaggerated if the needle is lost once, but Mu Lao does feel that his body is a lot easier. Chen Luo was proud of his heart, but showed a humble smile on the surface. "My 9-dragons needle method was inherited from master, and it is all the merits of his old man. Labor." Chen Luo is humble on the surface, but in fact he always advertises that he is a disciple of the supernatural Dr. Wu. Don't let him try. After listening to the granddaughter, Mu 883 smiled and said, "Yes, I am also very curious about Mr. Yi's acupuncture technique. Mr. Yi, please." Good. Yi Fei was not in a hurry, he smiled and agreed, and he stepped forward slowly. Yi Fei also took out the prepared silver needles, and after disinfecting them with alcohol, he was ready to acupuncture for Mu Lao. Mu Zijin staring at Yi Fei with her beautiful eyes. Obviously, she was also curious about Yi Fei's acupuncture technique. As for other famous doctors, they are also a little curious, but not interested. Everyone thinks about it. Yi Fei's acupuncture technique is stronger. Is it comparable to Chen Luo's power, but the dragon needle method is not successful? Yi Fei pinched the silver needle with 2 fingers, and his expression became extremely focused, with no distractions. Holding the silver needle, he quickly pierced Mu Lao's Guanyuan, Shinkei, Zhangwan, and Qihai acupoints, these 4 Tai acupoints. They are extremely important acupuncture points. Along with Yi Fei's quick needle application, his technique was even more brisk and steady, which made the doctors on the scene quiet. Surprised. Chapter 64. The famous doctors at the scene watched Yi Fei's acupuncture technique one by one, with surprise in their eyes. Even Chen Luo is the same. Chen Luo was when Yi Fei shot a needle. There was an imperceptible sneer at the corner of his mouth, but after the leaf moved, the sneer froze immediately. Face up. Because Yi Fei's acupuncture techniques are not only extremely skilled, but also very mysterious. Chen Luo is indeed a professional in the field of medicine. So when Yi Fei applied the acupuncture, Chen Luo knew that Yi Fei not only knew thorium moxibustion, but also had superb acupuncture techniques. Even if he hates Yi Fei, he has to admit it. This acupuncture technique. Not even worse than him, and the acupuncture technique used by Yi Fei is more mysterious than he is proud of. The stitches are not inferior. How is this going? Chen Luo was a little confused again. Traditional Chinese medicine always pays attention to the same origin. To be an excellent Chinese medicine doctor, you absolutely need a good teacher to teach you. Like Chen Fall, he has been apprentice since childhood. Followed master to study medicine for many years. Ku Yafei. His this equals body medicine. Especially where did Song come from the acupuncture skills? The famous doctors next to him were completely attracted by Yi Fei's acupuncture and moxibustion techniques. It's like a dragon, simple and mysterious. It's not even better than the Jiulong needle. This is like a lost Imu Shenzhen. I once read it in a fragment of an ancient medical book. 2 of the old Chinese doctors stroked their beards. Muttered. Imu magic needle. The layman sees the excitement, the insider sees the doorway. Hearing from the old Chinese doctor, everyone focused their attention on Yi Fei's needle application technique. Think equals peek into the meaning. This is the legendary Imu divine needle that has been lost. Is this Yi family master really proficient in front of him? Yi Fei's needle application speed is fast and steady. Every time he applies the needle, he spins the silver needle lightly and pierces it into the acupuncture tract. He doesn't even need to look at it. Enough to show Yi Fei's superb acupuncture technique. This is due to Yi Fei. The Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic is recognized as the earliest legendary medical book, and it is an ancient book. Huan Di Neijing Lingshuan is also known as Acupuncture Jing, which focuses on the meridians, acupoints, and acupuncture. Method of Moxibustion. In other words, if Chen Luo and Yifei Hua had other medical skills, such as seeing a doctor and grabbing medicine, Yifei might indeed be inferior to Chen. After all, Chen Luo has studied medicine for many years and has more experience. Create a small. But the two are better than acupuncture. That is definitely Yifei's strong point. Yifei used the needle quickly, and the silver needle in his hand accurately and quickly pierced several acupuncture points on Mu Lao's body. Guan Yuan Point, Shinkei Point 2, Zhongwan Point and 6 Jihai Point are 4 large points. After acupuncture and moxibustion at the 4 Tai points, there is the power of promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. Immediately afterwards, there were other acupuncture points, and Yifei also applied acupuncture. Used the characteristics of Otomoto god thorium to stimulate these acupuncture points. After about half an hour, Yifei breathed a sigh of relief. He stopped the injection. Mu Lao, how do you feel? Yifei wiped Wang Zhua's smile on his head. Acupuncture is not only technical work. And it's also physical work, not easy. Lao Mu moved his body and felt the changes in his body carefully. He only felt that his whole body was relaxed and comfortable, and there was an indescribable comfort. He was surprised again. It is very effective. This acupuncture technique is not worse than the Zhuolong acupuncture method just now. Yifei smiled. The other doctors also looked at each other. Fortunately, they didn't come forward to compete, otherwise they would be embarrassed in front of the 2 younger generations. N.S. Mu Zijin's eyes waved, and his eyes circled around Yifei's body. She was also amazed by Yifei's medical skills. Mu Lao judged, the acupuncture techniques of both of you have opened my eyes too much. As expected, both of you are young talents, but both of you have first-class acupuncture techniques. It's hard to distinguish, but it makes me embarrassed, this old man. In all fairness, Mu Lao admired Yifei more. He felt that this kid had an appetite, and the acupuncture technique just now was quite mysterious. Very powerful. But Chen Luo is not bad, and he is a descendant of a genius doctor, so he naturally has to be a little bit thin. Seeing Lao Mu said this, Chen Luo couldn't help but anxious. He said, Lao Mu, although I and Mr. Yi are evenly divided in acupuncture and moxibustion. But there is a prescription. I don't think so. Mr. Yi and I will write for you separately a prescription for restoring your body. Medical experts on site. Let us make a comment. Chen Luo does not believe in evil. Yifei's acupuncture techniques are indeed superb, but his ability to prescribe prescriptions is not necessarily great, right? Old Mu said in deep thought, it's okay to have one, then I will bother you again. Chen Luo saw that Mu Lao agreed, and he smiled confidently. He took a pen and paper and immediately wrote down the prescription. Yifei also took the pen and paper and wrote the prescription on the paper. Chen Luo wrote quickly. He quickly finished writing the prescription and handed it to the famous doctors at the scene. At the same time, he confidently introduced to Mu Lao. Said Mu Lao, all I use are nourishing recipes. For your qi and blood deficiency, I use deer antler, wild ginseng, and other medicines to nourish you. As long as you follow my prescription, your body can be initially recuperated for at most 1 month. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he glanced at Yifei confidently. Chen Luo's prescription uses a lot of tonics, and all of them are precious medicinal materials. The drug is strong and effective, very fast, so he is very confident. Old Mu nodded. He was not in a hurry to express his position. At this time, Yifei also stood up, and he handed the prescription to several famous doctors, and let these famous doctors judge Li's judgment. Yifei also introduced his own prescription. The prescription I wrote is actually very simple. It uses yam, longan, sesame, and red dates. Common ingredients and medicinal materials are used as food, with food tonic instead of medicinal. It takes at least 3 months for your physique to be effective. Yi Fei's prescription is indeed simple. And it's a bit slow to take effect. It takes 3 months to take effect, which is 2 months longer than Chen Luo's foot. Chen Luo listened to the prescription Yi Fei said, and he sneered at it. With a triumphant smile on his mouth, he felt that he was determined to win. At this time, several medical experts also spoke. Chapter 65 I know people's hearts better than you. With a triumphant smile on the corner of Chen Luo's mouth, he thought that he had no reason not to win. Indeed, the prescriptions he prescribes are all expensive tonic medicinal materials, and the medicinal properties are also very strong, and the medicinal effect is faster, and only one is needed. Month time will be effective. But Yi Fei's prescription was very ordinary. They all use yam, longan, sesame, red dates, which are things that are popular in Lu Tai, and they have to be matched. Combine exercise and massage. The effect is slow, and it takes 3 months. No matter how you look at it, he wins. At this time, several famous doctors on the scene also spoke and judged. Huang Zhonglong spoke first. He expressed his opinion and said, I think the two prescriptions are compared. Yi Gongzi's prescription is better and more suitable for mums. Old. Chen Luo's smile stiff. In addition, an old Chinese doctor also said, I also think that Yi Xiaoyu's prescription is better. This old Chinese doctor just pointed out that Yi. The acupuncture method used by Fei may be the old Chinese doctor of Ibn Xinjiang. Chen Luo was in a daze again. 2 people actually supported Yi K3 at the scene. Then Dean Li expressed his opinion. He certainly did not hesitate to choose to support Chen Luo. After all, Chen Luo was the person he recommended. There was the last doctor, and the doctor said slowly, I also think Mr. Yi's prescription is better. 3-to-1 uptack. Except for the 250 chief of Li Yuan, the other 3 have chosen to support Yi Fei KL. Chen Luo's face was dull and stunned. He really didn't understand how this situation could become like this. Yi Fei wasn't surprised by this result. He smiled and looked calm. Why my prescription works faster and better than his prescription, but you all support him? Chen Luo clenched his fists, he suppressed. He restrained his anger, but looked at Huang Zhonglong and other 3 doctors who voted for Yi Fei very unconvinced. Huang Zhonglong smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Chen Luo, right, you won't be wronged if you lose. If I compare prescriptions with Yi Gongzi, only. I am afraid that I will lose. Chen Luo frowned, and he clenched his fists. Still puzzled. Huang Zhonglong Tan. He sighed again, said. Mu Lao's physical condition is indeed a loss of qi and blood. So he needs to replenish qi and blood. And your medicine. Although the prescription is good, it is indeed a precious medicinal material. But you have forgotten Mu Lao's current physical condition. Chen Luo startled, he seemed to understand a little bit. Huang Zhonglong looked at Yin Yifei said, Mu Lao is weak now. We have a good saying in Chinese medicine equals deficiency is not tonic. The prescriptions you prescribe are all tonics and strong medicines, although the effect is fast, but you are too impatient. Chen Luo stopped talking. Huang Zhonglong said again, moreover, it's sanotoxin. Since we want to restore Mu Lao's body, we should first base Mu Lao's body. Lay well. Although these tonics are good, but now you let Mu take it too hastily. Chen Luo remained silent. B.A1N. Huang Zhonglong sighed and said, this is also the cleverness of Kai Gongzi in prescribing prescriptions. He did not use any precious Chinese medicine, but used food tonic instead of medicine tonic, massage, exercise, acupuncture, and food tonic instead of medicine, although the effect is slow, but it is really good for conditioning the body. Good idea. To be honest, I also wanted to use nourishing prescriptions and precious Chinese herbal medicines to restore Mu Lao's body. But when I heard Yi Gongzi's the prescription, I knew I was wrong. Huang Zhonglong looked at Yi Fei and he was convinced. The other 2 medical experts also nodded slowly, saying, that's the reason. Chen Luo clenched his fists tightly. He is not stupid, Chen Luo reacted when Huang Zhonglong explained the first sentence. Yi Fei's prescription seemed slow. But he was extremely considerate, for the sake of Mu Lao's body. If it's a young and middle-aged person who is losing energy and blood, then Chen Luo's prescription is absolutely effective and stronger than Yi Fei's prescription. Much. But Lao Mu is an old man. The body of the elderly is very fragile. 2 tonic drugs are good, but they may not be suitable. And it's the third part of the medicine, the old, people. Do not take medicine at will, otherwise it will easily increase the burden on the body. Therefore, Yi Fei. The L. Although the results are slow, but stable, there will be no mistakes. Strictly speaking, Yi Fei's prescription was not a prescription at all, but a recipe. But although it is not a prescription, it is better than a prescription. Yi Fei smiled slightly, and said, "You're overwhelmed by the yellow doctor. I only considered Mu Lao's physical condition. So I chose to compare that acid in a conservative way. I think the doctor not only prescribes the right medicine, but also depends on the person to prescribe the medicine." Hearing this, Mu Lao couldn't help laughing. It's a good sentence that not only needs to prescribe the right medicine, but also depends on the person to prescribe the medicine. Well said. Xiaoye, I will ask you from now on this old bone. Obviously, Mu Lao's words are equal to finalizing, and he chose Yi Fei to treat him and restore him. Moreover, Mu Lao also changed Yi Fei's name from Mr. Kai to Xiao Yi, which is also an expression of being close to Yi Fei. Yi Fei smiled, "It's okay, I'll leave your body conditioning to me, sir." Yi Feiruo looked at it equals Chen Luo's gloomy face was very comfortable in his heart. In fact, from the beginning, when Chen Luo was anxious to compare acupuncture with Yi Fei, Chen Luo's mentality was wrong. Chen Luo was too anxious. He always felt that Tu Fei could not take the upper hand, so he was so anxious that he was also negligent when prescribing the prescription. Suddenly, just to see results quickly, but forgot Mu Lao's age and physical problems. But Yi Fei was different. He was always calm, even deliberately making Chen Luo anxious. Chen Luo therefore fell into the trap. If you really prescribe a prescription to compare medical skills, Yi Fei may not be Chen Luo's opponent. However, although Yi Fei is not more medically skilled than Chen Luo, he understands people's minds better than him. Ding, congratulations to Host 1 for successfully cutting off Chen Luo's opportunity and rewarding 500 experience points. At this moment, the system reminder sounded in Yi Fei's ear again. A full 500 experience points. The experience value gained this time is really not small. Moreover, Chen Luo caught up with the Mu family line, and was completely cut off by Tu Fei. Chapter 66 Mu Zijin's Favor. Yi Fei heard the prompt sound of the system in his ear, and the corner of his mouth raised a smile. Things are going more smoothly than he thought. Chen Luo was too anxious. Instead, he made a mistake. Since entering the Mu family courtyard, Chen Luo has always wanted to express himself. As a result, he just lost in the eagerness for quick success. Superior. It's not that he doesn't understand the principles of Chinese medicine, but still lose to Yi Ku. This comparison is not medical skills, too, but human heart. Lao Mu directly asked Yi Fei to heal and restore his body. At this moment, Mu Lao was obviously in a good mood and smiled. The next generation is terrible. Today, this old man of mine is too eye-opening. The future development of Chinese medicine seems to be a successor. Although Mu Lao's words are praise. But instead, Chen Luo listened very harshly. Chen Luo put his hands behind his back, squeezed his fists tightly. The knuckles turned pale due to the force. Chen Luo felt uncomfortable, but still pretended to be generous. Seeing Chen Luo's reluctant expression on his face, Yi Fei felt more comfortable. It's so cool to see Chen Luo's expression that is so angry that he has to make a strong smile. Yi Fei was smiling and personable. He said to Lao Mu, "Mu Lao, you overwhelmed the prize. I just happened to respond. Things to do." Huang Zhonglong shook his head and said, "Yi Gongzi, you are really humble. To be honest, whether it is acupuncture, district, or gangben, you convinced me of all the prescriptions." Huang Zhonglong spoke very straightforwardly, and since the last time he rescued Su Xiaokuan at the Su family Yi Fei, Huang Zhonglong has always respected Yi Fei. It has become a professional fan. The other doctors also agreed and gave Yi Fei a lot of face. They all knew Yi Fei's identity. Actually, if it was changed to Chen Luo, he would win. These doctors would never praise Chen Luo in such a way, and they would treat each other lightly. But Yi Fei is completely different. Strictly speaking, Yi Fei is not a doctor at all, but the second-generation super-rich in Yanjing City. The doctors don't have to worry about Yi Fei's robbing of their jobs. Yi Gongzi will make great achievements. How is it possible to be a doctor? This time it was only because of the special status of Muzha. Everyone knew it well. Therefore, these famous doctors are not stingy about Yi Fei's words. Anyway, they praise a few packs and don't need money, and they can win the favor of Yi Gongzi. Sense, why not do it? Seeing these famous Yanjing doctors admiring Yi Fei, Chen Luo's face was even more blue. He should have deserved all this. Lao Mu also laughed and chatted with the other doctors, and then asked the housekeeper to bring tea. Meaning, these doctors were also very acquainted and sold their remarks one after another. Although Chen Luo was unwilling, he could only leave in anguish. He lowered his head so as not to let people see the iron complexion on his face. Yi Fei was also about to get up to say goodbye, but Su Xiao smiled and waved. "Xiao Yi, Zhongxing will stay here for dinner, and my name will accompany me. Chief for a while, don't you mind?" Yi Fei was slightly surprised. But knowing that this is a good thing, he smiled and agreed. It is approaching noon. Yi Fei was busy for a while and felt a little hungry. Mu Lao asked the butler to prepare lunch, which is mainly light diet, and only 4 dishes equals soup. It's very simple. During the period, Mu Lao seemed very interested and talked with Yi Fei about some of his deeds in his youth. Yi Fei was also in awe of the old man. Mu Lao Juan Ma born and made countless contributions, regardless of his identity. It is definitely worthy of respect. Mr. Mu, there are 3 sons, all of whom are promising, all of whom hold important positions, but these 3 sons are busy with work and have little time. Come to see him. Mu Zijin was born to Mu Lao's 3rd son, the youngest of Mu Lao's grandchildren, and the most favored by Mu Lao. During the dinner, Yi Fei was really hungry. He doesn't have to take into account his image and demeanor. He eats quickly as if he eats his food like a raging cloud. Mu Lao looked and laughed too much. "Xiao Yi, your meal is the same as when I was young. You are both impatient. I was in the army." Mu Lao had a very good impression of Yi Fei. Mu is always a military background, and his famous military life has developed his straightforward character. And Yi Fei was simple and direct in front of him. After eating this meal, seeing Yi Fei eating so fragrant, Mu always had an appetite, and ate half a bowl of rice. 0 seeking flowers Q. Upon seeing this, Mu Zijin also smiled slightly, watching Yi Fei chatting with Mu Lao. She didn't interrupt for too much time, just shuang qiushui. Long eyes look at Yi Fei from time to time. After eating, Yi Fei also set a specific recipe for Mu Lao's 3 meals a day, as Mu Lao's healthcare. Yi Fei Mian. I was wrong. Although Mu Lao's body is not sick, the problem is very serious and he needs to be nursed urgently. Mu Lao also expressed his gratitude to Yi Fei. He smiled and pointed at Yi Fei and Mu Zijin and said, "I am old and have to rest, you two are young. Many people chat, Zijin equals will you help me give me a small fortune?" Yi Fei silently praised Mu Lao in his heart. Mu Zijin happily laughed, "Good grandpa." Old Mu entered the house. Only Yi Fei and Mu Zijin remained in the small courtyard. Yi Fei smiled and touched his stomach. Said, "Finally eat and drink enough, just now acupuncture and moxibustion was quite exhausting." Mu Zijin gently smiled too, blinked at Yi Fei. "So are you asking me for credit?" Mu Zijin also admired Yi Fei. She also saw Yi Fei's acupuncture technique this time. Unlike Chen Luo is the apprentice of Wu's superb doctor, and his acupuncture skills are very good and normal. But Yi Fei's acupuncture and moxibustion method he showed just now is not inferior to Chen Luo. She even heard other doctors say that Yi Fei. This is the lost method of acupuncture. Mu Zijin looked at Yi Fei. This man was really getting more and more mysterious. Hearing Mu Zijin's words, Yifei smiled slightly, and directly answered Mu Zijin's words. Yes, I'm just asking you for credit. Mu Zijin's lips smile more intensely. She also knows that Yifei has been studying Grandpa's condition these days, and it must be for her Grandpa's expense. A lot of energy. Mu Zijin's red lips slightly opened, and his voice was soft. Thank you, Yifei. Ding, congratulations to the host, Mu Zijin's impression of you has improved. Chapter 67. Ding, congratulations to the host, Mu Zijin's impression of you has improved, and his experience value has increased by 100 points. A system reminder came from his ear, and Yifei was in a good mood. Getting along with a woman like Mu Zijin is actually very simple. You don't need to show yourself indiscriminately. There is no need to deliberately show off. With Mu Zijin's ice and snow cleverness, it's useless to be careful in front of her. Sure enough, Yifei did a good job. Mu Zijin has a better impression of him. Miss Mu, you don't have to be polite. Mr. Mu has dedicated her life to the country. I should treat him. Yifei. These words are true. Mu Lao is indeed worthy of respect. Mu Zijin smiled softly and said, It's because you have bothered too much. Well, you don't need to be so distracted. Just call me Zijin. Just call me Zijin. Mu Zijin's words 2, 5, 3 brought the two closer together again. Yifei couldn't help but smiled and said, Okay, during this period, I will come every 3 days for acupuncture for Mu Lao. About 3 months later, Mu Lao's physical condition will get better. Mu Zijin's smart eyes flowed. She whispered, Okay. Because of Mu Lao's relationship, Yifei must come to Yi's house frequently during the next period of time. This is definitely a good opportunity to get the moon first, and Yifei also has no worries about not being able to touch Mu Maojian. Then I will leave first. I send you. Mu Zijin and Yifei walked side by side, and Mu Zijin sent Yifei out of the Mu's yard, and then recruited the driver. Send Yifei back. Yifei got on the red flag car and left the Mu's courtyard, his expression thoughtful. Chen Luo was finally cut off from the Mu family, but he still couldn't relax his vigilance. After all, in the book, Chen Luo climbed more than the Mu family. In the original book, because of Master Chen Luo's relationship, there are 2 elder brothers who owe Master Chen Luo's favor. These 2 elder brothers also worked in Chen Luo. Helped Chen Luo when he destroyed the Yi family. In the original book, there are many big wealthy families in Yanjing City, but those who are qualified to be called Tai Men, such as the Mu's family, are also. There are only 3 or 4. In the original book, the Mu family can be said to be transcendent. In addition to the Mu family, Yanjing certainly has other wealthy families, and the Yi family is one of them. There are not many Yanjing giants at the level of the Yi family, but not many. After all, this is the imperial capital. Focus. After all, Chen Luo has the protagonist's aura, and this time the Mu family's affairs caused him to participate in the mistakes, which is enough to prove this. There is still some luck in him. Especially Chen Luo has his master's contacts. Many families in Yanjing City wanted to give him face. Fei secretly guessed Chen Luo's next move, closing his eyes to rest. After that, about an hour too long, Yifei arrived at the private villa. As soon as he got out of the car, Yifei saw a few acquaintances. These acquaintances are the 3 famous doctors Huang Zhonglong who diagnosed Mu Lao at 6 noon. Except for Dean Li, who is familiar with Chen Luo. The famous doctors were waiting at the door of Yifei's house. Several seniors, "Why are you here?" Yifei stepped forward and greeted these famous doctors. Obviously these doctors are all coming to him. Huang Zhonglong enthusiastically introduced Yifei, Master Yi. These 2 beside me are Dr. Kai and Dr. Xie. They are both. Both are the vice hospitals of the 2 major hospitals in Yanjing City. The 3 seniors are good. Yifei said with a smile. All 3 of them are at least 50 or 60 years old and have been in medicine for decades. He can't call him seniors too much. Dr. Kai was a little excited. Yi Gongzi, these few of us really couldn't help but want to come to you. I just want to ask, you. The acupuncture method used. Is it in the legend Bi Ben Shenzhen upper? Kai Inyo was the one who recognized Yi Fei's needle method like Bi Mushin needle, and he was also very knowledgeable in medical skills. Yi Fei said, yes, it's Bi Mu Shenzhen. Sure enough, it's Atsuki God needle. Hearing Yi Fei's admission, Kai Inyo and Huang Zhenlong were extremely excited. Bi this magic needle, that is the legendary needle method. Young Master Yi, dare to ask your Bi. Who is Mu Shenzhen from Dr. Kai asked quickly. This long-lost method of acupuncture in Moxibustion. It must come from working as a genius doctor. Yi Fei smiled, this is a secret. That is right, the expert who knows Bi Mu Shenzhen would definitely not want to show others easily, but I was abrupt. Dr. Kai continued, he has already shown. To make up for it, he thought that Yi Fei must be a coincidence to worship a master as his teacher. Yi Fei smiled without saying a word. Dr. Kai hurriedly asked Master Yi, we don't ask for anything else. We just want to see and feel with our own eyes equals Ari Mu Shenzhen. Can you enlighten me? Of course, several famous medical experts are very interested in this lost method of acupuncture. Yi Fei laughed blankly. In the original book, it was Chen Luo who showed extraordinary medical skills and convinced Huang Zhenlong, Dr. Kai and others. Finally, these famous doctors all admire Chen Luo too. But now, it seems that these famous doctors have approached Yi Fei. This is of course a great thing. He not only wants to take away Chen Luo's luck and opportunity, more to take away Chen Luo's contacts. Don't underestimate these famous doctors, such as Huang Zhenlong and others, they are all the guests of many dignitaries in Yanjing City. So Yi Fei smiled and said, several seniors are too polite. For example, I went to my villa to discuss in detail experienced medical skills. Well. Yi Gongzi is refreshing. The three famous doctors readily agreed to enter the private villa with Yi Fei. 0.7 In the villa, Yi Fei talked about medical skills with three famous doctors, and also showed the second magic needle, which attracted the admiration of Huang Zhenlong. Already, Yi Fei and they had a good time chatting with them. These famous doctors have very good senses to Yi Fei. But the sudden technique is wonderful and approachable. Yi Fei's lips curled up with a smile. What he has to do now is to make his enemies less and Chen Luo's enemies more and more. At that time, it's off time to close the net. Chapter 68 Chen Luo, Anxious and Depraved. After chatting with Huang Zhenlong and other three medical experts, Huang Zhenlong and the others had an excellent impression of Yi Fei. Huang Zhenlong smiled and said, Yi Gongzi, you have excellent medical skills, let us admire it very much. I don't know if you are interested in joining Chinese Medicine Association. Yes, it is better for Yi Gongzi to join the Chinese Medicine Association, and you can visit each other if you have something to do in the future. Kai Inyo is also Liendo. The Chinese Medicine Association is a national organization. The influence is not small. Yi Fei raised his eyebrows. He remembered that in the original book, Chen Luo joined the Association of Traditional Chinese Medicine. In the end, he also became the chairman. Light is infinite. It is Dr. Kai and the vice president of the Chinese Medicine Association. Kai Inyo also enthusiastically invited him. Yeah, it's better for Yi Gongzi to put up a name in the Chinese Medicine Association. Anyway, there is nothing wrong with him. Yi Fei changed his mind thought. Chen Luo Bakan wants to join the Chinese Medicine Association. He first adds a. Maybe it will come in handy later. Anyway, it's just a name. So Yi Fei readily agreed. These doctors are very happy. Joining the Chinese Medicine Association as Yi Fei is definitely saving face. Yi Fei Ten and Huang Zhenlong chatted for a while, and the three of them got up and left and returned with great joy. Back at the villa, Yi Fei was at ease, lying on the sofa and enjoying a relaxing time comfortably. Yi Fei was very comfortable. But Chen Luo felt uncomfortable over there. Xizhang Group. Miling International Subsidiary Office Building. General Manager's office. Slap on. Just listen to the extremely crisp sound, and the sound of broken porcelain came from the General Manager's office. The office is a mess, and the floor is full of porcelain shards. The porcelain smashed by Chen Luo is very valuable, a small antique, and the price starts at least 10,000 yuan. Chen Luo's face was pale. After he smashed this antique porcelain, the anger in his heart could not be vented. Hearing the movement of the General Manager's office, the employees of Miling International were all trembling. In a corner not far away, when Li Shangyun saw this tomb, the mouthfish sneered. Li Shangyun knows. Chen Luo must have hit a wall at Mu's house. When he learned that Chen Luo was going to Mu's house, Li Shangyun was still very panicked. He Yuan equals Chen Luo caught up with Mu's house. Li Shangyun was afraid that he would never turn over. And if Chen Luo knew about the connection between Li Shangyun and Shi Fei, he would have to peel off his skin if he didn't die. It now appears that Chen Luo's staying at Mu's house is definitely not going well. Although Li Shangyun didn't know the specific situation, he could guess what Ji Fei Songchong must have done that made Chen Luo so furious. Do not. All the employees of Miling International were silent and afraid to speak. At this moment, Duan Qi happened to be here. He wanted to come here to see what exactly happened to Chen Luo, but when he walked to the door of the General Manager's office, he heard the sound of broken porcelain. Duan Qizheng walked in again and saw Chen Luo, a man sitting on the mahogany sofa with a pale face. He was smoking a cigarette in the office. It was also full of smoke. Junior brother, you. Duan Qizheng also guessed the probabilities in his heart, he couldn't help asking. Hearing that Duan Qi was saying that Chen Luo sneered, he did not hide his feelings before Duan Qi was facing. Brother, don't mention it, this time I was ruined by that Yi family young master again, that guy is really it. Chen Luo clenched his fists tightly, with blue veins visible in his hands, full of anger. Xingzheng also frowned, and that Yi family is too few. No wonder the junior is so angry. Also, I got into the hands of the same person twice in a row, with the proud personality of my junior. I really can't stand it. Duan Qizheng opened his mouth and wanted to persuade Chen Luo. But there is no way to say it. What can he persuade? Chen Luo is angry now, he can't hear anything, what's the point? Chen Luo did not need Duan Qizheng's persuasion. Seeing Chen Luo squinting, he blocked and said, even if I use all means, I will. Let Yi Fei die, brother, tomorrow I will visit the two who owe master favor. You help me prepare some meeting gifts. Teacher Duan Qizheng originally wanted to say, junior brother, don't be impulsive, but you can talk to your lips. Seeing Chen Luo's ruthless look, he swallowed again. Went back. Duan Qizheng sighed zero in his heart, and could only say, well, then I will let someone prepare a few exquisite gadgets, and you can give them as gifts. Giving gifts to wealthy families is also very enterprising. After all, those rich and powerful families have never seen anything. Therefore, Duan Qizheng can only give away some exquisite and exotic gadgets, which should not be too expensive, otherwise it would be out of the ordinary. Chen Luo planned to use the contacts left by his master. Originally, Chen Luo Chu came to Yanjing. He didn't plan to use these networks so quickly. After all, the thing of Rinching is used less than one litigation, not to mention others are just for the face of his master, not his. But when he thought of Yi Fei, Chen Luo was extremely angry. If it wasn't for Yi Fei to disrupt the situation, he might have already climbed into the Mu family, and there is that Miss Zijin think of Mu Zijin again. 253 Chen Luo's heart is even more itchy. Available now. Chen Luo also knew that Yi Fei was not only leaning against the Yi family at this moment, but also seeing that the relationship with the Mu family was about to become closer. Here again. Let it go on like this, Chen Luo feared that there would never be a chance to retaliate against Yi Fei. Now I can only rely on the network of contacts left by Master. Fortunately, Master was famous in Yanjing, and even now he has a huge reputation in Yanjing. Chen Luo intends to visit all the Yanjing wealthy families whom Master had made in the first place. Especially for the rich family where the two big brothers belonged, he even had to pay a visit to build a relationship with the Nasi family. This time, he can't make any more mistakes. As long as there is no problem with this visit. At least he still has the capital to fight Yi Fei. Chen Luo stood up. He tried to calm his irritable heart, thinking of Tu Fei's handsome face and the anger in his heart. Fire and jealousy couldn't stop. After a long while, he took a bite of gas. Time is not too late, he still has the opportunity to come back. Chapter 69. Yi Fei's Private Villa. Chen Luo was in a state of desperation. Yi Fei was enjoying the beauty's massage. The one who helped Yi Fei massage was his personal housekeeper, named Ji Yuner, who was a beautiful girl. Ji Yuner has been with Yi Fei for many years, and is regarded as the confidant of the original master Yi Fei. The girl's soft hands were massaging his shoulders, neck, back, waist, etc. Yi Fei was comfortable, turning on the phone on both sides. Reading mobile news casually. At this time, Yi Fei's WeChat sounded a reminder. Yi Fei, look, it's the message that pops up in the WeChat group chat. The name of this WeChat group is For My Little Buddies and I, a Little Bit. Mo's name. Equals the message is still before Yi Fei's crossing. This is the first time that a WeChat group message has popped up after crossing, so Yi Fei also clicked on it slightly curiously. After opening it, Yi Fei saw that this message was sent by a person who noted by you on WeChat. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, I am going to have a small party, in my villa, who will come? Bai Bao, there are too few Bai family. The Bai family is as famous as the Yi family and the Yang family, making it the top 3 business giants in Yanjing. Because these 3 are hugely wealthy, they are very well known in Yanhuang country. Yi Fei, Bai Bao, and Yang Zimo were also. Those who do good things are called the 3 young masters of the capital. Bai Yu is a very high profile, and he likes to show off his wealth on the internet very much. He is the most famous one in Beijing sensation. And Bai Yu has a habit. This guy likes to find internet celebrities as his female companions. The nets he changed over the years. Red girlfriend, isn't that. There are at least dozens of wins. Bai Bao said so. This WeChat group became active immediately. Many diving parties bubbling instantly. The mascot of this group, party what kind of party CX feast? I have something tomorrow, so I don't have time to participate. Are you not going then? I won't go either? So handsome to break through the galaxy, hee, I'm not interested. I just ask, will your sister go? Chat in the group to become lively. Yi Fei read a few WeChat messages. These WeChat messages made him laugh. It seems that Bai Yu is planning to hold a party tomorrow, but no one buys it. Bai Bao sent a message in the group again. Chow, are you also shameless? I'll talk to my sister, she will be tomorrow. Young Master Bai, your sister will go. I suddenly feel that I have time again. Don't worry. I'll be there on time. Sister, it doesn't matter what. The key is that Bai Xiao can't help but give her face. So handsome to break through the galaxy, my brother-in-law, I will definitely be there tomorrow. F***ck, you idiots who have forgotten friends, Ziyu swears in the group. Yi Fei browsed the group of messages for a while and then turned off the phone. A smile came up at the corner of his mouth. Bai Ruoshi, Bai Yu's sister, has a great reputation in the upper circles of Yanjing, and it can be said to be the most famous in the upper circles of Yanjing. One of the women. Because Bai Ruoshi is not only beautiful, she is a peerless beauty, but more importantly, Bai Ruoshi is the head of the former Bai family. That's right, Bai Ruoshi is a bit more than Yi Fei. She was 27 years old a month ago, but she is already the head of the Bai group. She is in business. With extremely high talent, he controls this company with a market value of 100 billion yuan. The name of Bai Ruoshi is known to everyone in the upper circles of Yanjing. In the original book, Bai Ruoshi is also an extremely brilliant and perfect female character, just like Mu Zijin. Bai Ruoshi was pursued by Chen Luo, but never gave a response. Until the end of the original book, Bai Ruoshi was also single. Yi Fei recalled the information in the original book in his mind. The Bai family went through an accident in the early years. Bai Ruoshi's father, who was also the head of the Bai family at the time, passed away due to an accident. The family business can only be supported by Ruwashi's mother. But Ruwashi's mother's ability equals average. Soon the industry of the Bai family could not be sustained. At this time, Ruwashi stood up. She showed amazing business talent, not only turned the tide, but also put the Bai family on the right track, even one step further. Since then, Ruwashi has taken control of the Bai group and became the head of the Bai group. This is indeed a brilliant woman. The reason why Ruwashi is famous in Yanjing is not only because of her beauty, but also because of her worth. The second-generation rich generations like Yi Fei are already regarded as the top rich generations in China. According to the system calculation, Yi Fei Qian, its worth, including assets and cash, is more than 8 billion. After all, no matter how rich the Yi family is, it doesn't belong to Yi Fei, at least not yet. But Ruwashi is different one. She is the owner of the Bai group. Hundreds of billions worth of L. This worth, it can be called the number one Bai Fumii in Yanjing, have hundreds of billions of worth as a foundation. To put it ugly, even a soil fat circle is especially moving in the eyes of some people. What's more, Ruwashi is still a top beautiful daughter. No wonder the WeChat group just exploded. In the eyes of the second generation of Yanjing City, Ruwashi's attraction is of course needless to say. Yi Fei. Yi Fei was about to leave the phone on the side and continue to enjoy Ji Yun's massage. At this time, the phone popped up a short message again. It was a text message from Li Shangyun. Li Shangyun, to Li Hao, sent Yi Fei and some of Chen Luo's trends, such as Chen Luozhang, entrusting him to buy some exquisite finds. To such things as small gifts. Yi Fei received the news. He was not surprised. He can also guess what Chen Luo will do next. Chen Luo will definitely go visit those famous Yanjing wealthy families, especially the ones that have a good relationship with Master Chen Luo. Yi Fei had anticipated this. This is also a matter of time. Moreover, it was difficult for him to cut off Chen Luo's all connections, which was also unrealistic. However, Yi Fei also completed the secret layout in Z-Day layout, and he would give Chen Luo a fatal blow. Chapter 70. He is the center of the magnetic field. The next day, night. By U.S. private villa. It is also called the third master of Yanjing by those who do good things. But Yi Fei's three people acted in a completely different style. Among the three young masters of Yanjing, Yi Fei is the lowest profile, while Ziyu is the highest profile and the most ostentatious company. Bai Yu is keen to brush up on the sense of existence. He likes to comment on the female stars of the entertainment circle. I like all kinds of interview festivals and, of course, his favorite is still net celebrity beauties. The reason why he is holding a party tonight is for one of his new girlfriends. Bai Yu's private villa is very large, on the outskirts of Yanjing. This guy lives very luxuriously. His villa can no longer be called a villa. It's simply a manor. A huge open-air swimming pool, a terrace garden, and even a chess and cardroom sports club and a small theater. Parked a row of luxury cars at the door of the villa, all types of luxury cars. There are sports cars and off-road, just like a luxury car. Exhibition. Of course, these luxury cars were driven by the noble boys who attended the party. As soon as Bai Ruwashi heard that Bai Yu's sister Bai Ruwashi would attend the banquet, these wealthy and young people became interested and rushed. Bai Bao called a large number of internet celebrity beauties, as well as a few second and third tier starlets to accompany him, and the atmosphere in the villa was very lively. Gradually, more and more people s. After a while, Yang Zimo, another member of the Yanjing third young master, also came. Yang Zimo's name in the WeChat group is 253. Handsome breakthrough the Milky Way. Actually, Yang Zimo grows barely. Not bad, in the Yanjing group of big and young people are considered high valued. Yang Zimo and Bai Yu are considered the most eye-catching among all the sons on the scene. After all, it's the third young master of Yanjing, whose name lies there. Although the other elder brothers are also good, they are still not as good as Yang Zimo and Bai Yu. In the large hall of the villa, Bai Yu sat on the sofa with Erlang's legs tilted, and he hugged a beauty. This beauty has a superb body, but her face is a standard net red. His face was sitting next to Bai Bao gracefully. There are also many beautiful women around Bai Yu, so uncomfortable. Bai Yu smiled and said to Yang Zimo, "Hey, I don't know if Yi Shao will come today. If he comes, our three will be complete." Yang Zi said quietly, "I don't care if Yi Fei comes or not. I only care if your sister will come, my brother-in-law." Roll. Bai Yu gave him an angry look. Yang Zimo is a fanatical suitor of his sister, but it's a pity that Bai Ruoshi never waits to see him. Yang Zimo is also a standard playboy, he is also hugged from left to right at the moment, and he is happy. Bah! While Yang Zimo and Bai Yu were chatting, the other elder brothers all smiled and came forward to chat. It's not lively. At this time, the door of the Villa's lobby was slowly pushed open. Yi Fei is here. Of course, attending such a banquet is not the same as going to Mu's house to see a doctor for Mu Lao, so Yi Fei also changed into a casual outfit. In a suit, walking briskly, walked into the banquet hall. When Yi Fei appeared, everyone's eyes were subconsciously focused on Yi Fei. For such a moment, the surrounding air seemed to be drawn away, and it became very quiet. Yi Fei now has a 300 charm bonus. He is like the center of the magnetic field, attracting everyone's attention. F*CK, this is Xiaoyi. How do you feel better than before? Grass, did you go to the stick? No. No. Yi Fei's appearance hasn't changed much, but it seems that his eyes have become more energetic and his temperament has also changed. Someone in the crowd whispered. Even the son-in-law at the scene could perceive Yi Fei's change. Not to mention women. When the women on the scene appeared at Yi Fei, Ji Ping's eyes were also shining, and Yi Fei's line of sight could not be separated from him. The moment Bai Yu and Yang Zimo saw Yi Fei. Also a look of astonishment. How did Yi Fei become so handsome? Bai Yu actually looks pretty good. After all, the Bai family's genes are very strong, otherwise his sister would not be so high. However, Bai Yu's appearance tends to be feminine and lacks masculinity. He is often mistaken for a woman, and Yi Fei is as handsome as. Masculinity is completely of two types. Should this really go for plastic surgery? Bai Yu couldn't believe his eyes. Yang Zimo also coughed, and said with a sad face, "It's over, all the limelight today has been robbed." Isn't at Yi Fei's appearance has almost become the center of the magnetic field. Yang Zimo felt a sense of sadness in his heart. Yi Fei smiled and walked in front of Bai Yu and Yang Zimo. The three young masters of Yanjing had a good relationship with each other. More importantly, in the original book, the three young masters of Yanjing were all targeted by the male protagonist Chen Luo. In the original book, Chen Luo once madly pursued Bai Ruoshi, but Bai Yu was dissatisfied, and Bai Yu was beaten severely in the face. Yang Zimo is also rivals in love because he loves Bai Ruoshi and Chen Luo, although Chen Luo did not chase Bai Ruoshi. But to love rival Yang Zimo, it's also a cruelty. In the original book, the three young masters of Yanjing, except for Bai Yu's sister, had escaped, but Yi Fei and Yang Zimo ended up miserably. Yang Zimo was even more unlucky than Yi Fei, because he offended Chen Luo. Yang Zimo was tricked by Chen Luo's medical skills, and his limbs were broken. Can make him unable to touch a woman forever. So from this point of view, Yi Fei had a good impression of Yang Zimo and Bai Yu. After all, the three of them had the same stand. Yi Fei sat on the sofa with a leisurely look and smiled. "Come here uninvited, won't you be unwelcome?" "How come, Yi Fei, you came to give me face?" Bai Yu smiled and welcomed him. He is a lively character. Yohara. Master Yi Fei also has a good relationship. Yi Fei is considered the lowest key among the three young masters of Yanjing. Yang Zimo glanced at Yi Fei. He snorted, "Come on, so handsome, what do you think you are attending the celebrity ceremony?" "What?" When Yi Fei heard it, his face suddenly smiled, and his smile was extremely lethal. Many beautiful women around were swayed and intoxicated by it. Yi Fei. The value is like this, almost like Picasso's abstract paintings. Bai Yu couldn't help laughing suddenly, and the beauties next to him all covered their mouths and chuckled. However, Yang Zimo's face was dark and the corners of his mouth twitched. Is he so ugly he still has Picasso's abstract paintings? Yifei's mouth is too bad. Chapter 71, How to Attract by Ruwashi. I heard Yifei describe that. Bai Yu and the beautiful beauties around him couldn't help laughing. Yang Zimo stared in an angry eye. Yifei, did you describe people that way? Don't blame me for turning your face when you talk nonsense. Uptack. Yifei laughed and didn't say anything. In fact, Yang Zimo was not ugly, and he was still handsome among the second-generation elder brothers. But people are more dead than people, and they have to be thrown away. Compared with Yifei, Yang Zimo is really not a handsome guy. Many beauties at the scene secretly looked at Yifei and felt that this young man from the Yi family was not only handsome, but also humorous. Harmony. Yang Zimo also caught a glimpse of the expressions of the beauties around him, and sighed in his heart, knowing that he and Yifei were incomparable. Yang Zimo's mouth twitched slightly. He decided that he would definitely not invite Yifei if he had a party in the future. This guy is really eye-catching. Yifei is a rare admiration today. The three of us get together, come and go. Bai Yu smiled and picked up the red wine glass and shook it. The red wine. In the face of this superb red wine, Bai Yu had no intention of tasting at all. Instead, he drank half a glass of red wine. Yifei and Yang Zimo also toasted with Bai Yu, and the three clinked drinking. Yang Zimo licked his mouth after drinking the red wine, and said, I said, what about your sister Bai? Didn't you say that Miss Bai will come today? Yang Zimo can't wait. With these words, the other sons and buddies around, all smiled and looked at Bai Yu. There were more than a dozen elder brothers at the scene, and they were very familiar with each other. To tell the truth, at least half of the guys and buddies present here came for Bai Ruwashi. Bai Bao put his arms around his newly dating online celebrity girlfriend and said with a smile, my sister, she is already here. Here where? Is there? I almost went to the women's bathroom just now, and I didn't even see the figure. That's right, there is no one at all. The elder brothers jokingly asked with doubts. Yifei was also a little strange. One of the important reasons he came to the party was for Bai Ruwashi. Of course, he did not come to pursue Bai Ruwashi, but to negotiate a deal with Bai Ruwashi. Bai Ruwashi is the ruler of the Bai family, and her weight in Yanjing City is extremely heavy. In the original book, although Bai Ruwashi is not Chen Luo's woman, she has chosen to become an ally with Chen Luo because of commercial interests. Let Chen Luofeng generate water. And Yifei must change the situation in the original book. Therefore, taking advantage of Chen Luo's chance to visit Yanjing's major wealthy families, Tu Fei chose to approach Bai Ruwashi. But now, Bai Ruwashi is indeed not in the villa lobby. Seeing that these princes were all curious and expectant, Bai Yu curled his lips. I said, you are too impatient. For my sister. Yes. Yang Zimo nodded solemnly. Everyone laughed. Yang Zimo was really straightforward. Bai Yu couldn't help but feel sad. He originally wanted to set up a party to show off his new online celebrity girlfriend, so that she could see what is called high-end 2 gas on the grade. As a result, all of these brothers came to his sister one by one. I treat you as friends, too, but you all want to be my brother-in-law. Bai Yu glared at Yang Zimo, and said lightly, my sister is upstairs. She doesn't like places with too many people and environment, so she didn't come down. Bai Yu's villa has 4 floors. It seems that Bai Ruwashi is resting on the upper floor of the villa and does not want to participate in this noisy party. Hearing that Bai Ruwashi is upstairs in the villa, these sons and buddies are suddenly excited. Especially Yang Zimo, excited, slapped his thigh, pushed away the female companion beside him, and said, your sister is on a few floors. 2, I will go upstairs and ask her to go down. Bai Yu snorted, it's useless. Do you think I don't want to invite her down? You don't know my sister's temper, unless she knows her original intention, otherwise no one can ask her to move her. Yang Zimo and others suddenly went silent. Think about it as if this is true. Yang Zimo doesn't have that great face, so he can't please Bai Ruwashi. Seeing these fox and dog friends deflated, Bai Yu felt relieved. Bai Yu squinted at the crowd. slowly said, "What's wrong?" Usually equals isn't all of them quite capable, now they are all scared. "If you have the ability, let my sister take the initiative to go downstairs." This group of rich second-generation sons and buddies were silent. They seemed to have nothing to do. "In the middle of the hall," he said, "Miss Bai likes the piano. Don't you like the piano too, or whoever of you plays the song? Her up. Let it down. Good way. Xiaogua, you really have." Yang Zimo's eyes lit up and immediately gave the young man a thumbs up. Yang Zimo couldn't wait to stand up and exclaimed, "I'll play a piece first. During this period of time, I've been practicing piano hard, and finally I have." Room for display 12. Yang Zimo couldn't wait to walk up to the piano. He learned the piano entirely for Bai Ruoshi. "I want to show my talents in front of a beautiful woman." Although Yang Zimo is a playboy, he is also Bai Ruoshi's #1 suitor. It is a pity that Bai Ruoshi has always turned a blind eye to him. Yang Zimo was sitting on the stool of the piano at this time. He asked the servant to bring a microphone, so that the sound of the piano could be transmitted farther. Then Yang Zimo took a deep breath and began to play Guns. Yang Zimo played a piano masterpiece in this world. The name is Autumn Night Sky. Not to mention, Yang Zimo's piano performance is quite good, at least it is a relatively high level, except for some inaccurate notes. Besides, everything else is pretty good. The piano sound was melodious and light, spreading to every corner of the villa. Bai Ruoshi upstairs must have heard it too. After Qin Qin was finished, many people at the scene applauded. Even Yifei nodded slightly. His impression of Yang Zimo changed a little. This guy really worked hard. However, there was no movement upstairs. Obviously, this piano piece didn't move Bai Ruoshi. She didn't mean to go downstairs. Bai Ruoshi didn't go downstairs. Yang Zimo sighed in disappointment. "Zimo, your piano level is actually pretty good, but it's a pity that my sister's appreciation. The vision is too high. She often goes to concerts, and she can hear all the piano master's performances. You want to touch her ears with the piano sound. I advise you to give up." At this moment, Yifei stood up slowly and said, "How about I try soil?" Chapter 72, A Beautiful Surprise. Yifei stood up slowly and said, "How about I try?" Seeing Yifei getting up, Yang Zimo faced unbelieving. "Stop making trouble, Yifei. I haven't seen you play the piano, are you sure?" Yang Zimo knew that Yifei could play the piano, but he had never seen Yifei play the piano, and subconsciously thought Yifei could play the piano at an average level. Bai Yu looked at the lively expression. Said with a smile, "Yifei, are you sure you want to play the piano?" "Well, that would be very embarrassing." *CK Yang Zimo was annoyed. Yifei. Other talents. "What special talent?" Yang Zimo asked curiously. Yifei said slowly, "I have a special talent called picking up girls." 2, 5, 3. "Don't come to this set," Yang Zimo snorted. "You haven't gotten that lady from the Su family." "Are you sure you?" "Little girl." Yang Zimo and others all knew about the original master Yifei's pursuit of Su Qingzhu. Of course, they didn't know the recent progress of Yifei and Su Qingzhu. Yifei smiled faintly, then wait and see. With that said, Yifei had already walked towards the black three-fish steel. The piano is a Steinway piano, the world's top steel sare. The table is fine and simple. This Steinway piano is much better than that of Shanghai Dream. Yifei seated gracefully on the piano bench. He didn't immediately play Qin Gangsek, because he was thinking about what song Qin should play. Yifei sits quietly on the piano bench, but has attracted everyone's attention, especially the beauties on the scene, almost can't move away. Eye up. Elegant and indifferent. Clear sail. Such an image. It definitely attracts the hearts of the beauties on the scene. Yifei pondered for a while, and countless famous piano songs appeared in his mind, and finally he chose a piano song. Yifei's 10 fingers are as long as jade. In an instant, his fingertips poured out like crystals. Piano sound. The perfect sound quality of the Steinway piano is coupled with Yifei's superb playing skills. Even more on this piano music is a past life. Equals piano divine comedy, a well known to all composers. Do the three complement each other, burst out beautiful notes. The sound of steel rustling is like a trickle, flowing comfortably into everyone's ears. Just when Yi Erfei played the second bar of Gangs, the moving note made everyone in Jiping feel moved. It's great, it's great. So Yi Gongzi is so good at playing the piano. What kind of tune is this? Why I have never heard of it. Who said Yi Fei can't play the piano? He plays the piano so smoothly. It's really enjoyable to watch him play. Everyone at the scene couldn't help but sigh in a low voice, and was completely attracted by this piano piece. It's just because of the study of words that everyone didn't know how to describe this piano piece for a while. Yi Fei's 10 fingers danced on the various ranges of the piano keys, and the beautiful steel sound was very contagious, making everyone on the scene float. Want to join in? A top-level piano. Excellent piano skills, as well as world-class piano masterpieces. This moving scale, like a crystal-clear piano sound, spread to the top of the villa. Bai Yu looked surprised. Yang Zimo was taken aback first. Then he smiled bitterly, and it was him who had been embarrassed for a long time. Yi Fei is too ruthless, right? Usually hidden and tucked, come this hand at the critical moment. The other boys, brothers, beauties were all attracted. The piano sound is dim and clear, detailed and quiet, with a little melancholy, just like a piano player is whispering something. The piano piece played by Yi Fei is indeed a classic masterpiece. =S Moonlight Sonata. It is also commonly known as the Song 1. The beautiful notes of this piano melody overflowed in the villa lobby. Art can infect people. In particular, Yi Fei's qin playing skills are extremely superb, which can be called a master-level performance. Coupled with this Steinway piano worth more than 1 million, there are also world-class classics. These three are combined into one, and the brood notes are even more touching. Perfect L. This kind of superb live performance is indeed very infectious, and it is completely different from the music heard on TV in headphones. And the language, 0. Yi Fei played this piano piece and entered into a state, and he also became focused on it and selfless. Moonlight. There are 3 movements. Yi Fei played the first movement. The piano murmured, as if lingering in everyone's ears. The piano sound is like moonlight reflected in the lake, clear and gentle, bright and moving. Intoxicated, dreamlike. Unknowingly, a woman walked down the stairs of the villa. This woman saw Yi Fei playing Qin's piano in the hall. Slightly surprised. However, everyone in the room was immersed in this piece of Yi Fei's piano music, and no one spotted the woman at 2 o'clock. Yi Fei was also focused on playing, with no distractions. This piano finally came to an end under Yi Fei's playing. When the last note slowly ended, Yi Fei's song also came to an end. It's finally over. Everyone on the scene had an unfinished look on their faces. After a short while, someone let out a long sigh of relief, with an indescribable ease and comfort. Immediately afterwards, there was a wave of applause. There were not many people at the scene, but they did not hesitate to applaud. These second-generation sons, although they are all dudes, but because of family circumstances, they have been familiar with the piano since childhood. The appreciation ability is still there. This piano piece is truly incredible. Yi Fei was sitting on the bench, and almost all the beautiful women around looked at Yi Fei, their eyes filled with brilliance. Yi Fei was about to get up, when a light voice came from the upper stairs. Yi Gongzi. I don't know what the name of this piano piece is. Word 2. Hearing this sound, almost everyone subconsciously turned their heads and looked towards the stairwell. There, a beautiful woman stood at the top of the stairs. It is Bai Ruoshi. She was attracted by Yi Fei's piano music, and Hong took the initiative to go downstairs. Chapter 73 Classical Beauty. Bai Ruoshi. She was attracted by Yi Fei's moonlight and took the initiative to go downstairs. I saw Bai Ruoshi wearing a modified ivory white cheongsam, exquisite and graceful, very charming. Cheongsam used to be the iconic clothing of Yanhuang country women, which can perfectly show the charm of women. However, the traditional cheongsam has some defects due to the time. Bai Ruwashi's dress is an improved cheongsam, and the craftsmanship is more sophisticated. It also reflects the figure of women. Ordinary women don't dare to wear cheongsam, because the cheongsam is to test the requirements for the female figure. If there is fat in places like lower abdomen and arms, wearing a cheongsam will be special. But this cheongsam is just right when worn on by Ruwashi's body. With her graceful figure, almost perfect S-shaped lines, her classic and graceful temperament, and her body full of grace, she is suitable for wearing such a cheongsam. Bai Ruwashi's cheongsam showed tender lotus root-like arms and thin and smooth calves. In fact, the dress is very conservative, but it is very attractive. Very 10 goals. Yifei couldn't help comparing Bai Ruwashi with Mu Zijin, Luo Weiyu, Su Qingzhu and other female works. In terms of appearance, the four women are comparable, but their temperaments are completely different. Luo Weiyu belongs to the leading girl, Su Qingzhu is the beauty of the iceberg, and Mu Zijin does not eat the fireworks in the world, and is alien to everyone. Distance. And Bai Ruwashi is a standard classical beauty, graceful and graceful, graceful and graceful. The appearance of Bai Ruwashi. Also let the whole audience focus on her body. Yifei's moonlight also stayed on Bai Ruwashi's body, then smiled faintly, and said, "The moonlight tonight is beautiful, this song." Just the moonlight tonight. It's called Moonlight. Hear the name of this piano piece. Everyone was silent for a moment, as if they were still reminiscing about the piano music. Bai Ruwashi whispered, "A good name, indeed, like moonlight, hazy and graceful, clean and flawless." Thank you for the compliment. Yifei smiled. Ding, congratulations to the host and Bai Ruwashi for improving your impression and increasing your experience points by 100 points. A system reminder came from his ear. Yifei was in a good mood. Bai Ruwashi blinked and cut the water. Said, "I watched a video on the internet, the song Adelina by the Water, also. Yi Gongzi's masterpiece, right?" Bai Ruwashi looked at Yifei with a hint of curiosity. A pianist who can play Adelina by the Water and Moonlight is definitely a great pianist. Although there are only 2 songs. But each one is a classic. Especially this one. Yes. I played it. I didn't expect Miss Bai to have seen it. Yifei was slightly different. He played the video of Adelina by the Water actually spread the fire like this, even Bai Ruwashi had seen it. In fact, Yifei was thinking about it. The video of his playing Adelina by the Water was not widely circulated. Just in music. It's just circulated in a small area. After all, not everyone has the ability to appraise steel. However, Bai Ruwashi likes piano music very much, so I saw this video. That's also a classic song. I haven't heard of Yi Gongzi's talent in this area before. It is really hidden. Not exposed. Bai Ruwashi said again. She slowly walked down the stairs and smiled softly. Originally, Bai Ruwashi didn't plan to go downstairs. It's just that she was completely attracted by this piano music, and she walked out of the room unconsciously. Yifei got up from the piano bench and put away the microphone. Bai Yu was the first one of the crowd to react. He clapped his hands suddenly and said, F***ck, Yifei, you are really amazing, you. His piano skills are so strong, really awesome. Compared with Bai Ruwashi's praise, Bai Yu's praise is simple and rude. Listening to Bai Yu's compliment, Yifei suddenly thought of a sentence, but he himself is uneducated, and he is in the world. The corners of Yang Zimo's mouth twitched slightly, and he saw that the audience was snatched by Yifei, and even Bai Ruwashi went downstairs because of Yifei. Yang Zimo couldn't help but smile. People are more popular than others. Who knows that Yifei still hides such a hand? Although Yifei was out of the limelight, Yang Zimo didn't hate Yifei, he was just a little jealous. So mutually in a circle. It's just a piano piece again, and Yang Zimo doesn't need to make enemies with Yifei for this. Others are also amazed by Yifei's this song, even if some people don't understand piano music, see so many at this time. Everyone admired Yifei, and pretended to be very understanding, nodded frequently, and complimented Yifei. Yi Fei just smiled faintly. Yi Fei didn't care about the praise of these people. He played this piano piece just to attract Bai Ruoshi downstairs. The reason why Bai Ruoshi went downstairs was because Yi Fei wanted to talk to Bai Ruoshi about something. To be precise, Yi Fei and Jian want to make a deal with Bai Ruoshi. Now Yi Fei's purpose has been half successful, and Bai Ruoshi has come downstairs. Although Bai Ruoshi went downstairs, she did not like places that were too noisy and lively. The two of them sat quietly on the sofa in the corner. Asked her to think, Daimei frowned slightly at what she was thinking. At the scene, many elder brothers saw Bai Ruoshi, who was sitting far away, concentrating and thinking, and they hesitated to come forward and interrupt the conversation. If they were to change to ordinary women, they would have been courageous. But in the face of a woman like Bai Ruoshi, many brothers are looking forward to it. Step away. Yang 253 Zimo did the same, hesitated and did not dare to step forward. Seeing this, Yi Fei couldn't help but smile. It's weird that young Zemo and others' mentality can catch up to a goddess like Bai Ruoshi. To put it harshly, this is licking a dog's heart. Hesitate. Too many scruples. In fact, goddesses are also human beings. Although goddesses have auras, they are still women. They have to eat when they are hungry and sleep when they are sleepy. If you always treat the goddess as a goddess, feeling that you can only watch from a distance and not play, then the goddess can really only be a goddess. Therefore, it is most important to take the first step too boldly. Seeing that these princes and buddies were hesitant to approach Yi Fei strolled in the courtyard and walked forward with a smile. Miss Bai, are you free to chat? Yi Fei sat quietly beside Bai Ruoshi. Yi Fei's sitting position is very clever, a position away from Bai Ruoshi. It is not too far, but not too close. Distance. This distance belongs to the category of safe distance. Beyond this distance, it is easy for people to feel vigilant. Chapter 74. Do you want to go outside to see the moonlight? Bai Ruoshi looked up. Those beautiful and moving eyes looked at Yi Fei. She smiled softly and said, Sorry Master Yi, I just thinking of trivial matters, didn't notice you. Yi Fei waved his hand. Miss Bai, who was in charge of the Bai group, thinking that business is normal. Yi Fei was right, Bai Ruoshi was indeed very famous. It's a big group of Bai's. After all the big and small things are summarized, she almost has to make a decision. It would be strange if she is not busy. Even tonight, Bai Ruoshi was busy and took the time to attend this party. Otherwise she has no time at all. In front of you. Yi Fei looked at the woman, the two got closer, and Yi Fei could even smell the faint scent of her. Bai Ruoshi had her long hair rolled up. Between her slender neck is a glazed Buddha jade pendant. Does it reflect her snow-white skin even more? Very eye-catching. She is very feminine and charming. The impression of Yi Fei by Ruoshi is good. The piano music played by Yi Fei just now left a deep impression on her. The piano music Moonlight really surprised her. Bai Ruoshi smiled lightly. It is my wife's best to hear Yi Gengzi play this song Moonlight tonight. Bai Ruoshi likes listening to piano music, which is a rare way for her to relax and relieve stress. 2-8 When there is some free time, she would stop to listen to piano music and fall asleep listening to piano music more often. What Bai Ruoshi didn't say is that the first piano song she often listens to recently is. It seems that Moonlight will be added in the future. Miss Bai just likes it. This piano piece is also what I got accidentally. Yi Fei said modestly. Bai Ruoshi said, however, this song Moonlight seems to be unfinished, as if it hasn't finished playing. Yi Fei smiled. Bai Ruoshi's ability to appreciate piano music is really strong. He did only play just now. Coming. The topic of the two brought to gangs, and Bai Ruoshi also said a few packets by name. The chatting between the two was also seen by the son-in-law at the scene. Although Yi Fei was just talking about the piano with Bai Ruoshi normally, in the eyes of these brothers, Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi had a chat. Very happy. All of these young masters admire Yi Fei's book. Yi Fei K. This is simply amazing. I haven't heard of anyone getting Bai Ruoshi's favor before, and even young Zimo was hitting the wall in various ways. It's not that Bai Ruwashi didn't want to pay attention to young Zimo, but that the two of them usually had nothing to say after a few conversations. After all, one is who is proficient in eating, drinking, and having fun, and the other is a woman who holds up half of the sky in the Bai family. It's normal. But Yi Fei is different. He and Bai Ruwashi have a natural topic of piano. Yi Fei smiled and said, "Well, this piano piece is not complete yet, wait for a chance to complete it." "Okay. You must tell me then. If you are a pianist, it will be great. I will be the first to buy a piano record." Bai Ruwa. Haruka is serious and looking forward to it. Yi Fei smiled and said, "It's impossible to record a piano, but this song Moonlight will make up for me, I will let you know." "Okay, that's it." Bai Ruwashi was very direct. Yi Fei said, turning, "In fact, compared to the piano music Moonlight, the moonlight in the evening is also very charming. Really, I haven't seen the moon for a long time." Bai Ruwashi subconsciously looked at the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa. The moonlight is indeed beautiful. The bright moonlight filled the ground, but the view in the villa was somewhat blocked, and I couldn't see clearly. "Bai Ruwashi, don't talk about watching the moon. She often worked all night and didn't even have time to sleep." Yi Fei is also very aware of Bai Ruwashi's situation, and he said these words deliberately. Yi Fei said, "Miss Bai, you are too busy at work, you should give yourself a chance to relax, otherwise you will get too tight and cause your heart burden." According to the introduction in the original book, Yi Fei knew Bai Ruwashi very well. In fact, Bai Ruwashi is a very distressing woman. This woman accepts carrying all the important responsibilities of the Bai family. The busy work and trivial matters make her completely without her own personal space. She can never live like an ordinary girl. Huge work and mental pressure can easily crush her. Yi Erfei knew that, in fact, Bai Ruwashi's heart needed to vent, but she didn't even know about it. Bai Ruwashi said, "I often relax, listening to piano music is relaxing for me." Yi Fei shook his head. "This way of relaxing is too gentle." Bai Ruwashi pulled back the chingsi and pulled her long hair to her ears. She looked at Yi Fei, "Then what other suggestions do you have?" Yi Fei pointed to the door of the villa. "Why don't I take you for a drive, by the way, appreciate the evening moonlight?" Bai Ruwashi smiled softly, "Are you making an appointment with me?" Bai Ruwashi is an extremely smart woman. She could see that Yi Fei seemed to be able to ask her out from the beginning. But Yi Fei's appointment with her is not like a date between a man and a woman, but something else. This also caused a trace of curiosity to pass through Bai Ruwashi's heart. "That's it." Yi Fei smiled. "Then go." Bai Ruwashi also readily agreed. As a strong woman in the workplace, she has always acted straightforwardly. Bai Ruwashi simply stood up and stepped on high heel shoes, walked ahead. In fact, Yi Fei was right. Bai Ruwashi was busy with work during this period. Is she really depressed in her heart? She needs to release her pressure? It seemed like a good opportunity right now. She agreed to Yi Fei's invitation along the way. Yi Fei saw that Bai Ruwashi agreed. He also got up and walked out of the villa's door slowly, leaving only for the elder brothers in the villa. In the villa, the generations who saw this scene looked at each other, and several second generations even rubbed their eyes, feeling that they appeared hallucinations. Li Zhao. After Yi Fei and Bai Ruwashi chatted for a while, they actually went out together directly. What's the situation, dating? Yang Zimo was even more dumbfounded on the spot. He watched Yi Fei and Bai Ruwashi. The front and back came out of the villa, but it was still far away. Saw Bai Ruwashi got on Yi Fei's car. Looking at the backs of Yi Fei and Bai Ruwashi, young Zimo's mind reverberated with what he said before playing Qin piano. Actually, I have a special talent called picking up girls. Young Zimo feels that his mentality has collapsed. Chapter 75. Many first time. Under the full moon, Bai Ruwashi and Yi Fei walked out of the villa hall. Yang Zimo was dumbfounded. Bai Yu was also dumbfounded. This group of rich second generation and young men are even more surprised. What is the situation? Bai Ruoshi and Yi Fei went out. And they saw Bai Ruoshi getting on Yi Fei's car from a distance. Yi Fei's car was changed again, it was a white Lamborg. F***ck younger Bai, what is the situation with your sister? Yi Fei actually took her away equals a rich second generation asked with a dazed look. Road. Yes, what is the matter? Bai Yu also looked depressed. Why do you ask me? Who do I ask? He also wonders what is going on with his sister. Yi Fei's Lamborghini is the same model that was hit by a small fresh meat in the previous life. It has excellent streamline and bright white, plus high-profile cuts. Knife door is the characteristic of this Lamborghini. Bai Ruoshi was sitting in the co-pilot. Bai Ruoshi looked at the exquisite and technological interior of the car. She felt a little fresh. Bai Ruoshi has never experienced supercars. Her car is a Rolls-Royce, and she is picked up by a full-time driver. So Bai Ruoshi has some time. After the drive, Yi Fei said, she wanted to know if it was a kind of officialdom. 2:57 In fact, what Yi Fei said just now convinced her that she was busy at work during this time. The pressure is too great, piano music. It can only relieve her pressure by one, but it can't release her pressure. She needs a way to relieve her pressure. Yi Fei is a skilled starter. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, these two Lamborghini's beautiful reversing tails drove directly out of the car. Villa Manor just started to start. The speed of the car is not fast, but the strong feeling of pushing back makes Bai Ruoshi feel excited. Yi Fei deliberately opened the rear window to let the roar of the engine roar and exhaust sound reach her ears. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be different. Bai Ruoshi's face was slightly red. She pressed the lower edge of the cheongsam with her bare hands slightly to avoid exposure, and her heart was beating with excitement. The strong excitement and freshness brought by this kind of drag racing really gave her a sense of fun. This is completely different from listening to piano music. Yi Fei was right just now, listening to piano music as a way to relieve stress is too gentle. The road near the Villa Manor is sparsely populated. There are almost no vehicles, especially now that it is late at night. Yi Fei feels relieved to drive too courageously. Vehicle. Miss Bai. How do you feel, or should I drive faster? Yi Fei asked faintly, focusing on driving. He looked at this woman with double pupils and she was full of graceful air, vomiting flying, knowing that under the gentle appearance of this woman, it was actually hidden. With a crazy heart. This woman is a contradiction. Hurry up. Bai Ruoshi's answer was very brief. Yi Fei smiled. He actually went through the system deliberately before getting in the car, and spent billion to directly click on the item of advanced driving proficiency. Skills. Yi Fei's drag racing level is now comparable to some professional racers. Yi Fei stepped on the accelerator and the speed of the car soared violently. The breathtaking sense of acceleration rushed to his face. Bai Ruoshi's heart is inevitably tense and irritating. She subconsciously presses her red lips tightly, and she looks extraordinarily red with her cheeks red. Charming. Feeling the speed of the wheels pressing over the road, Yi Fei twisted the heavy but extremely precise steering wheel, and the sound of firing a gun was backfired. It is to drive these two Lamborghini to the extreme. The front is Crescent Mountain, there is a section of winding road, it's better for us to go up the mountain. Yi Fei said. Good. Bai Ruoshi's heart is beating violently. Yi Fei drives this Lamborghini. Let's keep increasing the speed. Because of his driving skills, he can still remain calm. But Bai Ruoshi experienced this kind of fast racing for the first time. Her adrenaline was soaring, her snow-white palms were sweating, her face was red, and her ears were red. The heart beats wildly. This kind of novel and exciting experience made her even have a kind of screaming action. This way, it's really stressful, bah. At this moment, she really fell in love with this feeling of rapid madness. But the speed is still fast. Lamborghini is speeding on the highway like a white lightning under the night. For today's party, Bai Yu also begged her several times before she reluctantly attended it. But even so, she was upstairs just now, and she was still thinking about tomorrow's corporate plans, as well as the next few preparations. Business negotiations. I've been overwhelmed by this a long time ago when I changed to other ordinary women. After reading the original book, Yifei knew Bai Ruashi's mental state very well. Sure enough, Bai Ruashi enjoyed the experience of drag racing. Bai Ruashi is not an ordinary woman. At such a violent speed, ordinary women are already peeing their pants in fright or screaming in shock. But Bai Ruashi did not. She even made Yifei speed up just now. Because of the winding mountain highway, Yifei's speed also gradually decreased. After all, there are a lot of corners here. If you are a little careless, it is easy. There was an accident. Yifei dropped down quickly. He opened the rear window of the car completely, and at the same time opened the windows on both sides of the car at 2 o'clock. Suddenly, the wind came in, and Bai Ruashi's long hair was disturbed. Finally, after reaching the top of the mountain, Yifei stopped the Lamborghini. Chapter 76. Remember the accident 6 years ago. Crescent Mountain Project. The Lamborghini parked on the side of the road, and Yifei and Bai Ruashi got out of the car, and they sat side by side on the bench in front. And the color is very beautiful. The bright moonlight is like milky white, spreading all over the earth, like a cage equals layers of veil. After the drag racing just now, Bai Ruashi's inner pressure was relieved a lot. Very comfortable. Bai Ruashi smiled, her expression relaxed a lot. Seeing Yifei sincerely said, "Young Master Yi, thank you for taking me out for a ride. Miss Bai, you don't have to be polite, but you can rest assured that you dare to come out alone with me." Yifei shrugged. Bai Ruashi gave Yifei a white look. Her eyes turned out to be a little charming. "Why don't I dare?" Of course she was relieved. After all, Yifei how are acquaintances with each other and have a good relationship with her brother. If you change to someone who is not familiar with, Bai Ruashi will never get in the car. Bai Ruashi smiled softly. She looked up at the stars and moonlight. Today was an extremely relaxing and comfortable day for her. Since taking over the authority of the Bai group, she has never had such a moment again. Bai Ruashi admired the beautiful scenery for a while, and said, "But Yi Gongzi, you take me out, not just for a ride." 2. Yifei smiled. He readily admitted. "Yes, I know I can't hide Miss Bai." Bai Ruashi could tell that Yifei had something to say to her. However, there was a lot of noisy people in the main hall of the villa, and what Yifei said next involved a certain secret, so Yifei took Bai Ruashi brought out from the villa, and then took Bai Ruashi all the way to the top of Crescent Mountain. Now Yifei is a very mysterious male in Bai Ruashi's heart. Bai Ruashi had also seen Yifei before, but he had only seen it once or twice from a distance, and had very little conversation. But just one night, Bai Ruashi's impression of Yifei has changed drastically. First, the song Moonlight attracted her downstairs. She had a very special impression of Yifei. In terms of his attainments, he is definitely at the Taisher level, or even stronger. Immediately afterwards, Yifei took her to drag racing, which was an unprecedented novel experience for her. Very comfortable, very cool. So Bai Ruashi had a very good impression of Yifei a month ago, and she had a feeling that Yifei seemed to be very familiar with her and knew her. What do you like? Of course, if you want to say that you have a good impression of Yifei or like Yifei, it's still worse. But at least, she is not too tired of getting along with Yifei at the moment. What do you want to say to me? Bai Ruashi asked. Yifei said lightly, "Miss Bai, I want to make a deal with you." Bai Ruashi's eyes suddenly became serious. Deal? What deal? She resumed her business attitude. I hope that the Bai group can support the Yi family. Exchange secrets for the Bai group and Yi family to form an alliance. Bai Ruashi was a little surprised. What secret is so valuable? I know that although they are both part of the Yinjing City Third Tai Consortium, the three families of Yi, Bai, and Yang do not have much commercial cooperation. On the contrary, there is a lot of commercial competition. After all, there is too much arrogance, and conflicts are inevitable. Taijia's well water does not offend the river. Now Yifei actually exchanged a secret for the West to form an alliance. Yes. The Yi-S group is currently in good condition, and there is no need to form an alliance with me, right? Bai Ruashi said again. Yifei smiled slightly. Of course there is no problem with the Yip group now, he is just to guard against Chenluo. He wants to make friends with the Bai group before Chenluo, at least not to let the Bai family go to Chenluo's camp and avoid appearing, the game in the original book. Noodle. Of course, the Bai family can win, and Bai Ruashi's attitude is the key. Yifei said lightly, "Does Miss Bai don't want to hear the secret I'm going to tell? Talk about it." Bai Ruashi blinked. Yifei said, "Miss Bai, you must remember the accident 6 years ago, the accident that changed your Bai family." Hear the words. Bai Ruashi frowned slightly, she suddenly raised her head, staring at Yifei with her eyes. It's as if there are flowers on Yifei's face. The accident 6 years ago. The accidental death of Bai Ruashi's father. It can be said that it was the accident that changed Bai Ruashi's destiny. If her father was still alive, Bai Ruashi wouldn't have to work so hard now, and she would be able to enjoy life with peace of mind. Bai Ruashi stared at Yifei closely. What do you know? Yifei smiled at the corner of his mouth. I know a lot. For example, your father died not by accident, but by homicide. Yes. The death of Bai Ruashi's father was not an accidental death at all, but a deliberately planned murder. Bai Ruashi has no expression on her face, I know this too. In fact, Bai Ruashi has always known that his father died unexpectedly, because his father died strangely. He died in a car accident. Many suspicious points were also discovered at the scene of the car accident. This case caused a sensation in Yanjing and caused a great impact. After all, Bai Ruashi's father was quite famous. Despite the many doubts, no suspects surfaced in the end, so this case was not resolved and became a case pending. After that, Bai Ruashi tried to investigate this case several times, but gave up because there was no clue. For Bai Ruashi, this is the biggest thing in her heart. Seeing Bai Ruashi's expression, Yifei knew that she had taken the bait. In the original book, Bai Ruashi originally intended to help Chenluo because Chenluo helped her solve the matter by coincidence. Bai Ruashi hopes to owe Chenluo a grown-up favor. Otherwise, with Bai Ruashi's character, really may not form an alliance with Chenluo. And now, Yifei once again preempted Chenluo to cut off his connection with Bai Ruashi. Yifei said lightly, Miss Bai, I have a piece of information about the accident 6 years ago, which involved the key. The clue is related to the secret of your father's death. As soon as she said this, Bai Ruashi's beautiful eyes stared at Tufei unblinkingly, and even her emotions became agitated. Chapter 77 The experience value has increased again. The death of her father has always been a hindrance in Bai Ruashi's heart, and it is also the truth she most wants to know. She knew that her father died very strangely, but several investigations had no results. Although several consecutive investigations have also found some clues. But the clue is broken every time at a critical moment. But now Yifei told her that he has a clue. How can this not make Bai Ruashi excited? Miss Bai, control your emotions, you are too excited. Yifei reminded. Of course, Yifei has clues. Yifei, who is familiar with the original book, also knows the truth of the accident 6 years ago, and he still knows a lot of wrongdoing. Known details. Bai Ruashi tried to calm down. But the impact of this incident on her was not small, and it was difficult for her to remain calm even if she was always calm. Yifei took out an exquisite and compact USB flash drive, handed the iDrive to Bai Ruashi's hand, and said lightly, Miss Bai 25/7. What you want to know is in this plate, take it back and have a look. Yifei also deliberately left a hand. There are a lot of clues and information about Bai Ruashi's father's accident in this disc, but one. Some of the most critical information and evidence were hidden by Yifei. I believe that Bai Ruashi will take the initiative to look for him again after seeing the content of the iDisk. Bai Ruashi took the USB flash drive and held the USB flash drive tightly in her hand. She did not speak, but the jade hand that she was holding tightly showed her heart and not calm. After a few seconds, it was too long for Bai Ruashi, and she barely calmed down. Bai Ruashi smiled reluctantly and said, Master Yi, thank you very much. You're welcome, I just have a plan. Tufei was very direct. Hearing this, Bai Ruoshi held the USB flash drive tightly. She said very seriously, "To young Master Yi, if the content in this USB flash drive is true, Bai Ruoshi inherits your favor. If the Yi family needs it in the future, my Bai group will do my best to help you." Yi Fei smiled. He was waiting for Bai Ruoshi's words. For Bai Ruoshi, the accidental death of her father was the knot of her wife's heart. She always wanted to track down the murderer, but the other party was too secretive. Although she had a few suspects, she still gained nothing. And with the passage of time, this case is getting harder and harder to investigate. Now Yi Fei appeared. Let her see the dawn of hope again. Once the content on the USB flash drive is true, she definitely owes Yi Fei a favor from Tiantai. Yi Fei smiled and said, "Okay. Miss Bai is really refreshed. Let us go back." Bai Ruoshi said immediately, "She is completely out of the mood to reward her now." Good. Yi Fei started driving, carrying Bai Ruoshi down the mountain. In the night, Lamborghini walked through the night at lightning speed and disappeared into the night. Lamborghini galloped all the way. When Yi Fei descended the mountain, the speed was still very fast, making Bai Ruoshi continue to be immersed in the feeling of drag racing. The feeling of drag racing made her a little addicted. Especially when she is under pressure, these two racing games are simply the best way to relieve her pressure. Bai Ruoshi held the U-disc tightly. The wind disturbed her blue silk, but she did not lift up her long hair, and her bright eyes were always in focus on Yi Fei. Body. Where did Yi Fei learn the news? Are the things on this plate true or not? Bai Ruoshi had a lot of doubts in her heart, but she never said anything. All of this must wait for her to confirm that the things in the USB disk are true, otherwise there is no meaning. In just 10 minutes, Yi Fei drove RMB Bocchini down the mountain. Getting closer to Bai Yu's villa, you can see the dimly lit lights ahead. Seeing this scene, Bai Ruoshi gently sighed. 14. She always feels that the body and mind that has just been released is about to return to the cage of insects, just like vice yoke, let her be completely restrained. Bai Ruoshi suddenly uttered a soft voice, "Young Master Yi, if I want to experience drag racing in the future, can I see you again?" Yi Fei was slightly startled. Then smiled. "Certainly. Thanks." Yi Fei looked at Bai Ruoshi's slightly tired expression and look. Even Yi Fei couldn't help but sigh. Bai Ruoshi is a stressed wife. Bai Ruoshi was one of the strongest women he had ever seen, and she almost supported the entire Bai family alone. 6 years ago, when Bai Ruoshi's father had an accident, she was only 21 years old. But she suffered. To be hit by such a blow, it is necessary to take the burden of the Bai family alone. As a woman, the difficulties outsiders can hardly imagine, it is not. Soon this Lamborghini had stopped at the door of the villa. Bai Ruoshi was about to get off the bus. Before getting off the bus, she said to Yi Fei, "Young Master Yi, please keep secret tonight." 0. Yi Fei smiled and said, "Miss Bai is assured that this matter will only be a little secret between the two of us. When you and a woman keep a secret together, your distance will be much closer." Sure enough, Bai Ruoshi's expression was much softer after hearing what Yi Fei said. Ding, congratulations to the host, increase the experience value by 100 points. Hearing the sound of the system in his ears, Yi Fei was refreshed. Feel better. The experience value also increased a lot this evening, and Yi Fei's harvest was quite good. Bai Ruoshi and Yi Fei returned to the villa together. At this time, the party in the villa hadn't finished yet. Bai Yu sat on the sofa with Erlang's legs up and his arms around his internet celebrity girlfriend. At this moment, seeing his sister came back, he was sitting in distress. The gentleman's expression on the face, greeted Bai Ruoshi. Bai Yu is very afraid of his sister. Bai Ruoshi nodded at Bai Yu, motioned to Yi Fei again, and went straight upstairs regardless of other people's gazes. Bai Ruoshi can't wait to verify the content recorded in the next disc. Yi Fei. The prince buddies all around looked at Yi Fei with weird expressions. Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi went out for at least 2 hours. 2 people were alone. Where did they go? This is the common doubt of all the second generations and brothers at the scene. Especially Yang Zimo asked Yifei with a dark face, Yifei, where have you been with Miss Bai? Yang Zimo's mentality has long since collapsed. Not only did Bai Ruashi go out with Yifei, it took you to go out for 2 hours. In the middle of the night, Yifei took Bai Ruashi out for 2 hours. This would definitely make people think about it. Seeing Yang Zimo's black face, Yifei smiled deliberately. Want to know I want to tell you. Chapter 78. Yang Zimo listened to Yifei said so. Suddenly his face was speechless, his face was dark, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he pointed to Yifei, a helpless expression on his face. Yang Zimo said angrily, Yifei, you are too much, by you, look at this guy's triumphant look, he said. I want to be your sister. Get off. Baiyu blared at Yang Zimo angrily, you don't have to worry about it. Yang Zimo was scratching his heart at the moment, and he wanted to catch Yifei and squeeze him out. What exactly did he do with Bai Ruashi? Yifei and Yang Zimo said, I have told you that I have a special talent called picking up girls. To be honest, you still don't believe it. Yang Zimo and Baiyu stared at him speechlessly at the same time. This guy said he was fat and he was still breathing. Yang Zimo actually knew that with Bai Ruashi's personality, it was basically unrealistic for Yifei to have something to happen to her within these 2 hours. But Yifei's performance tonight was so brilliant. Even Yang Zimo has to admit that Yifei is really impeccable tonight. Compared with Yifei, he seems to have a chance to get 10 chances. Nothing. Yang Zimo sat a little dejected. Is he really going to give up pursuing Bai Ruashi? All right. In fact, it is not a pursuit. It's just unrequited love. In fact, although Yang Zimo has the desire to pursue Bai Ruashi, he also made a lot of girls during the period, and he does the same to many women. No one refuses to come. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem so uncomfortable anymore. But Yang Zimo was still a little depressed, sitting depressed by equals drinking. Upon seeing this, Baiyu smiled and said, okay, Taiya's family are all friends, so please stop quarreling between you two. Otherwise, I will invite you tomorrow. Go to the music bar in Hohai to get together. I called a few starlets to accompany Xiao Yang. Yang Zimo was a little moved. Baiyu seemed to be pretty good. Baiyu knows so many internet celebrities and starlets, and among them there are really many beauties with good quality. Although Yifei didn't like such an internet celebrity beauty, Baiyu always enjoyed it. Then it's a deal. Let us get together tomorrow. Bai Bao smiled. Yang Zimo agreed. Yifei also had no objection. Things are so settled. That's it, I'm going to get someone out first. Yifei smiled. The goal has been achieved, and Yifei is about to withdraw. Are you sure I still have the second half? Baiyu said. This group of second generations had a great time, and it took at least 3 or 4 in the middle of the night to end. Yifei shook his head, he didn't want to stay here anymore. Yifei went straight home. He drove the Lamborghini all the way. Private villa. Before going to bed, Yifei glanced at the phone message and there was no message from Li Shangyun. It seems that Chen Luo's movements will happen for a while. I can't find it yet. Chen Luo is very vigilant and thoughtful. Even if Yifei placed a chess piece like Li Shangyun next to him, he might not be able to completely obtain the news and intelligence of Chen Luo. However, based on the plot of the original book, Yifei can guess something too. Chen Luo must be visiting Yanjing's big powers now. Almost a half of these Yanjing's rich and powerful people owe Wu Heal the favor. These connections are an extremely powerful force. It seems that we have to find a chance to get rid of it. Yifei secretly said. When Yifei was about to turn off his phone to sleep, suddenly his phone rang. It is an unfamiliar number. But Yifei knew right away that it was Bai Ruashi's call. Yifei left his contact information on the disk, and Bai Ruashi should have finished reading the contents of the USB disk. The information in the iDisk is written by Yifei using his hacking skills and combined with the plot in the original book. The authenticity is easy. The inspection, especially Yifei, also provided Bai Ruashi with some clues, enough for her to verify the authenticity. Yi Fei answered the phone. Bai Ruashi's light voice came from the phone. Young Master Yi, where did song come from? Although Bai Ruashi's words were brief, Yi Fei still heard her suppressed excitement. Yi Fei said lightly, I naturally have my channel, Miss Bai, don't inquire about this. Bai Ruashi was slightly silent before saying, okay. Yi Gongzi, this time I owe you this favor. As long as you send me in the future, I will. There is no difference. This is easy to imagine. Yi Fei knew what Bai Ruashi meant. He smiled, okay, I have some key information here. I will send it to you later. Bai Ruashi heard this. She couldn't help but startled. Of course she knew Yi Fei had left a hand, and she could understand it. But listening to what Yi Fei meant, did he take the initiative to give her the key part of the information? Bai Ruashi's voice was grateful, thank you. Ding, congratulations to the host, the experience value has increased by 40 points. The experience value has increased by 1. Yi Fei smiled and hung up the phone and then sent the remaining part of the stolen materials to Bai Ruashi. Yi Fei is not worried about Bai Ruashi's change, Bai Ruashi's personality has always been the same. I keep my promises, this is enough proof in the original book. Secondly, even if Bai Ruashi had any small actions or repented, Yi Fei still had a way to deal with her. After Yi Fei sent the information to Bai Ruashi, he slept beautifully. Yi Fei got up too early. He had a rich breakfast prepared by the housekeeper Ji Yuner, then went out and went straight to Mujiobawan. Yi 257 Fei is going to acupuncture for Mu Lao. Mujiobawan. When Yi Fei arrived at Mujiobao courtyard, Mu Zijin was practicing boxing in the courtyard, and Mu Lao was watching from the side. Seeing Mu Zijin practicing boxing, there is indeed something special. Mu Zijin is tall and graceful. She was wearing white sportswear, her hair was rolled up and tied into a ponytail. She still looks like her face facing the sky, but Mu Zijin's face is slightly red from exercise, and her skin looks even more pale and red. To be honest, Mu Zijin's skin is definitely one of the best among the former women that Tu Fei has seen. This is inseparable from Mu Zijin's regular exercise. Mu Zijin was playing Wing Chun. Wing Chun Quan was originally created by a woman, and was later carried forward by Yi Wen and other masters. It is a gem of national martial arts. Mu Zijin was practicing with the wooden pegs unique to Wing Chun, and Yi Fei seemed to admire him from the side. Mu Zijin was serious when practicing boxing, and she looked beautiful. Yi Fei watched by the side for about 5 minutes before Mu Zijin slowly closed his fists. Chapter 79 Mu Zijin's God Assist. Mu Zijin slowly closed her fists, her smooth forehead was dripping with fragrance and sweat, her cheeks were rosy and pleasant, and she had an indescribable beauty. Mu Zijin also noticed Yi Fei at this time. Her eyes were smiling. Yi Fei, you are here? The housekeeper actually took Yi Fei aside long ago, but Yi Fei admired Mu Zijin's boxing exercises, so he didn't bother. Old Mu also greeted with a smile. Shall Yi sit down quickly? Lao Mu, Zijin. Yi Fei greeted the two of them, and then sat aside. Said, I just watched Zijin practice boxing, hard and soft. Together, the horses are flexible, and they are quite popular. Mu Zijin is proficient in martial arts, and with her advanced strength, she is not even inferior to the hero Chen Luo. Of course, because Chen Luo has the protagonist's aura in the book, he will not mention it in the later stage. Hearing Yi Fei's comments, Mu Lao smiled. Oh, Yi seems to be very proficient in martial arts. Yi Fei smiled. Since ancient times, medicine and martial arts are not divided into families, I really know a little bit. Mu Zijin said on the side, you know more than a little. At the moment, Mu Zijin smiled and recounted the scene of her and Yi Fei's first encounter with the gold shop robbery. After listening, Mu Lao had a better impression of Yi Fei. Old Mu caressed his palm and praised. Xiao Yi, you are very heroic. Facing those gangsters, you still dared to act bravely. Now you are like you. There are not many young people. Mu Lao smiled at Yi Fei's feeling of intimacy. Yes, very much like me when I was young, with passion and courage. Mu Zijin covered her mouth and chuckled. Grandpa, how can you boast so much? You are obviously boasting yourself too. Mu Lao laughed too much. Yi Fei couldn't help but smile. This old man is really interesting. Ding, congratulations to the host. Important person Mu Lao has improved your impression, and the experience value has increased by 100 points. Let us add more experience. Mu Lao's impression of him has improved, and he can also increase his experience. But it's relief to think about it. After all, Mu Lao is the second of the few elder brothers in the original book. Definitely an important person. And Yi Fei this. Ju can be regarded as cutting off Chen Luo's chance. It is normal to get experience points. This is simply Mu Zijin's assist. Yi Fei was in a good mood. Lao Mu smiled again. It's rare that Xiaoye can also martial arts. It seems that you and the sub-society are very talkative. This girl Zijin has liked it since she was a child. Martial arts, you can talk more. This is a bit of a matchup. Mu Zijin's wife is rather fong-fong. She smiled and said, actually, I'm just about to invite Tu Fei. There will be no martial arts competition next week. Do you want to take a look together? Okay. Yi Fei agreed. After he traversed, although he had moved his hand several times, except for Mu Zijin, he hadn't met any real masters. This martial arts competition may be a good opportunity. Then it's settled. Mu Zijin smiled lightly, her smart eyes very attractive. Yi Fei smiled and nodded, and looked at the old man again. Mu Lao, it's time to acupuncture for you. Okay. Excuse me. Xiaoye. Mu Lao smiled and nodded. 530. Yi Fei is Mu Lao acupuncture and saw that Yi Fei's emotion needle is more proficient. The system also has the term proficiency. In the system. According to the system's assessment of skills, it is divided into 5 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, master, and level. High-level skills are enough to beat ordinary people and become the best in a certain field. After the proficiency of advanced skills reaches 100%, you can spend 300 million to upgrade to the master level. Master level skills can go a step further. Yi Fei looked at his medical proficiency is currently 20%, but there is still a bit of a rumors indefinitely. Of course, the current advanced skills are enough. Yi Fei spent half an hour on Mu Lao's acupuncture and moxibustion, focusing on the Guanyuan, Shinkei, Zhongwan and Qihai points of Mu Lao's body. There are other various points for conditioning. After half an hour, Yi Fei said. Mu Lao, it's all right. Xiaoye, your medical skills are really amazing. It reminds me of the genius Dr. Wu in Yanjing back then. Mu Lao said with emotion. Yi Fei smiled and said, that genius Dr. Wu is indeed an expert. Dr. Wu is the master of Chen Luo. It is also Chen Luo's biggest backer, indeed a master outside the world. Of course, Yi Fei's previous medical skills were not enough to compare with that genius Dr. Wu. Mu Lao said this politely. That being said. But Yi Fei, it's worthwhile. After all, medical skills are not omnipotent. What is more, he still has the system and layout, and it is not far away to catch up with the Dr. Wu. After acupuncture for Mu Lao, Yi Fei closed the needle and was about to talk. At this time, Mu Zijin came with Cha County. She went to the room and changed her clothes, but she still wears a plain dress without any fan. Mu Zijin brought tea and smiled, drink tea. Good. Mu Lao also smiled beside . Xiaoye, you have a good taste. Zijin's ability to make tea is excellent, but most people can't taste it. Mu Zijin Chanxian laughing. She handed the teacup to Yi Fei. Yi Fei took the teacup and touched Mu Zijin's fingertips gently, the silky feeling lingered immediately. Yi Fei picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then tasted the tea. The tea is the best in the West Lake Longjing before Ming Dynasty. The buds and leaves in the teacup are stretched, and the pieces are floating and sinking in the water. Yi Fei drank zero, indeed, the fragrance of his lips and teeth, and the fragrance of tea overflowed. If you change to Chen Luo here, you will definitely have to pretend that he is right. Tea is proficient and understood. But Yi Fei said very directly, it's delicious. For it's a pity that I don't know much about tea, and I can't tell so many tricks. Yi Fei knew. It's meaningless to forcefully pretend to be in front of a woman like Mu Zijin and Li Zhao, not to mention that he does, not so much. No tea, so tell the truth. But Mu Zijin smiled softly. This tea was originally used to quench your thirst, so there is no such eloquent rhetoric. Compared with Chen Luo's triumphant comment on tea last time, Mu Zijin's Qingqing smile, Mu Zijin obviously prefers Yi Fei's answer. Yi Fei put down his teacup. The fragrance of tea filled the house with a fresh fragrance. Mu Ziyan blinked his eyes and took away the teacup for Yi Fei. The fragrance of tea is elegant, and the beauty is like jade. Chapter 80. Are you jealous? Yi Fei stayed at Mu's house for a while before leaving. Gao Kai Mu's house. Yi Fei went to his company, Brilliant Entertainment. Brilliant Entertainment is a well-known film and television company in the entertainment circle, and many artists have signed contracts. But the main contract is the director and strength. Send actors to invest specifically in filming movies. The company has someone to take care of it. Yeah, you don't have to worry about things at all, you just need to be leisurely throwing your hands at the shopkeeper. Yi Fei arrived at the company and walked through the company lobby. Many female employees stared at Yi Fei, unable to hide the stars. Handsome, young and rich. Who doesn't tea like such a man? However, Yi Fei has always missed the end of the dragon at Brilliant Entertainment, which makes these female employees quite regretful. Sitting in the office, Yi Fei used his personal computer to look up information. Now that Yi Fei is proficient in hacking technology, it is much more convenient to read a lot of information. It is expected that many of them were found through hacking techniques. Soon, the leisurely time passed by. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. Yi Fei was about to leave the company when his mobile phone rang suddenly. Yi Fei looked at the phone. The corner of the mouth evokes an arc 260. It was from Su Qingzhu. In the past few days, Yi Fei still didn't take the initiative to find Su Qingzhu, and the relationship between the two became more and more delicate, especially after the last incident of Zhong Feifei. After the pieces between Su Qingzhu and Yi Fei, there was almost a thin layer of window paper. Yi Fei picked up the phone and heard Su Qingzhu's clear noise. Su Qingzhu took the initiative to speak. She first chatted with Yi Fei equals some unnutritious topics. Yi Fei responded briefly. At this time, I heard Su Qingzhu speak hesitantly. Yi Fei, I heard that you went to the White House yesterday. U.S. party. Yes, you know. Well, I heard. I also heard that you played a piano song. And I can chat with Miss Bai very well. Su Qingzhu's tone was unclear. Yi Fei raised his eyebrows. Su Qingzhu actually knew so clearly. What Yi Fei didn't know was that among the female cows at the party yesterday, there was a girl who had a good relationship with Su Qingzhu. It was this girl who added fuel to what happened last night and told Su Qingzhu. Many people in the upper circles of Yanjing know that the original master Yi Fei used to to pursue Su Qingzhu's affairs. Therefore, the girl told Su Qingzhu what happened last night. After Su Qingzhu listened, his heart felt strange. Su Qingzhu didn't bother to go to work all morning. He was distracted several times. He was reminded by the secretary. Until the afternoon. Su Qingzhu finally couldn't help but call Yi Fei. The corner of Yi Fei's mouth raised. Miss Su, are you jealous? Yes, Yi Fei. I heard the sour vinegar in Su Qingzhu's tone. Su Qingzhu was startled. She plucked up the courage to make this phone call with Yi Fei, but Yi Fei explained her words and pointed out that she was jealous. Jealous uptack. Su Qingzhu thought about her behavior. She didn't think about it just now. The ghost and the envoy directly gave Yi Fei the phone. In the eyes of others, this kind of behavior is clearly jealous, just like being jealous between boy and girlfriends. Su Qingzhu was flustered for a while. Miss Su. No. It's okay, I want to ask you, is H free tonight? Su Qingzhu asked, trying to maintain his cold voice. Yi Fei's voice lazily. I'm afraid it won't work. I have an appointment with Bai Yu and Yang Zimo tonight. They said they are going to the Hohai music bar. Gather together. Yi Fei is going to the bar 3. Hearing the news, Su Qingzhu bit his lip. The bar is a mixed bag, and she knows Bai Yu's character very well, and she will definitely accompany a group of beautiful women. Thinking of this, Su Qingzhu couldn't help blurting out, "Can I go?" "Are you going?" Yi Fei was slightly surprised. Su Qingzhu has never been to a place like a bar before, so she actually asked to go with Yi Fei. After Su Qingzhu said these words, she also realized that she was a little impulsive. But he bit his lip and said, "Can I go? I want tea." "It's delayed your business." Su Qingzhu's tone was a little cautious. It is not easy for her who is misogynistic to say such things. Yi Fei said, "Well then, I will send you a WeChat message at 10 o'clock in the evening." "Okay." Su Qingzhu's tone became brisk, his cheeks a little hot. Su Qingzhu hung up the phone in a hurry. After hanging up, after the call, she checked the time. It was still early to 10 o'clock. But for some reason she was a little restless. Su Qingzhu thought for a while and called the secretary Shaoli, the fat girl. "Little Li." "Well, what can you do?" President Su's secretary Shaoli asked quickly. "Help me go to the company's employee office to find a makeup artist." Before the people, Su Qingzhu returned to his cold expression. Shaoli froze. What is President Su doing? Hongyan Makeup is a well-known cosmetics company. There are a lot of makeup artists, and they are all well-known makeup artists. Su Qingzhu hesitated and said with a guilty conscience, "I want to see an important client in the evening and ask a makeup artist to do some makeup for me." "Oh, okay." Shaoli nodded without hesitation, and immediately went to call a makeup artist. It's just that Shaoli is wondering in his heart. What client is so important? See you at night. This customer doesn't know who is sacred. I've never seen a customer that President Su attaches so much importance to before. It's really strange. In the office, Su Qingzhu looked down at the phone address book. His eyes were bright, and he didn't know what he was thinking. 10 p.m. Yi Fei sent the address to Su Qingzhu, and then walked to the bar first. Yanjing Hohai Bar Street, 2 is the second largest gathering place for bars in Yanjing. This place is very famous even in the entire Yanhuan country. In the evening, it is even more lively. When Yi Fei arrived at the bar named Dark Night Rose, Westerners like Bai Yu and Yang Zimo had been waiting for a long time. Bai Yu did not book a box, but found a quiet deck in the lobby, which was more atmospheric. Seeing Yi Fei's arrival, Bai Yu greeted Yi Fei enthusiastically. Chapter 81 Yi Gongzi, I'm completely taken. Seeing Yi Fei, Bai Yu sure was enthusiastic. He greeted Yi Fei. "Yi Xiao is here, sit down, Xiao Yu, or, accompany Yi for me." Xiao, a toast to Yi Xiao. As soon as Bai Bao's voice fell, there were 2 beauties sitting on the left and right sides of Yi Fei, with 2 beautiful women who looked too roughly and looked towards Yi Fei. Toast. Zibo has really lost his blood, and has brought in such a batch of Yin Yin. Yang Zimo was sitting on the other side, and he also hugged left and right, happily. Bai Yu was particularly enthusiastic about Yi Fei, and it was for the beauty to accompany him, and he dragged Yi Fei to drink, which made Yi Fei slightly surprised. This kid was afraid. Didn't you take the wrong medicine? What Yi Fei didn't know was that Bai Ruoshi, Bai Yu's sister, gave Bai Yu a special order this morning, and asked Bai Bao to see Yi Fei. Pay attention to attitude. Respect Yi Fei. Although Bai Bao couldn't figure it out. I don't know why my elder sister takes Yi Fei so seriously, and she even ordered them specifically, but there is only Lao Lao. Really promised. Fortunately, the relationship between Bai Yu and Yi Fei was not wrong. The 2 beauties named Xiao Yu and Mo pour wine for Tu Fei to persuade them to drink. Their words are soft, and the 2 pairs are 2 eyes, their eyes flicker. Yi Fei saw 2 beauties sticking up. He smiled faintly, although these 2 women are beautiful women in the eyes of others. But in Yi Fei's opinion, is a vulgar fan. Yi Fei waved his hand and said, "I brought my female companions here today, I will come later, and I don't need them to accompany me." "You brought your female companion, who is it?" Bai Yu stunned. Yang Zimo over there also pricked his ears, very interested. Yi Fei smiled mysteriously. "You'll know in a while." Yang Zimo sneered, I said Yifei, what are you selling? We are all our own. Who doesn't know you, 80% are. Which star of your entertainment company is it? Yang Zimo thought Yifei had invited a star to accompany him. Yifei glanced at Yang Zimo, no. Nor are you sure could it be that you brought Su Qingju? Yang Zimo he laughed, deliberately angry with Yifei. The upper circles in Yanjing knew that Yifei had been struggling to pursue Su Qingju. Yang Zimo also knows that Su Qingju's personality is cold, and he doesn't show a false color to any man. In the upper circle of Yanjing, Su Qingju's reputation is not low, and he is definitely a goddess-level figure. But because of Su Qingju's character, no man can approach her at all. Countless men tried to talk to Su Qingju, but they were all persuaded by Su Qingju's cold eyes. Of course Yang Zimo knew about Yifei's pursuit of Su Qingju, so Yang Zimo was deliberately mocking Yifei. Yifei glanced at Yang Zimo and said lightly, yeah, you guessed it right. Yang Zimo suddenly stayed clear. He and Baiyu looked at each other, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Real or fake? Did Yifei call Su Qingju as his female companion? Su Qingju's kind of woman who doesn't show a fake color to any man, would actually accompany Yifei to a bar to drink. Yang Zimo snorted, don't come here, don't die, the duck's mouth is hard, Su Qingju can come to have ghosts. Yifei sat firmly on the Dio Yutai, took a sip from the wine glass slowly, and said, then wait and see. Seeing that Yifei was so determined, Yang Zimo was even more willing to accept the army. Is it true that Yifei said it? Yang Zimo peeked at the door of the bar, very curious. About 5 minutes later, Su Qingju came. Su Qingju entered the bar. She wore a beret, hiding her delicate face, only showing her exquisite figure. She wore a Dior Starry Sky dress, exposing her fragrant shoulders, and her snow-white skin was like fat, leaning against the dim light of the bar. Old conspicuous. Although the beret blocked her face, many men in the bar subconsciously focused their eyes on her, feeling, this woman has a special temperament and a good figure, she must be a great beauty. After entering the bar, Su Qingju followed the table and found the stand of Yifei and the others. Yang Zimo and Baiyu both looked straight at Su Qingju, they were wondering if Su Qingju was here. Because the beret blocked Su Qingju's face, he couldn't see clearly from a distance. When Su Qingju approached Yifei, she saw Yifei and then she took off her millinery, revealing a cold and beautiful face. Su Qingju is well dressed tonight. She deliberately went to a makeup artist for light makeup. Originally, she would be regarded as a beauty above 9 points if she didn't play Fendai, and she was even more perfect at the moment. 0 seeking flowers 0. A cold and delicate face, bright eyes and white teeth, slender fingers and red lips, and skin more like snow jade, standing there with cold stains and light. It freezes on Yifei's body. Both Yang Zimo and Baiyu are stunning. Baiyu is okay. After all, I often see my sister have a certain resistance to beautiful women. Yang Zimo's name in the WeChat group is 253 handsome breakthrough the Milky Way. Actually Yang Zimo grows barely. Not bad, in the Yanjing group of big and young people are considered high valued. Yang Zimo and Baiyu are considered the most eye-catching among all the sons on the scene. After all, it's the third young master of Yanjing, whose name lies there. Although the other elder brothers are also good, they are still not as good as Yang Zimo and Baiyu. In the large hall of the villa, Baiyu sat on the sofa with Erlang's legs tilted, and he hugged a beauty. This beauty has a superb body, but her face is a standard net red. His face was sitting next to Bai Bao gracefully. There are also many beautiful women around Baiyu, so uncomfortable. Baiyu smiled and said to Yang Zimo, hey, I don't know if Yishao will come today. If he comes, our 3 will be complete. Yang Zi said quietly, I don't care if Yifei comes or not. I only care if your sister will come, my brother-in-law. Roll. Baiyu gave him an angry look. Yang Zimo is a fanatical suitor of his sister, but it's a pity that Bai Ruashi never waits to see him. Yang Zimo is also a standard playboy, he is also hugged from left to right at the moment, and he is happy. Bah! While Yang Zimo and Baiyu were chatting, the other elder brothers all smiled and came forward to chat. It's not lively. At this time, the door of the villa's lobby was slowly pushed open. Yi Fei is here. Of course, attending such a banquet is not the same as going to Mu's house to see a doctor for Mu Lao, so Yi Fei also changed into a casual outfit. In a suit, walking briskly, walked into the banquet hall. When Yi Fei appeared, everyone's eyes were subconsciously focused on Yi Fei. For such a moment, the surrounding air seemed to be drawn away, and it became very quiet. Yi Fei now has a 300 charm bonus. He is like the center of the magnetic field, attracting everyone's attention. F*CK, this is Xiaoyi. How do you feel better than before? Grass, did you go to the stick? No. No. Yi Fei's appearance hasn't changed much, but it seems that his eyes have become more energetic and his temperament has also changed. Someone in the crowd whispered. Even the son-in-law at the scene could perceive Yi Fei's change. Not to mention women. When the women on the scene appeared at Yi Fei, Ji Ping's eyes were also shining, and Yi Fei's line of sight could not be separated from him. The moment Bai Yu and Yang Zimo saw Yi Fei. Also a look of astonishment. How did Yi Fei become so handsome? Bai Yu actually looks pretty good. After all, the Bai family's genes are very strong, otherwise his sister would not be so high. However, Bai Yu's appearance tends to be feminine and lacks masculinity. He is often mistaken for a woman, and Yi Fei is as handsome as. Masculinity is completely of two types. Should this really go for plastic surgery? Bai Yu couldn't believe his eyes. Yang Zimo also coughed, and said with a sad face, "It's over, all the limelight today has been robbed." Isn't at Yi Fei's appearance has almost become the center of the magnetic field. Yang Zimo felt a sense of sadness in his heart. Yi Fei smiled and walked in front of Bai Yu and Yang Zimo. The three young masters of Yanjing had a good relationship with each other. More importantly, in the original book, the three young masters of Yanjing were all targeted by the male protagonist Chen Luo. In the original book, Chen Luo once madly pursued by Ruoshi, but Bai Yu was dissatisfied, and Bai Yu was beaten severely in the face. Yang Zimo is also rivals in love because he loves Bai Ruoshi and Chen Luo, although Chen Luo did not chase Bai Ruoshi. But to love rival Yang Zimo, it's also a cruelty. In the original book, the three young masters of Yanjing, except for Bai Yu's sister, had escaped, but Yi Fei and Yang Zimo ended up miserably. Yang Zimo was even more unlucky than Yi Fei, because he offended Chen Luo. Yang Zimo was tricked by Chen Luo's medical skills, and his limbs were broken. Can make him unable to touch a woman forever. So from this point of view, Yi Fei had a good impression of Yang Zimo and Bai Yu. After all, the three of them had the same stand. Yi Fei sat on the sofa with a leisurely look and smiled. "Come here uninvited, won't you be unwelcome?" "How come, Yi Fei, you came to give me face?" Bai Yu smiled and welcomed him. He is a lively character. Yohara. Master Yi Fei also has a good relationship. Yi Fei is considered the lowest key among the three young masters of Yanjing. Yang Zimo glanced at Yi Fei. He snorted, "Come on, so handsome, what do you think you are attending the celebrity ceremony?" "What?" When Yi Fei heard it, his face suddenly smiled, and his smile was extremely lethal. Many beautiful women around were swayed and intoxicated by it. Yi Fei. The value is like this, almost like Picasso's abstract paintings. Bai Yu couldn't help laughing suddenly, and the beauties next to him all covered their mouths and chuckled. However, Yang Zimo's face was dark and the corners of his mouth twitched. Is he so ugly he still has Picasso's abstract paintings? Yi Fei's mouth is too bad. Chapter 71: How to Attract Bai Ruoshi. I heard Yi Fei describe that. Bai Yu and the beautiful beauties around him couldn't help laughing. Yang Zimo stared in an angry eye. Yi Fei, did you describe people that way? Don't blame me for turning your face when you talk nonsense. Uptack. Yi Fei laughed and didn't say anything. In fact, Yang Zimo was not ugly, and he was still handsome among the second-generation elder brothers. But people are more dead than people, and they have to be thrown away. Compared with Yi Fei, Yang Zimo is really not a handsome guy. Many beauties at the scene secretly looked at Yi Fei and felt that this young man from the Yi family was not only handsome, but also humorous. Harmony. Young Zemo also caught a glimpse of the expressions of the beauties around him, and sighed in his heart, knowing that he and Yi Fei were incomparable. Yang Zemo's mouth twitched slightly. He decided that he would definitely not invite Yi Fei if he had a party in the future. This guy is really eye-catching. Yi Fei is a rare admiration today. The three of us get together, come and go. Bai Yu smiled and picked up the red wine glass and shook it. The red wine. In the face of this superb red wine, Bai Yu had no intention of tasting at all. Instead, he drank half a glass of red wine. Yi Fei and Yang Zemo also toast with Bai Yu, and the three clinked drinking. Yang Zemo licked his mouth after drinking the red wine, and said, "I said, what about your sister Bai? Didn't you say that Miss Bai will come today?" Yang Zemo can't wait. With these words, the other sons and buddies around, all smiled and looked at Bai Yu. There were more than a dozen elder brothers at the scene, and they were very familiar with each other. To tell the truth, at least half of the guys and buddies present here came for Bai Ruoshi. Bai Bao put his arms around his newly dating online celebrity girlfriend and said with a smile, "My sister, she is already here." "Here where? Is there? I almost went to the women's bathroom just now, and I didn't even see the figure." "That's right, there is no one at all," the elder brothers jokingly asked with doubts. Yi Fei was also a little strange. One of the important reasons he came to the party was for Bai Ruoshi. Of course, he did not come to pursue Bai Ruoshi, but to negotiate a deal with Bai Ruoshi. Bai Ruoshi is the ruler of the Bai family, and her weight in Yanjing City is extremely heavy. In the original book, although Bai Ruoshi is not Chen Luo's woman, she has chosen to become an ally with Chen Luo because of commercial interests. Let Chen Luofeng generate water. And Yi Fei must change the situation in the original book. Therefore, taking advantage of Chen Luo's chance to visit Yanjing's major wealthy families, Tu Fei chose to approach Bai Ruoshi. But now, Bai Ruoshi is indeed not in the villa lobby. Seeing that these princes were all curious and expectant, Bai Yu curled his lips. "I said you are too impatient. For my sister." "Yes." Yang Zemo nodded solemnly. Everyone laughed. Yang Zemo was really straightforward. Bai Yu couldn't help but feel sad. He originally wanted to set up a party to show off his new online celebrity girlfriend, so that she could see what is called high-end 2 gas on the grade. As a result, all of these brothers came to his sister one by one. "I treat you as friends, too, but you all want to be my brother-in-law." Bai Yu glared at Yang Zemo, and said lightly, "My sister is upstairs. She doesn't like places with too many people and environment, so she didn't come down." Bai Yu's villa has 4 floors. It seems that Bai Ruoshi is resting on the upper floor of the villa and does not want to participate in this noisy party. Hearing that Bai Ruoshi is upstairs in the villa, these sons and buddies are suddenly excited. Especially Yang Zemo, excited, slapped his thigh, pushed away the female companion beside him, and said, "Your sister is on a few floors. 2, I will go upstairs and ask her to go down." Bai Yu snorted, "It's useless. Do you think I don't want to invite her down? You don't know my sister's temper, unless she knows her original intention, otherwise no one can ask her to move her." Yang Zemo and others suddenly went silent. Think about it as if this is true. Yang Zemo doesn't have that great face, so he can't please Bai Ruoshi. Seeing these fox and dog friends deflated, Bai Yu felt relieved. Bai Yu squinted at the crowd. Slowly said, "What's wrong? Usually equals isn't all of them quite capable, now they are all scared. If you have the ability, let my sister take the initiative to go downstairs." This group of rich second-generation sons and buddies were silent. They seemed to have nothing to do. In the middle of the hall, he said, "Miss Bai likes the piano, don't you like the piano too? Or whoever of you plays the song, her up. Let it down. Good way. Xiaogua, you really have." Yang Zemo's eyes lit up and immediately gave the young man a thumbs up. Yang Zemo couldn't wait to stand up, and exclaimed, "I'll play a piece first. During this period of time, I've been practicing piano hard, and finally I have. Room for display 12. Yang Zemo couldn't wait to walk up to the piano. He learned the piano entirely for Bai Ruoshi. I want to show my talents in front of a beautiful woman. Although Yang Zimo is a playboy, he is also Bairuwashi's #1 suitor. It is a pity that Bairuwashi has always turned a blind eye to him. Yang Zimo was sitting on the stool of the piano at this time. He asked the servant to bring a microphone, so that the sound of the piano could be transmitted farther. Then Yang Zimo took a deep breath and began to play Guns. Yang Zimo played a piano masterpiece in this world. The name is Autumn Night Sky. Not to mention, Yang Zimo's piano performance is quite good, at least it is a relatively high level, except for some inaccurate notes. Besides, everything else is pretty good. The piano sound was melodious and light, spreading to every corner of the villa. Bairuwashi upstairs must have heard it too. After Chin Chin was finished, many people at the scene applauded. Even Yifei nodded slightly, his impression of Yang Zimo changed a little. This guy really worked hard. However, there was no movement upstairs. Obviously, this piano piece didn't move Bairuwashi. She didn't mean to go downstairs. Bairuwashi didn't go downstairs. Yang Zimo sighed in disappointment. Zimo, your piano level is actually pretty good, but it's a pity that my sister's appreciation. The vision is too high. She often goes to concerts, and she can hear all the piano master's performances. You want to touch her ears with the piano sound. I advise you to give up. At this moment, Yifei stood up slowly and said, "How about I try soil?" Chapter 72, A Beautiful Surprise. Yifei stood up slowly and said, "How about I try?" Seeing Yifei getting up, Yang Zimo faced unbelieving. "Stop making trouble, Yifei. I haven't seen you play the piano, are you sure?" Yang Zimo knew that Yifei could play the piano, but he had never seen Yifei play the piano, and subconsciously thought Yifei could play the piano at an average level. Baiyu looked at the lively expression. Said with a smile, "Yifei, are you sure you want to play the piano?" "Well, that would be very embarrassing." *CK Yang Zimo was annoyed. Yifei. Other talents. What special talent? Yang Zimo asked curiously. Yifei said slowly, "I have a special talent called picking up girls." 2, 5, 3. Don't come to this set. Yang Zimo snorted. You haven't gotten that lady from the Su family. Are you sure you? Little girl. Yang Zimo and others all knew about the original master Yifei's pursuit of Su Qingzhu. Of course, they didn't know the recent progress of Yifei and Su Qingzhu. Yifei smiled faintly, then wait and see. With that said, Yifei had already walked towards the black 3-fish steel. The piano is a Steinway piano, the world's top steel sare. The table is fine and simple. This Steinway piano is much better than that of Shanghai Dream. Yifei seated gracefully on the piano bench. He didn't immediately play Qin Gangsek, because he was thinking about what song Qin should play. Yifei sits quietly on the piano bench, but has attracted everyone's attention, especially the beauties on the scene, almost can't move away. Eye up. Elegant and indifferent. Clear sail. Such an image. It definitely attracts the hearts of the beauties on the scene. Yifei pondered for a while, and countless famous piano songs appeared in his mind, and finally he chose a piano song. Yifei's 10 fingers are as long as jade. In an instant, his fingertips poured out like crystals. Piano sound. The perfect sound quality of the Steinway piano is coupled with Yifei's superb playing skills. Even more on this piano music is a past life. Piano Divine Comedy, a well known to all composers. Do the three complement each other, burst out beautiful notes. The sound of steel rustling is like a trickle, flowing comfortably into everyone's ears. Just when Yi Erfei played the second bar of Gangs, the moving note made everyone in Jiping feel moved. It's great, it's great. So Yi Gongzi is so good at playing the piano. What kind of tune is this? Why I have never heard of it. Who said Yifei can't play the piano? He plays the piano so smoothly. It's really enjoyable to watch him play. Everyone at the scene couldn't help but sigh in a low voice, and was completely attracted by this piano piece. It's just because of the study of words that everyone didn't know how to describe this piano piece for a while. Yifei's 10 fingers danced on the various ranges of the piano keys, and the beautiful steel sound was very contagious, making everyone on the scene float. Want to join in? A top-level piano. Excellent piano skills, as well as world-class piano masterpieces. This moving scale, like a crystal-clear piano sound, spread to the top of the villa. Bai looked surprised. Yan Zimo was taken aback first. Then he smiled bitterly, and it was him who had been embarrassed for a long time. Yifei is too ruthless, right? Usually hidden and tucked, come this hand at the critical moment. The other boys, brothers, beauties and beauties were all attracted. The piano sound is dim and clear, detailed and quiet, with a little melancholy, just like a piano player is whispering something. The piano piece played by Yifei is indeed a classic masterpiece equals S Moonlight Sonata. It is also commonly known as the Song 1. The beautiful notes of this piano melody overflowed in the villa lobby. Art can infect people. In particular, Yifei's Qin playing skills are extremely superb, which can be called a master-level performance. Coupled with this Steinway piano worth more than 1 million, there are also world-class classics. These three are combined into one, and the brood notes are even more touching. Perfect L. This kind of superb live performance is indeed very infectious, and it is completely different from the music heard on TV in headphones. And the language, 0. Yifei played this piano piece and entered into a state, and he also became focused on it and selfless. Moonlight, there are 3 movements. Yifei played the first movement. The piano murmured, as if lingering in everyone's ears. The piano sound is like moonlight reflected in the lake, clear and gentle, bright and moving. Intoxicated A. Dreamlike. Unknowingly, a woman walked down the stairs of the villa. This woman saw Yifei playing Qin's piano in the hall. Slightly surprised. However, everyone in the room was immersed in this piece of Yifei's piano music, and no one spotted the woman at 2 o'clock. Yifei was also focused on playing, with no distractions. This piano finally came to an end under Yifei's playing. When the last note slowly ended, Yifei's song also came to an end. It's finally over. Everyone on the scene had an unfinished look on their faces. After a short while, someone let out a long sigh of relief, with an indescribable ease and comfort. Immediately afterwards, there was a wave of applause. There were not many people at the scene, but they did not hesitate to applaud. These second-generation sons, although they are all dudes, but because of family circumstances, they have been familiar with the piano since childhood. The appreciation ability is still there. This piano piece is truly incredible. Yifei was sitting on the bench, and almost all the beautiful women around looked at Yifei, their eyes filled with brilliance. Yifei was about to get up, when a light voice came from the upper stairs. Yi Gongzi. I don't know what the name of this piano piece is. Word 2. Hearing this sound, almost everyone subconsciously turned their heads and looked towards the stairwell. There, a beautiful woman stood at the top of the stairs. It is Bai Ruoshi. She was attracted by Yifei's piano music, and Hong took the initiative to go downstairs. Chapter 73 Classical Beauty. Bai Ruoshi. She was attracted by Yifei's moonlight and took the initiative to go downstairs. I saw Bai Ruoshi wearing a modified ivory white cheongsam, exquisite and graceful, very charming. Cheongsam used to be the iconic clothing of Yanhuang country women, which can perfectly show the charm of women. However, the traditional cheongsam has some defects due to the time. Bai Ruoshi's dress is an improved cheongsam, and the craftsmanship is more sophisticated. It also reflects the figure of women. Ordinary women don't dare to wear cheongsam, because the cheongsam is to test the requirements for the female figure. If there is fat in places like lower abdomen and arms, wearing a cheongsam will be special. But this cheongsam is just right when worn on by Ruoshi's body. With her graceful figure, almost perfect S-shaped lines, her classic and graceful temperament, and her body full of grace, she is suitable for wearing such a cheongsam. Bai Ruoshi's cheongsam showed tender lotus root-like arms and thin and smooth calves. In fact, the dress is very conservative, but it is very attractive. Very 10 goals. Yifei couldn't help comparing Bai Ruoshi with Mu Zijin, Luo Weiyu, Su Qingju and other female works. In terms of appearance, the four women are comparable, but their temperaments are completely different. Luo Weiyu belongs to the leading girl, Su Qingju is the beauty of the iceberg, and Mu Zijin does not eat the fireworks in the world, and is alien to everyone. Distance. And Bai Ruoshi is a standard classical beauty, graceful and graceful, graceful and graceful. The appearance of Bai Ruoshi. Also let the whole audience focus on her body. Yifei's moonlight also stayed on Bai Ruoshi's body, then smiled faintly, and said, "The moonlight tonight is beautiful, this song." Just the moonlight tonight. It's called Moonlight. Hear the name of this piano piece. Everyone was silent for a moment, as if they were still reminiscing about the piano music. Bai Ruoshi whispered, "A good name, indeed, like moonlight, hazy and graceful, clean and flawless." Thank you for the compliment. Yifei smiled. Ding, congratulations to the host and Bai Ruoshi for improving your impression and increasing your experience points by 100 points. A system reminder came from his ear. Yifei was in a good mood. Bai Ruoshi blinked and cut the water. Said, "I watched a video on the internet, the song Adelina by the Water, also. Yi Gongzi's masterpiece, right?" Bai Ruoshi looked at Yifei with a hint of curiosity. A pianist who can play Adelina by the Water and Moonlight is definitely a great pianist. Although there are only 2 songs. But each one is a classic. Especially this one. Yes. I played it. I didn't expect Miss Bai to have seen it. Yifei was slightly different. He played the video of Adelina by the Water actually spread the fire like this, even Bai Ruoshi had seen it. In fact, Yifei was thinking about it. The video of his playing Adelina by the Water was not widely circulated. Just in music. It's just circulated in a small area. After all, not everyone has the ability to appraise steel. However, Bai Ruoshi likes piano music very much, so I saw this video. That's also a classic song. I haven't heard of Yi Gongzi's talent in this area before. It is really hidden. Not exposed. Bai Ruoshi said again. She slowly walked down the stairs and smiled softly. Originally, Bai Ruoshi didn't plan to go downstairs. It's just that she was completely attracted by this piano music, and she walked out of the room unconsciously. Yifei got up from the piano bench and put away the microphone. Bai Yu was the first one of the crowd to react. He clapped his hands suddenly and said, F***ck, Yifei, you are really amazing, you. His piano skills are so strong, really awesome. Compared with Bai Ruoshi's praise, Bai Yu's praise is simple and rude. Listening to Bai Yu's compliment, Yifei suddenly thought of a sentence, but he himself is uneducated, and he is in the world. The corners of Yang Zimo's mouth twitched slightly, and he saw that the audience was snatched by Yifei, and even Bai Ruoshi went downstairs because of Yifei. Yang Zimo couldn't help but smile. People are more popular than others. Who knows that Yifei still hides such a hand? Although Yifei was out of the limelight, Yang Zimo didn't hate Yifei, he was just a little jealous. So mutually in a circle. It's just a piano piece again, and Yang Zimo doesn't need to make enemies with Yifei for this. Others are also amazed by Yifei's this song, even if some people don't understand piano music, see so many at this time. Everyone admired Yifei, and pretended to be very understanding, nodded frequently, and complimented Yifei. Yifei just smiled faintly. Yifei didn't care about the praise of these people. He played this piano piece just to attract Bai Ruoshi downstairs. The reason why Bai Ruoshi went downstairs was because Yifei wanted to talk to Bai Ruoshi about something. To be precise, Yifei and Jian want to make a deal with Bai Ruoshi. Now Yifei's purpose has been half successful, and Bai Ruoshi has come downstairs. Although Bai Ruoshi went downstairs, she did not like places that were too noisy and lively. The two of them sat quietly on the sofa in the corner. Asked her to think, Daimei frowned slightly at what she was thinking. At the scene, many elder brothers saw Bai Ruoshi, who was sitting far away, concentrating and thinking, and they hesitated to come forward and interrupt the conversation. If they were to change to ordinary women, they would have been courageous. But in the face of a woman like Bairuwashi, many brothers are looking forward to it. Step away. Young 253 Zimo did the same, hesitated and did not dare to step forward. Seeing this, Yifei couldn't help but smile. It's weird that young Zimo and others' mentality can catch up to a goddess like Bairuwashi. To put it harshly, this is licking a dog's heart. Hesitate. Too many scruples. In fact, goddesses are also human beings. Although goddesses have auras, they are still women. They have to eat when they are hungry and sleep when they are sleepy. If you always treat the goddess as a goddess, feeling that you can only watch from a distance and not play, then the goddess can really only be a goddess. Therefore, it is most important to take the first step too boldly. Seeing that these princes and buddies were hesitant to approach Yifei, Yifei strolled in the courtyard and walked forward with a smile. Miss Bai. Are you free to chat? Yifei sat quietly beside Bairuwashi. Yifei's sitting position is very clever, a position away from Bairuwashi. It is not too far, but not too close. Distance. This distance belongs to the category of safe distance. Beyond this distance, it is easy for people to feel vigilant. Chapter 74. Do you want to go outside to see the moonlight? Bairuwashi looked up. Those beautiful and moving eyes looked at Yifei. She smiled softly and said, Sorry Master Yi, I just... Thinking of trivial matters, didn't he notice you? Yifei waved his hand. Miss Bai, who was in charge of the Bai group, thinking that business is normal. Yifei was right, Bairuwashi was indeed very famous. It's a big group of Bais. After all the big and small things are summarized, she almost has to make a decision. It would be strange if she is not busy. Even tonight, Bairuwashi was busy and took the time to attend this party. Otherwise she has no time at all. In front of you. Yifei looked at the woman, the two got closer, and Yifei could even smell the faint scent of her. Bairuwashi had her long hair rolled up. Between her slender neck is a glazed Buddha jade pendant. Does it reflect her snow-white skin even more? Very eye-catching. She is very feminine and charming. The impression of Yifei by Bairuwashi is good. The piano music played by Yifei just now left a deep impression on her. The piano music Moonlight really surprised her. Bairuwashi smiled lightly. It is my wife's best to hear Yi Gungzi play this song Moonlight tonight. Bairuwashi likes listening to piano music, which is a rare way for her to relax and relieve stress. 2-8 When there is some free time, she would stop to listen to piano music and fall asleep listening to piano music more often. What Bairuwashi didn't say is that the first piano song she often listens to recently is. It seems that Moonlight will be added in the future. Miss Bai just likes it. This piano piece is also what I got accidentally. Yifei said modestly. Bairuwashi said, however, this song Moonlight seems to be unfinished, as if it hasn't finished playing. Yifei smiled. Bairuwashi's ability to appreciate piano music is really strong. He did only play just now. Coming. The topic of the two brought to gangs, and Bairuwashi also said a few packets by name. The chatting between the two was also seen by the son-in-law at the scene. Although Yifei was just talking about the piano with Bairuwashi normally, in the eyes of these brothers, Yifei and Bairuwashi had a chat. Very happy. All of these young masters admire Yifei's book. Yifei K. This is simply amazing. I haven't heard of anyone getting Bairuwashi's favor before, and even young Zimo is hitting the wall in various ways. It's not that Bairuwashi didn't want to pay attention to young Zimo, but that the two of them usually had nothing to say after a few conversations. After all, one is a who is proficient in eating, drinking, and having fun, and the other is a woman who holds up half of the sky in the Bai family. It's normal. But Yifei is different. He and Bairuwashi have a natural topic of piano. Yifei smiled and said, well, this piano piece is not complete yet, wait for a chance to complete it. Okay. You must tell me then. If you are a pianist, it will be great. I will be the first to buy a piano record. Bairuwa. Haruka is serious and looking forward to it. Yifei smiled and said, "It's impossible to record a piano, but this song Moonlight will make up for me. I will let you know." "Okay, that's it." Bai Ruoshi was very direct. Yifei said, turning, "In fact, compared to the piano music Moonlight, the moonlight in the evening is also very charming. Really, I haven't seen the moon for a long time." Bai Ruoshi subconsciously looked at the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa. The moonlight is indeed beautiful. The bright moonlight filled the ground, but the view in the villa was somewhat blocked, and I couldn't see clearly. "Bai Ruoshi, don't talk about watching the moon. She often worked all night and didn't even have time to sleep." Yifei is also very aware of Bai Ruoshi's situation, and he said these words deliberately. Yifei said, "Miss Bai, you are too busy at work, you should give yourself a chance to relax, otherwise you will get too tight and cause your heart burden." According to the introduction in the original book, Yifei knew Bai Ruoshi very well. In fact, Bai Ruoshi is a very distressing woman. This woman accepts carrying all the important responsibilities of the Bai family. The busy work and trivial matters make her completely without her own personal space. She can never live like an ordinary girl. Huge work and mental pressure can easily crush her. Yi Erfei knew that. In fact, Bai Ruoshi's heart needed to vent, but she didn't even know about it. Bai Ruoshi said, "I often relax, listening to piano music is relaxing for me." Yifei shook his head. "This way of relaxing is too gentle." Bai Ruoshi pulled back the chingsi and pulled her long hair to her ears. She looked at Yifei. "Then what other suggestions do you have?" Yifei pointed to the door of the villa. "Why don't I take you for a drive? By the way, appreciate the evening moonlight." Yifei smiled slightly. "Yes, I will pick her up to work." "Good. Good." Su Xiaoquan nodded in surprise, and laughed comfortingly. "Cheng Zhuo's head is finally open, I'll just say." "Well, Xiaofei, you are so good too." Su Xiaoquan also, "I don't know when the relationship between his granddaughter and Yifei has made such obvious progress." Su Qingzhu also took the initiative to let Yifei send. She goes to work. As the department progresses, this old man is not too happy. Yifei sat in the tie hall for about 10 minutes. I saw Su Qingzhu stepping out of the stairs with high heels. The first thing I noticed was the pair of black stockings. The thin stockings were wrapped around a pair of slender legs. Su Qingzhu's slender feet are stepping on black high heels, and his calves are as smooth as jade wrapped in black silk. Su Qingzhu also deliberately put on light makeup, and even changed several sets of clothes. That's why it was delayed for a while. Let you wait a long time. Su Qingzhu walked to Yifei and said softly. Yifei shook his head and smiled. For a while, he looked at Su Qingzhu's makeup carefully. "Well, it's beautiful today." Yifei did not compliment against his will. Su Qingzhu does look more beautiful today. In front of Yifei, although her temperament was still cold, she was not as iceberg as before, but rather bright and charming. Tender and beautiful. If you really want to describe it, it is like a snow lotus blooming in the ice and snow, although it is cold. But touching. Su Qingzhu heard compliments. My heart was slightly sweet, and my face quietly climbed into a blush. There was joy in Su Qingzhu's bright eyes. Just about to say something, he suddenly realized that his grandfather Su Xiaoquan was also there, and he was even more embarrassed. Upward, there is a feeling that the little secret in my heart has been punctured. Su Xiaoquan said with a smile, "It's nice to be young, my old man seems superfluous here, you guys talk about it." With that said, Su Xiaoquan was about to go outside. Su Qingzhu's embarrassment grew stronger. Yifei smiled. "Master, don't leave, I'll take Qingzhu to work, let us go." Su Qingzhu followed Yifei's side, half a position behind him. Su Xiaoquan smiled while looking at the backs of Yifei and Su Qingzhu, with two relieved smiles. When we arrived in the car, Su Qingzhu said in a low voice, "This is the first time I saw my grandfather so happy. It seems that it was really my fault before. It's not too late to wake up." Yifei laughed. Su Qingzhu nodded his head, his voice was soft, and soon, Yifei galloped steadily all the way and drove to the gate of the Su 260 group. Su Qingzhu took the initiative to invite Yifei upstairs. This was also the second time Yi Fei came to the Su group. Su Qingju and Yi Fei side by side, she took the initiative to hold Yi Fei's arm. After Yi Luo's heartfelt voice last night, Su Qingju had taken off guard in front of Yi Fei, and her attitude towards Yi Fei was completely different. The same. Yi Fei laughed. He also took the initiative to hold Su Qingju's little snow-white hand. Su Qingju's cheeks flushed with a faint blush, but with joy in his heart, the two entered the Su group building side by side. The employees of the Su group have already started to work. Of course they also know Su Qingju. Su Qingju is well deserved in the Su group. The goddess, the popularity is needless to say. It's a pity that Su Qingju never fakes colors for men, and can only let the second group of employees silently regard her as a goddess in their hearts. But the moment Su Qingju appeared holding Yi Fei's hand, countless employees of the Su group were shocked. President Su actually showed up at the company holding a man's hand and her cheek looks red. Is this shy? The employees were very surprised. Unbelievable, the sun is coming out from the west today. Chapter 89. You are pretending to sleep. When Su Qingju took Yi Fei and appeared in the Su group, it immediately caused a large group of employees to be amazed. These employees are hard to imagine. Xiang Gaolang, like President Su, would actually hold a man's hand, and Su Qingju still had an expression. Shame, clearly like a little woman in love. This. Yi Fei and Su Qingju walked into the elevator side by side, leaving only the staff in the lobby who were all astonished. Arrived at the general manager's office. Su Qingju is going to have a morning meeting. She is very busy this time. Because Zhong Feifei has a problem. Her image spokesperson must be changed quickly, and there is not much time left for Su Qingju to deal with the product. In addition, Chen Luo also controls the cosmetics company Miling International, and robs the domestic cosmetics market with Su Qingju. Both companies are domestic cosmetic giants, and they have started fierce competition in terms of prices, publicity, and products. So Su Qingju has been really busy recently. Yi Fei also understood. He smiled. Go ahead, I'll just sit in your office for a while. Okay. Su Qingju blinked his eyes and walked quickly to the meeting room. While boring in the office, Yi Fei uses Su Qingju's computer to browse news and websites at will. There are traces of her recent internet access on Su Qingju's computer. Yi Fei noticed that some of the web pages Su Qingju recently browsed are all closed. For cosmetics, cosmeceuticals, many of which are related to Miling International. Chen Luo became the general manager of Miling International. He wanted to bring down the Su group. After Chen Luo failed his last plan, he was still unhappy. Chen Luo relies on Duan Shijing and has a lot of funds in his hands. It seems that he has to find a way to cut off his funds. Yi Fei secretly. Head. Miling International, a cosmetics company with huge profits, is the second core industry under Duan Shijing. However, Duan Shi was very generous to Chen Luo, and the company gave it away as soon as he said it. He transferred the shares of Miling International to Chen Luo. Fall. According to Duan Shijing's words, the reason why he is able to achieve his current achievements is all given by the genius Dr. Wu. But Dr. Wu is unwilling to accept him. So he transferred the company's shares to Chen Luo, all of which was lost to Chen Luo. Chen Luo is now worth a lot. In addition, he still has a network of contacts in his hands, and his life is very chic. Yi Fei was already thinking about it. He was going to dig a big hole, and put Chen Luo in the hole again. Yi Fei, after browsing the web, turned off the computer. It was still early, and Yi Fei was lying on the sofa in the office, preparing to sleep for a while. I don't know how much time passed. When Yi Fei slept in a daze, he suddenly smelled two faint fragrances. Body scent. Yi Fei's sleepiness disappeared. I was a little awake in an instant. You don't need to think about it, but you know that the person here is Su Qingju. Yi Fei is still quiet, closed. Bowl. Pretend to sleep. Yi Fei pretended to be asleep. He felt that the fragrance was getting closer and closer to him. Can. Immediately, Yi Fei felt a warm touch. His mouth was lightly touched by something soft, but it was a touch like a dragonfly. But it felt like an electric shock. Yi Fei immediately understood what was going on. He opened his eyes, his mouth was smiling, and he happened to face Su Qingjue's eyes. Su Qingjue's face was flushed, holding a blanket in his hand, his expression extremely flustered. Su Qingju saw Yi Fei sleeping just now. She was worried that Yi Fei wanted to cover Yi Fei with a blanket, but as a result, the ghost sent him a kiss. Who knew Yi Fei would wake up immediately? And seeing the narrow smile on his face, Su Qingju still doesn't understand that he is pretending to be asleep. You lie to me, pretend to sleep. Su Qingju's blush spread. Yi Fei smiled and said, "This is not to lie to me." While talking, Yi Fei held Su Qingju's slender waist with one hand to prevent her from running away. Su Qingju looked at Yi Fei a little flustered. People are getting closer and closer. Yi Fei could clearly see her own look in her clear eyes. You can also see her long eyelashes trembling gently, showing that the panic and shame of people too. Yi Fei's magnetic noise rang in Su Qingju's ears. "It's not like you kissed just now, I will teach you." After that, Yi Fei got up, he hugged Su Qingju and moved forward. Su Qingju looked at Yi Fei with a dazed and flustered look, and was immediately blocked by Fei's damp lips. Su Qingju suddenly opened his eyes too much, as if being electrocuted, his cheeks quickly spread blush. Su Qingju was astringent and clumsy. I don't know how to respond to Yi Fei. Fortunately, Yi Fei was guiding. After a while, Yi Fei let go of her, panting. Su Qingju's eyes were sweaty, and there was no ordinary coldness. She looked at Yi Fei with various emotions in her heart, shy, nervous, flustered, except that there is no disgust, but full of sweetness. Point 1. How does it taste? Yi Fei laughed, with a few points deliberately teasing too. Su Qingju was embarrassed. She couldn't wait to find a hole to drill down. She hurriedly said, I suddenly thought that there is still a document to do. I'll go out for a while first." After that, she left in a hurry. The high heels stepped on the ground very lightly, showing her mood at the moment. The woman actually ran away. Yi Fei looked at her graceful back and found it interesting. After staying at Su Qingjue's company for a while, Yi Fei received text messages from Li Shangyun. Li Shangyun wanted to meet Yi Fei. As a hidden child buried beside Chen Luo, Li Shangyun is still very important. Yi Fei promised to meet him, and the two of them made an appointment. Face location. Yi Fei and Su Qingju greeted them and left the Su group to meet with Li Shangyun. He and Li Shangyun met at a remote coffee shop in Yanjing. When Yi Fei arrived, Li Shangyun had already arrived, and he was sitting awkwardly in the corner of the coffee shop. When Yi Fei arrived, Li Shangyun quickly got up and greeted Yi Fei. "Yi Xiao. Sit, you don't have to be polite." Yi Fei waved his hand. "Go ahead. What's the matter with asking me out?" As an important chess piece, Tu Fei didn't want him to be exposed, so the two of them should meet as few as possible. Li Shangyun, of course. He also understood this truth. He was looking for Yi Fei in such a hurry. It was indeed something important to do. Chapter 90. Let us talk. What are you looking for? Yi Fei faintly. He glanced around. There are very few people in this cafe, and there is no one around them. Yi Fei and Li Shangyun can communicate with confidence. Li Shangyun hurriedly said, "Yi Xiao. I was actually at the bar yesterday, but it was too late to send you a message." Li Shangyun explained. Yi Fei said lightly, "Well." Yi Fei did not expect Li Shangyun to give him information anytime and anywhere, which is not realistic. After all, things like spies only need a key to play a role or two. As long as there is second-time heavy to information, it is enough to make. Yi Fei caused a fatal blow to Chen Luo. Seeing that Yi Fei didn't seem to blame him, Li Shangyun was relieved immediately. Yesterday's incident happened suddenly and he really didn't do anything. Fa told Yi Fei otherwise. He was afraid that he would expose it directly. Li Shangyun continued. Chen Luo has acted very frequently these days, and I don't know how he knew many famous people in Yanjing. He has been visiting these people these days. Yi Fei just nodded when he heard this. This was what he expected. Yi Fei knew very well. And he didn't panic at all about it. The so-called Yan 263 famous gates in Beijing that Chen Luo visited were far inferior to the Yi family. And there are quite a few of them. It's a wall of grass, it's nothing to worry about. Only a few Yanjing giants deserve Yi Fei's attention, such as the Lei family, and the two big men who once owed Master Chen Luo's favor. Although Yi Fei was calm, Li Shangyun was frightened. Li Shangyun didn't know the details of Chen Luo, only that Chen Luo was Duan Qixing's younger brother, but the details were not clear. Li Shangyun had. He thought that Chen Luo was just a hillbilly who came out of the ravine. But who knew that Chen Luo knew such a rich man in Yanjing? Li Shangyun was shocked. Especially the Lei Haoran yesterday, there are too few well-known Lei family in Yanjing City. Not necessarily worse than Yi Fei in terms of status, he is also known as brother to Chen Luo. This made Li Shangyun shiver. Suddenly discovered that Chen Luo was terrible. He hurriedly made an appointment with Yi Fei. One aspect was to tell Yi Fei what happened to him yesterday. On the other hand, he was panicking now. Seeing Li Shangyun's expression, Yi Fei probably knew what he was thinking. Yi Fei said lightly, "Li, Bab, Shangyun. Are you scared?" "Yi Xiao, I am indeed a little worried." Li Shangyun said, shivering a little. Li Shangyun has discovered it. Yi Fei and Chen Luo couldn't afford to offend him. Yi Fei took out a black bank card that he had prepared a long time ago, handed it to Li Shangyun, and said, "This card contains 10 million, you take it first." N.S. Greed in Li Shangyun's eyes flashed away, but still hesitated. Yi Fei said coldly, "Follow me, money is not a problem, you should be very clear about this. In addition, since you have already done this, there is no turning back, we are now on the eastern ship. If you are found betrayed by Chen Luo or Duan Qixing, you should know how miserable the end is." Hear the words. Li Shangyun shivered again, his eyes flashed with horror. Yi Fei was right. He had no way out. Li Shangyun gritted his teeth and nodded. Yi Fei glanced at Li Shangyun. Seeing that his expression was still changing, he said, "Whether it's Chen Luo or Lei's family, this. Some people I have my own way to deal with, you don't have to worry about each other. My whole cards are no less than Chen Luo. He is always within my calculations." Seeing Yi Fei's self-confident expression, Li Shangyun felt a little bit more determined that Yi Fei's methods were indeed more clever than Chen Luo. In fact, Li Shangyun also thinks that Chen Luo is definitely not Yi Fei's opponent, but it is actually Chen Luo who doesn't know where the contacts come from. The net made Li Ziyanjian stunned. "You act for me honestly, there are people I have inserted in Chen Luo's side, and they will cooperate with you when necessary," Yi Fei said lightly. Equals listening to Yi Fei, saying that he had planted other people beside Chen Luo, Li Shangyun suddenly felt awkward, lowered his head, and said with a more respectful attitude, "I see, Xiao Yi." In fact, Yi Fei didn't plant anyone beside Chen Luo at all, just cheating Li Shangyun. Hearing what Yi Fei said, Li Shangyun was even more afraid to deceive Yi Fei. Anyone, in case he is caught playing small tricks, it will be hard to suffer. "Well, is there anything else?" Yi Fei asked. As expected, Li Shangyun was much more honest, and gave an account of some of the news he had recently known. One of the messages is quite useful. According to Li Shangyun's account, Chen Luo has recently prepared to research and produce a kind of Chinese medicine cosmetics, which is similar to powder for removing scars. He plans to putting into production in Miling International, ready to make a fortune too. Chen Luo also needs money very much now, especially since he plans to target the Su family and the Yi family and need a lot of funds. Yi Fei listened to this information from Li Shangyun. "I had an idea in my heart. He is about to dig a hole for Chen Luo. Now Yi Fei knows how to do it." "Well, I know." Yi Fei slightly chinned his head. Li Shangyun said, "Yi Xiao, then I will go on first if there is nothing else to do. Well, I will rarely see you in the future, and I will contact you if necessary for information contact." Yi Fei's voice was cold. "Yes, Xiao Yi." Li Shangyun hurried away. And Yi Fei drank the latte in the cup and stayed in the coffee shop for a while. "Sort out your thinking. Chen Luo planned to research and produce a new scar removal medicine powder. The news reminded Yi Fei of the original book. In the original book, Chen Luo did use his superb medical skills to configure and invent a kind of scar-removing powder called Bingji Jade Bee powder. After this ice skin Jade Bee powder went on the market, it was well received because of its first-class effect in removing scars and whitening, so it quickly became popular all over the country and earned a lot of money for Chen Luo. Now it seems that Chen Luo is ready to develop this ice muscle Jade Bee powder. If Chen Luo came up with this ice skin Jade Bee powder in one day, then Su Qingju's cosmetics company Hongyan Makeup would be really dangerous. And Chen Luoye will make a big profit because of this. It's a pity that Chen Luo ran into my ice muscle. I remember the formula of Jade Bee powder. Yi Fei remembered the plot in the original book, and the corners of his mouth quickly aroused. He thought of a good way to kill Chen Luo. Chapter 91 by Ruoshi's Great Gift. Yi Fei figured out Chen Luo. In fact, Yi Fei buried a lot of chess pieces, including Zhong Feifei, who will also have usefulness. Chen Luo wants to rise impossible. Yi Fei would give him a taste of despair. Yi Fei sat in the cafe for a while and waited until noon. The cafe crowd gradually increased. Especially the female clerk in the coffee shop and the female customers in this shop. They all happened to look at Yi Fei's side, Yi Fei. It is too attractive. Even the waitress took advantage of the opportunity to collect the tableware and secretly handed Yi Fei a small note. Yi Fei laughed blankly. He got up and left the cafe. In the next few days, Yi Fei finally had free time light. Yi Fei goes to Nurse Mu Lao every 3 days. Other than that, it is to study the ice muscle Jade Bee powder. Yi Fei remembers that in the original book, this ice muscle Jade Bee powder is made of 5 unique Chinese herbal medicines, plus 2 kinds of special black honey equals mix. This ice muscle Jade Bee powder has strong whitening and scar removal effects. Chen Luo quickly occupied the domestic cosmetics market with ice muscle Jade Bee powder. The market, earning a lot of money, too provided him with a lot of funds. And Chen Luo Kikian was like studying this ice muscle Jade Bee powder. Of course, Yi Fei couldn't let Chen Luo succeed. Yi Fei knows the formula of this ice muscle Jade Bee powder. He also knows several shortcomings of this ice muscle Jade Bee powder mentioned in the original book. Therefore, Yi Fei used his medical skills in the past 2 days to also try to improve the ice muscle Jade Bee powder. In addition, before Yi Fei, the progress of soil separation went smoothly. Wang knew the formula, but it was only improved on the basis of the original formula. It's very simple, it won't take long to get it done. On this day, in the Yi family villa. Today, Father Yi specially asked Yi Fei to visit the Yi family villa. Because there are some distinguished guests from the Yi family today. Bai Ruoshi, chairman of the Base Group, personally visited the house. In addition, and Yang Dongsheng, chairman of Wanhua Group, brought Yang Zimo to the villa. The 3 big business giants of Yi, Bai, and Yang gathered in Beijing. After Yi Fei rescued Yang Zimo last time, Yi Fei had a better friendship with Yang Zimo and Bai Yu. Yang Zimo's father, Yang Dongsheng, came to Yi's family to thank Yi Fei this time. Needless to say, Bai Ruoshi, after vomiting Fei to Bai Ruoshi last time, Yi Fei and Bai Ruoshi reached an alliance. Allied. According to Bai Ruoshi's statement, as long as Yi Fei said a word, she and the Bai family let them be sent. Bai Ruoshi is a saying the best woman can say so. It is enough to prove how much favor Yi Fei is owed. Bai Ruoshi and Yang Dongsheng came to visit Yi's house. Yi father and Yi mother were surprised and greeted him personally, and then they quickly called Yi Fei. Come. Speaking of the net, Yejia, Baishur Group, and Wanhua Group are the top 3 business giants in Yanjing and even Yanhuang. The relationship is not harmonious. After all, the business is too much to avoid competing with each other. For example, in real estate the 3 industries are extremely competitive. It has always been an opponent. The same is true for other fields such as the internet and finance. Therefore, the 3 companies have always kept the well water in the river. But what Yi Fei has done in the past few days has obviously brought harmony between the 3 families. Especially the relationship between the Yi family and the Bai family. When Bai Ruoshi took out a business contract and handed it to Father Yi to see, Yi Fei was a little bit surprised and unsure. Although Bai Ruoshi is young, she is extremely capable and skilled, and she is also well known in the Yanjing business circle. Otherwise it would never be possible to. At her age, she has mastered the commercial aircraft carrier of the Bai family. This woman has always been known for her strength, and no one knows that the Yanjing business district is almost flat. But the commercial contract that Bai Ruoshi gave out was friendly and preferential to the Yi family. The commercial contract stipulated that there were only 2. The cooperation has also sold 10 lands in several prime locations. The 2 are jointly developed. This completely meant to form an alliance with the Yi family, and he was full of sincerity. Miss Bai, this Yi Father Yi, he was surprised after reading the content of the contract. He looked at the calm Bai. Ruoshi looked at Yi Fei with a smile on his face again, which was really unimaginable. What is this situation too? Bai Ruoshi no longer wears a cheongsam, but a professional suit. Her temperament is as graceful as water, she lifts the blue silk, and lightly opens her mouth. Uncle Yi, I owe Yi Fei a big love, this is a small reward for me. Yi Fei was actually a little surprised. He didn't expect Bai Ruoshi to act so decisively and send such 2 big gifts to the door. In this way, the alliance relationship between Yi and Bai will be unbreakable. In fact, to put it bluntly, oral covenants and treaties are all fake, only benefits are real. So Bai Ruoshi was very straightforward. One, she gave the Yi family very good terms, and even took the initiative to let the Yi family and the 2 have a basis for cooperation. Foundation. Once the interests are tied together, the 2 are the most reliable allies. Father Yi gave a surprised and weird look at Yi Fei, and didn't he know when his son had this ability to make Bai Ruoshi owe him under affection. Not only Yi father and Yi mother. 2, even Yang Dongsheng, the chairman of the Yang Group and Yang Zimo's daddy Yang Dongsheng, secretly said in his heart, this is really going to change in the Yanjing business district. Yang Dongsheng was also smiling now, and he even had the urge to form an alliance with Yi and Bai. Since Bai Ruoshi took the initiative to ask for an alliance and also let Li and the Yi family, Tufu certainly had no reason to refuse. After confirming the contract. After the question, Father Yi no longer hesitated to sign. Bai Ruoshi also acted very simply. After Yi's father signed her, she took the initiative to get up and leave. But Yi Fei sent her out. Miss Bai is interested. I will accept this gift. Yi Fei smiled. Bai Ruoshi's eyes are as clear as water, she said, you deserve it, I should thank you. Then we will cooperate happily from now on. Happy cooperation. Bai Ruoshi took the initiative to stretch out her weak boneless hand and shook Yi Fei's hand. Bai Ruoshi turned around and prepared to leave, and at the same time suddenly remembered something. Tufei said, remember to call me if you are driving a car when you send it down. Waiting. Yi Fei heard this. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, no problem. The peerless beauty in front of her is very interesting. Under her gentle and watery appearance, there are actually 2 fiery hearts hidden. Chapter 92. Bai Ruoshi left cleanly, she still has other important things to deal with today. So after Yi's father signed the contract, he sat up. Say goodbye. In addition, Yang Zimo's father, Yang Dongsheng, was also staying at Yi's house after taking the initiative to express his gratitude and kindness to Yi Fei. He also opened up. Yi Fei. Obviously, after Yang Dongsheng realized the alliance between Yi and Bai, he treated the Yi family differently. After all, judging from the alliance between the Yi family and the Bai family, there is even a faint tendency to rely on the Yi family as the mainstay. Yang Dongsheng was quite surprised when he saw this. He decided to go back to study Fan. Then he rethinked the relationship with the Yi family and the Bai family. Yi Fei didn't know if it was a coincidence or Bai Ruoshi deliberately chose to visit Yi's house at the same time as Yang Dongsheng, and asked Yi. The Tuesday 20 alliance between the 2 Belarusians. In short, the final result of the matter is very beneficial to Yi Fei. At least Yang Dongsheng was also touched. His attitude will become more and more leaning toward the Yi family. Yi Fei didn't expect it was unrealistic for everyone to fall to him once in a while. All he had to do was to move faster than Chen Luo. Looking ahead, everything is going well. Yi Fei sent away Yang Zimo and Yang Dongsheng. Before leaving, Yang Zimo patted Tu Fei's shoulder, winked at Yi Fei and said to yes. I'll treat you at time. Let us get together again. I must teach you how to pick up girls. Come on, Yang Zimo is still thinking about Yi Fei's ability to pick up girls. Yang Zimo deeply believes in what Yi Fei said. Yi Fei definitely has an extraordinary talent for picking up girls. Yi Fei, I can't laugh or cry about it. Send away Yang Zimo and return to the Villa A. The fragrance of tea in the Villa S lobby is still warm. Yi father and Yi mother both looked surprised. Looking strangely at his son, especially Yi's father, he was puzzled and couldn't help but said, Xiao Fei, what the is going on? Father, Yi didn't even think about it. How could Yi Fei get involved with Bai Ruoshi? And that contract? Father Yi has repeatedly determined that it is too beneficial to the Yi family. Although it is also the nature of mutual cooperation between the two parties. Bai Ruoshi made a lot of profits, and the Yi family made too much money almost for no reason. Through this kind of in-depth cooperation, the Yi family and the Bai family truly have an interest relationship and are tied together. Yi Fei looked at the cheap parents with doubts and smiled, Parents, this is my secret with Miss Bai. Say. You only need to know that the Bai family is now in the same boat with us, and that's enough. Father Yi wanted to ask again, but was silent for a while. In the end, there was no time to speak. Yi Fei blinked and continued. This kind of thing may happen again in the future, don't be surprised. Father Yi smiled helplessly, how could this not be surprised? Yi Father Yeha and Yi Mu Lin Shui glanced at each other's eyes. Saw all kinds of doubts. Xiao Fei has become more and more mysterious recently. It's almost like a different person. Soon, Yi Fei also left the Yi family villa. He still has one important thing to do today. More than 10 days have passed since Luo Weiyu's leg injury operation, and the stitches can finally be removed today. After Luo Weiyu's leg injury was removed, Yi Fei can then use acupuncture and medicine to treat her and she can walk down. This is for Luo Weiyu. It is definitely what she is looking forward to most at the moment. Yi Fei went straight to the intensive care unit of the hospital. In the ward, Luo Weiyu's attending doctor, Zhao Feng, removed the stitches for her and then applied medicine. Luo Weiyu is still sitting in a wheelchair. She still needs a few days of rest and recovery before she can try to walk with Abduction Village. Last. Can be free from crutches. Walk normally. When Yi Fei arrived in the ward, Luo Weiyu was extremely surprised to see Yi Fei. Shui Lingling's eyes glowed. Yi Xian, how do you feel after removing the stitches? Yi Fei laughed. Very well, Dr. Zhao takes care of me very much. Luo Weiyu smiled gently. The female Dr. Niu Zhaofeng smiled and waved her hand. It has nothing to do with me. If you want to thank you, please thank Mr. Yi. Zhao Feng's impression of Luo Weiyu is also very good and likes this gentle and quiet girl very much. Think about it, too. Who doesn't like such a sunny and optimistic girl? Seeing Yi Fei's arrival, Zhao Feng didn't bother Yi Fei's two people very wittily, so he greeted him and left. Yi Fei squatted down. He was going to check Luo Weiyu's leg injury. Let us see how your leg injury is now. Don't, my leg has just been removed, it's a bit ugly. Luo Weiyu said blushingly. Her leg injury is not small, and the stitches have just been removed, which is really not pretty. Yi Fei showed a slight smile, and said, What are you afraid of? Didn't I say that I promise you 2 equals no scars will be left? Yi. One of the reasons why Fei has been studying Bing Muscle Jade Bee powder these days is also to help Luo Weiyu get rid of scars. Oh. Luo Weiyu whispered for a while, obediently letting Yi Fei look at the wound. Luo Weiyu's feet are indeed very beautiful, the back of the foot is like a moon arch, the toes are white, and the fingers are crystal clear, like pearls. Shanshan jade feet, small and exquisite. Only because of the operation on her leg, there are a few obvious scars. Yi Fei didn't want to leave scars on such beautiful legs, otherwise it would be a shame. Moxie Bushtion, if it goes well. It won't take long to try to walk. It is more than 2 months to fully return to normal. Ugh. Luo Weiyu smiled sweetly, her shining eyes were full of longing, and the gaze that looked at Tu Fei did not hide admiration. Yi Fei smiled and said, when you can walk down the ground normally, I will take you to see the orchids planted in my yard. Yeah. Luo Weiyu readily agreed, smiling like a flower 2.0e. Also, I will find someone to help you decorate your flower shop at that time, and then reopen. Yi Fei said again. Good. Luo Weiyu's answer is still soft. Yi Fei was a little surprised. I didn't expect Luo Weiyu to answer so readily. Because it stands to reason that this strong and optimistic girl is unwilling to owe favors, even if Yi Fei took the initiative to do the operation for her this time. Also in the name of borrowing money. Luo Weiyu only agreed. But Yi Fei just said to help redecorate the flower shop, she almost agreed without hesitation. What Yi Fei didn't know was Luo Weiyu's mood at this time had already changed. Luo Weiyu secretly looked at Yi Fei and the light was gentle. Owe him one more, I owe him so much anyway. She owes him, she intends to use equals to pay it back in her life. Chapter 93. Yi Fei checked the foot injury for Luo Weiyu, and after confirming that her foot injury was recovering, he chatted with this Wang Jinkaran girl. Yi Fei smiled, he picked up the scarf and looked at it carefully, equals smiled and asked, where is yours? Last time they agreed. Luo Weiyu knits a couple scarf. Listen to Yi Fei's words. Luo Weiyu blinked her eyes brightly and looked very happy. She whispered, I'm still knitting in my surroundings. Well, I'll wait. We will wear your knitted scarf to go shopping. Yi Fei said with a smile. Ugh. Luo Weiyu's eyes were gentle, full of longing, and nodded happily. While Yi Fei chatted with Luo Weiyu, the orchid seawater on the windowsill. The elegant fragrance overflows the house, and the 19 fragrances of orchids are very elegant. Yi Fei also likes this scent. This orchid is in Los Angeles. Under the care of Weiyu and Yi Fei, they grew better and better. While chatting with Luo Weiyu, Yi Fei's witty remarks made Luo Weiyu amused and chuckled, his cheeks were extremely ruddy. For a few days thereafter, Yi Fei provided Luo Weiyu acupuncture and Moxie Bushtion every day, by the way, researching the formula of Bingjiu powder. Soon, Yi Fei, Bingji Jade Bee powder, has been researched out. Yi Fei tried to use 5 kinds of Chinese herbal medicines and black honey with a small bottle, and then gave Luo Weiyu a trial and applied it to Luo Weiyu feet. On the scar. I want to see how effective this ice skin jade bee powder is for removing scars and whitening. However, although Yi Fei has researched the Bingji jade bee powder, it is not enough for Tu Fei. After all, what Chen Luo researched and configured was also ice muscle jade bee powder, and it didn't make any sense for Yi Fei to come up with the same thing as Chen Luo. Yi Fei has to do better than Chen Luo. He tried to improve this ice muscle jade bee powder, and wanted to research a more perfect product ahead of Chen Luo, so that Chen Luo's wishful thinking all fell through. Then pit him hard. Luo Weiyu thus became the first tester of Bingjiu bee powder. Yi Fei carefully applied Bingjiu bee powder on the big long legs, carefully and evenly applied to every wound. Luo Weiyu was blushing, and Yi Fei touched her leg, making her especially shy. But this ice skin jade bee powder applied to her wound, it made her feel very comfortable. This powder was cold and a bit numb. Luo Weiyu's face was flushed as she watched Yi Fei apply the medicine. After applying the medicine, Yi Fei massaged and massaged briefly, also to get the medicine better absorption. But Luo Weiyu was embarrassed, because she felt like her legs were playing with him. Luo Weiyu felt itchy in her legs. She is ashamed to get through, but she has been obediently patient. Yi Fei really didn't make fun of Luo Weiyu's night thinking. During the treatment, Yi Fei Ji was very focused. Oh me. Of course, Luo Weiyu's face was red like an apple, and it was indeed very good looking, and Yi Fei couldn't help but look at it more. End of massage and acupuncture for Luo Weiyu 6. Luo Weiyu has endured for a long time at this time, she blushed and said, I'm What's the matter? Tu Yifei couldn't help asking when he saw Luo Weiyu's face flushed. I want to go to the bathroom. You're in, Luo Weiyu whispered with a flushed face. She had endured it for a long time. Luo Weiyu originally wanted to ask the nurses to help, but after Yifei arrived, the nurses all left the ward with a clear understanding and left them to the two. When I was alone for a while, only Yifei and Luo Weiyu were left here. In addition, Yifei helped her massage and made Luo Weiyu tolerate it for a long time. It was a bit unbearable. Yifei startled, and said, then I will hold you in and call me when you're done. And Luo Weiyu looked down at the floor, not daring to look at Yifei at all. The roots of her ears were red. Yifei picked Luo Weiyu up as a princess, and walked into the bathroom. Luo Weiyu was a little nervous. One, she didn't dare to look at Yifei, but she could even hear Yifei's heartbeat, which made her blush. Yifei hugged Luo Weiyu onto the toilet, and then said, I'll wait outside. Oh. Luo Weiyu slightly gazes at the floor and still looks at the floor, as if there is something that attracts her. Yifei waited outside the bathroom, but there was no movement in the bathroom for a long time. Weiyu! Yifei yelled. Luo Weiyu's shy and anxious voice came from the bathroom. Mr. Yi, you. Can you go a little farther so I? Way to go to the toilet. When she thought that Yifei was outside the door, she was really anxious and couldn't use the bathroom. Yifei immediately understood. Knowing that Luo Weiyu was shy, he said, okay, I know. Yifei said. He also walked far away. But even if Yifei walked away, he still heard a faint sound of water in the bathroom. After a while, the sound of the toilet bowl also sounded. Yifei heard the sound of the toilet before walking to the door of the contestants again. Mr. Yi, all right. Yifei opened the bathroom door, then couldn't lean over, picking Luo Weiyu. Hug Luo Weiyu. Into the wheelchair. At this time Luo Weiyu could secretly watch his heartbeat still speed up involuntarily. I was really ashamed just now. It's terrible. 7. Although Luo Weiyu has long been identified as Yifei, but her quiet and gentle personality is destined to make her blush when she faces Yifei. Already. When Yifei carried Luo Weiyu into the wheelchair, Luo Weiyu's face was still flushed, and there was a hint of sweetness in his heart. Yifei smiled and eased her nervous and shy emotions. I'll help you peel an apple. During this time, I will also eat more fruits to add vitamins. Health and nutrition. Oh good. Luo Weiyu said softly. Yifei peeled an apple. Then cut it into chunks. Insert the toothpicks. It is convenient for Luo Weiyu to eat. After a while, a little nurse finally came in to clean the room on time. The little protector saw Yifei and took good care of Luo Weiyu. Returning to Luo Weiyu to peel the apples, the eagerness in my heart is too great. I really envy this Miss Luo. Master Yi is handsome and rich, and treats her so well. These two are simply too sweet. Xiao Wushi had just entered the house to clean a room, but the dog food was fed. After cleaning the room in a hurry, he left with a look of envy. Chapter 94. You are Mu Zijin's boyfriend. In a blink of an eye, another few days have passed. It was the day when Yifei and Mu Zijin agreed to go to the martial arts competition together. This martial arts competition is a private boxing competition among the folks. To put it better, it is a martial arts competition, but to put it badly, it is called black boxing. How Yifei had paid attention to martial arts and national martial arts competitions in news before, did not know much about it. Of course, Yifei is still very clear about the Z types of national martial arts schools and techniques. After all, the system has already. The knowledge was deeply imprinted in his mind. It's 30 o'clock in the evening. Mu Zijin has arrived at the boxing gym. She sent Yifei a WeChat message with her location. Tell Yifei the location of the boxing gym. Yifei drove a low-key Mercedes-Benz Maybach and quickly arrived at the boxing gym. This boxing gym is so big that it can be ranked in the entire Yanjing. The boxing hall was full of voices, accommodating at least nearly 1,000 spectators, and there were no empty seats. Yifei quickly saw Mu Zijin. With Mu Zijin's beauty. Of course it was very conspicuous in the crowd. She still dressed very simply, pulling up the blue silk and combing it into a ponytail. Snow. The white face, the skin is like fat. Mu Zijin waved at Yi Fei. Her movement immediately caused a stunning sight next to her. Mu Zijin bought a very good position. It was in the middle of the front row, closest to the ring, and he could see it clearly. Yi Fei stepped forward. Found that Wen Xiaoting was also too. When Xiaoting pointed at Yi Fei Yi's tongue, I'm sorry, I'm going to be your light bulb today. Yi Fei didn't care about Wen Xiaoting's presence. This girl is very active. Wen Xiaoting is very interested in martial arts boxing matches. She took the initiative to pester Mu Zijin to bring her here. Wen Xiaoting and Mu Zijin are also soldiers. Born in a brigade, he also learned martial arts, but his strength is far inferior to Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin said with a smile, let us sit down first. I bought a drink. With that, Mu Zijin took out 3 cups of juice and gave Yi Fei a cup. A glass of lemon grapefruit, a glass of orange juice, and a glass of Sydney juice. Mu Zijin gave Yi Fei the Sydney juice, and Yi Fei took a sip. It tasted good and very sweet. Then Yi Fei saw Mu Zijin holding the lemon grapefruit and drinking. She sucked the straw, her mouth opened slightly. Mu Zijin drank lemon grapefruit. She drank too much. She frowned slightly, and said with a bitter face, it's a little sour. Mu Zijin's expression turned out to be a little cute. Why don't you drink my Yi Fei's Sydney juice is sweeter? Wen Xiaoting said with a grin. Yi Fei silently liked Wen Xiaoting in his heart. Mu Zian blinked his eyes brightly, a little moved. She is indeed an informal woman, but shouldn't she drink Yi Fei's juice for sharing? A straw generally only boyfriends and girlfriends would be so close. Mu Zijin hesitated slightly, looked at the lemon grapefruit in his hand, and then at the Sydney juice in Yi Fei's hand. Well, it seems that the cup in Yi Fei's hand is better. Just as Mu Zijin was about to make a decision, a surprised voice suddenly sounded beside him. Zijin, Xiaoting, are you here too? At this moment, a rough male voice came not far away. I only saw a tall man with a strong back and waist. The face came over in surprise. This man has a strong body, at least. Equals height above 9 meters. It looks very strong. The man's face was rough. He looked at Mu Zijin and Wen Xiaoting with a surprised face, mainly looking at Mu Zijin, but directly ignored. Yi Fei. Xiong Zhang. Why are you here? Wen Xiaoting looked suspicious. You don't always say that these martial arts boxing matches are embroidered with fists, no. Do you like it? The man named Xiong Zhang is a friend of Mu Zijin and Wen Xiaoting. Xiong Zhang stood upright, he smiled and scratched his head, his face was diligent and said, I just wanted to see if I was on a whim today. It's the match, Fate, you are here, why don't we watch the match together? The acting skills are so bad, you saw me post on moments and pretend to meet by chance. When Xiaoting equals her face was speechless. Xiong Zhang coughed. He stopped talking in silence. But when Xiaoting took the initiative to introduce Yi Fei Yi too young, this is Xiong Zhang. We grew up in the same yard. Yi Fei glanced at Xiong Zhang, knowing that his family background is not simple 9. And looking at Xiong Zhang's appearance, no matter his posture or figure, he is very military-like, and he is mostly a soldier. Xiong Zhang only looked at Yi Fei at this time. He grinned at Yi Fei grinned, and his expression was too grinning. Xiong Zhang, this is Tu Yongyi and Zijin's boyfriend. When Xiaoting introduced Yi Fei, her eyes rolled. Yi Fei was suddenly assigned the identity of Mu Zijin's boyfriend. Xiong Zhang was taken aback, then stared at Yi Fei. This little white face is actually Mu Zijin's boyfriend. When did Mu Zijin have a boyfriend? 3. Xiong Zhang was a little dazed. Yi Fei glanced at Wen Xiaoting, and saw that she turned Yi Fei's tongue towards Yi Fei, and gestured Yi Fei's cooperation with her eyes. As for Mu Zijin, she didn't even refute it. Blinking his eyes, watching this scene with interest. Yi Fei knew in his heart that this Xiong Zhang was probably Mu Zijin's suitor, but Mu Zijin didn't seem to have a cold to him. Sun Jin. When did you have a boyfriend? Why don't I know Xiong Zhengdi? The reaction was to ask Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin smiled softly, she looked at Yi Fei. Xiao Shui's eyes seemed to be able to speak. From Xiong Feng's point of view, this is the expression in the eyes of lovely. Mu Zijin really had a boyfriend. Xiong Zhang started to replenish his brain, and immediately wailed for 2 bursts of heart. When Xiaoting snorted, "Do you still want to tell you when Zijin makes a boyfriend? Let us talk about it? Your identity calls Zijin seems to be incompatible." Right. Xiong Zhang, good King Zhao, scratched his head sullenly. "I'm not in the team, I don't need to call the instructor too." Yi Fei's heart moved slightly when he heard this. He knew that Mu Zijin had once served as an instructor in a certain team in the army, specializing in instructing martial arts. It seems that Mu Zijin used to be in the same team with Xiong Zhang, and Mu Zijin served as the instructor. As Xiong Zhang said, he looked at Yi Fei very seriously. There was a little suspicion in his eyes, and the little white face in front of him looked weak and weak. Is it really Mu Zijin's boyfriend? Chapter 95. Xiong Zhang looked at Yi Fei suspiciously. However, he was also straight-tempered and said with a rough voice, "Since it is Zijin's own boyfriend. That's my friend, get to know me, my name is Ningzheng." Xiong Zhang did not have the performance that a brain-disabled villain should have. Although he envied Yi Fei very much, as a friend of Mu Zijin, he character is still pass. Xiong Zhang took the initiative to stretch out his hand. "Hello, my name is Yi Fei." Yi Fei's mouth curled up and shook hands with Xiong Zhang. Xiong Zhang shook hands with Yi Fei and subconsciously pressed hard. With his size and strength, the handshake strength was already heavy, and he was also trying to test Yi Fei's meaning. After Xiong Zhang knew that Yi Fei was Mu Zijin's boyfriend, although he would not be able to target Yi Fei, he was still unconvinced. Therefore, the strength of the handshake is slightly increased. But then, Nang Zheng's expression changed slightly, because he felt that Yi Fei's hands were like iron tongs, not moving. No matter how hard he tried, Yi Fei's expression remained unchanged, with a faint smile on his face. Xiong Zhang realized. Yi Fei didn't seem to be that simple right now. At least it is by no means an ordinary little white face. Before Xiong Zhang could react, Yi Fei also exerted a slight force at this time. Suddenly, Xiong Zhang felt a strong sensation of pain. Xiong Zhang immediately changed color. This guy has a lot of strength. Ningxing feels that his hands are all 503 red, but Mu Zijin is here. He resisted letting himself speak out. The 2 handshake ended soon. Xiong Zhang rubbed his sour right hand, which was a little red and swollen. His face was puzzled. Why is this kid so hard? He looked at it from the outside. Very ordinary. But Yi Fei smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth. Yi Fei is proficient in advanced martial arts and has added strength attributes. His strength value at this time is already quite terrifying. Although Xiong Zhang is not weak, he still doesn't look enough in the face of Yi Fei. I caught a glimpse of Ningxing eating when shouting hee laughing. She saw Xiong Feng's little movement just now, knowing who can't help it. Test Yi Fei. Then he kicked the iron plate. She had seen Yi Fei's martial arts level, and Yi Fei made a move during the robbery. Let Wen Xiaoting remembered deeply. Even Mu Zijin also said that Yi Fei is very skilled, and there are not many people who can be described as good by her best friend. Zijin, see how I am thinking about this, now I see how Xiong Zhang is still pestering you. Wen Xiaoting quietly said in Mu Zijin's ear. Mu Zian blinked without speaking. Xiong Zhang, Mu Zijin, and Wen Xiaoting have grown up in a yard since they were young. Nanjing has a good impression of Mu Zijin, but Mu Zijin only treats him. Be an ordinary friend. It's just that the guy Xiong Zhang showed up to Mu Zijin as soon as he seized the opportunity. It was like a dogskin plaster and could not be used. For example, today Xiong Zhang's botched chance encounter was immediately exposed by Wen Xiaoting. The second aspect is that Xiong Zhang's acting skills are too poor. In addition, this is not the first time. So Wen Xiaoting thought of this way to help Mu Zijin. It looks good now, at least Xiong Zhang is much more honest now. The game is about to start. At this moment, Yi Fei's noise came. Several people in Mu Zijin heard this. They all threw the moonlight into the competition ring, and sure enough, the boxing match was about to begin. Under the stage, the audience was very excited. The lights of the stage were on the ring. Both sides of the boxing competition also appeared. Yifei still knows the content of the martial arts competition too well, so Mu Zijin introduced to Yifei very intimately. This time the martial arts competition is a martial arts showdown. Li Rongxing of Xingyiquan confronts Du Ji of Wing Chunquan. Xingyiquan and Wing Chunquan equals. Yifei squinted slightly, looking at the stage. Li Ran is a boxing match between traditional martial arts. Xingyiquan and Wing Chunquan. Both are well known in Chinese martial arts. However, in recent years, with the decline of traditional martial arts, there are fewer and fewer boxers proficient in Chinese martial arts, and even many martial arts are facing failure. And the traditional martial arts business is too deep. There are a lot of liars, and anyone dares to pretend to be a martial arts master these days. But Yifei knew that martial arts did exist, but there were very few real masters. The audience cheered. On the ring, the two traditional martial arts fighters are also in an open posture. Under the witness of the referee, the competition. Peng L. On the stage, a Bia boxer instantly fought against each other. Xingyiquan is fast and powerful. Wing Chun is flexible and flexible. On the stage. The two boxers are staggered, their bodies collide, and they punch out their punches extremely fast. The audience who watched the audience were very addicted. 1. It's dazzling. The two fighting Xingyiquan boxer Li Rongxing seemed to be even better. He let out a low drink, and the attack was like a torrential rain. It is ferocious. Seeing this, Yifei raised his eyebrows slightly. In all fairness, these two boxers are not weak, and they are definitely masters in the eyes of ordinary people. Not weak, and they are definitely masters in the eyes of ordinary people. But in Yifei's eyes, it was still unsatisfactory. Even Xiongzheng snorted. On the surface, Kung Fu is quite powerful, but in fact it is just a foreign fighter. By Zijin,